Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can join our Telegram channel where you will find all paid audiobooks that we provide. Also, you can make requests and you will find proof of payments from our plus 200 paid members. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 351 Plant Maya. It was only a matter of time before he made these discoveries, but it certainly helped to grasp this concept early. Most importantly, Vez had gathered more clues to break through his perennial bottleneck in achieving a graded X factor. Spirituality is a lot more intertwined in our society than I thought, Vez concluded. Humans ruled over half of the galaxy with the might of its warships, but they competed against each other with the use of mech. Every state made it a priority to cultivate talented mech pilots into experts and aces. That they managed to convert a fraction of mech pilots into the realm of the elites could be attributed to their occasional successes amid countless failures. In the early days of the age of mech, a lot of horror stories emerged that revealed the extent that people went through to enhance their military force. I can consider these matters at a later time. Vez shook his head. He still had an alien ruin to excavate. With the help of his spirituality, Lucky had managed to pry apart the roof of the tiny hexagonal palace. His cat resembled a bear trying to break open a honeycomb in order to steal some honey. Bits and pieces of tiny crystal furniture dotted the rooms inside. Neither Vez nor Lucky paid any interest in them after figuring out they served as tables and chairs. Lucky continued to dig through the upper floors, but encountered a lot of resistance from the blue crystals. At least they weren't indestructible like the transparent crystals. Their slightly lower grade gave them hope that they could uncover something valuable. This must be a lesser side influence in the alien society. The longer he interacted with the alien ruins, the more he understood their society. Vez guessed that the Crystal City acted as a capital or a final refuge of some sorts. It would explain the existence of the rune monuments and the effort the aliens had made in creating a portal system. Vez found it regretful that they hadn't left anything behind in the Crystal City. At some point, they evacuated it, taking away anything that hadn't been affixed to the city. The aliens sure built them to be tough. They couldn't even dismantle them in their haste to evacuate the city. He was certain the crystals possessed extremely remarkable properties. Vez had succeeded in deriving their composition and structure with his Vulcan eye. As long as he figured out a way to reproduce it, he'd be able to create an extremely powerful substance that could act as both an armor system and laser propagator. Even if he lacked the capabilities to reproduce the exact formula, he could still attempt to derive a lesser version if he substituted the rarer exotics with less valuable ones. Such experiments happened all the time. I recall that Master Katzenberg from Lemur is a specialist in this area. Perhaps if he submitted his readings to Katzenberg, should be able to come up with a host of different substitutions. However, Vez did not possess a direct channel to the prestigious master mech designer. I can always attempt to fumble around on my own. If I haven't achieved any results, I can always pass on the data to someone else. Data that he couldn't use held no value to him. He might as well sell it or exchange it for something useful, although he would only receive a fraction of its true value. Lucky. Go take the left compartment. I think there's a storeroom there. The palace appeared to house an affluent household. It contained a lot of rooms, but contained very little furniture in each. Lucky loomed over the tiny palace like a giant tiger about to engulf the inhabitants. Vez found the dichotomy in scale amusing. It took Lucky a lot of effort to get past the subsequent layers. Vez even had to call back Lucky before the portal closed before he opened it again. Although he faintly guessed that there should have been a way to sustain the portal, Vez didn't wish to waste any time to figure out the exact mechanics. Lucky finally broke in what looked like a vault after a few more minutes of anxious digging. The vault room contained a lot of minuscule hexagonal blocks that formed the alien race's version of a resource bar. They were so small in fact that Vez had to employ the magnification function of his hazard suit in order to observe them with his eyes. That's it. They should be treasures. Bring it back. Before Lucky could do anything, A number of crystals floated from their perches at the sides of the vault. So the palace still retained some defenses after all. They angrily blinked and hovered around Lucky before unleashing thin beams of light at what they perceived to be an intruder. Naturally, the noodle-thin light beams passed straight through Lucky's semi-corporeal body and blinked away into space. Lucky stared at the defense drones with a playful gaze. His tail swished back and forth as he took little notice of the light beams passing through his body. Stop wasting time. Take care of them quickly before bringing back those treasures. The drones might have been able to threaten a tiny alien, but even Lucky would scoff at them. The substantial difference in size had turned everything made by the aliens into a joke. Lucky took care of the drones by swatting them from the air. The drones bounced against the walls and floor of the Crystal Palace before regaining their balance. They continued to fire at Lucky despite their bumps. This time, Lucky employed a different method. He opened his maw and ate all the drones. The gem cat didn't even chew before swallowing the helpless drones into his matter-coveting stomach. Vez looked at Lucky with a crooked gaze. Are you all right in your head? Lucky ate minerals and excreted gems. If Lucky happened to eat a crystal, would that be considering eating his own? Thankfully, his cat showed no signs of being aware of what his owner thought. Lucky opened his maw again and gulped the stacks of materials. Lucky. What are you doing? His cat disregarded his transmissions and continued to eat the vault room bare. With a satisfied squint in his eyes, Lucky flew up from the Crystal Palace and passed through the portal before flying back to Vez. His cat hacked and coughed a little and dropped only a couple hexagonal blocks. The pinprick-sized materials fell onto his palm. They seemed so tiny that Vez would easily lose track of them if he dropped them onto the ground. Vez stared at Lucky with a scornful gaze. You could have left a bit more for me. Meow. Lucky started grooming his body as if Vez didn't exist. Forget about it. Vez retrieved a container on his tool belt and deposited the remaining blocks before returning his attention to the Crystal Palace. He waited until the portal winked shut before opening it again by shooting the exact same sequence. After a lot of nagging, Vez managed to get his lazy cat to return to the Crystal Palace again and finish his excavation of the abandoned structure. This time, Lucky failed to uncover anything of value. They hadn't found any books, resources or machines that Vez could use to uncover any benefits. Overall, besides the vault, the Crystal Palace contained nothing of value. It was another sign that pointed towards a hasty evacuation. Even the aliens that inhabited the Crystal Palace had to leave in a hurry. Why else leave their vault filled with valuable materials? The aliens evidently hadn't been able to empty the vault in time before they had to flee. A vault the crystal builders considered to be almost impregnable turned out to be fairly tedious for Lucky to break into. It sure felt good to be the giant this time. Well, let's try again this time. Vez took a brief break before he resumed his random activation of the runes. The crystal spires kept being roused and they always attempted to shoot down Vez and Lucky without fail. The ground became too charred and cratered that Vez had to keep moving in order to maintain a stable footing. Hundreds of combinations passed by without a diverging result. The aliens really hadn't programmed many destinations in their portal system. Vez wished he could stay here for years and try out each and every combination, but his obligations to the Republic pushed him to cut this trip short. The Barracuda is currently hiding in another part of the Joe system. She's scheduled to fly back to my asteroid and check in with me after 3 more days. That meant that Vez had to return to the Joe system before then if he wished to avoid a panic among his crew. His disappearance and all of the recent turbulence in the surrounding asteroids could lead to alarming conclusions that would be hard to explain. Vez practically shot the wounds on autopilot while his mind drifted off. He continued to refine his theories on spirituality. He came up with a lot of interesting questions that needed to be answered. What if I can induce spirituality into a mech pilot? Can I turn Melker into an expert pilot? With an expert pilot leading the avatars of myth, Vez would have no more concerns about his safety. The power of an expert pilot vastly outpaced their lesser counterparts if paired with a suitable mech. Vez frowned a bit at that last detail. Even if I can turn Melker into an expert pilot, I can't pair him up with a mech that can bring out his strengths. I still have a short way to go before I can advance to a journeyman mech designer. Still, now that he gained a rudimentary grip on spirituality, He shouldn't encounter any obstacles in his next advancement. The Crystal City abruptly responded differently after Vez shot 15 different runes for the umpteenth time. The spirals channeled their energies into another portal. It's about time, you stupid city. Bring me close to something good this time. The portal actually emerged in some kind of peaceful garden estate. The alien aesthetics conformed to an entirely different standard. The Crystal City loved to utilize spirals while the Crystal Palace incorporated a lot of hexagons. The garden didn't make use of any geometric shapes. Instead, the crystals looked like they'd been dug out of the ground. They took on rough and natural shapes, exactly like the natural unprocessed crystals that anyone could mine from a planet. Vez called the site a garden due to the abundance of native indigenous flora. Weirdly enough, the plant-like growths looked like they'd been crossed with animals. Their surface was dotted with purple flesh that rhythmically moved according to an unknown pattern. They intertwined the purple crystal houses and structures as if they had married the ruins. This might be dangerous. Vez hesitated on whether he should send out Lucky. The growths creeped him out, but he smelled the whiff of treasure inside the houses. The alien who lived here must be very powerful. The Crystal City wouldn't have programmed a portal to this destination if someone average lived in this garden. It would have been too much of a waste if the portals led to aliens holding statuses equivalent to gardeners or plumbers. The more he thought about it, the more Vez hungered to crack open those abandoned houses. He decided to shoot the growths first and see what happened. He extended the Amistendera and aimed at one of the largest purple growth. He shot it with a low-powered beam. The growths immediately went wild. Its tentacle-leaf-like branches flailed in every direction as they tried to smack the source that threatened it. One of the branches reached the portal and smacked it from the sides. The branch parted in half. The tip of the branch fell away while the rest of the growth pulled back its branches in fear. Getting one of its limb cut off resulted in a lot more damage than being hit by a laser. In fact, the growth hadn't sustained any damage from the low-powered laser beam at all. Could the aliens have cultivated the growths with their crystals? How could they be immune to lasers? If a laser doesn't, what about a cat? Vez sent out Lucky through the portal and ordered him to slice apart the growths. His cat did so reluctantly. Evidently, the growths didn't look very appetizing to the pet. The sheer disparity in size and power had turned the hybrid growth into shredded plant meat. This time, they uncovered something surprising underneath the growths. They found the corpse of an alien. Chapter 352 remains. The aliens that built the crystal ruins always fascinated Vez. Through his continued proximity to the Crystal City, he imagined an increasingly detailed picture of their race. The crystal builders very likely evolved from a terrestrial planet not too divergent from the Terran standard. This meant they likely looked like organisms from the Terran animal kingdom. Throughout the galaxy, nature often led to the same solutions to the same problems. That was also why humanoid-looking aliens were remarkably common in the galaxy. Some radical scientists even believe that some outside force had artificially inflated the prevalence of sexually dimorphic humanoids with 2 arms, 2 legs and a head. Of course, no one believed them. The most predominant theory was that the shift from walking on 4 limbs to walking on 2 limbs freed up the forelimbs for the usage of tools, which subsequently led to the birth of civilization. These kinds of humanoid aliens made up a substantial amount of species in the galaxy. The crystal builders happened to be a variant of the standard humanoid form. As Vez peered over the remarkably preserved corpse through the portal, he noted that it was as small as he imagined. The tiny corpse possessed a weird face with cavities all around its uneven ball-like shape. Vez couldn't figure out which senses corresponded with any of the cavities. One hole might turn out to be the mouth while the other could be an ear. Its torso possessed a natural hunch, which meant the alien likely walked around while holding a naturally bent posture akin to primates. Nevertheless, their arms were remarkably short and stubby even for their stature, as if they had atrophied through long generations of neglect. Their legs looked lean and normal, with much wider soles and more bend into them in order to stabilize their hunched posture. They looked like little puppets. Another amusing thought sprang into his mind. He imagined a kid playing around with living crystal builders. The kid grabbed 2 of them with each hand and smashed them against each other, not caring at all how much he hurt the aliens. Vez shook his head. He couldn't help but belittle these tiny aliens despite their impressive technological achievements. It was human instinct to treat any creature smaller than themselves as toys or pets. Such assumptions could be dangerously negligent, as some species of small aliens possessed a lot of might. Lucky, don't eat the corpse. Bring it back to me. Fortunately, Lucky appeared to obey him without any fudging this time. As a gem cat, his favorite food consisted of mundane and exotic minerals. Actual flesh and blood hardly whetted his appetite. Lucky carefully grasped the corpse with his maw and flew back through the portal before depositing it onto his outstretched gauntlet. Curious. Vez had no idea how much time had passed since the alien had died, but it must have been millions of years at the very least. Why hadn't it decomposed? Vez whipped up his trusty Vulcan eye and meticulously scanned the alien. He quickly found out why the corpse hadn't broken down all these years. The alien had actually replaced his flesh with a flexible crystal substance. Certain cavities within the body must have hosted the brains and other vitally important organs. They had long been broken down into dust, leaving only an empty shell behind. Even for the crystal builders, this must be an extravagant procedure. He imagined this alien once held a very high status among his race. He might even be the master of the Crystal Garden. While Vez would never in a million years wish to replace his body with a mechanical equivalent, he still found this corpse to be of utmost importance. It was a potential treasure in the eyes of those who pursued immortality through mechanizing their bodily functions. The supple, flexible crystals that bent when he lightly squeezed them with his gauntlet also held a lot of value. If Vez could derive its composition and reproduce it in his labs, he might be able to invent a new substance that would be ideal in armoring the joints and other parts of a mech that needed a flexibility. It's likely to be extraordinarily expensive. From what Vez could gather from the readings of his Vulcan eye, the exotics used in the flexible crystal exceeded the ones used in the solid crystal ruins. Thus, any attempt to derive some value out of the flexible crystal could only be put off until his career had advanced. Vez put away the crystal builder's corpse and ordered Lucky to dig up the crystal garden for any other treasures. The portal opened and closed several times. For safety's sake, Vez always called back Lucky to his side of the portal before it closed. Although the Crystal City's portal generator worked fine so far, Vez would be a fool to assume that ancient alien technology worked flawlessly after countless eons of neglect. The Crystal Garden suffered a very different outcome from the Crystal City and the Crystal Palace. The aliens abandoned the latter too, but the former still held a single powerful occupant. Perhaps a retinue of servants and bodyguards had accompanied the crystal cyborg to their deaths, but nothing of their existence remained in the ruined garden. As Lucky dug out the uneven crystal structures in the garden, Vez studied the sample of the plant meat that Lucky had also brought back. The Vulcan eye read out a bunch of data that only exobiologists would understand. All he knew for certain was that it was actually still alive and that it possessed both plant-like and flesh-like traits. Considering that it had grown over the crystal garden and survived for who knew how long, Vez suspected that it might be some kind of bioweapon. A clash between two different alien civilizations perhaps. Besides the sample of plant meat, Vez hadn't found any traces of the threat the crystal builders faced. All of their history was lost to time, and only their most enduring creations remained to prove their existence. So many races rose and fell in the galaxy that Vez hardly shed a tear to the passing of another race. Humanity was a practical race. They only cared about the benefits. Most of the time, that meant exterminating any aliens they came across and loot the best parts of their technology for humanity's own use. Vez merely thought of himself as someone who followed that trend as he instructed Lucky to crack open the crystal structures, which held a lot of cultural significance. The crystal structures of the garden contained a lot more furniture, but none of them interested Vez. It wasn't until Lucky dug into the basement levels of the largest crystal structure that he managed to come across something remarkable. It was a circular plate the size of his palm. To the aliens, it must have been a large table or piece of art. To Vez, its shape hardly roused his interest. Instead, he focused on the tiny crystals embedded onto its surface. Is that the galaxy? The embedded crystals on the table depicted the Milky Way galaxy in a very accurate depiction. It hardly differed from the modern appearance of the galaxy. Vez could actually use the differences between the two to date the table's construction, though he wasn't particularly interested in doing so. What Vez focused on instead was that the map highlighted a couple of stars with crystals of different colors. They were so small that Vez had to magnify his helmet's visor in order to see them clearly. He realized that the outermost one corresponded to the location of the Komodo star sector. That should stand for this planet or where the Joe system. The other minuscule gems spread out over the rest of the Milky Way galaxy, though most of the colored gems had been affixed in roughly the same slice of the galaxy. This likely meant that the Crystal Builder civilization had stretched from the galactic center to the galactic rim. Had they once been the dominant race of the galaxy as well? The significance of these ruins went up if that happened to be true. Had those portals stretched over thousands of light years? Was the Crystal Garden actually located in the galactic center? That would be a mind-blowing fact if that was true. Sweat started to trickle down his back as Vez realized the implications of his discoveries. Perhaps he misinterpreted the map, or perhaps the Crystal Builders like to exaggerate their accomplishments, but Vez became more determined than ever to keep this secret to himself. He ordered Lucky to retrieve the table. The Crystal Garden hadn't turned up any other treasures. Lucky dug up a lot of furniture, but in his eyes it might as well be junk. Still, the table potentially held a lot of value, because when Vez scanned it with the Vulcan eye, he found out that it held a dense amount of circuits. He intended to decipher their contents later once his abilities progressed. Well, that's 2 ruins down. Hopefully, there's more. The galaxy map fostered some hope in Vez. It contained a score of colored gems, and Vez hoped that they corresponded to all of the destinations of the portal generator. As long as he played the lottery long enough, he should eventually be able to open a portal to all of those locations. Sadly, I'm running out of time. He sighed. Much of the value derived from these ruins consisted of things that weren't immediately useful to him. He would have to improve his knowledge base by a substantial amount and put in a lot of research before he could profit from his gains. A potentially massive payoff 20 or so years from now wasn't very useful compared to what he could earn when he went back to designing mech. I'm a mech designer. I design mech. Researching alien remnants is only useful if it helps me build better mech. It only made sense for him to moonlight as a treasure hunter so long as it benefited his designs. If he could readily decipher the Crystal Builder's technology, then he didn't mind being stranded here for years, although he would likely be forced to subside on clawed worm meat. His face crinkled into a disgusted expression. No thanks. Over the next 2 days, Vez resumed his endless lottery draw. He continued to shoot the alien rune monuments like a monkey banging at a keyboard. If the monkey continued to type a random mash of letters, he'd eventually be able to reproduce an exact copy of old Earth's classics. Vez indeed felt like a monkey as he continued to persist in this monotonous task with hardly any rest. He forcibly kept himself awake as sleep would eat a precious amount of time that he could have used to gamble for another successful combination. His luck turned out to be awful as Vez failed to hit a successful combination in the remaining amount of time. Every single time he hit a different combination of 15 runes, the crystal spires would shoot out their light beams at him without fail. Seems like I won't be gaining any more harvests this time. He sighed at the end of his time limit. His mind had practically become fossilized at the excruciatingly boring routine. Even Lucky hadn't bothered to do anything but sleep at the same spot. Even if a light beam passed through his intangible body, the disturbance wasn't enough to wake him out of his rest. Vez was ready to go home. He retrieved the Aloaki monument and wondered why the Crystal Builders had used metals instead of crystals. He also wondered why they made it relatively easy to open a portal to the location of this monument. Will it actually be able to bring me back home, or is it some kind of trap? No matter the truth, Vez owed it to himself to try the combination. He had already fixated on the runes in question and began to shoot at them in the order depicted by the keys. He chose to read out the runes from left to right and top to bottom. A bunch of light beams hit him right through the head. Okay then. These aliens aren't a fan of reading from left to right. Chapter 353 Belief Vez employed a number of different orders, but it hadn't worked. Even if he started from right to left, the Crystal City treated him like he was an intruder. Not willing to give up, Vez began to employ more creative methods of reading out the runes. After more than a score of different combinations, he finally achieved a different result. This time, he started from the center and radiated outwards in a counterclockwise circle. The crystal spirals began to focus their energies upwards and generated another portal. This time, he came across a very welcome sight. A familiar asteroid with a very familiar cave beckoned him back home. Yes, that should lead back to the Joe system. His exuberance quickly died down once he noticed the portal hadn't grown wider than his head. Same as the other portals, the current one only allowed someone like Lucky to pass through. These stupid midgets. How would he be able to squeeze through this tiny portal? The problem caught him in his throat. He let the portal expire while he furiously churned his mind for a solution for his problem. How could he make the portal large enough to fit his body? Wait a minute. What about my semi-corporeality? Even if he passed through the portal, if he remained a ghost, it was nothing different than being dead. Imagining himself as a specter who haunted people for their energies scared him to death. This son isn't going to follow in his mother's footsteps. In order to stave off a panic, Vez forced himself to think in a logical manner. First, I should break down the problem. He currently had to achieve two essential goals. The first one should be to regain his corporeal state, and the second one was to find a way to return to the asteroid in the Joe system. Both problems presented seemingly insurmountable obstacles to Vez. He had no clue how to go about the first problem, while the second problem was within reach if only if he could master the Crystal City's technology. Vez looked at himself and his somewhat transparent body. He couldn't pick up any object or interact with this alien world in his current state. The botched teleportation had turned him into some kind of energy being that existed in a higher dimension. It was already remarkable enough that he hadn't been torn to pieces or ended up into a dimension of nihility. His eyes happened to have gazed over at Lucky, who had woken up after some time. His cat currently played with some rocks on the light-burned ground. Lucky's paws glowed with spirituality as he effortlessly crossed the line between tangibility and intangibility. Lucky isn't the only one with spirituality here. Ever since his last Eureka moment, the system had updated his status to reflect his current strengths. It explicitly added spirituality to his attribute tab. Although a score of 0.4 looked pathetic, it was already better than most other humans. Spirituality and semi-corporeality are related. One should be able to affect the other. Could he manipulate his intangible state into a solid state? And could he go back to being a ghost? He began to speculate that energy beings might be holding their intangible bodies using spirituality. It might also even be the reason why Vez and Lucky had survived the initial teleportation process. If they hadn't possessed this special quality, they might have been phased out of existence. This is frightening. The thought that he unknowingly dodged an unfortunate fate did not help with calming his mind. His thoughts also spun into several tangents. He recalled the energy beings he encountered before, from the massive devourers to his mother's ghost. Is she truly even dead? A mix of emotions pressed upon his heart. Vez did not dare continue to follow this train of thought and centered his mind back to his own state. Right now, he strongly believed he should be able to exert some control over his intangible body. Energy beings hold themselves together with their thoughts rather than their flesh. Their flesh doesn't exist in this state. It's all in the mind. He believed if he brainwashed himself into believing that he was a dog, his intangible body would turn into a dog as well. Not that he had any interest in trying out this particular experiment. Let's start with something simple. His transformation hadn't encompassed his body alone. His hazard suit and his gear had also transformed along with him. This provided him with a convenient way to test his latest thoughts. He retrieved a compact nutrient bar from his tool belt and stared at it with the same intensity as when he designed a mech. Turn solid. Turn solid. Turn solid. He repeated the same mantra over and over again. He knew that as a fairly logical person, he would have a lot of trouble trying to trick his mind into believing falsehoods. The best method he came up with was to think of nothing else but the same set of words. Essentially, he tried to override his conscious thoughts with a faulty statement so that it had the chance to become true. It took more than 10 minutes for something to go into effect. The nutrient bar glowed before losing its opacity. It quickly fell between his intangible fingers. It worked. His thoughts had hit the mark. Spirituality formed the core of manipulating an intangible object. Vez gazed down at the nutrient bar that had returned to the material dimensions and waited for something to happen. More than 15 minutes went by until Vez tentatively became assured that the nutrient bar wouldn't return to its intangible state on its own. He saw hope now. Now that he confirmed his train of thought and proved that he possessed the same capabilities as Lucky, Vez tried to perform a bolder experiment. He wanted to turn his own body back to solid. However, he stopped his experiment before he began. What if he couldn't reverse the process? That wasn't an issue if he returned to the Joe system, but as long as he stayed on this unknown planet, that would be the death knell for him. By forsaking his special state, he lost any chance of squeezing through the tiny portal. I can figure this out later. First, I have to find out if I can manipulate my own size. He believed that if he could turn his body from a ghost back to normal, that it should also be possible to change the shape of his ghost form. This attempt took a lot longer to produce a result. Vez patiently wished for his body to grow smaller without fail. It was a lot harder to do so because humans weren't supposed to be so small. It went against everything he learned from birth. Still, as long as he brainwashed himself long enough, he was able to accomplish the impossible. His body eventually flickered before growing smaller and smaller. Lucky stopped playing with his rocks and stared at the shrinking Vez with alarm. Was his owner trying to turn into a cat? It worked. He succeeded in shrinking his body to the size of a doll, but it came at a heavy burden. Almost all his concentration had been allocated to believing the lie he told to himself. If he became distracted in any way, he might not be able to hold his current state. It's time to go, Lucky. Vez wanted to leave this barren place and return home. He retrieved his miniaturized Amistendera and shot at the correct sequence of runes. Despite its shrunken state, the Amistendera's output hadn't diminished at all. When the Crystal City generated the portal back to the Joe system, Vez didn't hesitate and flew up to the portal over the Crystal City. Lucky followed behind him with a fascinated gaze. The cat couldn't get used to seeing a human of this size. The downside of having shrinked himself was that it took a bit longer than he thought to traverse the distance. Unlike the Amistendera, his hazard suit's output had scaled according to its size. Vez felt as if he tried to fly out of the atmosphere of a habitable planet. It took an agonizingly long time before he reached the portal. Hurry up. The portal will almost close. Vez dove through the portal just as Lucky went through as well. The portal winked out 20 seconds later, but Vez had already sprawled himself against the asteroid. His intangible form had also returned to its normal size. I'm back. Haha. He celebrated even as fatigue swept over him. The change in stature had really expended an enormous amount of mental energy. Vez had to take a lengthy before he could contemplate his next problem. Right now, he remained stuck as a ghost. If he ever wanted to return to normal, he had to find a method to turn his body back to solid. It shouldn't be too different from turning that nutrient bar back to solid. He employed the same method of hypnotizing himself into believing his body was corporeal. It actually went a lot easier than he thought, because he essentially didn't lie to himself. He always possessed a fully material body. He just had to reinforce this truth in order to effect a change. My body and gear are solid. My body and gear are solid. My body and gear are solid. The only issue that complicated his efforts was that he also wanted to turn his gear into solid at the same time. It wouldn't do for him to turn his body back to normal, only to die in vacuum as his hazard suit still remained intangible. Eventually, he succeeded. His body along with his hazard suit and other possessions suddenly blinked back to a solid form. Vez had succeeded into turning back to normal. Despite his success, he still remained cautious and stood still while he waited for his body to flicker back into ghost form. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. Only after 1 full hour did Vez become assured that his transformation had been permanent. He sighed in relief and let down his guard. Hopefully nothing strange would happen in the next couple of days. Meanwhile, Lucky played and floated around the asteroid as if Vez had nothing to do with him. The cat stubbornly remained intangible. Lucky. Turn back to normal. Lucky pointedly turned his butt at Vez and continued to play with the rocks that had been shaken loose from the asteroid. Vez sighed to himself and gave up trying to persuade his pet to stop fooling around. Lucky's intangible state didn't come with any downsides as far as he knew. Vez looked back to the cave entrance and thought about the grazer rifle design he had to get back to. It was such a long time ago since he last worked on it that he forgot about some of the details. With the insights I've learned from the crystal ruins, I should be able to design a much better rifle. Even without applying any of the alien innovations, Vez still gained a lot from the skills and sub-skills he acquired from the skill tree. They corresponded closely with the inner workings of a laser weapon, and Vez immediately thought of a number of ways to enhance his old design. The difference between the old design and the improved one would be like night and day. When Vez returned to the cave and studied the design, he shook his head. It's so simplistic. The design became so rudimentary in his eyes that he quickly overhauled the entire schematic. He couldn't bear to fabricate the old design as it possessed a large number of flaws that grated his perfectionist sensibilities. A mech designer should have more pride in his work. He vastly improved the grazer rifle design in several areas, increasing its endurance while cutting down its weight. It would be able to output a lot more power as well while generating a bit less heat. Its capabilities more closely match the grazer rifle design outlined in the research notes. Chapter 354 Purpose. Before Vez could finish the design on his reimagined grazer rifle, the Barracuda arrived at his asteroid. Captain Sylvestra came as scheduled, but this time she brought a disconcerting message to Vez. Did something happen here? She asked as soon as she established a communication channel with Vez. Vez knew that the initial teleportation process had been too conspicuous to hide. An accident happened with some alien relics that had been laying around here. I see. Sylvestra sounded like she wanted to know more, but her employer had been acting secretly all this while. She refrained from questioning him more. There's a problem. Whatever happened here has pinged all of our sensors, and if we can pick it up, so can the monitoring equipment scattered all over this star system. Has anyone arrived yet? As far as we know, no one has transitioned into the system as of yet, but that might change in the next couple of days. The only reason why a ship hasn't arrived yet is because the Joe system is based around a red dwarf. The smaller and more pathetic the star, the harder it was to navigate towards it in FTL. Only a couple of exceptions like port systems disregarded this rule. Vez mentally calculated how much work he had to do before he finished his errand. I won't be staying here for long. Return the Barracuda to her hideout and come back in 72 hours. You'll be ready to pack up and go home by then. Although Captain Sylvestra revealed some misgivings, Vez did not wish to go through the trouble of delaying the completion of his mission. It would be a hassle to find some other desolated star system for him to resume his work in peace. Once his corvette turned around and left Vez alone on his rock, he thought about his timetable for the next 3 days. It's going to be tight. His face pinched up. Yet I'm going to have to wrap up this design. In truth, he set a hard deadline for himself so he wouldn't keep adding more features on his grazer rifle. It had already evolved from a rudimentary proof of concept into a formidable weapon of radioactive destruction. In designing the weapon, he had become much more proficient and familiar with working around laser weapons. The difference between before he embarked to the Joe system and after he returned from the Crystal City couldn't be more stark. His proficiency with regards to light, lasers and crystals had reached an unprecedented level to him. His gains regarding these fields almost rivaled his recent gains in the field of spirituality. It's like learning to run before learning to walk. It's the wrong order, but it makes learning how to walk a trivial problem. After finishing this side trip, Vez gained a lot of confidence in being able to design a workable laser rifle. He also planned to apply some of his preliminary research gains from his studies of the alien remains. This would certainly push the quality of his laser rifle closer to those wielded by mainstream mech. In the next 2 days, he raced to finalize his design. He stopped adding any major features but instead optimized the grazer rifle's existing configuration. Vez caught several major flaws that could have led to a bad outcome this way. He also slightly increased the grazer rifle's efficiency by a minor step. Once he finished his final design work, he stood back and sighed. For a taboo weapon, it sure doesn't look like it now. He cut down on the bulk considerably. With his increased proficiency in lasers, he found he didn't have to compensate for his inadequacies with the use of buffers. Buffers are a sign of inefficiency. An excessive amount of moderating components only add to the bulk while taking up space for more essential components. Vez remembered from his classes back when he studied at Rittersberg. Buffers also encourage more sloppiness because there is a higher tolerance for errors. In short, only those who lacked the confidence to design a good weapon added a lot of buffers. Bigger wasn't always better. This rule especially applied to laser rifles. Their main appeal to mech pilots was that they were light, slim, accurate and low maintenance. While his Grazer rifle design hadn't met all of those criteria, it still functioned as a practical weapon that wouldn't fall apart after receiving a few bumps. Vez possessed a lot of skill in increasing the robustness of everything he designed, so he had spent some extra effort into toughening up the rifle's frame. Once he beheld the entire design, Vez thought that it deserved a weapon even if he hadn't put his full efforts into designing the rifle. He refused to infuse a spirituality into the design, but that did not mean it deserved to be nameless. Let's call you the Tainted Sun. The Tainted Sun sounded a bit more poetic than he meant to, but Vez cared little of the opinions of others. He wouldn't publish the weapon to anyone to comment on his naming choice, after all. After wrapping up his design, he proceeded to his 3D printer and began to fabricate the components. Vez brought a handful of old bots to assist him with the work. The lack of gravity on the asteroid helped a lot with handling some of the heavier materials. He processed them all and turned out rifle part after rifle part. Despite fabricating the Grazer rifle for the first time, Vez did not encounter any challenge in this phase. He already completed the hardest portion of this mission. With his ample fabrication abilities, he ensured that each and every part came out well within the tolerances necessary to ensure a tight assembly. Once he finished fabricating all of the parts, he didn't immediately move to assemble them into a rifle. Instead, he inserted an extra step in his fabrication process by scanning the parts with his Vulcan eye. This thing's more useful than scanning alien components. Now that he bought an expensive gadget, he might as make the best of it. The multiscanner possessed far more power than the hulking scanning machines back at his workshop. It was able to detect if his parts had come out crooked or if some of their structure contained cracks or faults. His prudence paid off as his multiscanner detected a minor structural weakness in the casing of the battery. If the Grazer rifle fired a lot of gamma laser beams in quick succession, the battery might heat up and exacerbate this fault. It could have blown up the battery in the worst case. Phew. Good thing I caught this problem in time. Vez went back to his 3D printer and used some spare materials to fabricate a replacement casing for the battery. Once he finished the chore, he proceeded with the final step of his fabrication process. While he hadn't brought any assembly machines with him, the Zerg environment along with the bots allowed him to assemble the rifle manually. It likely wouldn't have been possible to do so with mech as some of their components required a lot of force to budge into place, but the largest component of the rifle consisted of its barrel, which was still manageable for him and his bots to move. It took less than a day to complete the final assembly. Once the last part clicked into place, Vez felt as if he completed a mighty task. He created a true forbidden weapon. The thought that he outright flaunted the rules that kept humanity from destroying themselves from within had sunken deep at that moment. His mentality experienced a subtle change. It was as if the Tainted Sun had marked his soul. The mark saddled him with an inescapable guilt. His fear of the MTA increased. He would always step on his toes in their presence for fear of being found out. Yet this ordeal also liberated him from the shackles imposed by human society. He had already stepped out of the box that the MTA had painstakingly constructed around him. From this point on, his perspective on mech design encompassed unconventional solutions. If Vez had to break a rule to achieve a goal, then he wouldn't hesitate as long as he could get away with it. The important part was the latter half. Everything could come crashing down as long as a single person found out and revealed his misdeeds to the public. I have to destroy the evidence. That included the Grazer rifle as well as the 3D printer, the terminal and the remaining spare parts. None of them should exist in this galaxy. Vez retrieved his Emistendera and was about to fire at them before reconsidering. It's not safe to destroy them with my laser pistol. it also won't disintegrate the remains. Who knows if someone can reconstruct what you've just created from the slag that's left behind. In addition, he felt that melting the weapon down with his Amistendera was a disgraceful fate for a weapon that he personally brought into reality. He couldn't bring himself to shoot his own creation. He quickly came up with an alternative plan and proceeded to fabricate a composite fabric with sensor-blocking properties before wrapping it up around the only copy of the Tainted Sun. After that, he packed up his workplace and waited for the scheduled arrival of the Barracuda. In the meantime, he checked up on Lucky. Vez walked outside the cave and spotted Lucky floating around with a handful of rocks orbiting his form. Lucky resembled a sage as he expertly manipulated the rocks with his gravity manipulation. Sometimes, the rocks passed straight through his form, indicating that Lucky hadn't bothered to turn his body back to normal. Vez sighed at his pet. Lucky, it's time to stop fooling around. Who knows if it's safe for you to remain in that state? Lucky briefly glanced at his owner before turning back to his rocks. Ever since Vez turned back to solid, Lucky acted like he shouldn't have to listen to Vez anymore. After all, what could he do? Vez looked at his gauntlets and willed them with spirituality. After 5 minutes of concentration, he activated his hazard suits and anti-grav modules and flew towards Lucky. He swiped his gauntlets towards his cat, only for them to pass straight through his target and knock some rocks aside. The interruption pissed Lucky off. He yelled at Vez through the communication channel and darted off to the other side of the asteroid. Damn cat. Just like any other major attribute, spirituality could be applied in many different ways. His own spirituality leaned towards observation and the creation of the imaginary. He possessed little experience in other areas such as manipulating semi-corporeality. Lucky was a lot stronger in this area. Both Lucky and the system benefited hugely from the glowing planet. Lucky gorged himself with a priceless amount of Rorschach's bone while the system absorbed the mysterious jewel hidden within the skull of a giant humanoid. While these fantastic exotics possessed remarkable effects, Vez believed their main value lay in their ability to strengthen the spirituality of an artificial life form like Lucky and the system. He had to remind himself that they started off as machines. Through accompanying him in his career, they slowly gained the opportunity to become more lifelike. What was the goal of the system? Where did Lucky originally came from, and who designed him in the first place? Every machine has its creator. They are all meant to serve a purpose. The Amistendera came with a brief but informative backstory. Its origin story made it clear that the system didn't invent its items out of nowhere. Almost every item that Vez could obtain from the store or the lottery already existed in this reality. Anyone in the galaxy could potentially gather all of these valuable items. Yet that would never happen. Every faction had their secrets. No one wished to expose their trump cards and the secrets to their success. The true value in the system lay in its ability to gather these wondrous inventions regardless of their ownership and offer them to its user. It directly converged the collective strength of humanity into a single interface. How scary. Some organization must have mastered the production of attribute candies, while another may have unlocked the secret to creating self-resonating gems. However, despite the system's all-encompassing nature, it very much explicitly lacked things related to spirituality. This meant that a study into this field had never become systematic enough to be passed around from generation to generation. This should be his own unique strength. Chapter 355 Tainted Sun. The Barracuda quietly traversed the asteroid cloud and reached Vez after a couple of hours. The corvette turned around and positioned her rear cargo hatch next to the cave. A number of bots began to retrieve everything from the cave, including the thickly wrapped Tainted Sundae. Vez kept an eye on his freshly fabricated grazer rifle. He was unwilling to let it out of his sight for a single second. Even though he trusted the women he hired to crew the Barracuda, he couldn't account for their curiosity. It was better to forestall any problems by maintaining his vigilance. A handful of crew members such as Jen and Ushra helped with securing the cargo. While they locked the containers, they noticed Lucky flying straight through solid matter as if it didn't exist. What the? Intruder alert. Hold on, false alarm girls. Vez quickly interposed when they attempted to draw their pistols. That's still Lucky. He's just a little special now. He quickly came up with a sloppy excuse for Lucky's current state. He spun a tall tale about obtaining a special exotic during the Glowing Planet campaign. Since he was already lying about it, he conveniently added that the whole reason for this trip was to figure out a way to incorporate this mysterious material into Lucky. "So you turned your mechanical pet into an energy being this way?" Ashra replied in a baffled tone. As the ship's engineer, she possessed a lot more expertise in technical matters, so she wouldn't be fooled so easily. "This is amazing. How did you do it?" "Trade secret," Vez simply replied. He figured that Ashra still held some reservations, but he didn't need to say anything more. What mattered was that Vez could use the same excuse to anyone else and they wouldn't be able to refute it to his face. After all, the Glowing Planet yielded a bewildering variety of exotics. Once the crew finished storing all of the goods, the Barracuda turned to head to the edge of the system. Just before she could fire up her thrusters, Vez called a halt. "What is it you want, sir?" Captain Sylvestra asked as she appeared in the cargo bay as a projection. "Don't leave the Joe system yet. Head towards the red dwarf in the center of the system. Get close to it as possible without damaging the ship. I want to dump a bunch of cargo into the sun." The woman looked oddly at Vez before she acknowledged his order. Her projection winked out, leaving Vez alone in the cargo bay. Lucky had already passed through the upper deck and played elsewhere. Since the asteroid with the cave already orbited fairly close to the sun, it didn't take too long to approach the red dwarf. The Corvette still took more than half a day to navigate between the asteroids, though the asteroid cloud had become increasingly sparse the closer they neared the Sunday. Nowadays, sun served as the ultimate garbage dumps. It only took a brief trip close to the scorching sun at the center of any star system to dump all manner of garbage that needed to disappear. However, with the current advances in recycling used materials, only low-value bulk materials got dumped this way. The cost of transforming worthless junk into usable materials exceeded the cost of shipping them straight into a Sunday. The only reason why someone went through the trouble of dumping valuable materials in the sun was if they had something to hide. Vez did not hide his intention to the crew, but he misdirected them by hinting that Vez had employed a very unique procedure on his cat instead of violating a taboo. As the Barracuda neared the sun, she started encountering some issues. Even though Red Dwarf's was one of the weakest suns in the galaxy, it still radiated enough energy to scorch a planet as long as it received all of the energy it pumped out in a single second. Proximity to any star entailed a lot of risks. Captain Sylvestra's projection returned to the cargo bay. "Sir, we've almost reached the threshold. Do you wish to begin the dumping process?" Even Vez could feel the heat creeping into the cargo bay. He nodded. "Let's proceed as soon as we ready the cargo." Vez waited for the Barracuda to turn around. She still continued her approach towards the center of the star system with the momentum she had built up, but this time she pointed astern towards the Sunday. Once she finished her maneuver, Vez began to remove the collars and safeties preventing the cargo from being shaken around in the event of a change in momentum. After that, he quickly left the cargo bay and climbed the decks until he reached the bridge. "Sir?" Sylvestra tipped her hat at him when he sat in the observer seat. "Shall we begin the dumping process?" "Go ahead." Then Vez remembered something crucial. "Ah, wait a bit. Can you check where Lucky is hanging out right now? I don't want him to get sucked out of the cargo bay." A projection appeared which displayed Lucky's current location. Right now, his lazy cat had broke into the lab and raided some of the spare materials he locked up in the cabinets. Bits and pieces of minerals lay strewn over deck next to his dozing form. Vez palmed his face. "Erg. Even my pet is taking up after my thieving mother." "What was that, sir?" "Oh, nothing. Please check one more time that nothing is out of place in the cargo bay. After that, you may proceed with dumping the entire cargo bay." "The entire cargo bay? Including the 3D printer?" "Including the printer." Had been ready to say goodbye to his first 3D printer ever since he reconstructed the Dortmund. The capabilities of this generic second-hand model couldn't catch up with his ambitions anymore. Even as a spare device that could be used to fabricate replacement parts, its imprecise mechanisms and terrible output prevented it from remaining relevant to the LMC. He might as well throw it away in that case. Ordinarily, Vez would have sought to sell it a desperate mech designer who wasn't too picky about buying third-hand goods, but now that he used it to fabricate the Tainted Sun, he couldn't risk letting someone else get their hands on it. Even if Vez had removed every possible bug in recording routine, he wasn't confident enough he caught everything. Thus, Vez would rather miss out on the 5,200 million credits that he could have earned if he sold it on. Goodbye, old companion. The printer deserved better. It had accompanied him in his first steps on his road to becoming a mech designer. He fabricated the Mark Antony Mark I and IIs with this machine. It was a piece of company history that would certainly become a priceless artifact if he becomes someone influential a couple of decades from now. Yet his paranoia forced him to put aside his sentiments and prioritize his safety. The rest of the galaxy couldn't find out about the Tainted Sun. It would destroy his career and ruin the Larkin Sun name in the process. The Barracuda used its reverse thrusters to continue accelerating towards the sun. Then, the captain ordered the cargo bay hatch to be opened. A bit of air had been left inside the bay, which leaked out into space in an instant. The decompression caused some of the cargo begin moving towards the edge. Simultaneously, the anti-grav modules in the cargo bay removed the artificial gravity that kept the cargo in place. They then exerted a horizontal repelling force on the cargo, pushing them away from the ship at a moderate speed. Once everything inside left through the hatch, the Barracuda ceased to power her reverse thrusters and began to fire up her main thrusters again. This slowly halted the Barracuda's descent into the sun and pushed her back from the threshold. Even though the anti-grav modules in the cargo bay hadn't exerted that much pushing force onto the cargo, the ship had been accelerating towards the sun at a brisk pace. The ejected cargo had inherited this momentum which sent them soaring towards the embrace of the sun. They'd be burning up within the hour. Vez lamented the waste, but hardly felt pained by the loss. As the Barracuda turned to leave the Joe system, Vez remained at his seat and kept watching the spinning cargo as they slowly neared the furnace of the Red Dwarf. He only left the bridge once he personally saw them burning up. All right, you can head back to Cloudy Curtain now. Make sure that no one finds out we've been here. They might have to skulk through the asteroid cloud and make some detours in their route, but Vez could never take enough precautions. He left the crew to their jobs and left for his stateroom. Once he entered it, he sat behind his terminal but didn't activate it yet. Instead, he held up his comm and activated his privacy shield before running the system. Congratulations for completing the upgrade mission. A mech designer must strive forth and use any means to improve his designs. A mech designer reveres their own abilities and nothing else. Possessing the means to design a special mech but lacking the will to make it into fruition is a sign of weakness. The ultimate mech designer must be free and unrestrained. That's easy for you to say. Vez snorted. He was glad he finished the mission to the system's satisfaction. Even if it carried a moderate difficulty, Vez was still afraid he had fallen short of the system's standards. Good thing he passed. Please stand by. Stand by for what? A mass of knowledge suddenly thrust into his mind. His calm and serene mindscape instantly fell into disorder as an incredibly dense amount of knowledge poured into its midst. Vez held back his screams as more knowledge than he could ever imagine assimilated within his mind in the most straightforward method possible. Vez thought his mind had improved to a point where he wouldn't feel any pain from acquiring a new skill. He was wrong. The senior-level physics he waited so long to acquire was so much more significant than he thought. It carried much of humanity's recent advancements in the field of theoretical physics, with a bias in areas directly related to mech. Many of the theories directly or indirectly touched upon the wonders made possible by exotics. Their ability to bend the laws of reality allowed for much more extensive observation and experimentation. This led to many conclusions that shook his conception of reality. Hundreds, thousands of different opinions happened within seconds of each other. The higher dimensions are countless, and they're not as unreachable as I thought. I made so many fundamental mistakes in designing the Tainted Sun. Stupid, stupid, stupid. So that is why the crystal builders are proficient in manipulating light and portals. It's their unique crystals that are at the heart of their technology. I see. This is why those materials are prohibited. They are too dangerous to be circulated. They can annihilate an entire star. So this is how modern battery works. I understand why they use these materials. What was a senior mech designer? As someone who surpassed the level of journeyman, such a person would have an august status everywhere he went. Even the first-rate superstates respected seniors due to the wealth of knowledge they earnestly accumulated over many decades. Vez had to compress all that lifetime of knowledge in a single sitting. It took over 12 hours before the system stopped pouring in a transport's worth of knowledge into his mind. It took a lot more time to digest these gains. Vez only fully mastered 1% of what he gained, and those merely consisted of the easier parts. It's going to take a bit longer for me to master this knowledge. He frowned. His face revealed his fatigue. Unlike the last times, his mind simply couldn't handle the profoundness of what he gained. The system did as much as it could to help him digest the materials, but it wasn't a god. I'm being limited by my mental capacity. Vez thought about hurrying up the process by ingesting a transcendence pill. Without enhancing his intelligence, it might take months before he could fully utilize his senior-level physics. He thought about how the war went so far and calculated whether he could delay his upcoming design project. He had no doubt the war would heat up in the next couple of months. By then, the MTA would certainly call him up to contribute to the Republic. Did he have enough time to ingest the Transcendence pill and complete another original design? It's going to be another gamble. Chapter 356 Human Limmy. He decided to go through with the gamble, even though he might not obtain the intended result. The Transcendence pill he received from the system as a reward from the Glowing Planet campaign came with a very powerful benefit. It could directly break the attribute limit of any of his mental attributes. There were two major problems. One of them was that it hadn't mentioned any way to control the outcome. Ideally, Vez hoped to boost his intelligence, because it would directly help the speed in which he mastered his new and overwhelming senior-level physics skill. The other problem related to the amount of time had been disposed. The pill's description offered a very wide range of time, from just a single day to 8 days of adjustment. In the meantime, Vez would fall into a coma as the pill did its magic. I can't afford to be down for 3 months. The Bright Republic's situation will certainly deteriorate in that time. Vez thought about it and figured the main reason it might take so long to unlock his genetic limit. The pill would be facing an uphill struggle if the person who ingested it possessed a weak foundation. Most of his mental attributes scored 1.7 and higher, so Vez had no concerns in that area. However, just to be safe, he spent the last dregs of his DP to round his attributes out to its current maximum limit. At his state, Vez had no excuse for leaving his attributes so low. Intelligence Attribute Candy. 1800 DP. Intelligence Attribute Candy. 1900 DP. Creativity Attribute Candy. 1900 DP. Concentration Attribute Candy. 1700 DP. Concentration Attribute Candy. 1800 DP. Concentration Attribute Candy. 1900 DP. Too bad the store doesn't offer any spirituality candies. If his conjecture about the source of the store items was correct, then Vez shouldn't get his hopes up. After all, not a single human in the galaxy possessed a deeper systematic understanding of spirituality. The candies worked their magic in his body and Vez could feel his mind grow in minute ways. The boost in strength had not been as large as crossing past 1.0, but it definitely brought other benefits. It appeared the closer a human got to 2.0, the more their mental prowess quickened and became more steady. It's actually an increase in stability. A small weight had been lifted from his mind, and strange enough, the internal energy cycle within his body had also grown a little lighter. Vez rubbed his stomach and chest with a deep expression. So this thing that Dr. Jutland has implanted within me isn't purely a physiological matter. It's strongly related to my mentality. Perhaps it's even directly related to spirituality. He always suspected something like that might be true, but he subconsciously dismissed it all of this time because of Dr. Jutland's crazy ravings. His constant rants about the importance of developing the mind over the body sounded crazy back at the time, but now, Vez couldn't help but reconsider his words. Had the mysterious and rebellious Five Scrolls Compact been on the right track? Why had they fallen out with the CFA and MTA? A chilling dread ran through his spine. Dr. Jutland appeared to be an outcast of the heretical organization. If the higher-ups of the Compact took him a little more seriously, they might have been able to master the phenomenon of spirituality. Fortunately, from Jutland's resentment, Vez gathered that the Five-Scroll Compact focused most of their efforts on enhancing their physical bodies. They pursued a completely different direction. It's not like they can help it. Human science is still biased against things they can't observe. As long as no one could sense or measure spirituality directly, even the most radical scientists in the compact possessed no clue. Still, Vez did not underestimate the ingenuity of the human mind. Like Dr. Jutland, there must be several other hermits and outcasts who might be on the right track, if only coincidentally. At some point, the secret won't be a secret anymore. At least I have a head start in this field. The benefit of being a pioneer was that he could reap the benefits first. Vez became more determined to develop his mental attributes and find a way to grow his spirituality to even greater heights. He took the rest of the trip back to Cloudy Curtain to rest his mind. He cleansed his mind of any distractions and attempted to bring it to its peak state. He shoved aside any concerns about designing a rifleman mech for later. He also halted his attempts to integrate the influx of physics knowledge. The Barracuda took a little longer than necessary to return to Cloudy Curtain. Even though she possessed enough capability to hop directly from the Joe system to the Bentham system, such a straight and obvious trajectory could easily be traced back to Vez. Thus, Captain Sylvestre chose to obfuscate their presence by transitioning to a number of uninhabited star systems before they finally approached Cloudy Curtain without passing through Bentham. The monitoring equipment in the Cloudy Curtain system was extremely rudimentary. The captain believed that it wouldn't be able to pinpoint the exact star system the ship had made their final transition. Good work, Captain. Vez nodded to Sylvestre as he stood on the bridge while the Corvette made her final descent onto his home planet. I won't be needing the Barracuda for a couple of months, I think, so she should get back to regular duty. Understood, sir. The Barracuda had become something of a status symbol to the executives who needed to commute between Cloudy Curtain and Bentham. Her sleek appearance and impeccable coalition pedigree always impressed their business partners. Once they reached the spaceport, Vez left for his old workshop with his intangible pet in tow. At first, the security escort dispatched by Senile Ablin looked nonplussed at Lucky's casual ability to pass through the plating of the armored shuttle. Ha, don't mind my pet. He recently received a couple of upgrades. Vez quickly attempted to defuse their suspicions while trying to grab onto his lawless cat. Unfortunately, he utterly failed at grasping onto Lucky as he floated through people and fixtures with no regard. The journey back to the old workshop therefore became a little tense. Vez had no doubt the security officers would report their sightings back to Senile Ablin's office, which would then pass on the intelligence back to the Kansu clan. Vez had made no attempts to hide Lucky's new state. Even if he could get his cat to obey him, the benefits decisively outweighed the risks. He had done some studies of Lucky's intangible state with the help of his Vulcan eye. It turned out that Lucky had become as elusive as if he entered the field emitted by the privacy shield. Although optical sensors could still detect the mechanical cat, many other sensors ceased to work entirely. This turned Lucky into a great spy and thief. Vez had become well aware of the implications as Lucky had raided the Barracuda stores of spare materials bare with impunity. Thinking about his losses prompted Vez to stare his pet with a vigilant expression. Lucky had better not try to break into the storerooms of the LMC. I'm keeping my eye on you. Meow? Lucky responded back, and tried to act cute. He floated down to Vez and partially solidified on his owner's lap. Meow. Vez couldn't help but take the invitation and stroke Lucky's back. He chuckled. He couldn't stay angry at his pet. A couple of hours later, the armed escort arrived at the outskirts of Freslin. The old workshop looked a little bit less lively since he last visited the place. When Vez exited the shuttle, he met with Carlos, who waited on him at the front entrance. Carlos, how's it going here? It's largely empty here at the moment. We've already moved most of our operations to the new complex. By the way, you forgot to name it. Everyone's calling it the complex or the place. It gets confusing sometimes. Let me think about it on the way. First, I want to take a stroll through this workshop one last time. Before Vez left for the Joe system, he ordered the LMC to pack up and move to their operations to the new complex with haste. Even if the construction project hadn't been finished yet, Vez wanted to hurry up with the move because it was already a lot safer to work from there. As Vez entered the halls, he instantly noticed the lack of furniture and people moving around. Previously, the office areas of the workshop had been packed with workers. Now, their absence left a gaping void that could never be plugged again. The old workshop already attained a touch of history in its empty halls. Almost everything from the desks to the monitoring equipment had been removed. Only the old cleaning bot still moved within these halls. The old machines had been left behind because the manufacturing complex possessed a better suite of bots. After glancing at his old personal office, Vez wandered over to the yard, the empty storerooms and the fabrication hall. The mech technicians had already packed up the Dortmund and the rest of the main production line and moved them away. The absence of all the large machinery had turned the hall into an empty cavern. Just think about it. Carlos prompted. Almost 2 years ago, you began your business with a single old printer and assembly machine. I doubt you had more than a couple of million credits to your name. Now, your net worth must have ballooned into the billions. With his enhanced mind, Vez sensed a subtle thread of envy in the voice of his friend. It's all thanks to my designs. Without my work, the LMC would have never grown so big at this point. As the first person who joined me, I won't mistreat you. He felt the need to reinforce Carlos' loyalty. Vez casually handed him a bonus of a couple of million credits, but they both knew that such an amount of money wouldn't change anything. You've already been more than generous to me, Vez. He responded as he looked at Vez with a despondent expression. The money is great, but it's the practice and the books that's truly useful for me. I've been studying under you for all this time. How far have you come along? Further than when I started. I've even designed some variants of the Black Beak in my spare time. Would you like to take a look at them? If you wish. This time, Vez gazed with interest as Carlos transferred some files to his comm. He projected the design schematics and studied them with his full professional attention. He knew why Carlos opted to design a variant of the newer Black Beak instead of the older Mark Antony Mark II design. The latter was an extremely complex hybrid knight while the Black Beak was one of the simplest mech types in existence. However, just because the Black Beak appeared relatively simple didn't mean it contained a lot of complexity. Vez incorporated a lot of subtlety and nuances into the Black Beak. Those who failed to see through these secrets would never be able to trump his original vision. Vez only took a minute to determine that Carlos had missed the most essential points. His variants all increased the Black Beak's power at the cost of endurance. That didn't sound so bad on the surface, but many of the Black Beak's components specialized in lasting power. To turn that around and force them to perform past their shallow peaks meant that they'd be worn out within months at worst. For a design that Vez intended to last for at least a decade, that was blasphemous. If that wasn't bad enough, Carlos had also botched the trade-offs. He traded far too much endurance to squeeze out just a little bit more peak performance out of his variant. If Vez made a casual effort, he could easily double the gains, not that he would ever want to. Carlos opted to pursue a vision that was diametrically opposite to the original intention of the Black Beak. As for the X factor, Vez generously didn't include that factor in his evaluation. Carlos hadn't been clued into that particular secret anyway. When Vez wiped away the projection of the design schematic, he turned his eyes towards his friends. I don't know how to say it, but your work could use a little more maturing. That bad, huh? Carlos replied with a low voice. It was as if he already accepted that he botched his designs. Can you tell me what I should work on? Vez quietly sighed in relief. At least his friend hadn't been in denial and accepted his shortcomings. There was hope for him yet. Before you design a variant, it helps if you set a vision for it that's compatible with the base model. You can't turn a marathon runner into a sprinter in a single go. Figure out a set of criteria that your variant has to meet that's also not too different from the parameters of the base model. Won't that defeat the point of my work? If my variant performs too similar to the original work, what's the point of publishing a variant in the first place? That's not exactly wrong, but it's better to err on the side of caution. Get some practice in first before you begin to deviate further. Try to figure out a way to add a new capability without sacrificing too much performance. For example, the Black Beak has always been a little bit poor in terms of heat management. If you can come up with a solution with regards to that area, then you can save me a lot of trouble. Hope sprung in Carlos' eyes. You can count on me, Vez. Chapter 357. Benson. In truth, Vez didn't think that Carlos could come up with a solution that the LMC could accept. His friend's foundation was still too lacking, and his talent and learning ability was decidedly average. He would never amount to anything in the mech industry unless he ate a lot of attribute candies. That put Vez to thought. Would Carlos be able to benefit from the attribute candies as well? If that was true, then Vez might be able to nurture Carlos into a welcome and much-needed assistant. Right now, the LMC depended too much on Vez to do all of the essential design work. If he could offload some of the more trivial tasks such as designing variants of his own designs to Carlos, then the company might be a lot better off in the long term. Carlos, he began. What do you see yourself doing 10 years from now? I see myself working alongside you as always. His friend replied with an aspirational tone. I know it's going to be difficult catching up with your growth, but I'm a hard worker. I know I can do it. Don't forget that I helped build the LMC to its present height as well. It's my baby as well, so I'll work as hard as I can to make it into an ever greater company. This reassured Vez. If the LMC ever grew to the point where it needed to bolster its design capabilities with a team of designers, then Carlos would certainly play an important role. His shallow foundation and average talent could always be amended with the help of the system. Still, Vez wasn't in a hurry to do so. Besides having a lot of matters on his plate, he also had to figure out a way to prevent exposure. After finishing his tour of the old workshop, Vez boarded the armored shuttle and flew towards the manufacturing complex. An hour later, they had arrived at the immense site, which looked a lot more finished than before. Jake waited for him outside the landing pads. Vez, I hope you'll stick around longer this time. If nothing unexpected happens, then you'll certainly get your wish. Vez chuckled back. Fill me in on how the LMC is doing these last couple of weeks. Has anything changed? There's a spike in orders. The entire mech industry is getting swamped with customers. Every outfit that have earned a killing in the glowing planet are eagerly trying to bolster their capabilities. Some of the smaller gangs that participated in the event have already been robbed and killed by rivals who missed out. Vez nodded when he heard what had happened. The influx of the nouveau riche had turned the entire Bright Republic on its head. Too many outfits gained an abundance of money, but sustained severe losses as well. They turned into the best kind of targets to vultures looking for an easy score. How has the market responded? These newly enriched outfits generally adopt two different buying patterns. The smaller ones with less capabilities are prioritizing delivery speed over quality. They want to take immediate ownership of their purchase and aren't willing to wait for more than day. Quality doesn't matter too much, so the smaller players of the market with readily available stock are having a field day at this moment. That sounds great, but it probably doesn't have anything to do with us. We've never been able to build up an inventory of mech. The LMC fabricated mech as fast as they shipped out, so the news hadn't been relevant to Vez. His company had long grown past the definition of small player. That's where the second type of customers come in. These are the big players like the major mercenary corps and the Blood Claws. They've all placed a big batch of orders for our products. The waiting list has practically doubled in the last couple of weeks, and it's only growing longer by the day. He smiled at that. He had anticipated that this would happen. That was why he agreed to take out a major loan in order to finance an expansion in the company's production capability. Are the two new production lines up and running yet? It's been shipped a week ago. Chief Cyril took charge and brought them down to the fabrication floor. Last I heard, the chief and his men are still in the process of setting up the production lines, but I'm not an expert in this matter. That's fine. I'll go down and help out in person. I know more about the production equipment than anyone else in the company. Before you go, Vez, the manufacturing complex needs a name. It's a multi-billion-dollar project and it will one day house thousands of employees. It's a great start to a major undertaking of the LMC. It's destined to become one of this planet's most iconic landmarks. Landmark, huh? Vez uttered as his mind drifted off. Let me think of a name. When Vez initially planned the construction of the manufacturing complex, he hadn't fixated on a name. He figured he could casually come up with something on the spot, but now he thought that the complex deserved a more considerate name. The future of the living Mech Corporation rested on this massive company site. This was the exclusive domain of his company, and everyone who stepped foot here day by day would put their hopes on its prosperity. Besides serving as a production site for Mech, the complex also featured a lot of fortifications. The walls, turrets, Mech patrols and other security features ensured that anyone who attempted to attack the complex had to pay a price. The LMC had signed a more extensive contract with Sanil Lapland to ensure that the site would not receive any disturbances, either from sabotage or overt attacks. The beefed-up contract added to the company's expenses, but with the impending addition of 2 production lines, it should be able to shoulder the extra burden. Since this complex is the center of the LMC, it needs a name that reflects the ideals of the company. How about the Mech Nursery? Jake was absolutely floored at the name. The old man tested the words in his mind for a little bit. It's an unconventional name. I don't know if it will fit the complex. Although his COO still held some reservations on the name, Vez didn't change his mind. The more he thought about it, the more the name fit the aspirations of the company. He wanted to create Mech with life, and what better than to call their place of origin as the Mech Nursery? Even if it sounded weird, it reinforced the impression that Vez wanted to convey to the Mech industry and his customers. His products carry the spark of life, and they deserve to be treated that way. Right now, Jake reluctantly registered a name through his comm. After signing some paperwork, the complex would officially be known as the Mech Nursery. It already churned the old man's stomach. Haha, let's go inside now. I want to see what you've done to the place. Under the company of Jake and Carlos, Vez proceeded to tour the complex from top to bottom. He visited the above-ground offices first. Most of the floors hadn't been put to use as of yet, but Vez envisioned a time when these empty white halls would be brimming with people. Muddled after Marcella's office, Vez enjoyed the top floor to himself. The wide-open spaces, the golden brown furnishings and the exquisite furniture all added to his prestige. He would definitely be able to imitate the likes of Marcella and Mr. Chandler of the MTA if he sat behind his imposing desk. Vez tested the padding of his desk chair and realized that it hid a large number of features that added to his comfort. Lucky also perched at the top of the chair and partially materialized to test out its functions as well. The seat had evidently been designed to accommodate pets. I'm very glad with the look and feel of my office. It makes me feel like a successful CEO. That's good. We've especially hired a number of renowned interior designers to decorate the offices. As pleasant as his new office looked, the real work was done below. They left the top office and took the elevator that brought them straight underground. Vez only briefly toured the underground floors. He already visited them a few weeks ago, and besides some additions, they largely remained empty due to a lack of capacity. Only the manufacturing floor possessed a lot of liveliness. The Dortmund production line had been moved to the first production hall. A number of Mech technicians could be seen working on fabricating another silver label Blackbeak. Vez left the workers to it and visited another hall. A larger number of Mech technicians gathered around the brand new production line. It consisted of a full set of 3D printer, alloy compressor, chemical treatment machine and assembly machine. They all came from the same company called Benson Industrial Machinery. Benson enjoyed a significant amount of renown in the Bright Republic for producing lines of fairly excellent Mech manufacturing equipment. Chief Cyril had evidently been a fan of them, since he chose to purchase 2 of their upscale production lines in a single go. Chief, come over here, Vez. Help me with the configuration of this Benson printer. Vez figuratively pulled up his sleeves and stepped close to the 3D printer that formed the core of the production line. What's wrong? I don't know if we missed something, but the printer refuses to work. It spits out a bunch of error codes, but the manual only provides us with a brief description. Have you called for support? GM's support lines are swamped with calls for help. The LMC isn't the only company who decided to expand their production. Our competitors are joining in the race as well, since there's a lot of money going around these days. Without the influx of customers who had recently gotten wealthy off the glowing planet, Vez wouldn't have pulled the trigger and taken out a loan to finance the Benson production lines. The other mech manufacturers must have performed the same calculus and accelerated their expansion plans as well. Looks like we need to fix this ourselves. Let me take a look at it. Vez had bought a fair number of assembly skills from the system, so he quickly figured out the root of the problem. The 3D printer and the rest of the machines functioned normally, but they required a lot of connections in between. Without effective communication between the different machines, the production line lost a lot of efficiency. With the help of Vez, the chief and the rest of the technicians became enlightened about the problem. Once the source of the problem became known, the technicians could fix it on their own. Vez left the mech technicians to their jobs but pulled Chief Cyril aside for a private talk. How effective do you think the Benson production line will perform? The chief scratched his stubby chin. Compared to the Dortmund line? It's a lot more automated, so it's bound to be faster. However, the Dortmund yield retrieved is unparalleled in precision and quality control. I'd say there's going to be a little more waste if we utilize the Benson machines at their full capacity. If you want to achieve the same level of quality as the Dortmunds, then we'll have to cut our production speed by at least 30%. That's unacceptable. Vez shook his head. Even though he constantly emphasized the importance of maintaining a high level of quality, it didn't come at the cost of common sense. The silver label Blackbeaks will be fine with a small drop in quality. We can catch the worst faults in time if we scan and double-check each part that comes out of the 3D printer. That will slow down our production process as well. Scanning each and every part as they come out is a laborious process, although it's faster than slowing down our overall rate of production. Then we'll do so. It's very important to scan our parts for their integrity. I don't want to hear about any cases where our customers died because we haven't been prudent enough to check our own parts. The chief nodded in acknowledgement. He agreed with the sentiment. That's a good choice. It will cut into our earnings, but it will give our customers some peace of mind. After questioning Cyril about how other matters, Vez finally left the manufacturing floor. Once they stepped into the elevator, he decided to go down to the lab floor. Jake frowned as he stood beside Vez. Why do you want to enter the lab? We've already visited it. I'm about to conduct a very important experiment. I'm sorry about the short notice, but it'll be indisposed for up to 3 months. I won't be coming out and I won't be accepting any interruptions during this time. What? Chapter 358 Transcendence. Vez thought about it carefully. The value of the Transcendence pill lay in its ability to overcome the human limit without any side effects. It only cost him time, while precious, would never be short in stock. Therefore, even if the Bright Republic faced tumultuous times, the benefits of the pill absolutely outweighed the cost. Even if Vez ultimately couldn't finish his second original design in time, he would still be able to use his increased capabilities in other ways. A special elevator slowly descended many kilometers deep into the earth. It passed through a number of checkpoints and defenses that surrounded the sensitive lab and private workshop floor. When the elevator doors finally opened, Vez stepped into the lab with Lucky floating behind him. The cat quickly darted away, passing through a number of walls without encountering any hindrance. Besides Lucky, nothing should have been able to penetrate the thick defenses of the lab. An uncountable amount of defenses and security measures hid behind the annealed walls. Advanced electronic defense systems thwarted the intrusion of any bugs and jammed any form of signaling or transmission. A secure but expensive quantum entanglement node formed the only method of communication with the outside galaxy. Closed air circulation and filtration systems ensure that the entire floor was completely sterile and free of contaminants. A storeroom filled with water and nutrient packs as well as an excellent organic recycling system ensure that Vez would easily be able to last inside the floor for more than a decade. The way the security systems had been set up made it difficult for Senile Ablin to snoop in on him. A thick layer of signal-blocking material enveloped the entire floor. The only way that they'd be able to receive telemetry was if some kind of miniature bug hitchhiked on his body or inside his comm. Good luck with that. The system practically monopolized his comm and didn't allow any form of malware or spyware to invest his most important electronic device. As for external bugs, Lucky often snacked on them every day. Vez even went to the trouble of hiring several other security companies and consultants to supervise the construction of this floor. He even asked the Larkin Son estate to send their own specialist to keep an eye on the supervisors. All of this had ballooned his expenses, but Vez wasn't short on money these days. From now on, this is my temple. Vez became inspired to construct a private workshop after Oleg invited him into Master Olsen's workshop in Lemur. Despite her absence, her workshop carried a majestic air that made it clear that miracles emerged from that place. Right now, his own workshop was half empty and rather barren. Much of the fancy machines cost much more than 10 times the total worth of the LMC. Vez had no choice but to set aside his intentions of purchasing all of those expensive machines and settle for the basics. It's sufficient for now. He planned to make full use of what he got once he started designing his rifleman mech. Right now, he had a pill to ingest. He left the working area and entered the attached living space. After freshening himself up yet again, Vez called out to Lucky. "Come over here." Lucky floated through the walls and stopped in the air in front of Vez. "Meow? I'm going to be out cold for a time. I don't know how long it lasts, but make sure nobody enters this floor, okay?" Meow. "Hey, don't argue with me. I left a whole batch of high-value minerals inside the storerooms. Feel free to munch on them while you guard over me." Meow. This time, Lucky appeared to comply with his orders. If nothing else, Vez could always bribe his cat with food. Once he finished making his final preparations, he took out the Transcendence pill he received as a reward at the end of the Glowing Planet campaign. The thumb-sized pill carried an organic gold luster, as if it had been condensed by the blood of a god. If the system is able to bring out a Transcendence pill, then someone in the galaxy is able to produce them. How difficult is it to make such a wondrous pill? Gene boosts already cost a fortune to produce, and they only provided marginal effects compared to the Transcendence pill. This tiny object had the potential of transforming the life of anyone who ingested it. The price for this pill must certainly be horrible for any single person to bear. The depths of the galaxy hid an uncountable amount of powerhouses. Master mech designers emigrated from the Galactic Rim and the Galactic Heartland all the time in order towards the Galactic Center. Besides competing for the best technologies and the most miraculous exotics, Vez guessed they also struggled to obtain the favor of organizations that grasped the production of these precious pills. There's nothing in the Galactic Rim and Galactic Heartland that can keep these master mech designers interested. The Komodo star sector especially had it bad. As one of the most backward star sectors in the galaxy, over 2/3 of the masters that emerged from this region had eventually said goodbye to their old states and journeyed to the center of the galaxy in order to join the Terrans or the Rubarthans. Would Master Olsen choose to go for greener pastures as well someday? She only advanced to the rank of Master a fairly short time ago. She's still too young at 100 years old. With a sufficient amount of life-prolonging treatments, a wealthy individual could easily push up to 600 years. Many fossils that experienced the violent transition from the Age of Conquest to the Age of Mech still clung to their lives to this day. He estimated that Master Olsen should take at least another 100 years to shore up her foundation before she made her play. Once that happened, everything would change. Vez knew that if he tried hard enough, Master Olsen would certainly extend an invitation for him to join her expedition to the center of the galaxy. If Vez was a normal mech designer, he'd certainly look forward to it. But with a system, who knew if he would still be Master Olsen's apprentice in 100 years? Perhaps he'd be able to treat her as his equal by that time. If Master Olsen is a genius who can advance to Master in 100 years, then he'll certainly be able to accomplish the same. Advancing to Master in 100 years, how ambitious. Vez even harbored ambitions of reaching such a height well before he turned 100 years old. The renowned star designer who held the title of Polymath held the record for the youngest advancement to Master. She took less than 50 years to rocket straight to Master, astounding the entire galaxy in a single feat. All of that is still too far away. He sighed and turned his attention back to the Transcendence pill. This shall be the next step in my road to ascension. Vez carefully lay down on his bed and popped the pill into his mouth. He didn't require any water to swallow down the pill. In fact, it had turned into liquid as soon as it entered his mouth. A rush of energy emerged from his stomach and shot straight to his brains. Before he could even contemplate the feeling, an invisible pillow smothered his consciousness. An unknown amount of time went by as Vez slumbered on his bed. He completely fell into dormancy, and wouldn't wake up even if he grew hungry or needed to relieve himself. Naturally, he already prepared some bots to take care of those issues beforehand, but strangely enough, his body remained in a state of stasis. Besides his respiration, almost every other bodily function had paused. Sometimes, Lucky emerged from the walls and landed atop Vez. His mastery over his intangible state allowed him to materialize completely for short moments of time by now, and he often did so in order to bump Vez from his sleep. Meow. Unfortunately, nothing he did managed to wake Vez up. Sensing the futility of his actions, Lucky gave up on the idea and instead spent most of his time sleeping atop his owner. As for Vez, his mind had been cast far away from the Komodo star sector. The transcendence pill had a marvelous effect on his mind. He felt as if he experienced an out-of-body moment yet again, but instead of being brought into someone else's body, his mind and soul had reached an immeasurable height above the galaxy. His incorporeal senses gazed down at the splendid disk of the Milky Way. The galaxy spun much faster according to reality. Thousands of years went by with each second that passed by. It clued him in that he was looking at an illusion. Still, real or fake, the unfiltered sight of the revolving galaxy had impressed him beyond belief. It's so beautiful. The galaxy is much more vast than I can imagine. Red dwarfs, blue giants, black holes and more made up the fabric of the constantly spinning galaxy. At the center of it all lay the supermassive black hole that kept the stellar objects together. Witnessing the wealth and breadth of the galaxy through his soul affected him more than he thought. As he gazed down at the galaxy gazed up at him. An immense, primordial energy that spun with the galaxy quietly seeped a tiny portion of its being into his soul. As soon as that happened, Vez received a mighty shock to his mind that instantly catapulted him out of the illusion. Back at the underground private workshop, Vez woke up with sweat streaking down his body. His breath became disorderly as his mind and body momentarily fell out of sync. It hurts. His brains heated up as it experienced an inexplicable transformation. Vez groaned and squirmed on his bed as he tried to endure the pain. He blacked out once again. The next time he woke up, he found to his surprise that the pain had subsided. His sweat-stained body had also been cleaned up by the bots that stood by. After Vez tentatively prodded his head, he sighed in relief as he didn't appear to be suffering from any further side effects. That was one hell of a trip. Moments later, Lucky passed straight through the door and solidified his body in order to cuddle against Vez. Meow. Ha ha ha. I missed you too. From Lucky's urgency, Vez deduced that the transcendence pill had eaten up a fair amount of time. He quickly activated his comm and looked at the date. 33 days went by. That was better than he feared, but worse than he hoped. Just over a month went by, which meant that anything could have happened in between. Before he inspected his changes, he first wanted to contact Jake and hear from him if anything had happened during his coma. Since the quantum entanglement node on this floor had been confined to a closed system, Vez couldn't use his own comm to contact the outside world. Vez slowly slid from his bed and shakily walked out of the apartment. He approached a closed chamber which held a solitary terminal that connected directly to the quantum entanglement node buried just underneath. He connected to the galactic net and entered his mailbox. Nothing serious happened. He arranged for Jake, Melker, Marcella, Qualcy and Gavin to send him weekly reports. Although plenty of notable events took place in the past month, nothing directly affected the LMC in any detrimental way. A few raids on Bentheme and the surrounding systems, price inflation, shortage of rare exotics. Melker finally finished recruiting his cadre for the Avatars of Myth. With an abundance of money and authority from Vez, Melker eventually succeeded in hiring 8 capable mech pilots. He also spent much of his allowance on purchasing mech for them to begin their live training, although the 2 night pilots still waited to receive their gold label Blackbeaks. That can still wait. Once he reassured himself that nothing critical demanded his presence, Vez shut down the terminal. Alright now, he mentally stimulated his mind and tried to figure out if anything had changed. He resumed the long stagnant process of integrating the senior-level physics knowledge that he succeeded in obtaining. It's faster. The integration of knowledge happened at least 10 times faster. The difference between before and after couldn't be compared. His processing speed had sped up by an entire order of magnitude. Yes. My gamble succeeded. My intelligence has broken through the human limit. What did that mean? From now on, Vez would rapidly be able to learn and process all kinds of esoteric knowledge. He could even branch out into fields that shared no relations with Mech, though he didn't plan to do so. How high is my intelligence right now? Chapter 359 Second original design. His mouth gaped open as he called up his status page. Much of it remained the same, so he skimmed over them entirely. Instead, his eyes narrowed down on his intelligence score. Intelligence 2.1. Just 2.1? The difference of 0.1 at this level actually produced a sea of change. Obviously, the attribute scores didn't follow a linear pattern of growth. For example, someone with an intelligence of 2.0 wasn't twice as smart as someone with an intelligence of 1.0. Each increment of 0.1 provided a different amount of improvement. Reaching a score of 2.1 was a vast gulf of difference, especially when it had reached a stable state. Vez once reached a height of 2.2 in endurance, and that had transformed his body in many ways. It was a pity that he gained such strength from Dr. Jutland's insane experiments. Jutland hadn't actually been able to break the human limit, so the abnormally high endurance actually started to break down his body. If the CFA hadn't reverted some of the changes, he would have died when he reached 50 years old. It's far too soon for me to die at 50 years. Let alone 50 years, Vez believed he could easily last more than 500 years. Once Vez understood his changes, he didn't hesitate to integrate the immense amount of knowledge provided by senior-level physics. What previously took months to digest now took up just a week. For the next week, Vez did nothing but sit behind a desk while casting his mind inward. An extreme amount of theories with regards to fundamental physics became understandable over time. Much of the knowledge enabled him to understand and work with various types of exotics. Before mastering this level of knowledge, the only way that Vez could integrate exotics into his own design was if he obtained a readily available license. For example, the Veltrex armor system with its 3 layers of armor plating that withstood different damage types came with several ingenious formulas. The research institution poured a lot of resources into developing these formulas that combined several exotics into special alloys that provided a wondrous effect. Previously, Vez was purely a consumer of these formulas. Now, he gained the minimum qualifications to produce his own formulas. Still, it's not that simple. The senior-level physics only provided him with a broad but fairly shallow foundation. If he wanted to develop an actual formula, then he needed to supplement his main skill with several sub-skills raised to a certain height. Right now, Vez didn't hold any ambitions of developing his own component designs. Even though it cost him a lot of money or merits, making use of existing licenses saved him a lot of time and energy. A mech pilot doesn't have to know how to build a mech. A ship captain doesn't have to know how to build a ship. A doctor doesn't have to refine his own medicine. Vez believed that it should be enough to focus on his core job of designing new mech. Even if the system easily allowed him to unlock a myriad of specialties, he did not have any intentions of imitating the polymath. I have my own way of making mech come to life. Even without the relevant sub-skills, the main skill alone provided a lot of benefits to Vez. He easily understood the heart of each phenomenon and became more proficient in handling advanced technology. In particular, he gained a comprehensive boost in understanding laser weapons. If before he could only design an average gamma laser rifle design, now he would easily be able to improve the Tainted Sun by more than 20%. Once a week went by, Vez fully integrated his long-awaited boost. Now, he directly met one of the criteria to advance to Journeyman Mech Designer. According to the demands set by the MTA, he only needed to formulate his design philosophy and pass some tests before he could officially leave his apprentice days behind. I still have to design a number of original mech. The MTA set a strict bar for anyone who wanted to be acknowledged as a journeyman mech designer. They had to design 5 original mech. Naturally, the designs also had to meet a minimum performance standard. In that regard, the Blackbeak already passed the test, so Vez wasn't worried about failing to meet the standard. Vez first checked his messages again on the isolated terminal. Nothing special had happened, although the amount of raids by the Visions had increased. He figured that the LMC could last a little longer without his presence. "You've been delaying my next project for too long. It's time for me to make the first step." He finally felt ready to embark on his next design project. His inadvertent adventure with the Crystal Ruins had given him a lot of inspiration on how his next design should look like, and he was eager to turn his ideas into reality. Immediately, he faced an important choice. First, should he collaborate with someone on this project, and second, should he log his every action in detail? Different from designing his first original mech, Vez faced a lot less constraints this time. He already went through his debut and proved that he could design an original mech without any outside assistance. Now that he gained the mech industry's acknowledgement, he enjoyed a lot more freedom this time. Vez thought about his gains from the Crystal Ruins. Once he began to design his mech, it would become obvious that he incorporated alien insights into his work. When the MTA checks the logs, they won't care about these matters. To a behemoth like the MTA, they won't lift their brows if Vez applied some of the principles that power the alien ruins. His recent upgrade in intelligence and his acquisition of senior-level physics had vastly improved his understanding of the Crystal Builder's technology. Even if he still couldn't unlock the secret behind the circuits, he still harvested in many other ways. While Vez had a lot to hide, he didn't mind being stared at by the MTA. Logging his design process would instead ensure his claim on his own design and prevent others from accusing him that he stole his design from someone else. That happened more often than anyone thought. Still, Vez did not entirely wish to rely on himself this time. He knew the challenges of competing directly against the mainstream models and their variants. The market for rifleman mech was too competitive for Vez to make an impact even with all of his recent gifts. Vez gently stroked his calm. When the time was right, he'd disable the logs and activate his super publish function. He hoped that he could elevate the quality of his design just enough to break into the market. As for how to explain the jump in quality, Vez could just hand out an excuse that he let an unknown expert make a pass on his own design. Mech designers with a lot of connections often invited experts to elevate their designs to another level. Most of the time, these experts insisted on being credited by their works, but sometimes they wished to remain anonymous. In this regard, Vez could easily explain his super publish function by crediting an anonymous contributor. The only downside to the super publish function is that I won't earn any DP from its sales. This was a very steep price. However, as long as he captured a small chunk of the market for rifleman mech, the profits would be immense and his prestige would rise well above his fellow apprentices. Right now, Vez desperately needed to enhance his prestige and reputation. Otherwise, the Mech Corps wouldn't value him when they eventually called him up to serve the Republic. Vez moved back to his design project. Alright, a good design starts with a solid vision. He aimed to pin down a vision and complete a draft design within a week. After that, he would solicit everyone's opinions before he moved on to turning his draft into a full design. I already have a great idea for a vision. Through his first-hand experiences in the Glowing Planet campaign, Vez acquired a rich perspective on rifleman mech. As the mainstay of any mech force, they would often be fielded in great numbers. Rifleman mech are rarely sold one at a time to any single customer. A small-scale buyer like a single squad mech corps might only ever purchase one night. As for rifleman mech, they won't hesitate to buy at least 2 to 4 of them in a single instant. The market for rifleman mech is big and profitable. The high volume of sales alone is enough to fight over. Under these highly competitive circumstances, Vez had to carve out a place for his own design. He set his sights on the upper premium segment of 60 to 70 million credit mech. In the Bright Republic, the vast majority of rifleman mech sold for 50 million credits or less. The mainstream mech were no exception, which also made them so attractive in the first place. It wasn't enough that they delivered a higher level of performance, but their pricing also bankrupted many aspiring local mech designers. Still, The Republic wasn't completely clueless and imposed a number of tariffs and other barriers that made it slightly less attractive to purchase a foreign mech. The Bright Republic wouldn't be able to host such a lively mech industry if they let the transgalactic corporations operate with impunity. The most expensive mainstream mech still costs only 50 million credits. Vez shook his head. It's hopeless for me to compete directly against them at this price point. The Blackbeak managed to be successful due to his decision to design a rare Lysine offensive knight. Vez purposefully avoided a crowded market for defensive knights and thereby avoided direct comparisons between the Blackbeak and the mainstream knight models. He intended to do the same with his second original design, only this time he wanted to differentiate his product through its price category. With my existing licenses, I can easily clad my rifleman mech with compressed armor. With the help of my improved skills, I can also beef up the capability of its primary weapon. As long as Vez managed to control his costs, he believed he could design a very strong rifleman mech that performed a notch above the mainstream models. Perhaps it would lose out in terms of optimization and refinement, but the boost in raw performance would easily make up for that disparity. A rifleman mech that costs at least 60 million credits is absolutely a mech fit for a leader. With a powerful laser rifle and an ample amount of armor, only the best could make full use of these capabilities. It had to offer a certain level of rounded performance in order to appeal to highly skilled mech pilots. I can take some inspiration from the modifications I made for Fatah's mech. Speed and mobility is essential to a modern rifleman mech. This should be my first priority. I can't skimp on this area. Firepower was a close second, followed endurance and staying power. Since he intended to reuse most of the licenses he acquired to design the Blackbeak, his next design should also be able to last an entire war. Armor is only the fourth priority, but that doesn't mean I should neglect it entirely. It had to be good enough that his buyers would willingly stomach forking over at least 60 million mech. That meant that Vez wouldn't be able to cover his mech only partially with compressed armor. He had to give his mech the full treatment without weighing it down too much. That's going to be a major challenge. Even assuming he succeeded in balancing the speed and armor of his rifleman mech, he also had to distinguish his mech from the competition in other ways. I need a gimmick. Chapter 360 Gimmick. Vez already worked with gimmicks before. Back when he designed the 3-star virtual variant of the Hoplite, he adapted one of the spear-wielding knight's gimmicks to the Youngblood. The gimmick consisted of various enhancements to the shield of the Youngblood so that it would be able to bash its shield with greater speed and momentum. The implementation came with a number of flaws. The Youngblood could only enhance its shield bash for a limited number of times, because the batteries embedded into the shield carried only so much charge. In addition, the components lacked sufficient sturdiness and could easily be rendered inoperable. Still, it doesn't matter if the actual implementation is disappointing. It's an attention grabber. The mere existence of the gimmick attracted a lot of attention. The Youngblood became known as the ultimate shield-bashing knight mech, and its existence had been imprinted on countless Iron Spirit players. The best gimmicks bestowed otherwise normal mech with seemingly inconceivable superpowers. Meanwhile, the worst gimmicks actually turned out to be a detriment on the battlefield. No matter the case, a gimmick always attracted a lot of attention, thereby making them the perfect marketing material. Vez knew that purist mech designers disdain the use of gimmicks. They would rather focus their efforts on maximizing the core performance of a mech. The more a mech designer emphasizes a gimmick, the worse the overall performance of the design in question. Adding a gimmick to a mech always came at the cost of weight, space, power or heat management. It also raised the price of the mech and disproportionately increased the maintenance burden. A good gimmick justifies its existence. A bad gimmick becomes a weight that drags down the design. Vez did not even have to browse the galactic net to come across countless failed implementations. For example, one iconic example often bandied about in the mech industry was the Grenadier. Nominally, the designer designed the Grenadier as a skirmisher. However, it carried a bandolier of high explosive shells on its torso. The purpose of the Grenadier was to sneak behind enemy lines and inflict severe disruption with minimal footprint. Compared to missiles, grenades took up a lot less space and weight, and didn't require any launchers either. The grenades also didn't cost a lot of time and money to produce. Alas, The actual implementation fared much worse than the designer had intended. Almost every grenadier that got caught got blown up when its opponents focused their fire on the bandolier. The grenadier might be carrying around a lot of explosive might, but compared to missiles, they lacked much of the preventive measures against premature detonations. I also can't forget about the Adaptress. The Adaptress was a so-called multi-environmental mech. It was a heavy mech that was simultaneously an aquatic mech, a landbound mech, an aerial mech and a spaceborne mech. The mech designer of the Adaptress piled his mech up with so many systems that it could adapt in almost every circumstance. The logic of the Adaptress was that since it could be fielded in almost every situation, it could be produced and fielded en masse. The advantages of scale would eventually outweigh the inherent inefficiencies in the design. Heavy mech always strained the resources and industrial capacity of a state. If the Adaptress could be produced in enough numbers, then the heavy mech component of its military force would become 10 times deadlier. Sadly, the designer had a few screws loose in his head. He somehow succeeded in pitching the idea to a handful of third-rate states, which allocated a huge portion of their limited industrial capacity in producing these gimmicky heavy mech. For all their adaptability and theoretical performance, the mech designer hadn't actually designed a good mech. The heavy mech came laden with flaws due to the excess of different systems stuffed inside their frames. The most fatal flaw was that they ran out of power up to 70% faster than a normal heavy mech. With countless more examples just like this, the mech industry adopted a wary stance towards gimmicks. If a mech designer wanted to add something special to their mech, they should better restrain themselves and keep their implementation modest. Vez did not intend to flaunt that rule. The only mech designers who resort to gimmicks are those who can't compete the normal way. Why did crazy designs like the Grenadier and the Adaptress come into existence in the first place? It was because their mech designers faced too much competition. They couldn't compete against the market with their normal capabilities. It's too difficult to compete directly against mainstream mech. The dominant transgalactic corporations ruled over the galactic mech industry from their headquarters in the Galactic Center. Design teams numbering dozens masters and hundreds of seniors focused all of their immense expertise into perfecting a single standard design at a time. How could any average mech designer compete against the best that humanity had to offer? Even though the Galactic Center was tens of thousands of light years away from the galactic rim, any newly published design from the center would instantly reach the rim through the galactic net. Within a single week, mech manufacturers around the galaxy would instantly produce at least 1 billion copies of the new design. Within a single month, the number of copies might surpass 1 trillion. The amount of demand for the latest mainstream mech from the most reputable transgalactic corporation could make any single mech designer die from envy. Fortunately, many states won't allow these transgalactic corporations unrestricted access to their mech markets. They adopted a variety of measures, from tariffs to quotas, to give their domestic mech industry a chance to survive. States had to be careful in implementing these trade policies. If they acted against foreign mech with a heavy hand, they risked coddling their mech industry into complacency. Without the pressure of outside competition, the state's domestic mech designers faced little incentive to exert their full efforts into maximizing the performance of their mech. The difference might not become evident in a couple of years, but this sort of change always took its time to seep into the vitality of a state. After 20 years or more of continued decline, the strength of the domestic mech industry would be a shadow of its former self. The mech that proliferated in this state that closed its market to outsiders wouldn't be able to measure up against the mech of their rivals. Many states ended up grinded beneath the feet of their neighboring states because they disregarded outside advancements. On the other hand, if a state treated foreign mech too leniently, then their domestic mech industry would eventually atrophy, crippling its ability to design purpose-built mech for their mech forces. This indirectly weakened the state's ability to wage war, because mainstream mech would always be analyzed to death by the entire galaxy. Their strengths and weaknesses would quickly become clear to all, including any possible opponents. It would be trivially easy to exploit these traits if an entire mech force consisted of the same handful of mainstream mech models. The Bright Republic is in a difficult spot. I can't blame them for opening up their market to mainstream mech. The Bright Republic had to square off against the Vija Kingdom, a larger and more populous third-rate state. It couldn't afford to put too many restrictions on the high-performing mainstream designs that constantly proliferated from the galactic center. These extremely well-designed mech provided the mech core and the various private forces that operated within its borders with a readily available supply of high-quality mech. Naturally, the Visions often exploited the well-known weaknesses of these mainstream mech, but that couldn't be helped. Much more importantly, the pressure of galactic competition separated the wheat from the chaff. Incompetent mech designers had no place in the Republic. Only the best and most resilient mech designers continued to survive under these circumstances. Still, I'm far away from competing against the mainstream mech in an upright clash. I can only resort to tricks. Vez already had something interesting in mind. Before his latest trip to the Joe system, he agonized over the problem, but after he explored the crystal ruins, he quietly formed some ideas. The key to his gimmick lay in the composition of the crystal structures. Even if he didn't understand the circuits embedded into the crystals, he would still be able to attempt to reproduce a copy of the naked crystals. All of this became possible due to his timely purchase of the Vulcan Eye. The crystals bared all of its secrets against the powerful multiscanner. As Vez studied a projection of the crystal's composition, he put his formidable knowledge and enhanced mind to use. Could he fabricate the crystals by himself? It's not possible. He shook his head. It's too costly. Coincidence or not, the composition of the crystals from the Crystal City utilized exotics available in the Komodo star sector. Perhaps that might be why the crystal builders left behind a presence in the Joe system. However, an unimaginable amount of time had passed since the passing of the tiny alien species. The Komodo star sector back then looked a lot different than today. Several of the core ingredients could only be found in the center of the star sector, smack dab in the middle of the Friday Coalition. Now that the Friday Coalition is clashing directly against the Hexadric hegemony over the glowing planet, they'll keep all of their high-value exotics to themselves. Vez also couldn't forget about the drying imports. The surrounding star sectors also became engulfed in war. Few shipments of rare exotics made it all the way to the Komodo star sector these days. If I can't use the original composition, what about using substitutes? Substituting an expensive or scarce material for a more readily available one happened all the time. Vez was no Master Katzenberg, but his breadth and depth of skills and sub-skills gave him the basic qualifications to figure something out. If labs contain samples of pretty much every exotic available in the Republic, as long as Lucky hasn't emptied them all, he'll have a good chance of creating an inferior copy. Vez fixated on the crystals because they formed the key to lowering the bulk of his laser rifle. He already applied some of the insights he learned from the crystal ruins into cutting down the bulk of the tainted sun. However, he could have done a much better job if he had some actual crystals to work with. The gamma laser rifle eventually failed to live up to its potential. My next laser rifle will be a far cry from the tainted sun. He already gained a lot of experience designing the laser rifle's big brother. Grazer rifles demanded the utmost in terms of integrity, tolerance, power supply and heat management. Vez faced a lot less pressure if he designed a regular laser rifle. The first gimmick will be to implement as much crystals as possible in the laser rifle. Vez already envisioned the laser rifle being smaller and slimmer than a standard model. Combined with the reduced weight of his rifleman mech design, the entire package would allow mech pilots to move faster and nimbler on the battlefield. At the very least, its mobility could compete head-on against the swiftest mainstream mech in the same weight class. Still, this isn't enough. A better laser rifle only scratched the surface. Vez intended to embed a crystal in the frame of his design as well. A bold idea surfaced in his mind. He imagined a large crystal embedded in the head or the chest of a mech. It would accumulate energy over time, perhaps even absorbing enemy laser beams to charge itself faster. Once its energy accumulated up to a critical point, it disgorged its entire charge in a single powerful light beam. The idea sounded very fanciful and unrealistic. At the very least, Vez couldn't recall any mech that had used such a gimmick. While many designs did in fact embed laser projectors directly onto the frame of a mech, only the most expensive second-class or first-class mech employed such a gimmick. Laser projectors are vulnerable and present potential weak points. You'll have to find a way to reproduce a crystal that's both resilient and affordable enough. Vez turned to his lab and eyed the handful of high-quality equipment. This would be the first time he put the capabilities of his lab to test. Chapter 361 Realm of the Imaginary. The work put his new capabilities to the test. If he hadn't pushed his intelligence and physics to the next level, Vez wouldn't dream about reverse engineering the alien crystals. However, he long stepped out of the confines of what an apprentice mech designer should be capable of. His leapfrogging into senior-level physics provided Vez with a rudimentary ability to play around with exotics. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to match the capabilities of a seasoned journeyman or newly advanced senior. The main reason why Vez maintained his confidence was because he could reference his detailed scanner readings as well as a live sample. He carefully opened the box that held the corpse of the crystal builder he found in the Crystal Garden. As the supposed leader of the Crystal Garden, his cyborg corpse incorporated the highest quality of crystals. It varied only minutely with the composition of the Crystal City, which in itself served as some sort of capital or refuge for the alien race. Vez treated the undecayed remains with reverence and respect. I can't imagine how many millions years it rested beneath that strange mass of plant meat. He tried to date the remains, but failed to do so. His lab equipment didn't come with this kind of capability. After all, why would a mech designer need to figure out the age of an alien artifact? He wasn't an exobiologist nor a treasure hunter. All of the organic bits in the crystallidon corpse had long decomposed into nothing, leaving only the resilient crystals that served as the body's armor and mechanisms. Vez couldn't imagine what kind of powers these augmentations bestowed to the leader. He must have been a formidable alien when he was still alive. He continually speculated on the alien leader's story as he studied the crystal remains. He didn't do so on a whim or because he was bored, but because he had a use for it later on. While he worked on deciphering and decomposing the exact nature of the alien crystals, he already branched out a part of his mind on the next phase of his design project. Now that he set a vision for his rifleman mech, he was ready to proceed with the construction of the images that powered its X-Factor. It's been a long time since I last worked on the X-Factor. His stint with the Whalers in the Glowing Planet campaign exposed him to a lot of mech, but he didn't get to design or produce any new ones. He mostly spent his efforts on repairs and modifications. These situations didn't allow him to bestow any spirituality to the mech he worked, except for maybe the black beak he gifted to the Whalers. I wonder how my first production model is faring. The potentially historic and priceless mech could have been saved up and sold for a massive fortune, but he gave it away without hesitation. It was a shame to part with such a valuable treasure, but Vez needed to prove his sincerity to the Whalers and couldn't bring out any other mech at the time. He thought about asking Walter's Whalers to hand back the first production model, but didn't do so in the end. Now that the Whalers became one of the few small-scale gangs that earned a handsome reward for their efforts, they would soon grow in power and influence. Ordinarily, such a small but obscenely wealthy gang wouldn't be capable of holding on to its assets. However, their previously hidden relations with the Blood Claws scared away the vultures eyeing all of their wealth. From the latest weekly report sent by his subordinates, Vez remained apprised of the gang's current situation. It was no secret that they recruited a whole bunch of mech pilots and issued large amount of purchase orders for mech as well. Strangely enough, this time they set their sights higher. Instead of buying bargain bin mech valued at 35 million mech, they started buying more expensive mainstay mech with an average value of 30 million credits. Furthermore, they also ordered a handful of advanced mech for their veteran pilots. They even placed a generous order for a handful of silver label Blackbeaks at the LMC. Vez sent back a message to prioritize the fabrication and delivery of the Blackbeaks to the Whalers. At this point in time, the interests of the LMC and the Whalers intersected with each other. They both occupied a vital position on the sleepy planet of Cloudy Curtain. Vez had even broken his rare isolation and initiated a call of Calci through the isolated terminal to apprise himself of the latest news. Calci, what are the Whalers up to right now? They're doing a lot of things at once. The Whalers are continuously expanding their numbers. They're also upgrading their bases into highly defensive fortifications. I can tell that once they finished their expansion, they'll start to swallow some of the neighboring rural star systems. That's an ambitious plan. They sure have a big appetite. In a time of war, The whalers opted to spread their wings and expand their influence. It was a bold and risky action, but if they succeeded, they would no longer be putting all of their eggs in a single basket. If the cloudy curtain system fell, they still had a number of escape routes available to themselves. How is the rest of Cloudy Curtain faring under these changes? Support for the whalers have never been higher. The increased recruitments means that a lot of locals are joining up with the whalers. Even if they aren't very good mech pilots, the whalers have hired a large number of trainers to shore up their new recruits. Right now, they only have numbers on their side, but after a couple of years of training, their strength will enter a whole new level. This meant that the whalers would transition from a small and inconsequential rural collection of thugs into a true interstellar gang. Such a shift in scope brought a lot of prosperity to the whalers, but only if they successfully pushed out their surrounding rivals. Vez turned to another topic once he finished asking about the whalers. Has anything changed in the political landscape? I don't believe the farming consortiums are resigned to let the LMC and the whalers take over their home planet. I'm afraid you're correct. Calcy regretfully sighed. The farming consortiums along with the White Doves and the Greens have been collaborating quietly behind the scenes. It's hard to keep track of their movements when the LMC and the whalers make so much noise. Once they sprung their plan, it's too late for the pioneers to intervene. That sounded serious. Vez began to frown. What happened? Our opposition pulled back their influence from Freslin and concentrated all of their strengths in Orinoco. Politically, they've abandoned Freslin to the mech fanatics and the supporters of the pioneers in favor of turning Orinoco into their bulwark. It's become impossible for us to penetrate the capital. Vez was taken aback at this news. With the onset of war and the increased prominence of mech, he never imagined the ossified elites who long ruled over Cloudy Curtain like their own fief to stop the bleeding in this fashion. The more he thought about it, the more he admired whoever came up with this plan. By relocating their headquarters, businesses and supporters to the capital city, they maintained an impregnable position that couldn't be assailed. Their decision had split Cloudy Curtain in half. So right now, our influence is near absolute in Freslin, right? That's correct, but that's not as valuable as holding the capital. They still control the spaceport. They can implement any number of rules or collect any number of fees for every shipment that comes in and out of Cloudy Curtain. Vez scratched his chin in consternation. It's unlikely they'll do so immediately. They'll face a backlash if they purposefully hinder the LMC. That's what the pioneers think as well. They're keeping the White Doves and the Greens in check for now, but that's no guarantee for the future. Calcy looked at Vez as if she hoped he would relent on his stance of maintaining his neutrality. The young law graduate had always made her allegiance to the business-friendly group very clear. Vez indeed continued to retain her for her connections. That didn't mean he was inclined to change his mind. Monitor the situation for now and inform me of any changes. Vez cut off the conversation and threw the local situation from his mind. Right now, what happened on the surface had little bearing on his work in the labs. His studies into the crystals had progressed to formulating different compositions of crystals. Using the machines in the lab, he produced more than a dozen attempts to reproduce the essence of the alien technology. He didn't have any high-value exotics on hand, but the labs did come stocked with all manner of regular exotics in regular supply. All of his attempts so far resulted in outright failures. Every crystal he cultivated so far ended up as brittle as glass. If they possessed the strength to propagate a laser beam, then they only emitted enough energy to light a closet. Difficult. Vez did not expect to succeed in a single day, but he hoped to make an early breakthrough. The more time he wasted on trying to get this gimmick to work, the more he delayed to completion of his second original design. He set a solid deadline for himself. If he couldn't produce a satisfactory result in 2 weeks, he would abandon any plans on implementing this gimmick in his design. In the meantime, he continued to ponder on the construction of the images. The triple division technique lay at the root of his current methodology in fostering the X factor in his designs. The strongest result he had ever achieved only scored into the C's. Vez had always strived for breaking through the invisible barrier that held him back from scoring a B. Right now, his recent breakthroughs in spirituality showed him a light in the dark. It remained a possibility for now, but the idea in his mind presented a possible way to finally break through that persistent barrier. The triple division technique is a way to superimpose three distinct images into a single amalgamation that's stronger than the sum of its parts. Although it's not possible to stuff three material objects into one, the rules in the imaginary dimensions are much less strict. The three images consisted of the base model, the totem animal and the human myth. Up until now, Vez treated the latter two as something completely within his mind. He could invent any number of imaginary creatures or persons with the traits he desired. However, their strengths remained largely in his mind. He only deviated from his pattern when he used the triple division technique on the Blackbeak. For the human myth, he took inspiration from Jackknife Jake, the deceased captain of the Vilton Myrmidons of Moira's Paradise. The aquatic planet lively mech scene and intense underwater mech duels had a profound effect on Vez, and Jackknife Jake's tragic ending inspired Vez to incorporate the captain's dauntless courage into the Blackbeak's human myth. Vez hadn't thought about it at the time, but now he realized he missed a precious opportunity to elevate the human myth. The realm of the imaginary is powered by thoughts and emotion. Something which only exists in my mind can only hold so much strength. What if I use an image that's shared by many, or carries the weight of history? Vez eyed the miniature husk of the crystal leader that had endured a countless number of years. How many aliens looked up to this leader? How much influence did this alien wield in his lifetime? When Vez focused his sixth sense on the corpse, he could faintly sense a desolate flavor. The ancient alien corpse carried a unique strength that Vez hoped to borrow for his upcoming design. What would a rifleman mech look like if it carried some of the spirit of a long-dead alien leader? Chapter 362 Lady Amelia. At the opening of the Komodo Star Sector, a fair number of colonists descended upon the far-flung region. Barren as it may be, its official recognition as a star sector under the collective rule and protection of the CFA and MTA turned it from a lawless frontier into a safe tract of stars. Right around the same time of the founding of the Bright Republic, another sovereign entity came into being. Founded by a wealthy individual with delusions of grandeur, the Vija Kingdom came into being. The two newly founded states butted heads almost immediately. The Bentham port system formed the main sticking point. While the Vijans already occupied two other port systems, the greed and ambition of the newly inaugurated Vijan king knew no bounds. The fairly pacifistic Bright Republic had no choice but to stand their ground, or be engulfed by the Vijans over time. A third-rate state with control over three strategic port systems would certainly grow into a regional bully. If the Republic possessed no port system at all, it would never be able to match the growth of their neighboring rival. A war ensued almost immediately. As the Komodo Star Sector had been opened fairly early in the age of Mech, the two states mostly fumbled around with the new technology. The ancestor of the Larkin sons took part in the war on behalf of the Republic as a mercenary and distinguished himself against the unending aggression of the Vijans. Ever since then, the Vijans declared war and brazenly invaded the Bright Republic almost every single generation. As much as the Brighters wished to counterattack and deter the Vijans from lusting after their stars, they couldn't match their lifelong opponents in population and industrial capacity. As the perennial underdogs of the conflict, the Bright Republic had no choice but to endure and take up a defensive posture. Months into the war, the Vijans took full control over the nominal border between the kingdom and the Republic. The aggressors only considered this takeover as an appetizer. The main course had yet to be served. On the expansive command center of a majestic Vijan fleet carrier, an extravagant amount of bridge officers tirelessly worked to prepare their fleet lead for the upcoming operation. An officer clad in a dark brown uniform slowly hovered up to the floating circular platform that looked down on the command center. A young woman barely in her 30s sat upon an ornate throne-like chair with her back as straight as steel. Her brilliantly coiffed blonde hair framed a charmingly delicate face, which unfortunately took on an iron-willed expression. Her purple uniform stood out from the rest. In addition, a distinctive golden epaulette adorned her left shoulder. It depicted a hand holding aloft a notched sword with 5 blazing silver stars on top. Anyone in the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom knew what this image represented. The kingdom adopted the hand with the notched sword as their national symbol. It represented the nobility of their polity, and only a fraction of the population earned the right to wear this symbol. Those who carried the hand with the notched sword on their epaulette served in the Mech Legion. Practically every officer in the Mech Legion was invariably a noble. With the 5 silver stars shining down on the hand with the notched sword, the lady in purple stood above the rest. The Vision Kingdom adopted a condensed version of the standard human ranks of nobility. The number of stars reflected the rank, while their color hinted at their relation to the rank. The lowest and only non-hereditary rank was Knight. It only shone with a single star. Most often, those who earned the rank of Knight distinguished themselves in battle. The rank of Knight opened up a lot of avenues to these warriors. They were always addressed as sirs. The next rank was Baron, and it was the first true rank of nobility. Not only was it hereditary, it also came attached with a fief. Their houses often formed the backbone of the middle ranks of the Mech Legion. The rank of Baron shone with 2 stars. The rank after that was Count. Anyone who inherited the rank of Count was a true mover and shaker within the kingdom. Many higher officers carried the rank of Count, and they also had a say in how the kingdom should be run. The rank of Count shone with 3 illustrious stars. Arguably the most powerful rank was Duke. A small number of dukes and duchesses carved up the Vision Kingdom into several dukedoms, over which their houses ruled with near absolute impunity. Even the Vision royals only exerted a limited amount of influence in the core stars ruled by the dukes. This powerful rank shone with 5 blazing stars. The secontalist rank was the rank of Prince. Only a member of the Vision royal family carried this rank. They wielded a vast amount of power, but simultaneously held very little authority. The rank of Prince shone with 7 fiery stars. As for the monarch who ruled over them all, only the king carried the right to bear the 9 majestic suns. The symbol incomparably outshone the rest. Besides the royal ranks, the symbols could further be distinguished from the color of the stars. Those who carried stars in bronze only shared peripheral relations with the noble in question. These would often be members of branch families or those who had been adopted in the family of the noble. Those with silver stars consisted of the direct descendants of the noble that ruled over their lineage. They possessed the right to inherit the title and properties of their parents. Only the true holders of the rank carried golden stars. They ruled over their noble houses with a tyrannical amount of power. Only they earned the right to be addressed by their ranks. Besides knights, the other members of their house could only be addressed by lord or lady. In that regard, the Vision Kingdom hadn't deviated too much from the standard pattern of neo-feudalism in human space. Currently, the woman possessed an immense amount of power. Her epaulette directly indicated that she stood a chance of inheriting the Imidris dukedom. She carried as much authority as the Duchess of Imidris herself, who ruled over the dukedom with an iron fist. The noble lady looked over the expansive projection engulfing the entire front portion of the command center. Hundreds of fleet carriers, combat carriers and transports awaited her command. The amount of power at her fingertips would intoxicate any individual, but the woman treated it as normal as breathing air. Once the officer arrived at the throne, he thumped his chest with his fist. Reporting, Mom. Every regiment of the 3rd Imidris Legion has reported in. The fleet is ready to transition into FTL. Has the destination been set, Sir Jameson? The knight nodded submissively at the woman he had served since the start of her career in the Mech Legion. The fleet will arrive at the uninhabited Coxer system in approximately 7 days. The woman frowned. That is too slow. This is only the first of 7 hops. The Duchess has commanded me to reach the Bentham region within 2 months. The entire strategic deployment of the Imidris Mech army rests on the timing of our operation. My apologies, Lady Amalia. Sir Jameson bent her head. I shall convey your wishes to the Admiral and exhort him to make more haste. That is good. I do not wish to hear any further excuses. Dismissed. Half an hour went by as a handful of engineers across the fleet prepared their ships for a distant transition. The further their destination, the riskier the hop, especially if they wanted to travel to a smaller star. If they failed to navigate the gravitic waves in the higher dimensions during FTL, they might get thrown off course and emerge hundreds or even thousands of light years away. Oftentimes, they ended up in a completely random position in space as well. Many wayward ships that encountered mishaps in FTL ended up several star sectors away. They lucked out compared to the rest, as over 60% of the ships that went off course would never be heard again. People used to believe they disappeared somewhere else, until extensive investigation revealed that they'd been sucked into a major gravity well. That almost always meant they crashed into a sun or a black hole. Thus, the coordinated jump into FTL had to be done with care and precision. The transports that carried the supplies and provisions of the fleet required extra attention in this regard. Their engineers poured every bit of energy into pushing the transports to keep up with the rest. Once Lady Amelia received another notice that the fleet would arrive at their initial destination a little faster, she stood up from her throne. Hidden recorders flared to life. The massive view screen in front of the command center switched to project the commanding officer of the 3rd Imidris Legion. Almost every single projector aboard every ship relayed the same event to the rest of the fleet. Citizens of Imidris. On this day, my mother the Duchess of Imidris has given me a command. Within 6 months, the pathetic Republic's precious Bentheme region must burn and quake. The 3rd Imidris Legion will be the vanguard of their doom. As the tip of the spear, we shall drive the Briders to tears. Imidris. Every serviceman of the 3rd Imidris Legion had stood up and held their fists to their chest. Whether they served as spacers or mech pilots, they respected Lady Amelia from the depths of their hearts. She carried the will of the Duchess of Imidris. Fight well, hold nothing back, and kill as many Briders as you can. Their republic is soft and ripe for the picking. We have devastated them time and time again, rendering them helpless and mewling for peace. Visions. Shall we grant them mercy? No. The entire bridge thundered. The same word echoed throughout the rest of the fleet as the servicemen of the 3rd Imidris Legion collectively stood behind their leader. In the coming operation, we will transition deep into Republican space. I hope to see the 3rd Imidris Legion smash aside their feeble in-system defenses and stomp their precious industries to the ground. The perils of fighting behind enemy lines are great, but we are doing Imidris and the rest of the kingdom an important service. Does the 3rd Imidris Legion lack any courage? No. Because we are fearless. We are dauntless. We are invincible. Imidris. 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 The entire legion became invigorated by her speech. Their hunger for glory and their duty to Imidris drove them to a state of hysteria. Every subject of the kingdom had been brought up to hate the Bright Republic since birth. The kingdom's conflict with the Republic was deep-seated and irreconcilable. Conflicts of territory turned into an accumulation of grudges and a never-ending cycle of revenge. The Visions would never rest until they ground the Republic beneath the heel of their boots. Imidris shies away from battle. The other dukedoms may be dragging their feet and continue to cautiously probe the Mech core, but Imidris is different. We shall take the bull by the horns and teach our enemies a lesson they won't forget. Once the history books speak of this war, it will be the 3rd Imidris Legion who will shine the brightest. For the 3rd. For Imidris. For the kingdom. Lady Amelia maintained her impassioned posture and kept on grinning before the recorders. She only dropped her performance once the transmission cut off. Once she returned to her throne, she seated herself in a languid manner and resumed her next calculations. She turned back to Sir Jameson, who had been quietly standing by her side. Major, what are the odds of success? Tell me the truth. Our analysts aren't optimistic about our current plans. Jameson minutely frowned. Her Grace the Duchess of Imidris expects much from the 3rd. Too much, perhaps. Lady Amelia smiled coyly. That just indicates my mother's regard for me. It is true that we are about to enter headlong into the jaws of the decrepit beast that stands for the Republic, but this is a role that I volunteered for myself. If we succeed, the 3rd Imidris Legion shall be known throughout the kingdom as the legion that has struck the first true blow. The Major nodded at her words, but refrained from voicing his misgivings. As veteran of the previous war, Jameson knew that the Bright Republic wouldn't roll over for the Mech Legion without a fight. Perhaps Lady Amelia knew that herself, but she desperately needed to distinguish herself on the battlefield. As the 6th born of the Duchess of Imidris, the fight to inherit the dukedom was not in her favor. Her older siblings had decades ahead of her and built up a vast network of nobles. No one in the noble circles favored the tragic Lady Amelia, who had been born too late. She wanted to prove them all wrong. Chapter 363 Solitude. Back in the underground labs of the newly christened Mech Nursery, Vez continued to develop new iterations of crystals. He minutely adjusted their composition and patterns, gaining more data by the day. Most of the time, the crystals turned out to be outright failures. Vez had never eliminated the odds of producing brittle and opaque pieces of crystal. Let alone being embedded into the chest of a mech, they won't even qualify as laser pointers. Why is this so difficult? A depressing week marked with constant failures had already gone by. Vez kept trying to discover suitable substitutes to the original composition of the alien crystals with unerring persistence, but even his upgraded intelligence and physics hadn't been able to guarantee a quick success. The unending setbacks taught Vez that he underestimated the enormity of working around exotics. Properly speaking, Vez should have delegated this work to a team of specialists. Lately, he started to consider if it might be a good idea to get some people on board this project. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided not to do so at this time. The LMC hasn't grown to the point of justifying a dedicated research team. Vez could easily hire a horde of average researchers who graduated from regular institutions like the Rittersberg University of Technology. However, average won't cut it. His senior-level physics vastly outshone almost every other physicist in the Republic. An accumulation of the highest mech-related physics knowledge over several decades was nothing to scoff at. Only other older mech designers or true talents in the field of physics could match his intellectual acumen. It's useless to take on a bunch of dummies when I can do everything better myself. If I have to form a dedicated research department, then I'll have to find a way to hire the best. Only true talents and leaders in their fields entered his discernment. However, it was exactly because of their competitive that everyone else already valued them highly. Major companies, institutes and governments had already hooked their claws in them even before they graduated. As long as any student revealed some talents, they'd be recruited on the spot and received extensive training from their organizations upon graduation. These talents would quietly disappear from the public and henceforth dedicate their entire being for the organization that coddled them like precious treasures. Vez won't be able to hire anyone with actual skill from the job market for this reason. I can't form a design team the conventional way. The LMC had only just begun to transform into a medium mech manufacturer. It still fell behind a true medium manufacturer in many other ways, from production capacity to research and development. In a way, it hadn't completely shaken off the trappings of a small mech manufacturer. Well, I still have one more week to go. I refuse to give up now that I've generated all of this data. Each failure brought him closer to success. He continued to rule out the wrong directions, leaving only a handful of narrow paths which might bring him to his desired outcome as long as he didn't stumble upon a dead end. In the meantime, Vez mentally tried to construct an elaborate set of images for his upcoming design. This time, he planned to incorporate an alien into the human myth. Actually calling this type of image the human myth was just an expedient way for Vez to describe its purpose. The base role sets the foundation while the totem animal strengthens the primal instincts. The so-called human myth is needed to insert higher thought into the gestalt that influences the X factor. Vez was no exobiologist, but he believed the crystal builders had developed their own form of civilization. Their ruins provided no evidence that they acted like savages that acted solely on their baser instincts. Thus, even if he knew almost nothing about the crystal builders, he still wished to draw upon the existence of the deceased crystal leader as an image. In order to build up an accurate image and take advantage of the crystal leader's immense potential, Vez tried to commune with its remains, in a sense. He constantly attempted to prod and poke the crystal leader's crystalline corpse with his severely underdeveloped spirituality while he continued to work on forming new crystals. He mainly relied on a set of assumptions to drive his current action. No human in the galaxy knew how spirituality worked, let alone Vez, but believed his original design would gain a lot of strength if he succeeded in roping in the spirit of the crystal builder. Whether it's the alien's actual spirit or merely an imprint that he left behind in the fabric of history is still a question. What happened when someone died? Humanity developed all kinds of fanciful theories, and Vez developed his own idea. If someone's spirituality became detached from their bodies due to death or other reasons, Vez believed that he could reel it in and make use of it in his designs. Vez tried hard not to refer to the spiritual remnants as souls, because it carried a lot of theological implications. Religions around the galaxy would go nuts if they heard a description of what he planned to do. In their perspective, what was attempting to do might be considered necromancy or an attempt to play God. He had to stifle his chuckle. It's not like I'm trying to resurrect the dead. If some spiritual remnants are floating around in the imaginary realms for eons, then I might as well repurpose them for something useful. Spoken like a true rationalist. He did not consider his actions as desecrating the dead and felt absolutely no guilt about his actions. All that talk about reincarnation, purgatory, redemption had nothing to do with him. Well water didn't interfere with river water. In general, citizens of non-religious states always held a bias against any form of religion. The Bright Republic valued rationality very highly, so it was the strongest adherent to this unspoken rule. Vez never stopped giving up his attempt to trace the spiritual remnant of the Crystal Leader, although his hopes started to dim as a few more days went by. In contrast, his constant experimentation with the crystals started to bear fruit. They stopped being easy to break and they became capable of projecting a significant amount of power. Looks like I finally grasped the right direction. Right now, I need to strengthen the formula. He only created a nail-sized piece of crystal. This was barely large enough for a toy laser pistol. A laser crystal suitable enough for a mechanized rifle should at least be the size of a chair. As for the crystal that Vez planned to embed in the chest or head, it should be at least twice or thrice as large. Whenever he attempted to synthesize anything larger, cracks and faults started to appear. Vez believed that he would eventually be able to minimize the incidence of faults as long as he became more proficient. Still, the process demanded the utmost of his capabilities and his extensive familiarity with the nature of the crystals. No one else would be able to replicate his feats even if they got a hold of the blueprints. While seniors and masters should be able to crack the secret, they had better things to do than to pay attention to a trivial apprentice mech designer. At the very least, none of his direct competitors would be able to imitate his gimmick. While it gratified him to achieve a significant amount of process in this area, his search to grasp the spiritual remnant still remained empty-handed. Eventually, Vez stopped his lab work and took a break. He entered a small kitchen area and pressed a button on the large automatic cooking machine. The advanced device recombined the stored nutrient packs into a close imitation of sausage and mash. Vez grabbed his plate and set it down on a nearby table and began to dig in. A few minutes later, Lucky floated through the walls and brushed against Vez in a familiar greeting. When Vez attempted to scratch Lucky's face, the mischievous cat quickly turned intangible again. Meow. Oh come on, little buddy. You can't avoid my touch forever. Lucky swirled around Vez in a playful gesture before landing atop the kitchen machine to rest. In the past few weeks, Lucky continued to break inside the highly secured storerooms that secured a precious stock of expensive exotics. Not a single security measure proved capable of hindering Lucky's thieving claws. At the very least, the cat didn't abuse his powers too much. He only nibbled a few bites before he contentedly left the storerooms. Vez still had plenty of inventory left to continue his experimentation on the crystals. As he ate his meal, he looked at his contented cat with a thoughtful expression. How well can you control your intangible state, Lucky? Meow. Lucky lazily shifted from tangibility and intangibility and back several times over, demonstrating a complete level of control over the strange phenomenon. Vez looked down on his own hand and willed his mind to turn the limb intangible. He failed. Damn it, why doesn't it work for me? Is my spirituality attribute not high enough? Vez experienced a lot of crazy things ever since he embarked on his career as a mech designer. He discovered the X Factor, ate a strange heavenly flower and groaning ivy and met a ghost that looked and acted a lot like his mother on the glowing planet. In his latest adventure, he even peeled back the veil on spirituality and unified a lot of related theories and assumptions. Nevertheless, spirituality remained a marginal buzzword so long he couldn't make use of this knowledge. I'm missing something important. Why can't I extend my reach into the imaginary dimensions? Why am I unable to turn my body intangible? Perhaps an individual could only specialize in a narrow application of spirituality. For example, Vez excelled in creating images from nothing and imprinting them onto a design. Lucky took to intangibility like a fish to water. Elite mech pilots specialized in drawing out the hidden potential of exotics through resonance. High-rank mech designers fitted different configurations of exotics together and bestowed new strengths onto their designs as if they performed magic. Can someone only do one of these things at a time? Vez did not believe that was the case. Perhaps elite mech pilots were the ones who monopolized the ability to resonate with exotics, but every other ability should be within his fingertips. If only he had some sort of guide in this endeavor. From the start of his exploration into spirituality, he worked completely by himself. He could trust no one else with his advancements. He had no qualms in admitting his selfishness. If he discovered something good, would he share it with the rest of the galaxy like a good Samaritan? Nope. He wanted to keep his secrets to himself and take advantage of everyone else's ignorance. Why shouldn't he profit from his own work? The rest of humanity fared well enough on its own, and besides, everyone withheld their own secrets. The MTA, the CFA, the First Earth Superstates and the heretical organizations like the Five Scrolls Compact all hold their own secrets. If they aren't sharing anything, why would I? Therefore, as much as Vez wanted to bring in others to help him with his research, he persisted in charting his course alone. Perhaps the only people he would make an exception for were his parents. "Father, where are you?" Last he heard, his father still mixed with the dark mercenaries in the lawless region of the Nixon Gap. Vez hoped his father kept his head down there. He had no doubt his father would be able to avoid his pursuers and eke out an existence among the endless asteroid fields of the Gap. As for his mother, Vez tried hard not to think about her. He always believed she had died quietly in her bed when he was young, but recent events kept prompting him to reconsider his beliefs. "Are you still alive?" As much as he wanted to move on from his mother's death, Vez still couldn't get over his hopes. Too bad Vez had left the ghost behind on the glowing planet. With the hegemony and the coalition fighting over the resource-rich planet, it shouldn't last very long. Once the planet broke into pieces, any hopes of meeting the ghost of his mother would fade away. Just then, a slim, pale hand reached out from behind and placed a juicy apple in front of his empty plate. "You shouldn't eat those foods assembled from nutrient packs all the time. It's not as healthy as organically grown food." Vez yelped and jumped from his chair like a scolded cat. He threw aside the table with the plate and apple and rolled forward in panic. He fumbled inside his pockets until he retrieved the Amistandira. He pointed a laser pistol straight at the floating white specter that had crept up behind him. "Mother." Chapter 364 Cynthia Mama. "Papa. Come here, Vesey boy." A cute, black-haired toddler waddled over to his parents, who looked down on their son with eager grins. Reinkel Larkinson, a mech pilot of the Mech Corps, and Cynthia Larkinson, a wedding photographer and graphical artist, waited until their boy stumbled out of their house with his little legs. Cynthia picked the boy up and gave him a loving smooch. "Who do you love more, Mama or Papa?" Little Vesey gazed at his mother and father with a confused expression. He put his thumb in his mouth and sucked on it. Mommy. I love Mommy the best." The two began to cuddle affectionately while their father Reinkel ruefully looked on. "But you love Daddy too, right?" "Daddy." The little boy, now a little bit older, felt warm all over as his mother tucked him into his bed. She kissed him more than a dozen times on the cheek, making him feel as if the scary night had faded away. "Mommy?" "Yes, honey? I want a sister. Can you give me a sister?" "Oh, Vesey." His mother kissed him yet again. "Just wait a couple of years. It's not time yet. Please hurry. All my other friends have sisters but I don't have any. I promise you, Vez. You will have lots of brothers and sisters to play with in the future." His mother stroked his cheek and couldn't resist giving Vez another kiss. After making sure the little nightlight stayed on, she left his room, allowing the little boy to enter a blissful state of rest. "Mommy. Look at what Daddy got me." The little boy, having grown up a little bit more, scampered over the grass towards his mother. He held a toy rifleman mech in one hand which he showed with childish glee. A slim dark-haired woman sat next to a tree under the murky clouds of cloudy curtain. Despite the grim-looking skies, the woman smiled as if nothing in the galaxy could ruin her day. She picked the little boy up and held him on her lap. "Oh, what's this, Vesey?" It's the latest Onkelix Systems GTN VC39B. It even has the underbarrel grenade launcher attachment. Look at how cool it is. Cynthia indulgently stroked her son's head. Vesey boy, your father has given you enough mech for toys. Isn't it enough? How about a stuffed tiger? No, I want more. I never have enough mech. The boy kept nagging his mother for more toy mech. He wanted to play with the entire collection of Onkelix systems. Vez only had their rifleman and skirmisher mech models. His friend Joey, who lived down the street in the suburbs of Freslin, constantly bragged about owning all 9 toy models. "I'll promise you another toy if you've been good. If you make mommy happy, I'll buy you another toy next month." Moo. That's too long. The Onkelix Systems mech will grow old by then. His mother sighed. She understood nothing about his son's fascination for mech, yet she knew that every other boy was just the same. "Get back, I've got a gun." Viz, now a full adult, pointed the resplendent-looking Amistendera at the apparition that suddenly appeared behind him without warning. It should have been impossible for anyone to sneak into his private workshop floor. Several meters of pure alloy walls engulfed the floor, which was several kilometers underground. State-of-the-art sensors monitored any disturbances in the soil around the exterior of the floor. As long as anyone tried to penetrate the vicinity of the mech nursery, they would undoubtedly get caught. At least, that was the intention. Yet he made a massive oversight. Vez had not considered defending against energy beings that could turn their entire bodies intangible. The trivial manner in which Lucky passed through high-security walls and vaults with contemptuous ease should have triggered some warning bells in his head. The ghost looked much more formidable this time. Last time, the energy being that pretended to be his mother had casually stolen the high-grade Rorschach's bone that should have been his reward. Thankfully, he excavated another sample of high-grade ore on his own, but he always wondered why his mother took it away. Now he knew. The ghost obviously used up the Rorschach's bone to her own benefit. Her exterior shone with milky white radiance that closely matched Lucky's own appearance. The resemblance was uncanny. Nothing except high-grade Rorschach's bone could have caused the two to look so similar. His mother dismissed his pistol-brandishing form with a wave of her dainty hand. "Viz, put that toy away. You're no soldier. It's dangerous to play around with guns." The way she commanded him to put away his weapon sounded extremely familiar to Vez. She used to adopt the same motherly tone of voice when Vez stayed up too late while playing with his miniature mech. Some instinct buried deep within his bones moved his body before his mind could process the request. His arm automatically lowered the pistol before he sobered up. "Your tricks won't work on me." An angry frown appeared on his face as he raised his pistol and aligned the barrel to his mother's figure. "Stay back. I'll really shoot you if you come close." The ghost tutted as she slowly hovered forward. The closer she neared, the more Vez felt pressured. An invisible cloying miasma surrounded his mother that brushed against his sixth sense. Strangely enough, this time his mother didn't leech off his internal energy cycle. His mother seemed much more complete. Perhaps she had grown stronger to the point where she didn't have to rely on outside sustenance for the moment. Vez did not let down his guard in any case. This deceptive energy being certainly had an agenda of some sorts. Her intentions would certainly be detrimental to him. His attitude remained harsh and he even dialed up the power of his laser pistol. "Stop. Don't come any closer. Lucky, help me." Meow. Lucky kept lounging on top of the kitchen machine. The abrupt presence of another intangible presence hadn't alarmed him in any way. He completely treated the ghost that wore his mother's face as family. His mother smirked and held out a hand. An unknown piece of glowing mineral materialized in her palm. Once it became solid, she threw it towards the cat. "Lucky, is that what Vesey named you? Be a dear and play outside. I need some time alone with my son." Meow. Lucky jumped up to catch the mineral in his jaws, having partially materialized his upper body to manage the feat. Once he secured his snack, he eagerly floated away, leaving Vez to fend off his mother without any backup. Even though he expected the betrayal, he still looked disappointed. This stupid cat. "As I said, my dear, don't forget who gifted you these toys. You have no idea where he comes from. Only your father and I are aware of his origins. Stop it. Just stop it." Vez couldn't take it any longer. My mother is dead. You are just some wraith who somehow managed to escape from the glowing planet. I don't know how you got out, but don't think you can act with impunity in my presence. This time I can hit you back. His mother dropped her smirk. She closed her eyes in exasperation. Vesey, while I am not happy that you've clung to Mech in your adulthood, at least you haven't become a soldier. I'm proud to see you grow up to become a successful man, but you should at least recognize that you have no business pointing a gun at your mother. As she spoke, she slowly floated closer. She completely disregarded the threat of the Amistendera, as if she treated him like he was a 5-year-old holding up a toy gun to her body. Vez struggled against the competing impulses of his instincts, his fear and his rational mind. The ghost had crossed the halfway point by the time he resolved his internal contradictions. No matter the truth, he couldn't allow the ghost to get close. Before he ascertained the threat, he should keep it well away from his vicinity. Stop. If you come closer, I'll really shoot. This is your last warning. Again, his mother didn't look deterred. She calmly floated closer as if she wanted to bait him into action. After several seconds of seconducing, Vez steeled his heart and pulled the trigger. A bright and thick laser beam emerged from the Amistendera and pierced straight through his mother's intangible form. The beam continued to strike the wall behind and bore a hole straight through the thick layers of alloy, ceramics and composites. Against the might of a full-powered laser beam from the Amistendera, everything in its way devolved into non-existence. The beam carved out over 500 meters of solid walls and bedrock before its energy ran out. Such a mighty laser beam could have threatened a mecha or carved open the belly of a transport ship. Even more remarkable, a laser beam also carried a hint of spirituality. It was one of the master-crafted pistol's most cherished features, and allowed the wielder to fend off all manner of energy beings that roamed the galaxy. It should have annihilated his mother, or at least inflicted grievous wounds on her intangible form. Instead, the instant before he pulled the trigger, a hole had already emerged in his mother's intangible form. It lined up exactly with the trajectory of the beam. Thus, his mother evaded damage entirely. The peripheral heat that bloomed around the laser beam posed no threat to intangible forms at all. The hand that held the Amistendera started to shake. Vez had never expected the ghost to pull off this kind of move. Such an insane reaction speed akin to precognition wouldn't have been out of place if he faced an expert mech pilot, but this was his mother. When she was still alive, she was a photographer. The quick reaction further reinforced the idea in his mind that he faced an imposter. Vez attempted to pull the trigger again, but held off at the last second. His mother would likely react in the same manner. The first laser beam had already inflicted a large amount of collateral damage. The containment of his private workshop floor had been breached, and it was extremely expensive and troublesome to fix all of the damage. He instead walked back, trying to keep his distance from his mother. He started to circle in order to avoid cornering himself like last time. His mother followed suit, and they slowly spun around the kitchen area as if he was a giggling young boy running around in circles while his mother playfully chased after her son. Naturally, Vez did not feel any amusement at the tense standoff. "Tell me why you're here. How did you escape the glowing planet?" The woman shook her head. "The so-called glowing planet was never my home. I do have to thank the Republic, though. Without their intervention, I would have never get past the monsters that you've called the Devourers." Obviously, his mother took advantage of the vacuum that ensued when Gregarious Wrath met and killed off the Devourers and Devourer King. "What does that have to do with your presence here? Why can't you bother some other schmuck?" "Because I only have a single son. You are my only child, and nothing will stop me from meeting you again." Her mother spoke those words with such a sweet tone that Vez mentally admired her performance. She truly performed her role to perfection. Even Vez couldn't spot any flaws. "I suppose you stowed away aboard one of the ships that evacuated from the glowing planet. An energy being like you can probably make yourself undetectable if you wanted to. Am I right?" "Correct, but that is not the entire story. You see, you are sorely mistaken if you believe I am some indigenous life form from the glowing planet." Vez widened his eyes. "The glowing planet is merely an opportunity. I've always been there. Only now am I able to appear before you in this form. Deceptive witch." Her words muddled up his judgment until he became completely confused whether he should treat the ghost as his enemy or his mother. Chapter 365 Fragment. Vez tried hard to keep his mind on track. No matter what her mother claimed to be, she still remained a potential threat. You haven't answered my question. Why are you here? The ghost definitely had a purpose in revealing her presence to him at this time. Indeed, his mother smirked and materialized a familiar object in her grasp. You've been bumbling around like an idiot with this toy for over a week. As your mother, it's my duty to set you back onto the right path. What? Vez recognized the object in her palm. It was the crystalline remains of the leader he found in the Crystal Gardens. Ever since he started on developing the gimmick for his upcoming design, he continually studied the intricacies of the corpse. All the organic parts had decayed away, leaving only pure crystals behind. Vez discovered that the quality of the miniature crystals surpassed those that made up the ruins the alien race had left behind. He even figured out some of the rudimentary principles of the crystal augmentations. The tiny corpse that could fit in the palm of his hands possessed a lot of powerful cybernetic prowess in its crystal circuits. Last he remembered, he left the corpse behind in his lab equipment. I know what you intend to do. His mother continued as she waved around the crystal leader's corpse. You are doing it wrong. Do you realize the enormity of pulling back vestige of the past? How arrogant to believe you can take what you want. Vez temporarily ignored his mother's identity and the fact that she held one of his precious artifacts. For more than a week, he attempted to connect with the remains and attempted to trace some sort of spiritual presence that had been left behind. So far, he completely failed to grasp a single useful thing. Thus, despite facing a ghost, Vez couldn't help but grow curious. What do you suggest? There are many ways of accomplishing your goals, but most of them will result in fruitless outcomes. You are too weak and ignorant to know what you are doing. There is only one method that is suitable for a human with your strength. Vez practically stood on his toes. He eagerly wanted to hear his mother's solution. What method is that? You must beseech the individual from beyond the grave. Resonate with his life, and let it borrow from your strength. A price must be paid. Resonate with a dead person's life. She demonstrated the method in front of him. Her milky white ghost-like form flickered as she concentrated on the object in her hand. The sentient being who inhabited this corpse has left behind a lot of regrets. His race is dead. His legacy is gone. Too much time has passed. What remains is only traces of his former self. Yet it is exactly those traces that are the strongest and most enduring parts. You only need to gather the most suitable one for your purposes. Vez saw the light. He previously believed that the alien leader's spirituality might have drifted somewhere in some distant dimension. He hadn't realized that it might have been split up. How do I attract a portion of its spirituality? As I said, you resonate with its desires. For example, his mother looked down on the small but incredibly durable crystal corpse. This individual is part of a long-dead race. What stands out for you? It's exquisite and small. Indeed, it's small. His entire race is small. You can fit an entire crowd of these aliens in your hands. Now ask yourself, how do their stature compare to the average sentient alien beings in the galaxy? Leaving out the weirder forms of life like the silicate sandmen, they're really tiny. You can hardly find any smaller humanoid aliens out there. In the perspective of these aliens, the rest of the galaxy is a frightening place. It is filled with monstrous giants who can easily crush them beneath their feet if they will it so. Their bodies, their weapons and their ships are tens or hundreds times larger than those of this diminutive race. Vez started to understand what the crystal leader failed. The tragedy of the small. Indeed, the tragedy of the small. Their race held a lot of potential, but the scale in which they worked with has crippled their development as soon as they met other spacefaring races. Vez could easily imagine what others' races thought of the tiny aliens. At first contact, those aliens with normal body sizes compared to humans must have treated the crystal builders with contempt. It is this alien's eternal regret that their race has been born so small. No matter which alien race they tried to engage, they were never taken seriously. It has even led to their eventual downfall. How did you know all of this? Because the fragment that holds this regret has told me so. Her other palm flickered and a tiny silvery flame hovered over it. Vez became shocked when he sensed his sixth sense pinging at the flame. It was another form of life. Is that? Indeed, this is a fragment. Vez worked so hard to summon something like this. A small part of his mind believed that it couldn't be done because it sounded so fantastical. Was there really life beyond death? His mother thrust out her palm, which pushed the flame away from her. It gently drifted over to Vez, who tried to take hold of the flame. He failed. The flickering flame pushed right past his hand and went through his body. If he couldn't stop it from traveling forward, it would certainly disappear into the earth. Use your gifts, Vesey. I know you can do it. Driven by panic, Vez hastily focused his mind on his free hand. He still held on to the Amastendera, but he threw all thoughts of shooting his mother to the side. Compared to her foreboding presence, he eagerly wished to obtain her insights. Vez eventually managed to halt the flame from submerging into the walls. It took a very special kind of focus to affect the silvery fragment. His mother had been right in that he needed to understand their perspective. He didn't actually stop it with his hands. Instead, he reached out with his mind and tried to connect with it with a sympathetic viewpoint. The fragment acted much like a bot who responded to only certain commands. With his mother's help, Vez finally cracked the secret. I understand. The fragment is a remnant of a sentient life, but it isn't actually capable of independent thought. The only way to influence it is if I send out thoughts that drive the fragment to action. Just then, Vez resonated with the fragment by plainly showing it an image of a rifleman mech. His rich creativity painted a detailed scene which compared the mech to the scale of the crystal garden. The mech practically towered over the collection of crystals like a monolithic giant loomed over a bunch of ants. The sheer difference in size might have scared away the fragment, but Vez communicated a desire to implant the spiritual fragment into the mech. In essence, he wanted to solve the fragment's lifelong regrets by granting it a body that towered over many other alien races. The sheer might at its fingertips would turn about its racial inferiority complex and give the fragment a taste of what it was like to own a towering body. There was no question whether the flame would respond. It instantly turned docile and patiently hovered above his palm. What do I do with it? You cherish it and feed it until you have constructed a mental lattice in which it can rest. His mother responded patiently with a smile as she toyed with the crystal leader's corpse. The fragment looks frail, but as long as you give it hope, it will continue to persist until you need it. Do not worry about its health. Indeed. Through his sixth sense, Vez could feel a strengthening conviction in the fragment. It wanted Vez to deliver his promise of integrating the fragment with the mech. So long as that remained a possibility, the fragment would do everything in its power to remain in the material dimensions. His mother had pointed out the light in the dark. Now that she gave him a direction, Vez could figure out the rest on his own. His animosity towards the ghost had dropped to the point where he could tolerate her existence. He still felt highly uncomfortable about her presence, though. An awkward silence ensued where Vez wasn't sure about holding his mother at bay with the Amastendera. Even this wondrous weapon came with limits. Against a foe who could easily manipulate her intangible body around a laser beam, the Amastendera offered very little countermeasures. Vez had studied the weapon for a time, so he knew it came with a wide area light projector. Basically, the light projector mode turned the straight and narrow laser beam in a cone of light that spread out quickly. Ordinarily, such a mode would quickly diffuse the energy to the point where it hardly inflicted any damage. However, with sufficient power, it would still be able to cook an armored man within a distance of up to 10 meters. Maybe he could still exorcise this ghost this way, yet the collateral damage would be huge. Without an armored suit of his own, the heat would affect his body as well. Even then, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that his mother would pull off another trick. She seemed incredibly capable of avoiding a light projector. His mother smirked at him, as if she guessed what was on his mind. I must take my leave now. You are old enough to stand on your own, and you don't need your mother to tell you what to do. Mom? Before she left, she focused on the crystal leader's corpse. Slowly, her humanoid form flickered, as if it lost some stability. Her form behaved as if it reflected off a pond which rippled from a stone. Then, something drastic happened. Her intangible bone-white substance got pulled into the crystal leader's tiny corpse. It was as if some kind of hole sucked her inside. The crystal leader's corpse continued to hover in the air despite no one holding it aloft. It started to shake a few times before the crystals that made up its limbs started to glow in white. Some of the cavities in the strange alien's head started to glow, as if all of its eyes had turned to life. A sound emerged from the corpse. Ah, that was harder than I thought. This body is more older than I anticipated. The crystals embedded into the corpse started to reconfigure themselves into different orientations. The hunched posture of the tiny alien straightened up, and the body started to resemble a human female. The cavities that dotted its entire head closed up. Instead, two symmetrical eyes opened up, adorning the faceless head with a touch of humanity. Vez was taken aback. He stood there with his mouth wide open as his mother intricately molded the cyborg body to her tastes. Vez never knew such a thing was possible. Had the corpse always contained this function, or was it something she forced with her own powers? Whatever the case, it didn't change the fact that his mother had taken possession of a body. Even though she looked like a doll, Vez knew better than to underestimate its capabilities. The crystals possessed remarkable capabilities that could wreak havoc. He was certain that his mother was up to no good. After she finished her adjustment, she smiled again at Vez and turned intangible. Once she made sure she retained the capability to pass through walls, she turned to go. Wait. That artifact is mine. I still need it for my research. I've seen your work. You are almost done with your research project. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. His mother disappeared before Vez could get another word out. She stole his artifact. Vez could have continued to perform more research on the corpse and figure out more applications of the crystals. Now it was gone. Chapter 366 New Development. The departure of the ghost that pretended to be his mother left Vez in a morose mood. His ambivalence towards her identity deepened with each subsequent meeting. Even with his superhuman intelligence, he still couldn't determine whether the ghost spoke the truth. She moved exactly like he remembered from his childhood, but her attitude had turned 10 times worse. Even though she helped him out, she wrapped up her benevolence with thorns. Her unilateral appropriation of the crystal leader's corpse particularly set back his future plans. Without a live sample of crystals to study, Vez wouldn't be able to delve into its secrets and progress his understanding of the alien technology. Even though he took plenty of scans, they only offered a finite amount of data. Scans won't be able to substitute for the real thing. More disturbing than his mother's lack of sensitivity regarding the ownership of his property, she also showed competence in areas which she shouldn't know. It's like she's some sort of highly trained soldier or mech pilot. As far as Vez was aware of, his mother lived a completely normal life. Vez inherited a small portion of his artistic sense from her. In her spare time, she enthusiastically played with recorders and snapped a lot of images of their family. She made a small business out of recorded some of the weddings in Freslin. Even though a couple of recorder bots and some automated software could do the job, they would never be able to convey the emotional impact if a human stood at the helm. His mother truly stood out in that area. My mother spent her lifetime developing those skills. It's impossible for her to be good at fighting. Vez came up with 3 different answers to this discrepancy. Either she gained a lot of new skills after her death, or she was never the person she pretended to be when she still lived. As for the final answer, the ghost used to be someone else, but for some reason or another assumed his mother's identity. This is far too complicated. He could speculate all day, but from the evidence at hand, he failed to make up his mind. If the ghost assumed any other identity, then he may have been able to look at this conundrum in an objective manner. Yet when it came to his mother, his judgment became clouded with emotion. He was not a bot who could strictly look at a situation and spit out a yes or no. Bots had the luxury of ignoring everything that fell out of their consideration. Vez enjoyed no such luxury. At least she didn't suck out the life of me this time. He faintly sensed that she became more formidable each time she paid a visit to him. Previously, she seemed more primal and ephemeral, as if she was one step away from oblivion. Now, she behaved much like a living human being, as if she had truly been resurrected from the grave. Obviously, the ghost constantly sought to strengthen herself. Otherwise she wouldn't go through the trouble of stealing his high-grade Rorschach's bone and his crystal artifact. Even if we're related, that's no reason for taking away my stuff. Sadly, the ghost was nowhere to be found. She came and went according to her own whims. Even if she hovered right next to him, as long as she exerted her utmost in hiding her presence, Vez wouldn't know he was being spied upon. His glowering mood turned even gloomier at that realization. The only reason why he didn't panic was because his mother wouldn't expose his secrets to anyone else. She was just like his father, who offended a dangerous transgalactic secret society in order to deliver the mech designer system to him. If she's truly my mother, she only wants the best for me. He turned his attention to the fragment that hovered before him. Vez carefully treated the flickering silvery spirit with care. He slowly drew it from the mess hall and brought it back to the labs. Let's see what makes you tick. Vez proceeded to subject the fragment to all manner of tests and scans. Unfortunately, most of the machines failed to make sense of the fragment. It was as if it didn't exist. Similar to Lucky in his intangible state, the fragment could only be seen, not touched. He could forget about trying to manipulate it with the help of any tools. Even the Vulcanite had to admit defeat in front of the fragment. While the multiscanner spat out a few more observations, it hardly told him anything he didn't know. In the end, a spiritual fragment only responds to spiritual stimuli. He gently manipulated the fragment between his hands. He became more proficient in tugging it back and forth. He found that he didn't need to employ his full focus to direct the fragment. As long as Vez revealed a hint of emotion, the spiritual fragment eventually reacted. It had to be the right set of emotions and thought in order to work, however. The fragment yearned to be big. So long as Vez intimated that he would put the fragment into a mech, the silvery flame became as docile as a pet. Vez couldn't experiment too much with the fragment. As fascinating as its existence implied, he still had a lot of work to do. His research on finding a more economic composition of crystal was almost done. He only needed to solve the problem of producing larger crystals without flaws. Let's finish up the images. He sat down and relaxed while keeping the fragment in his view. The triple division technique called for superimposing 3 different images, but they didn't need to be of equal strength. Yet Vez had never worked with an existing spiritual fragment. Even though it looked like anyone could snuff it out with a pinch of his fingers, it held a surprising amount of spiritual power. Over millions of years of drifting about in the imaginary realms, the fragment lost everything redundant, leaving only the purest thoughts and emotions. Whenever Vez brushed his senses close to the fragment, he countered unyielding will. It lacked much of the context that he wanted to know. He knew nothing about the Crystal Leader's history. This made it difficult for him to construct a backstory around the fragment. Maybe it doesn't need anything more. Anything he added to the spiritual fragment wouldn't stick. Its unyielding will worked against Vez whenever he wanted to alter its makeup. Unlike most of his other images, the fragment had already endured for eons. He set the fragment aside and focused his mind on constructing the other 2 images. Vez already put a lot of thought to them, so he easily constructed the images in his mind. The base model consisted of a fast and nimble rifleman mech. It possessed the same defining traits as the mech in his vision, although in a more idealized way. The rifleman mech took up a starring role no matter if it fought alongside other rifleman mech or operated at the head of a squad. Vez even added a little flamboyance to its performance. This would be a mech meant to be piloted by the skilled. It catered to mech pilots who demanded a high amount of mobility while simultaneously wanted enough armor to triumph against enemy marksmen. My mech has to be fast, accurate, enduring and tough. That was a very tall order, but Vez possessed enough confidence that he could deliver the goods. The base model required little else. Vez only strengthened its core traits as much as possible in order to put up a decent fight against the spiritual fragment. He also imagined its performance becoming better over time. Age didn't degrade its performance, but rather strengthened it to a higher level. Now for the totem animal. The totem animal had to fit the archetype. He needed to construct a mythical animal that fought with speed and finesse. Rather than scouring the galactic net over an existing example, Vez conjured up an animal from scratch. After several weeks of thought, he came up with a skinny fire ape. Unlike most primate species which relied on their brute strength to fight, this animal relied on his supernatural ability to shoot out concentrated fire from its eyes. The fire ape began as a small and weak member of its tribe. Its differences and lack of physical prowess quickly forced it out of its tribe. As a young ape, it survived in the jungle by itself. It barely kept itself fed. All of that changed once it manifested its power of fire. Its eyes grew red and the fury it became capable of releasing constantly became more formidable. With increased strength came increased food. The more it ate, the stronger it grew. This cycle fueled the fire ape's growth, enabling it to range into the depths of the forest and contend with the kings that ruled over the animal kingdom. Up to the very end, the fire ape had become the sovereign of the forest. It commanded the allegiance of all the other apes, allowing its species to become the first species under heaven. Even then, the fire ape looked up at the skies and dreamt of breaking through the barrier that constrained it to its world. Just like the base image, Vez made sure to incorporate a growth element in their story. His second original design shared a lot of traits with the Blackbeak design. Vez intended both of them to be enduring and resilient. They would definitely last long enough for their X Factor to experience a lot of growth. He already looked forward to how his mech performed a couple of years from now. Vez spent a lot of time on the fire ape's backstory because he wanted to bestow a lot of strength to the image. If the fire ape buckled too easily against the spiritual fragment, then there wasn't any point in employing the triple division technique. I'm going to have to come up with another technique soon. His studies into the X Factor had only scratched the surface. He came up with the triple division technique after recognizing that images could be superimposed together. A lot of time had passed between now and then. He gained a lot of new knowledge, from learning that the images and X Factor could grow, to the true nature of spirituality, to realizing he might be able to incorporate other sources of spirituality. To make full use of these new insights, Vez required a new way of working with images. He wanted them to be strong and useful. The biggest downside to the triple division technique was that mutual cannibalism among the images resulted in a lot of waste. Even if the eventual victor consumed the essence of its defeated rivals, it was a stretch if they could repurpose all of their strengths. It's a way of turning 3 weak images into a stronger one. However, what would be the result of using 2 weak images and 1 incredibly strong one? Vez guessed that the stronger image might outright reject or annihilate the weaker images without attempting to absorb their strong points. That was not the outcome he wanted. When Vez looked at the fragment, he sensed an impenetrable wall. This spiritual remnant brooked no intrusion. He wondered whether he could soften it up before he performed the final phase of the triple division technique. If he left it like this, then the technique would certainly result in failure. This image spent too much time in limbo. It has gone through hell and back and survived where many other spiritual fragments have disappeared. However, Vez called it a fragment because it was an incomplete portion of a whole. Despite its all-encompassing defenses, it longed to be reunited with its fellow fragments. Vez figured out a loophole. If I can fool this fragment into recognizing the other 2 images as one of its own, what will happen? This notion went beyond the confines of the triple division technique. While it wasn't an entirely new technique, it deserved to be distinguished from the standard method. Still, all of his ideas might come to nothing if he failed to fool the spiritual fragment. His brows began to furrow as he tried to figure out how he could open up a chink in the fragment's armor. Chapter 367 consumed. Vez thought about the issue for a couple of minutes. If I constructed the base model and totem animal in a way that matches the spiritual fragment, then there's a good chance they'll merge. The spiritual fragment didn't need any strengthening. Rather, it needed the traits that the other 2 images brought to the table. Otherwise, his X Factor wouldn't be able to bring out a comprehensive enhancement. While his idea sounded like it could work, it wouldn't help him out in his current situation. He already constructed the other 2 images and they shared little in common with the spiritual fragment that Vez wanted to employ as the human myth. The key to the triple division technique was to put together 3 distinctly different images. If he made them too similar, then that would defeat the point of the technique. This won't be the first time he'll handle a spiritual fragment. I can't keep making compromises if I encounter a recalcitrant fragment. He needed to find a different solution. When he turned his attention back to the spiritual fragment, he recalled its bot-like behavior. Another idea sprung to mind. The fragment couldn't think for itself. After all, It was only a small portion of a formerly complete entity. What if he issued a more elaborate command? Would the fragment behave according to his will? He needed to approach this in the right way. He didn't want the fragment to assimilate the other two images in a seamless fashion, and neither did he want the fragment to obliterate them either. Whatever the final product may look like, it had to be greater than the sum of its parts. It has to be akin to a complete form of life. Every other product of his triple division technique resulted in living images. His recent ones also incorporated a growth element in order to make them more formidable as they experienced multiple battles. Vez knew how to approach this problem. He sent out a couple of mental directives to the fragment. He laid out some of the fragment's inadequacies, prompting it to strengthen its desire to become whole again. It's impossible for you to merge with the other fragments from the crystal leader that are left adrift. He wanted the fragment to be a little less discerning in its demands. It didn't need to seek out its original companions. Vez could introduce it to two new friends. Even though the fragment proved obstinate, Vez managed to lower its guard by experimenting and figuring out the right kind of logic that would pass muster. It's like a puzzle. After several hours of continuous probing, Vez managed to soften the fragment up to the point where it would comply with his intentions. This was the point where he put all of his conjectures to the test. Failure would set him back a lot, and in the worst case the spiritual fragment might sustain irreparable harm. He coaxed the image to inhabit his mind space. After a moment, the fragment got sucked inside his head. Right now, Vez felt as if his brain became a little stuffy. His thoughts flowed a little bit less fluidly as the fragment occupied a significant portion of his mindscape. He also sensed that the fragment didn't remain inert. It interacted with the errant thoughts floating in his mind and exerted an unknown influence on his mind. He imaged drastic changes to his thinking pattern if he let the fragment occupy his mind for an extended amount of time. Best get to it then. I can't let it stay like this for too long. Vez proceeded to carefully introduce the other two images to the new presence. If the fragment appeared almost solid, the other images looked as if they would break like eggs if they smashed against its surface. The disparity was too big. The safest approach would be to encourage the spiritual fragment to assimilate the images. Yet he didn't do so because he thought it would lead to an imperfect merger. There needs to be some struggle. It can't blindly incorporate the good and bad parts of the other images. Therefore, Vez conditioned the dim-witted fragment to treat the other images as supplements that could enhance its strength and make it become whole. In order to exert some control over the process, Vez focused his concentration and gifted the other two images with a considerable portion of his mental power. They needed to last long enough for the fragment to consume them over time. After a bit more encouragement, the spiritual fragment went to work. It flew towards the other two images and clashed against them. Although the base model and the totem animal were much weaker than the fragment, they had the advantage of independent thought. As living images, they possessed enough self-awareness to understand their dire situation. If they didn't band together and push back against the domineering spiritual image, they'd be swallowed whole and disappear from existence. Come on. Put up a fight. Vez continued to pump more mental power into the underdogs, yet it hardly availed them as the fragment's imposing strength overwhelmed their defenses with ease. The pushback only allowed the images to delay their foreordained deaths. He became a little distracted by the gruesome massacre being carried out in his mind. He felt as if he corrupted an innocent child into becoming a mass murderer. Worse, he offered his own children as its first victims. He did create the base model and totem animal out of his own imagination. As his creations, they deserve better than be fated to die. Cattle are born to the slaughter every day. He shook his head. I can't be too soft-hearted about what's happening. As long as he achieved his desired outcome, he won't let any doubts get in the way. Vez kept his full attention on the struggle for dominance. Both the base model and the totem animal fought to the bitter end. As for the spiritual fragment, it ceaselessly broke up the portions that it managed to dislodge from the other two images and incorporated into its own existence. The sheer disparity in strength meant the spiritual fragment hadn't grown any stronger. Instead, the additions prompted the fragment to lend some of its strength and fill them with life. The fragment transformed inside his mind. It ceaselessly filled up the portions it lacked and ballooned into an entity that looked more complete. Naturally, the fragment didn't restore itself to what it looked like before it was whole. That was gone, and could never be recovered. Instead, the newly incorporated editions contained the essence of the other two images. The spiritual amalgamation slowly shook off the identity of a fragment and grew into a newly birthed spiritual entity. Success. When the two sacrificial images finally disappeared into the belly of the spiritual entity, Vez finally beheld the results. After a few more minutes of transformation, the spiritual entity showed off its new form. It looked like a crystal golem. The entity's physical appearance no longer looked like a flame. Now, it turned into an imaginary crystalline life form that clearly derived its form from the appearances of the other two images. The humanoid crystal golem released a formless pressure onto his mind. It was no longer a naive bot-like remnant that could be fooled by a couple of thoughts from Vez. It possessed its own capacity to think and decide. It looked around his mindscape and kept up a vigilant stance. Every other image unconsciously accepted his presence. This was not so for the crystal golem. Hey, I didn't fool you. I made you whole, and I'm about to fulfill my other promise to you in a couple of months. Vez got the sense that the crystal golem's patience would quickly wear thin. He had to work fast and complete his second original design fairly soon before the crystal golem did something drastic within his mind. He sighed and leaned back in his chair. The process had taken a lot out of him. He used up almost every portion of strength in his mind. I could use a break. Vez decided to take a nap and let his mental strength recover while he slept. He left the labs and entered the bedroom area on the private workshop floor. Upon reaching his private bedroom, he came across a dozing Lucky. So there you are, you lazy backstabbing cat. Lucky softly purred in his slumber. The gem cat didn't even have the decency to do his bathroom business in his litter box. Vez picked up the shiny blue gem the cat deposited on his bedsheets and inspected it with his system-augmented vision. Sylvanus of Swiftness. Increases acceleration by 8% when installed on a mech. Lately, Lucky's waste products started to come in the form of junk exotic gems. Sometimes, they even shone. This gave the gems a lot of class. Besides looking pretty, their effects also started to become more noticeable. A boost of 8% in any parameter could not be underestimated. This is one of the good ones. Vez smiled and put it inside a small bag where he collected a number of other gems. At least you're good for something, Lucky. The cat softly purred again. Vez shook his head and picked him up and shoved him a bit further down the bed to make room for his body. He lay down on his bed and went to sleep. The next day, Vez went through his morning ritual and resumed his work. Even though he built up the crystal golem, he still had to finalize his work on the gimmick. He entered the labs and looked at his half-finished project. Just as he tried to figure out how to scale up the crystals without introducing cracks or other flaws, the crystal golem in his mind started to stir. What's going on? The crystal golem started conveying thoughts to Vez. Initially, he failed to interpret the stream of thoughts sent in his direction. It was only when he looked at the crystals he attempted to synthesize that the thoughts started to make sense. Are you telling me I'm doing it wrong? The crystal golem didn't actually convey a lot of data to Vez. What it did decided to tell him only amounted to a couple of key concepts that Vez had a lot of difficulty trying to understand. The crystal builders adopted a completely different perspective on their technology, and Vez had to employ his entire upgraded intelligence in trying to parse the alien thoughts. Still, the things he figured out proved to be very relevant to the situation at hand. I get it now. So that's why the crystals break. You've got to treat it as if I'm cultivating them. They're like organic growths. Just this lesson along with some other interpreted insights saved him a lot of time. Vez immediately put his new notions to the test and synthesized a crystal the size of his head. He had to use another lab machine to do so, and he also used up several critical raw materials that he stored up. It worked. The crystal golem hadn't led him astray. While the new solutions didn't guarantee that Vez would be able to synthesize a full-sized crystal that could be embedded in the chest of his mech, it already proved sufficient to be integrated in a laser rifle. Even if he encountered some problems trying to produce a larger crystal, Vez could figure out the rest on his own. Thanks, crystal golem. The image didn't respond. It had only been a remnant instinct for it to lend a hand to Vez. Now that he achieved enough progress with regards to the crystals, Vez was ready to move on to the next phase of his design project. I'll have to spend some time drafting up my new mech. It helps that I'm mostly going to reuse my existing component licenses. From the Trailblazer engine to the Veltrex armor system, Vez intended to recycle as much component licenses as possible. Naturally, he won't be able to incorporate every single license, but the ones he already possessed provided a solid framework to work around. I've got to finish this quickly. I've already wasted too much time on other diversions. Chapter 368 Shaping the draft design took shape in a short amount of time. Even though this was the first time he put his conception of his second original mech into shape, he had always imagined its design beforehand. In his rich imagination, Vez constantly tinkered with the design elements of his rifleman mech. Every available moment, such as when he fell to sleep or took a bath, his thoughts always flitted back to the design of his mech. A mech designer never stopped designing mech. Even without a design program, a mech designer would use his own imagination to define its shape. Therefore, the design process right now actually consisted of constructing the second draft rather than the first. Vez had already pinned down most of the major design choices he thought about beforehand. My mech has to be fast, accurate, enduring and tough. In that order. Juggling those priorities took a lot of finesse. Over the course of a single day, Vez drew up a three-dimensional wireframe model of what his intended design should look like. He only drew up the broad strokes of his design, but had already set a couple of factors in stone. First, the new design looked nothing like the Blackbeak. Besides using the same type of armor system, engine and other components, the two designs had nothing in common. The Blackbeak's role is to attract attention. As a knight, it's inevitable that it's going to be put to use in attracting enemy firepower. In contrast, a rifleman mech would never volunteer itself as a target dummy. Only stupid and desperate mech pilots would call out attention to their lightly armored mech. A rifleman mech armor carried at least half as less armor than a knight mech. It was not as if rifleman mech couldn't pile up the armor if it wished to do so, but the costs outweighed the benefits. One of the most important reasons why was that all of that armor impacted the accuracy and precision of a ranged mech. This problem became much worse with higher classes of mech, because the exotics incorporated in armor plating often interfered with the precision of the limbs. Either a mech can be light or precise, or heavy and strong. Only heavy mechs circumvented this unspoken rule. They possessed enough space and weight for mech designers to separate the interference and implement all kinds of compensation systems. Heavy mech are mostly designed and produced by states. I won't be able to get in touch with heavy mech in a long time. Right now, Vez had to play by the rules, so he adopted a slimmer medium mech form optimized for speed and accuracy. If he wanted to design a skirmisher mech, he would probably strengthen the arms to make it capable of fighting up close. However, a rifleman mech didn't need that much power, so he kept them fairly slim. It's not going to take too much strength to lift up a rifle. It's more important to make sure they're stable and precise. The heavier the arms, the harder it became to ensure they operated precisely according to the will of the mech pilot. More mass meant more complications. Therefore, mech designers sought to cut them down to the absolute minimum, with perhaps a small allowance for armor plating. This was why rifleman mech made for very poor melee mech. They won't be able to wield heavier weapons such as swords and spears effectively, and they made for a pathetic sight if they had to resort to their backup knives. This was why rifleman mech needed mobility. An immobile mech was a sitting duck to any skirmisher, swordsman mech or knight that ran up to its face. As long as they can run away, they can maintain their combat effectiveness. Modern mech combat centered around the strategic positioning of rifleman mech. The goal of both forces would be to smash apart the rifleman mech of their opponents. As long as one side lost its rifleman mech, its fate would be sealed. Vez spent more time than he thought trying to draft up a good pair of legs. Different from skirmisher mech, they didn't need to excel in top speed. Rather, they needed to accelerate quickly and be able to halt a mech forward momentum in an instant. This took a fair bit of thought. Stronger legs required larger legs, but larger legs also added to weight, which in turn slowed down the mech again. Fortunately, Vez already owned a number of high-quality component licenses, most of which he exchanged from the Clifford Society with merits. Those component licenses enabled him to make more generous trade-offs, thereby allowing him to achieve a decent balance between speed and weight. With a pair of fairly capable legs, the mech looked a bit unbalanced with the skinny pair of arms. Almost every medium rifleman mech looked this way, so Vez wasn't worried about the negative consequences. The rest of the mech looked fairly slim as well. Compared to the Black Beak, it possessed a much slimmer weight, as Vez had left out most of the excess armor. He only left a fair bit on the front torso, as rifleman mech would often be employed against enemy rifleman mech. Vez figured that the amount of armor he had already added should be sufficient to win an even firefight against a regular rifleman mech. The armor largely plays the role of a buffer. It gives the mech pilot another chance after he screws up. His mech isn't supposed to get hit in the first place. His mech high mobility ensured the rifleman mech wouldn't get hit nearly as often as the Black Beak. Thus Vez didn't worry too much about the deficiency in armor. The rest of his design followed the standard convention for rifleman mech. Vez did not try to introduce any radical departures from the common standard for rifleman mech. He needed a lot more skill and experience to attempt such a thing. Vez decided to adhere to best practices in that regard. This prevented him from introducing potentially fatal flaws, but it also left out any major jumps in performance. It was not that Vez rejected risk-taking, but he felt he wasn't ready to take that step. I'll have to become a full-fledged journeyman mech designer before I attempt such a thing. While he designed his mech, he also continuously channeled his focus. Working with the crystal golem was a lot different than working with images he created from his own imagination. While the crystal golem largely possessed simple thoughts due to its unusual method of birth, it possessed a much stronger mentality than anything that Vez had hosted in his mind. The crystal golem was alive, and keenly watched on as Vez drafted the mech that it would eventually inhabit. Naturally, the crystal golem knew nothing about mech, so it hadn't been able to offer any technical assistance besides the implementation of the crystals. Vez embedded a smaller one in the laser rifle design and a larger one in the chest. The latter crystal was a bit special, because Vez wanted it to be charged through multiple ways. First, any energy weapon that struck the crystal or around it would have some of its energy siphoned by it. Achieving such a phenomenon wasn't easy, and Vez required a lot of help from the crystal golem to turn the idea into a feasible implementation. Fortunately, the crystal golem might have forgotten much of its original life, but it still held a wealth of expertise concerning crystal technology. It even amazingly taught him some of its race's simplest circuits, which facilitated the process of energy siphoning. This is amazing. The torso crystal would certainly make a big impact when it would be unveiled. Perhaps initially the market would dismiss it as another overhyped gimmick that could never deliver on its promise. When the new design finally demonstrated its capabilities, those skeptics and naysayers would certainly be stunned. 3 days later, Vez finally finished his draft design. It incorporated most of what he wanted out of his second original design. The only thing he regretted was not being able to supply the rifleman mech with enough batteries. Its slimmed-down volume left a bit less space for batteries than he anticipated. Even if he utilized the same high-quality batteries as the Black Beak, it still wouldn't last very long if it continuously shot its weapon. You've got no choice but to utilize a laser rifle design with external battery packs. Laser rifleman mech distinguished themselves from ballistic rifleman mech by their ease of supply. Laser rifles utilized standardized formats of batteries. As long as a large force brought enough copies of a handful of battery formats, it would easily be able to supply a motley crew of rifleman mech. However, the use of an external battery pack came with a lot of hassle. Laser rifles that drew power directly from its wielder always provided more convenience to the mech pilot. It significantly reduced the supply burden and saved the mech pilot from fumbling around when they replaced a spent battery pack with a fresh one. Naturally, relying on internal energy cells came with its own downsides, one of which was that the entire mech would be drained much faster. At least with external battery packs, the worst a mech pilot could do was run out of packs. As long as his mech still possessed enough energy, he could always retreat. This was not so with the complete dependence on internal energy cells. The convenience was actually a double-edged sword. Even if Vez was willing to accept the price, He still couldn't get around to the fact that his energy cells wouldn't be able to supply his laser rifle for long. He hadn't only been drafting his mech. He also spent at least half a day on his laser rifle. In fact, it didn't look too different from the Tainted Sun which he designed before. Much of the principles used in the design of the Gamma laser rifle could also be applied to a regular laser rifle. Vez made sure to spice up its design in order to obscure the fact that he derived it from a forbidden weapon. This wasn't very hard to do. Gamma lasers demanded an insane amount of integrity and safeguards in order to handle its extremely high output. Once Vez stripped most of the redundant features, he ended up with something that looked nothing like it could be used for anything illegal. Well, I think some smart people might be able to spot some clues. They could only hold their suspicions, though. At best, someone would suspect that Vez studied under a weapons developer or mech designer who previously worked with gamma laser rifles. Such news might be able to land Vez in hot water, but he knew very well that no such teacher existed. Who would his skeptics pointed as proof that Vez had crossed a taboo. Therefore, Vez didn't take the threat too seriously. Besides, the crystal integrated in the rifle mechanism will certainly attract everyone's attention. The crystal acted as a laser propagator that substituted for a whole host of internal components. This might sound like a convenience, but in fact it added significantly to its cost. It also made the rifle harder to produce. That last point would prove to be a major demerit. External weapons such as rifles often wore out quickly. Their lack of armor also meant they easily sustained crippling damage. This wasn't anything to be concerned about in normal cases, as outfits often brought a bunch of spare laser rifles. Riflemen mech also often exchanged their native weapon models with others. Some mech pilots even regarded it as natural as wearing a different set of clothes each day. The reason why such a custom came about was because laser rifles ordinarily didn't cost a lot of credits. However, Vez would have a lot of trouble trying to get his customers to accept purchasing his more expensive laser rifle, given that it would cost at least twice as much as a normal rifle. It was very much possible that his customers would only use the crystal laser rifle that came with his product at the start. When it inevitably broke down, they'll just grab the nearest generic laser rifle instead of purchasing a branded one from the LMC. If I want to make my customers stick to my brand of weapons, I'll have to add more benefits to using them in conjunction with my mech. This wasn't an old problem. Plenty of mech designers faced the same issue, and they developed a set of standard solutions to make the pairing between mech and weapon more attractive. At the draft stage, it wasn't necessary for Vez to work on that aspect. He decided to leave the issue for later while he finalized the draft and made sure he hadn't missed any major design choices. He nodded in satisfaction. This is enough to give others a good impression of my mech. Let's see what others have to say about my work. Chapter 369 Leaving the Cave Chapter 369 Leaving the Cave. Before he ended his isolation, Vez quickly checked the system. In the last couple of weeks, his DP had crawled up. He noted with satisfaction that ever since the mech nursery got their hands on the 2 Benson production lines, his DP started to accumulate a lot faster. Still, it's going to take some time before I can accumulate a decent reserve. In order to design a competitive machine that could hold its own in the overcrowded market for rifleman mech, Vez relied on a number of advantages. Compared to a regular mech designer from the Bright Republic, Vez enjoyed a decisive superiority in knowledge and ability. His extensive collection of skills and his enhanced intelligence far outpaced a regular apprentice mech designer. His physics skill alone enabled him to apply the alien crystal technology to his laser weapon, which was a massive boost. His extensive library of quality component licenses also enabled him to lift the quality of his design by several increments. Vez could never stop praising the quality of the Trailblazer engine. Oleg's casual work might look nothing special in the Friday Coalition, but in the Bright Republic it had clearly earned the Blackbeak design a lot of renown. Even if he lacked a number of essential component licenses, he could still purchase a small number of average licenses with his own wealth or his company's wealth. If he wanted to obtain something better, then he could even break open his stash of merits and obtain something good from the Clifford Society. Vez already considered licensing some supplemental internal component licenses from the Society. A good rifleman mech needed a comprehensive targeting system and various other aids that facilitated accuracy. He also wasn't entirely able to design a laser rifle from scratch. He still needed a base model to work from because he wasn't about to design a whole host of special components from scratch. Even when he designed the Tainted Sun, he relied on existing research notes to tide him over in this aspect. In essence, Vez partially plagiarized someone else's work when he designed the Grazer rifle. For obvious reasons, it wouldn't be a good idea for Vez to copy the exact same work for his next weapon design. Either he should come up with something original, or leave an obvious paper trail to an existing laser rifle design. Vez chose to do the latter, because it wouldn't cost him a lot if he wanted to obtain a generic license. He didn't place too many demands on the weapon, so he had no need to work with something expensive. Extensive knowledge and good component licenses only form the base of my confidence. Although it sounded as if he stood above his peers, in fact Vez knew very well that talents could beat him in both aspects. He couldn't forget about Michael Dumont, who had been lying low all this time while ramping up production of his discounted Havilax. Vez faintly felt as if his rivalry with Dumont hadn't ended yet. Someone was obviously propping him up, because his company certainly wasn't making any profit from selling the Havilax for 50 million credits. No, the true reason why he felt confident was because he possessed the opportunity to develop a mastery anytime he wanted. While the price was steep, the benefits pushed him up to the same level as the direct disciples of master mech designers. Only through experiencing the perspective of mech pilots could mech designers develop a mech that fits all of their customers' needs. Still, Vez had to wince when he saw how much he had to go. He was far too short from reaching 40,000 DP. According to the rules of the system, he earned 1 DP for every million credits in revenue. To accumulate 40,000 DP, the LMC needed to achieve a turnover of 40 billion credits. That was an insane amount, and couldn't be done in a couple of weeks. The last time, Vez slowly piled up his DP through a combination of virtual and physical sales of the Blackbeak model, with the former playing the main role. However, the Blackbeak had almost reached its DP cap. Virtual mech earned DP a lot faster, but would eventually reach an upper limit where it didn't matter how many virtual copies got sold. The system treated physical mech differently. It could potentially deliver Vez a lot DP, but only if he sold them en masse. Right now, his sales hadn't reached that level where it could overtake the DP income of virtual mech. The delay grated on him. Until he obtained his mastery, Vez didn't dare move on to the next phase of his design project. "I'll figure something out after I collect some feedback. At worst, I'll design another virtual mech." Vez thought he outgrew the necessity of designing virtual mech, but reality proved him otherwise. It wasn't really respectable for a mech designer who owned a thriving mech company to go back to the sandbox and dabble with virtual mech like a kid. Oh well, I'll take the hit in reputation so long as I earn enough DP. After tidying up his lab, Vez exited the lab's and private workshop floor and took the elevator up to the fabrication floor. From weeks of solitude, Vez suddenly experienced a frenetic energy that could only come into being when a large amount of people stayed in the same space. Even though the different halls offered plenty of space, it couldn't obscure the effort poured into the activities that took place. This was where the LMC fabricated its mech. Vez smiled as he toured the 3 fabrication halls currently in use. Each hall hosted its own production line. The mech technicians all worked seriously around the Dortmund line. As the most advanced production line of the LMC, it required a lot of focus and competence to ensure no flaws emerged in the end products. As for the other halls, the mech technicians treated them with a little less care, though not too much. The new Benson production lines might not be able to deliver the quality of the Dortmund lines, but they made it up with increased automation and convenience. Vez spotted Chief Cyril berating a handful of mech technicians slipping up on the job. He quietly approached the man and let him finish his rant. "Chief." "Vez." He nodded. "It's about time you left your cave. You've missed a lot. We could have used your help in getting the Benson lines up to speed." Vez looked at the machines at work and found them to be running smooth. "You didn't need my help. It's best to train the mech technicians into solving their own problems. They can't always run up to us whenever they hit an obstacle." It still took a week longer than necessary to get the production lines on track. Are there still any problems related to production? None that requires your attention. Most of my mech technicians have become familiar with working with the Benson machines, and they are already highly familiar with the Blackbeak design. They can pump out silver label Blackbeaks in their sleep. That's good to hear. Vez smiled. When he returned from the Glowing Planet campaign, he relayed some of his experiences to Chief Cyril. After telling the chief technician how awful it was to work with a bunch of sad excuses of mech technicians from Walter's Whalers, he exhorted the chief to step up the training of the LMC's workforce. Vez would rather stab himself in the chest than to supervise a crowd of lazy bums. After discussing some routine matters, Vez brought Cyril to a private office where he showed him the draft design. What you are seeing now is a draft of my next design. It's a rifleman mech with a number of unique points. Vez explained the overall parameters of the mech as well as its special laser crystal rifle and the crystal embedded into the chest. Chief Cyril scratched his stubble, deep in thought. You don't go for half measures, do you? This is a risky design. If you can deliver on your promises, I'm sure your design will be a commercial success. The premise here was if Vez could actually bring his draft to life without compromising on any of its estimated capabilities. Still, if there was one thing Vez didn't lack, it was skill. I'm fairly sure I can manage. Tell me what stands out to you. Besides the difficulty of realizing such an ambitious design, I think you're going to have a lot of trouble with the two basic concerns of rifleman mech. Your energy supply and heat management don't look very fantastic. My design is almost as efficient as the Blackbeak. Certainly, its top speed is nothing to scoff at, but the Trailblazer engine is able to do more with less. That's only the engine. There are other components that suck up a lot of power as well, for example that fancy laser rifle of yours. According to your planning, it's supposed to come with both a rapid fire and high energy firing modes. No matter the mode, your mech won't be able to persist very long on the battlefield. Even if it relied on external battery packs, Vez could still not go over the fact that his mech wouldn't be able to carry too many of them. That would negate all of the advantages of slimming down the mech. I'm already aware of the power issues. There are no easy solutions to this problem. As long as the rest of the mech is able to deliver on its promises, I think my customers won't mind too much on this issue. It's your call. Chief Cyril shrugged. The second problem is that the armor looks a little thin. Are you aware that the Veltrex armor system won't work as well when you thin down the layers? The Veltrex armor system consisted of 3 fixed layers of armor plating of different compositions. The Blackbeak enjoyed an ample thickness for each of the 3 layers, so it was able to make full use of armor system. Chief Cyril pointed out an uncomfortable truth, and that was that Vez took an armor system meant for knights and applied it to a rifleman mech design. It's a less than ideal use of the Veltrex system, I admit. Vez had to concede his faults. It's true that I'm driven by practicality when I made this design choice. If I had the option, I would have used another armor system, but I don't think the additional spending is worth it. Even though the Veltrex plating loses a bit of effectiveness when they're applied so thinly, they still perform above average compared to the local market standard. Vez licensed the Veltrex armor system from Lemur. It couldn't compare against the regular compressed armor licenses that circulated in the Bright Republic. However, it didn't change the fact that Vez had made a suboptimal design choice. Do you think it will affect the market evaluation of my design? Maybe not. It's not like anyone else but other mech designers care about a slight misuse like this. The critics will torch you for this decision, but in my judgment the mech pilots won't care. It may even be of help to your fans. If they want both your Blackbeaks and some copies of this new design, then the logistics of maintaining and repairing them will be a lot simpler. Compressed armor was very difficult to fabricate and used up a lot of materials. A single outfit would have an extremely hard time trying to carry all of the raw materials of several different premium armor systems. If multiple mech use the same armor system, then that drastically lightened the footprint of any outfit. Some mech manufacturers designed a complete portfolio of mech that shared the same materials for that reason. I think the Veltrex armor system has enough flexibility to be applied to any medium mech archetype. Vez concluded after the chief raised this point. I don't plan on designing every popular archetype with the same armor system, but it's a nice benefit if I can make it work. Chapter 370 Security concerns. The issue of earning DP continued to hound Vez. Right now, most of his DP came from selling physical Blackbeak copies. In this regard, his silver label Blackbeaks only earned him a trickle, while the much more abundant bronze label Blackbeaks actually drove most of his DP income. Even then, domestic sales of the Blackbeak had started to slide now that most of the immediate demand had been met. Elemental Mech Engineering, the third-party manufacturer that marketed its products in the domestic market, already informed the LMC that they had already dialed down their production. Von Industrial had picked up the slack, but it wasn't easy trying to introduce a brighter product into the markets of foreign states. Besides some modest success in the Protectorate and a couple of other states, Von had failed to make an impact elsewhere. It's going to take at least a month before my DP swells up to 40,000. He judged. That was a fairly long time, and anything could happen in between. He did not wish to delay his project any more than necessary. In the meantime, Vez kept collecting feedback from his friends and closest employees. He heard pretty much the same thing about power supply, heat management and the effectiveness of the armor system from everyone, although they focused on different aspects. Different from last time, the LMC had now grown into a sizable employer. Besides asking other people's opinions in an informal setting, he also got roped into holding a meeting in front of a bunch of marketing managers he didn't even know his company hired. While they lacked the technical background to understand the nuts and bolts of his design, their understanding of the market provided welcome comments. The design looks to be on the thick side when compared to other rifleman mech. That's not a bad thing per se, but your customers are wondering if the bulk adds enough value to your mech. Rifleman mech these days come very light. The specs look good enough, but I'm afraid it won't give the design enough of an edge compared to the dominant models on the market. The crystal projector technology looks very interesting, but most buyers will look at it with a grain of salt. You need to demonstrate this feature in a live exhibition in order to make an impact. Your design's appearance looks very neutral and unisex. I think it will be better if you can adjust its profile to be more masculine. That's going to project more strength and make your buyers more confident about purchasing a good product. The more feedback he gathered, the more he gained a sense on how the market would receive his mech. Vez had to admit the HR department did a good job hiring some insightful folk. Ever since the LMC moved to the mech nursery, Vez noticed that every employee gained a sense of pride and accomplishment. Trading up from the shabby old workshop and a couple of rented offices downtown to a company-owned office and manufacturing complex added a lot of weight and legitimacy to the company. Another important event happened in between the feedback sessions. Melker finally brought his newly acquired mech and mech pilots home. His cousin brought the nucleus of the avatars of myth to the mech stables erected close to the center of the mech nursery next to where Senile Aplin stashed their own mech. When Vez met with Melker, the newly christened force commander brought along his hired men and women. Their ages trended in the upper range for mech pilots, from the upper 30s to the lower 50s. They all stood at ranks as if they had never left the mech corps. Are they former servicemen? Most of them have served in the mech corps in some capacity as advanced mech pilots. Melker nodded. For one reason or another, they sought out jobs in the private sector. Don't worry, they haven't been dishonorably discharged. There are no problems in their background. Are they willing to stick around for a decade? As long as we maintain the same level of remuneration, there's nothing to worry about. They're on board for the long haul as they've all signed a fixed contract. Vez nodded at his words. Every member of the Avatars of Myth received a very generous amount of compensation, well above the market average in fact. In return, the mech pilots would be obliged to keep their mouths shut and accept hazardous deployments without question. That's good. How are they taking their new jobs? We've mostly been training our teamwork and coordination in simulations. We also performed some live-fire exercises, but it's difficult seeing as our night mech are supposed to be our backup models. I forgot about that. Vez admitted. The Avatars of Myths was meant to pilot his own designs in time once he filled out the other roles. He'll divert some time to fabricate 2 exclusive gold label Blackbeaks for your night pilots. We're grateful for that. The sooner you get that done, the earlier we can become a well-oiled machine. Vez hung around the avatars of Myth for a while and discussed some matters with Melker while observing the other mech pilots. From what he had witnessed so far, despite his age, Melker seemed to have earned the respect of the veteran mech pilots. They didn't treat him like a rookie who was way in over his head. Maybe Melker possessed a talent in administration and leadership. He looked like the type of person who was very meticulous and detail-oriented. It remained to be seen if he could keep his cool and direct the avatars of Myth in an actual battle, however. After Yalv received the 2 black beaks, when will the avatars be battle-ready? Melker had to think carefully how to answer that question. They are all competent mech pilots, so there is no questioning their capabilities. They can be deployed immediately in an emergency, but you shouldn't get your hopes up. Without sufficient drilling, they are liable to fight as 8 separate mech rather than a single cohesive squad. Despite what Melker might think, Vez knew the importance of improving coordination and building up a rapport. He still possessed some lingering memories from Barley during his first mastery acquisition. His evaluation of his cousin went up. No, Larkin's son was average. He grew more curious about why the Mech Corps let go of Melker in the first place. Did you get into contact with Rila while you recruited your men at Bentham? I did. How is she? She's irritable to me. Melker answered as he adjusted the visor on his head. The Larkin sons have openly cut ties with her. Every family member on Rittersburg is aghast at her decision to join the Blood Claws. It's clear she doesn't want anything to do with the Larkin sons right now. Vez shook his head in regret. Maybe he should have paid her more attention when she'd been assigned as his bodyguard. A small part of him also blamed Dietrich for bringing her to Bentham and introducing her to the Blood Claws. Still, there was no use crying over spilled milk. Is she happy there? Oh, she certainly is. I think the separation has done some good for her, as the family's expectations for her has weighed her down. Some people aren't meant to bear this kind of pressure. She's found her own lot in life now. Well, she can always come back to us if she wants to get out. The Blood Claws aren't exactly the friendliest bunch to hang around with. Gangs aren't exactly the most stable employers in the galaxy. After commiserating about Rila's fate, they moved on to planning for the future. There's a war going on right now, Vez said with apprehension. While Cloudy Curtain is probably too small to register in the radar of the Visions, they might look at us as an easy target. Are you prepared to defend the mech nursery? Not on our own. Melker shook his head. We'll still have to rely on Senile Ablin to do the heavy lifting. Are they contracted to hold against overwhelming odds? Not as of yet. It's too expensive to make them fight to the death. If they face overwhelming odds, they'll prioritize their own lives. That was the downside of contracting a security company instead of setting up your own force. While security companies sounded more respectable than mercenaries, they essentially shared the same traits. Just like mercenaries, security companies prioritize their own benefits over the interests of their clients. In order to secure the full backing of Senile Ablin in the event of an overwhelming attack, Vez would need to pay several billions of credits each year. Even then, they might still cut and run at the end. Vez would rather invest in the avatars of Myth than put his faith into Senile Ablin. Although their Kanzu clan origins sufficiently deterred the small fry from pulling any mischief, the Mech Legion wouldn't hold back their punches. It was not as if the security company stood directly for the Kanzu clan. At most, it represented a single interest group within the massive coalition partners' political landscape. Plenty of precedents proved that well-connected security companies like SAS purely adhered to the mercenary standard and avoided greater entanglement. It would be ugly if a group backed by someone in the Gage dynasty demolished a group from the Kanzu clan, and the latter followed up on the incident to the highest authority. Proxy wars should be kept at arm's length. In a sense, Vez enjoyed the implicit backing of the Clifford Society and Master Olson's extensive network. Standing under their shadows even if Vez wasn't a part of their inner circles saved him a lot of potential trouble. His enemies couldn't be unscrupulous in their methods to deal with him. Otherwise, Vez would have been subjected to a lot more assassination attempts. Still, Vez largely considered himself as an independent mech designer. Master Olson opened up a lot of doors for him, but he didn't enjoy her highest favor. That was reserved for direct disciples like Oleg, a freak so smart that Vez suspected that his intelligence had naturally broken past the human limit in his teens. After commanding Melker to liaison with Senile Aplin concerning base defense, Vez moved back to the underground fabrication floor and commandeered the Dortmund production line. He proceeded to spend the next 3 days on fabricating the gold label Blackbeaks for the avatars of myth. He demanded to work on both mech alone to ensure the highest quality. The mech technicians around him didn't mind their exclusion at all. In fact, it left them free to observe his confident work methods and the exquisite way he built up the two mech. Even though he spent much less time on fabrication than his mech technicians, his every move and action elicited praise from his grease monkeys. This is how a real master works. Even Carlos and the chief are left in the dust compared to our boss. How wonderful it is to witness the boss at work. With his skills, he could have easily become the lead fabricator in a major mech manufacturer. Lead fabricator? That's too small a job for our boss. Even if a big shot company from the Galactic Center offered him a cushy job, he'd be a fool to give up what he built up on his own. Mech design is where his real passion lies. Vez felt better when he heard the incidental praise, even though they hardly knew anything about the real mech industry. His assembly skills and sub-skills looked impressive, but any seasoned fabricator in the major mech manufacturers in the Republic could beat him down a notch. Those who dedicated their entire careers in this field couldn't be underestimated. Once Vez finished the two mech, he personally ensured they went to the avatars of myth. The two night pilots looked especially ecstatic to pilot his handcrafted work. His gold label Blackbeaks had earned an exalted reputation among the mech community, and their quality was as revered as their scarcity. The two machines will definitely make the men happy, Melker remarked to Vez. Once you supply us with other types of mech, the avatars of myth will really go into business then. They watched on as the cadre of the avatars surrounded the two artistic machines. The reliefs and carvings that the lower labels lacked elicited a lot of admiration. Now that Vez had finished his chores, he thought it was time to get back to the main business at hand. He already collected sufficient feedback to make some targeted adjustments to his design. He was itching to go at it, but without possession of a mastery, the chance of going astray at some point scared him off. I need more design points. He frowned when he noted he was shy of 20,000 DP away from being able to afford his desired mastery. Chapter 371 Rabant Clearwater. His recent foray to the Joe system and his subsequent translocation to the planet that hosted Crystal City drained all of his DP. Vez did not regret the spending. Besides upgrading his physics skill to a ludicrous level for his age, he also cracked some of the secrets to alien technology and obtained a highly capable handheld multiscanner. However, it didn't change the fact that his latest splurge left him in an awkward situation. Even with the help of two third-party manufacturers, generating 40 billion credits in revenue could not be accomplished with a single wave of his hand. Do I really have to go back to designing a virtual mech? It would be the most expedient way to milk some quick DP, but only if he designed his virtual mech fast enough. If he sped up his design process too much, he'd be liable to cut too many corners and publish a subpar design. All of his care and attention into building up a reputation for quality would go down the drain by then. A good reputation is hard to erect but easy to tear down. He practically cornered himself in terms of delivering consistently high-quality products. If he slipped up a single time, his fans and the critics would eat him alive. The dilemma kept him paralyzed for a couple of hours as he took a break in his private office at the top floor of the headquarters. It's awfully empty here. Lucky had wandered off ever since he left the labs, but he came back after a while. Still, even with the presence of his pet, the office seemed too large for the purpose. Initially, Vez was impressed by its grandiose enormity, but after time he found he missed his old office back at the now abandoned workshop. How things change. The LMC moved up and Vez had advanced as well. The changes happened a bit too quickly for him to adjust. From worrying over earning several million credits, to raking in 1 billion credits each month, a lot of things had changed in a matter of 2 years. Other mech designers needed at least a decade to grow their businesses to this extent. A sense of alienation momentarily welled within him. He missed the days when his ambitions only encompassed running a successful mech boutique. Instead of selling a couple of mech a month, he sold hundreds of them if he included the third-party manufacturers. Each of them sold for at least 60 million credits, well into the upper range of the local mech market, which was an incredible accomplishment for Vez. Yet all of this wealth and fame doesn't allow me to do what I want anymore. Industry insiders watched his every move, waiting to see if he could go further than what he had already achieved. Vez truly couldn't afford to show any signs of weakness. Unlike Michael Dumont, he didn't enjoy strong backing who was willing to hold his hand if he somehow stumbled on his feet. Only after he calmed his mind did he figure out an appropriate solution. If I can't publish a quick and sloppy design in my own identity, then I'll just use another one. The galactic net was home to trillions of different aliases and identities. It was fairly hard to be completely anonymous on the galactic net, but it could be done as long as he paid the price. Setting up a second identity on Iron Spirit that had nothing to do with his original Chasing Clouds account required a bit more finesse. Iron Spirit is very strict with regards to checking the identities of its designers. According to their regulations, it was to make sure that the virtual mech designer received the proceeds to the sales of his virtual mech. In reality, they wanted to keep track of the designers and prevent abuse. For Vez alone to try to circumvent these identity checks, he'd have to go through a lot of trouble. Luckily, he could turn to other sources for a more convenient solution. Vez activated his desk terminal and logged into the Clifford Society's virtual portal. His virtual avatar emerged in the city before the mountainous landscape, and he quickly entered the shop region where he scoured for a provider of various shady services. He eventually found the same shop which previously hacked the Dortmund's processors for him. Vez remembered that the shop offered a lot of other dubious services. He approached the bored-looking man sitting behind a shop counter. "Hi. Can you arrange a secure second identity for me? For what purposes do you wish you use your second identity?" "To browse the galactic net and open a second account in Iron Spirit. I don't want any of it traced back to me." The shop attendant yawned and waved his hand, summoning up a small list of relevant options. "Take your pick and pay up. You'll get your new credentials immediately." Vez browsed the short list of options and realized that establishing a second identity came with a number of different origins. The simplest ones consisted of completely faked identities. These would essentially be persons that some shady organization faked into existence by hacking the databases of a planet or state. Most of the time, the hacked planets or states consisted of backwaters with a poor level of monitoring, such as the Mancroft Independent Harbor. These identities would be extremely shady and easy to mistrust. Many organizations on the galactic net even blanket banned anyone who claimed to hail from some of these places, or implemented rigorous background checks that his new account would almost certainly fail. The next step up would be to assume an identity of a deceased citizen of a reputable state. These individuals mostly disappeared in ship accidents. Whenever a ship's FTL drive failed or went astray, the occupants wouldn't be heard from ever again. Officially, they'd be designated as missing, and over time they would be marked as deceased. Identity forgers paid off certain local bureaucrats to quietly remove some individuals from the list of passengers. Officially, the passengers had never boarded the ship that disappeared into nowhere. On the record, they were still alive and well. They just decided to take an extended holiday to some isolated asteroid or something. While the shop sold even more elaborate identities, Vez didn't have a use for them. After all, he only wanted to do some business on the galactic net. He wasn't planning on selling a physical product, which normally necessitated a much more rigorous false identity. "I'll take the deceased ID option for a mech designer," Vez said. "That will be 5 merits." The shop actually overcharged Vez for the service. Each merit held an incredible amount of value that couldn't completely be expressed in credits. He doubted that forging a false identity of a missing individual cost more than 100,000 credits. Still, Vez could at least trust the shop to deliver on its promises and be discreet. Otherwise, the Clifford Society would have done something about them by now. If Vez decided to be stingy and asked for a black market referral from Dietrich, it would be a complete guess whether the forger stuck to the agreement. A few minutes later, Vez gained the unremarkable identity of Rabin Clearwater, a novice mech designer who disappeared when the passenger ship he traveled on had been chased into FTL by pirates in pursuit a decade ago. The identity forgers picked out his identity and made sure that no trace of his presence aboard the passenger ship remained in any databases. The shop promised the identity was foolproof. Short of Mr. Clearwater showing up himself, Vez would not have to worry about the Republic or anyone else besides the shop getting wind of his identity. Does the Clifford Society know about my identity as well? Of course. The board man answered in a tone that made it clear he repeated the same words more than 1,000 times. He waved his hand around the entire ship. This entire virtual space is under constant monitoring by the Clifford Society's AIS. Every transaction is laid bare to them. If you wanted more privacy, then you should have at least visited our physical shop in the Lemur system. Vez had no time to travel to Coalition space. I understand. Maybe I'll pay a visit if I need a more solid identity. This one will suffice for now. Thank you for your help. You're welcome, the shop attendant said while closing his eyes again. Under his breath, he grumbled some words. Why am I sitting here by myself? A bot could do the same job 10 times better. With a new identity in hand, Vez felt as if he liberated himself from an invisible cage. The weight of expectations didn't affect him as much anymore now that he could assume the identity of Rampant Clearwater. To be sure, Vez scoured the galactic net for any traces and indeed found nothing outwardly suspicious. He studied Mr. Clearwater's past and memorized a handful of important details, such as his place of birth, his former residences and the schools he attended. Everything looked boring and normal, exactly the way Vez liked it. I can utilize this identity for more than publishing virtual designs. Perhaps he could also engage in other virtual activities that would be too inconvenient for Vez to attend in his own identity. After he set up his Rampant identity on his own comm, he went to work. He opened a second Iron Spirit account and rerouted a few million credits through an untraceable method. Vez didn't need to resort to someone else to do that for him. Compared to falsifying an identity, sending money to another account in an untraceable way was trivial. Once Iron Spirit finished their automated background check and came up clean, Vez received a prompt to name his account. He only had to think for a moment before inputting something random. Crazy War Criminal. He half expected the name to be used already, but surprisingly enough Iron Spirit actually let Rampant take on this pseudonym. Maybe the other mech designers are wimps. He chose the word crazy because he wanted to use his second account to try all sorts of unconventional designs. He included the words war criminal because he had technically designed and fabricated a taboo weapon. The others in the game would probably think of his nickname as shameless boasting. Only he knew how true those words described his singular stain in his mech design career. Now that he took care of all of the hassle, he could finally start to design a quick and easy mech. Vez already formulated some ideas while he arranged his second identity. This new account doesn't enjoy any of the renown and reputation of my Chasing Clouds account. The downside to assuming a new identity was that he couldn't use his public renown to use. His second identity came free of all of his entanglements, both good and bad. Starting over with a blank slate meant that Vez essentially returned to the bottom. I already knew I have to pay a price for all of this convenience. Vez already thought about how to attract enough attention despite his second identity's lack of reputation. He would design something that was both good and crazy. As long as his design attracted enough attention, he would easily be able to sell enough mech to earn a measly 20,000 DP. He only cared about accumulating a set amount of DP in the fastest way possible. After he achieved his goal, he couldn't care less on how his crazy design performed in the virtual market. He would leave his second identity alone and go back to it whenever he needed to earn another batch of DP. Let's see. Since my real identity is involved with designing knights and riflemen mech, I shouldn't go for these archetypes. It's probably not a good idea to stick with medium mech either. His first choice would be to design a light or heavy mech. Both came with their own pros and cons. Which one will I go for? Chapter 372 Crazy. Vez wanted to go crazy. Over the past 2 years, he gained so many new skills and experienced so many new things. His enhanced creativity constantly overflowed his mind with interesting mech concepts. I can finally unleash my wildest thoughts. Naturally, he had to be somewhat discreet in his methods. If his products under the Crazy War Criminal account resembled his existing offerings under the Chasing Clouds account, then people would easily be able to draw the lines. That would defeat the purpose of operating a second account. Therefore, Vez had to adopt a different design method and avoid resorting to the same old methods. That won't be much of a challenge. As my skills keep growing, so do my bag of tricks. Deeper knowledge allowed for more elaborate branching of methods. Perhaps when he used to be poorly skilled, he could only tentatively utilize a single method to solve a specific problem. Once his knowledge widened, he became more proficient in applying that specific method, but he also became familiar with alternatives. It's like traveling from Cloudy Curtain to Bentham. Previously, the only way I could travel from star system to star system was to book a second-class ticket on an average passenger ship. Now, I'm still able to travel cheap if I want to, but I can also upgrade to a first-class ticket. Not that I need to, now that I have the Barracuda as my personal Corvette. The same principles apply to mech design. With a broadened perspective, Vez could easily disguise his work by forcing himself to adopt different methods. Though the quality of his work would decline, trying out something different was still a useful exercise. Considering his options, he preferred to design a heavy mech rather than a light mech due to the wealth of design options available to him. Heavy mech boasted vastly more weight and volume allowances, enabling Vez to stuff as many systems as he wanted onto a suitable frame. The only problem with this option is that it takes a lot of time to design a heavy mech. Even if he designed a variant based off an existing design, he would still have to spend many hours in modifying and optimizing his frame just to achieve a basic level of quality. It's no joke to design a heavy mech. Vez had never really attempted to design a heavy mech, even a virtual one. The only experience he had with working with heavy mech was when he took part in the Young Tigers exhibition. Charlotte Hofmeister's Kirby made an unforgettable impression to Vez. He also remembered that his former classmate Patricia Schneider specialized in designing heavy mech as well. Ever since she got snapped up by Master Null in the Lemur Open competition, Vez hadn't heard any news of her since. It would be nice to get in touch with her again, he thought. They shared the same class back at Rittersburg and they had also been the only mech designers from the Bright Republic to have reached the finals in the Open competition. Vez even harbored a tentative dream to collaborate on a design. Sadly, every message he sent to the woman disappeared into a black hole. Vez didn't know if Patricia received his message, let alone deign to send out a reply. The only thing he got out of the Clifford Society was that Patricia had never lemur even once. She's likely taking her time to shore up her foundation. If Vez was a conventional mech designer, he'd be doing the same thing. Fortunately, the mech designer system cut short the time it took for him to expand his knowledge, so he had no need to go to school again. After a moment of consideration, Vez decided to make the practical choice and chose to design a light mech. Their smaller, slimmer builds left him with very little room for error, but it had the advantage that it didn't take too much time to slap a working mech together. It's not worth the effort if it takes more than a week for me to finish a virtual mech design. In this brief amount of time, Vez wanted to test his capabilities to the limit by rushing together a design that would successfully make an impact in the virtual market. In order to achieve the latter, Vez had to be creative and design a sufficiently shocking mech to overcome his second account's lack of renown. Now that he pinned down the weight class, he needed to decide on its star tier and archetype. While he was capable of designing modern 5-star mech, Vez chose to take a step back and tackle the more modest 3-star range. 3-star mech might be outdated by more than 200 years, but that also made them a lot easier to work with, thereby speeding up his design process. 3-star mech are also much more widely sold than 5-star mech. The latter may be more prestigious, but they didn't necessarily lead to higher sales. Vez wanted to earn a modest sum of 20,000 DP in order to afford his next mastery. While 5-star mech came with higher DP caps, thereby ultimately earning Vez a lot more points, it would take months to get that far. Vez needed immediate short-term gains instead of long-term investments. As for the archetype, he thought about designing an aerial mech. He hadn't designed much of them, but his increased knowledge base gave him the option of working somewhat well with flight systems. He'll be designing an aerial production mech sooner or later, so it might be useful to get some practice. Thus, Vez settled on an aerial light mech. As for the type, Vez previously designed the Seraphim, which utilized a long-ranged rifle. Therefore, Vez thought about going for a melee type this time. In general, aerial melee mech in the lightweight class mostly consisted of skirmisher and scout role. They made for ideal mech to ambush unsuspecting riflemen mech that fared poorly in a fight up close. The problem with this combat method was that aerial melee mech often got shot down before they reached their targets. Light mech in particular only needed to be hit a couple of times before they started smoking. Skilled pilots worked around these limitations and ambushed their prey behind obstacles. They trained their patience to a level where they would be willing to hide atop a structure for days until an enemy mech passed by. Vez couldn't expect the kids who fooled around with 3-star mech in Iron Spirit to do the same. They craved quick action and wouldn't put up with waiting for more than 5 minutes in the same spot. He knew this because his Old Soul and the Dark Spear virtual designs didn't really sell all that well. Even with the partnerships the LMC had struck with the local game centers, not a lot of players chose to pilot these mech, even for free. In order to counteract his design's vulnerability to anti-air, Vez needed to come up with some sort of solution. Maybe a shield? A shield in this weight class wouldn't be of much use. The better choice would be to adopt some sort of stealth or ECM system, but aerial mech emitted so much heat that it would be impossible to hide it from the sensors of any decent mech. Ordinarily, a mech designer who faced this problem faced a dead end. If he went through with his choice to design an aerial melee mech, then he'd have to accept the vulnerability inherent in the type without any recourse. Vez was not an average mech designer. His ability already brought him in the upper 10% of mech designers, and although it was extremely hard to climb higher at this point, he still refused to be stumped by this problem. He actually had a very crazy solution in mind. An aerial melee mech meant to fight up close needs some protection at the diving stage. Most often, they do so by putting their legs in the way of any incoming fire. Aerial mech put much less importance on legs than land-bound mech. After all, even if their legs got torn apart, they could still move around the battlefield, although their balance would be out of whack. Therefore, the people who piloted aerial mech had a tendency of using the legs as a disposable form of armor, to the chagrin of their mech technicians. Medium aerial mech even possessed enough weight to crush any land-bound mech if they stomped their opponents from above. This mode of delivering death from above was highly popular in virtual games, but much less so in reality due to the enormous costs of wrecking a mech's entire pair of legs. Vez wanted to take this concept of borrowing the falling force of a mech and adopt it to his light mech in a practical way. This would be hard, but Vez already had an idea in mind. A light mech can still crush any land-bound mech as long as its dive is lengthy enough to build up a lot of momentum. Still, a light mech will usually come out as the loser of this exchange if it's targeting a medium mech. In the worst case, it would be like throwing an egg against a wall. The egg would be completely demolished while the wall hardly noticed the bump. The story would be different if Vez replaced the egg with a pick. A humanoid light mech that flies in the air doesn't need a conventional pair of legs. Instead of designing a pair of redundant legs, what if Vez replaced it with a single broad spike with enough substance to make for a very sturdy lance? It would look like a mermaid mech, but instead of replacing the lower body with a flexible tail, Vez wanted to utilize a hard and tough spike built solely to pierce through armor from above. This will also solve the deficiency in armor concerning my mech type. If he added some sort of disposable armor or padding to the exterior of the spike, his light mech would be able to last even longer. Even if this disposable layer couldn't hold on for long, the spike itself consisted of enough solid mass to endure a beating. As for the upper body, Vez planned on arming his mech with a two-handed hammer. This would be the ideal weapon to deliver the finishing blow after it had come to a stop, preferably after having impaled through an enemy mech. A pair of knives won't have the reach to finish off an enemy mech impaled to the ground. Swords and spears won't cut it either, as the amount of power behind each blow won't be impressing anybody. Light mech possessed a lot less power than medium mech. Against a decently armored mech, their blows would more often than not bounce off the armor. Their mech pilots had to build up momentum or put the entire weight of their mech behind their blows to inflict telling damage. For his experimental Spikeleged mech, such an option wouldn't be practical. It had to finish off a damaged opponent from a temporary state of mobility. Therefore, even if such a weapon would add a lot to the weight, Vez decided to settle for a light but long-handled hammer. This sounds like a crazy mech. Vez leaned back in his chair behind his private workshop terminal and sighed. He decided to do his design work in the confines of his private workshop because he couldn't let anyone else find out about his second account. With Lucky swatting every spy drone that circumvented the other security measures every hour, Vez did not have to fear any further exposure. Still, it's not like I'm completely anonymous. The Clifford Society knows, and so does the shop that sold me this identity. That was why even if he had the option of incorporating technology derived from taboo weaponry, Vez purposefully chose to avoid going down this route. The war criminal portion in his second handle merely represented his aspiration to break the conventional rules. I guess the system succeeded in corrupting some of my morals. Chapter 373. Now that Vez finished defining his vision for his light mech, he proceeded to move on to the next phase. Should I even go through with the next phase for this design? The next step would be to come up with a suitable set of images, perform his triple division technique to infuse his design with life. However, if he did so, he'd leave an obvious trail of breadcrumbs from his second account back to his primary account. He shook his head. Maybe if I use the exact same technique, it might lead to questions. I'll just have to switch up my methods in order to fend off any suspicions. Therefore, instead of using the triple division technique, Vez decided to make use of a single but extremely focused image. With a design like this, it can't be piloted in a conventional manner. An aerial light mech whose primary method of dealing damage consisted of thrusting its single spiked leg from above needed a special brand of crazy to work. Common sense had no place in this half-suicidal method of attack. Vez decided to construct a single totem animal and infuse its entire instincts into the X-factor of his design. He had no need for rationality or balance that the base model and human myth images normally provided. Instead, he wanted to achieve a single extreme. The more he thought about it, the more he became enthused by the prospect of such a mech. Only crazy people allowed. He didn't spend too much time on forming the image. He shaped a narrow-beaked pecker bird into being. He casually named it the impaling bird, which reinforced the idea he came up with for this image. As a mythical form of life, Vez scaled up the bird to the size of a mech. The mythical bird possessed a fluorescent gray beak that was both sharp and tough. Its main mode of attack consisted of flying fast and embedding its prey with the point of its beak. Besides delivering a devastating blow with its beak, the impaling bird was also capable of finishing off its opponents by slapping it with its wings. After defining its shape and capabilities, Vez spent a couple of hours constructing a fictional history along with the world in which the bird resided. Details were sparse, but Vez included a lot of different combat situations where the impaling bird utilized its beak to great success time and time again. The impaling bird never got tired of running its spiked beak through its prey and predators alike. The cruel and primitive bird delighted in staking its entire life in a single attack run. It was a miracle that it hadn't died already. Once he finished the image, the extreme bird came to life within his mind. Bird immediately moved as if it wanted to cause some trouble in his mind, but when it suddenly noticed the spiritually strong existence of the crystal golem, it instantly became meek. You better settle down until I finish your design. The bird might be suicidal sometimes, but it never attempted to attack an opponent out of its league. After making sure the crystal golem wouldn't come after the impaling bird and vice versa, Vez proceeded to move on to his design. I can't design a mech without parts. Even if he chose to design an original mech, he still needed plenty of components to bring his work up to par. He quickly visited the virtual license database and bought a slew of fitting virtual licenses. Most of his purchases consisted of average components. Vez wanted to keep his prices low to encourage sales. He only made a concession when he bought a separate armor system for the spikes. The new set of plating possessed an extreme amount of resistance against sudden shocks and impacts. It fared less well against heat and laser-based weapons, but Vez accepted this trade-off as long as it didn't splinter apart after it impaled a mech from above. As for the other licenses, they fitted aerial light mech rather well. The major components all specialized in delivering a high level of peak performance. While this limited the endurance of his design, it would at least maximize its chances of success. The flight system also deserves some attention. Vez needed a flight system that could keep up with the demands of his light mech. Vez left efficiency to the wayside and picked out a fairly robust system for a light mech. It was capable of surviving plenty of bumps and could bring an aerial mech back into the air in rapid tempo. Too bad it uses up a lot of energy if it does so. This wasn't a problem in a duel format. Just like the Havalax, his light mech wanted to end the battle quickly and avoid a battle of attrition. The more its opponent encounters the move, the more they put up their guard. Over time, people would become familiar with the tricks of a difficult design. This depressed the performance and win rates of those specialist designs. Disgruntled buyers would flood the sales pages of those mech, discouraging others from taking the plunge. Even if my design will end up being a temporary fad, it's already worth it as long as I can achieve a few thousand sales. All of the component licenses together set him back several million credits. To Vez, such an expenditure was a drop in the bucket compared to his vast private wealth. Even leaving out his 70% ownership in the LMC, he still received several billions credits after Walters Whalers paid him what they owed according to their agreement. The most expensive license consisted of the special armor formula that made up the single spiked leg. With all the ingredients at hand, Vez proceeded to cook up his design over the next 6 days. The challenge of drafting an entire frame from scratch always daunted him, but he already benefited from his previous experience. The lessons he learned from drafting the Blackbeak and his upcoming Rifleman mech design helped him out a lot. It also helps that light mech don't have a lot of meat to their bones. While this didn't eliminate all of the complexity, it did cut down on the number crunching and busy work. Vez spent more time trying to achieve synergy between the components he picked out than to force his frame to perform to a strict standard. The only part where he encountered difficulties was when he began to design the bottom spike. He could have made it thin or thick and broad or narrow. Vez casually tried several different configurations and threw them into a simulator which basically dropped the mech onto a target down below. Only after he ran the design through simulated combat conditions did he realize how difficult it was to ensure the mech's survival after it had landed. The spike always broke off if he made it skinny and narrow. While the narrow profile also helped the penetration, allowing his design to pierce through heavy mech, it also snapped like a twig after every dive. This gave his design no second opportunities. Vez did not wish for his design to become a useless lump of metal after it had performed a single dive, so he opted for beefier designs. Once he broadened and deepened the spike, the mech became a lot more resilient. The extra armor sufficiently protected the mech from anti-air and also added extra oomph to every diving attack. However, if Vez went too far in this direction, his design lost too much mobility. It could barely stay aloft and would take ages to climb up to a higher altitude. Thus, after experimenting with many different shapes, Vez opted for a configuration that fell in between the two extremes. The spike was fairly broad at the hips but tapered down to a wicked spike at the end where the feet of the mech normally reached. When Vez stepped back and looked at his design from a distance, he could almost mistake its silhouette for a woman in a dress. Maybe it's not a bad thing if I emphasize its gender a little more. He shifted some mass around here and there. He basically narrowed the stomach area and widened the hips and upper torso. Naturally, he wouldn't go too far to the extent of being obscene, but he definitely didn't leave any ambiguity on the gender of his design. Now that he thought about it, a lot of light mech adopted feminine contours. The weight class lent itself to this profile due to how narrow and light it was. As long as mech designers didn't go too far, nobody paid attention to it. Men wouldn't hesitate to pilot a feminine-looking mech as long as it delivered a solid level of performance. It also looked kind of absurd for this feminine-looking mech to wield a long, two-handed hammer. The hammer brought a significant amount of heft to the design, and could crush the head of any mech it came in touch with. Sadly, it wouldn't be able to inflict more than a dent to undamaged armor, as Vez hadn't made it as heavy as hammers wielded by medium mech. Still, this hammer will do fine if it strikes a weak point. The logic behind this somewhat dainty hammer was that his design would strike the hammer through a tear that it opened up beforehand by performing a devastating dive attack. With the power behind such a move, it was inevitable for the stricken mech to expose some of its internals. A couple of whacks with a powerful enough hammer should be able to wreck the insides with ease. At the end of his 6-day design spree, Vez tentatively concluded that his design made the mark. He nodded in satisfaction. It's not that much of a challenge to design an original 3-star mech. The technology available to him was primitive and simplistic compared to the modern standard. Vez easily managed to do the same in front of a crowd during the Lemur Open competition, though those rushed products came with a large number of flaws and weak points. I probably haven't managed to eliminate every flaw in my design, but at least I've addressed all of the critical ones. Vez had to make do with that result, as his lack of time really limited his options. For the last couple of days, Vez thought about bringing in someone else to spread out the workload. Carlos formed the most obvious candidate. While Vez did not hold a lot of confidence in his first employee's skills, he possessed enough competence to run some models as long as he received some instruction. In the end, Vez decided to prize secrecy over convenience. It was not as if Vez desired to deliver a top-notch product. As long as he ensured a basic level of quality, the design would surely sell. I think I'm about finished at this point. He only paused his frenetic design process when he had to come up with a name. During the design process, he went through many possibilities, but all of them failed to click with the design in question. The name of the mech shouldn't only fit his unconventional design. It also had to call out attention and make it easy for people to refer his mech to their friends. The name has to sound good as well. After half an hour of brainstorming, Vez settled on the best option possible. Lady Death's Heel. The name succinctly summed up the feminine nature of the mech and paired it up with its main mode of combat. Lady Death did not suffer fools gladly. Whenever she encountered an idiot, she crushed them apart beneath the heels of her feet. Vez smiled when the impaling bird finally fled from his mind and took up residence in the finished design. Lady Death's Heel instantly carried a faintly palpable threat, especially to men like him. The mech and the impaling bird made for a fitting pair, especially since the imaginary life form exerted a fair bit of influence on the design. Now, let's see how the virtual market reacts to your introduction. Chapter 374 Woman's Mech. To finish the virtual design, Vez had to fabricate a copy personally. He quickly rushed the fabrication within half a day, which was only made possible due to the outdated technology and the state-of-the-art virtual equipment provided by the game. Vez quickly let the system evaluate his design, but didn't pay much attention to it besides the extra DP he got from finishing the design. The parameters of Lady Death's Heel looked quite good, but it wouldn't astound anyone who came across this strange-looking aerial mech. Most of the draw came from the design's strange and extreme mode of delivering death from above. Vez hoped that players would take a serious look at this design once they came across its distinctive profile or got wrecked by it in matches. Unfortunately, Crazy War Criminal's lack of reputation sent his virtual design at the bottom of the heap as soon as Vez published the design. An uncountable amount of designs flooded Iron Spirit each day, and it would take an extraordinary mech to catch fire from out of nowhere. Even with his peculiar design, Vez had to compete against even crazier eccentric designs that mech designers cooked up on their own. Still, Vez already had an answer for this problem. He spent the remaining millions of credits in his second account for a short but intense automated ad campaign. One of the ways in which Iron Spirit made money was to accept paid advertising for their in-game market spaces. Although people only barely paid attention to any form of advertising these days, the exposure alone helped increase the odds that someone would stumble upon it and decide to purchase his product on an impulse. Naturally, he set the prices to the minimum possible. Vez did not seek out a profit at all, nor did he wish to cultivate a reputation for quality and class. The price range of his products indirectly indicated its status, and Vez sometimes raised his prices higher than the minimum in order to make a better impression on the crowd. Not this time, though. He wanted to lower the purchasing barrier as much as possible in order to harvest a quick sum of DP. Well, now that I've published the design and spent some money on advertising, my job is done. Now it's up to the market and the player base to see whether my new design catches on. It was an unconventional mech for sure, but Vez held a decent amount of confidence in its appeal. Even if his buyers maintained a little bit of doubt, once they hopped into the cockpit, the impaling bird's instincts that suffused the design's X-factor should quickly influence their perceptions. A wicked smile appeared on his face as he thought about the impact that would make. He would have never dared to pull off such a stunt with his physical mech. One of the most dominant traits of humanity was that they utilized their smarts on the battlefield. Patience, guile and strategy formed the mainstays of their martial prowess. One reason why humanity predominantly preferred humanoid mech was because it afforded them the flexibility to employ different approaches. Vez basically threw all of those complicated considerations away when he designed the Lady Death's Heel. It destroyed its opponents through a combination of two unidimensional attack modes. The first strike dealt a crippling blow from above, and the second strike delivered the cup to grace. As long as something went wrong, the heel would fall in a precarious situation. The lack of legs meant that if its flight system got crippled, it would lose all forms of mobility. At least other aerial mech could still use their legs to function as a downgraded landbound mech. Not so for the heel, as its pair of legs had been replaced by a single broad spike that provided the mech with no form of locomotion at all. Well, it's not like people cared that much in a virtual setting. What worked on a physical battlefield might not work in a virtual battlefield, and vice versa. Vez prided himself on his understanding of the mech market. Although he couldn't match the breadth and wealth of Marcella Bollinger's market pulse, he always paid attention to these sort of things. Vez left the Lady Death's Heel to the whims of the market and went on to prepare for the next design phase. He already possessed quite a lot of knowledge, but he hadn't bought any licenses yet, nor gathered any specific knowledge on how to design a laser rifleman mech. He proceeded to spend the next couple of days on borrowing some relevant books from the Clifford Society's Moon Library. Although he valued his merits very much, the books he borrowed provided extremely valuable first-hand experiences of mech designers trying to design complete rifleman mech from scratch. The knowledge contained in these books would benefit each and every ranged mech he designed from this point on, so Vez considered the merits to be well spent. If I'm ever short on merits, I can just do another mission. Even though most of the Clifford Society's missions came with danger, as long as he could shore up the avatars of myth into a competent personal force, he could handle the risks. Vez quietly worked for several days without checking his sales figures. He didn't wish to procrastinate over each and every sale, and decided to take the initial waiting period as a much-needed break. When he became bored, he diverted some attention into browsing the MTA's list of component licenses. After finishing his draft design, he had a pretty good idea on what kind of component licenses he needed to acquire to round up his rifleman mech. He especially paid a lot of attention to different laser rifle models. The weapon model had to be modular and open to extreme adjustments. He disdained the rifle models that came with all sorts of gimmicks and bells and whistles. He was content with a basic rifle with a solid design that didn't cost too much to fabricate. After 4 days of placid research, Vez finally couldn't contain himself any longer. He went back to the terminal and logged in with his second identity. He then visited his Crazy War Criminals store page and looked at the amount of sales. 9,000 sales. What? To many mech designers, achieving 9,000 virtual sales sounded nothing impressive. They could easily achieve such a feat in their sleep. These days, Vez would also be able to reach such a height with his primary identity. However, to achieve 9,000 sales in 4 days with a completely unknown account was something else. Perhaps the handful of millions of credits in advertising money achieved some results, but Vez knew very well that the Lady Death's Heel only fulfilled a tiny niche. Vez browsed the comments of the Heel's product page and found that most of the players left extremely positive and extremely negative comments. Those who evaluated his model positively turned out to be those that bought a virtual copy. Death to all men. This is my favorite 3-star mech of all time. It's so womanly. I feel gorgeous piloting this mech, and it feels great to stab a man's head from above, before crushing the area between their legs with a nifty hammer. I love it that it has enough reach to do so. Nutcracker. 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 In my professional opinion as an amateur mech pundit, this is the ultimate female empowerment mech. Crazy War Criminal is obviously hellbent on exterminating men, and has come up with this man-hating mech for the sole purpose of putting the brutes in place. I approve. The comments provided Vez with a very colored picture. Evidently, most of his buyers had actually been women. As for the men, they posted extremely negative comments in order to discourage anyone from buying this controversial mech. Don't buy this mech. It's ugly. Its legs are too tiny and its butt is too fat. Look at the chest, there's hardly any weight in them. If you want to look like an ugly pair, be my guest, but if you want to look pretty, go elsewhere. I hate this mech. This is a disgrace of an aerial mech. Where is the balance? My swordsman mech can't do anything but wait for death once this mech decides to pick me out as its target. Its opening strike alone is enough to split my mech in half. Any man who pilots this mech is a disgrace to all men. You gender traitors might as well hand over your man cards and undergo a gender change operation, because you're not welcome among us anymore. Ouch. My nuts. This mech is the living embodiment of an enemy of man. It's a flying war crime that seeks to impale men's behinds and crush their fronts whenever they get the chance to do so. This plague of a mech must be stopped. The amount of controversy his latest virtual design had sparked completely overshadowed its initial appeal. Somehow, his mech had turned into a focal point of gender conflict. Vez scratched his head. He never anticipated such an outcome. He underestimated the frustration of the victims and the passion of its pilots. Let me take a look at some footage. Vez browsed some public recordings and played them back, focusing only on the highlights. Time after time, a Lady Death's Heel dove into their victims from the air. In the first day, the early adopters struggled to hit their targets. They often found their mech to be difficult to control during a high-speed dive. Over time, they got the hang of it though, and when they hit their opponents, they almost always managed to cripple them. The convenient hammer that came with the mech always ensured their targets died. It was only from the second day onwards that the gender disparity began to widen. The female pilots turned into screeching banshees as they openly taunted their opponents on the open channel. They even started to dive on their opponents in a shallower angle. Instead of aiming for the head or shoulders of their targets, they instead attempted to impale the lower waist whenever possible. Front or back, it didn't matter, but it was an unprecedented humiliation for any man to allow a woman to jump their mech in that kind of fashion. The Lady Death's Heel quickly gained a reputation for being a man-eating mech. Women began to flock to the model while the men tried to stay as far away from the mech as they could. The local players already started keeping a vigilant eye on the skies. As soon as they spotted an aerial mech, they instantly unleashed every bit of firepower they possessed. They could not let the man-eating mech come close. Vez simply laughed when he saw the polarizing responses to the rise of his mech. All the bluster and energy surrounding his mech would quickly disappear once the fad had blown over. Behind all of the shouting and hating, Vez carefully studied the actual battle performance of the heel. Besides a number of talented female pilots, the rest of his buyers hadn't been able to make the most out of their purchases. The Lady Death's Heel could destroy any mech in an instant, but it was incredibly difficult to line up all of the conditions. In fact, many of his customers actually dropped in their rankings. Still, the design did its job. Vez easily harvested a bucket load of DP. He earned 5 DP every time he sold a 3-star virtual mech. His near-empty DP balance increased by more than 45,000 DP in a matter of days, and would reach the 50,000 DP cap on earnings before tomorrow. Vez somewhat regretted designing a 3-star mech. 50,000 DP used to be a fortune to him, but the more he progressed, the more he needed to spend to climb even higher. I need millions of DP to upgrade my Vulcan Eye and my comm augments. He relied on his privacy shield and the full stealth augment for so long that he wanted to improve their capabilities. Vez only bought the entry-level version so far, and to extend their durations, he needed to accumulate a lot more DP than he had earned up to this point. That's going to take a while. In any case, Vez earned more than enough DP to embark on his next task. A shudder ran through his spine as he looked forward to what his next mastery would bring. Chapter 375 Nutcracker. A handful of fanatics came across the Lady Death's Heel in a completely coincidental manner. Vez pushed the mech to the forefront of the catalog with a modest amount of spending. Every player in the Bright Republic encountered images of the mech in a handful of days, but most didn't pay attention to it at all. They quickly regretted their neglect for this mech. Over a span of a couple of days, it had grown into the latest fad. A decent number of bold girls with plenty of credits or in-game gold to spare started to purchase the heel by the thousands. After that, they rained death from the skies. One of the most successful and iconic heel pilots was a 17-year-old girl called Irene. As a daughter of a pair of bureaucrats on Rittersberg, she enjoyed a lot of privilege when she grew up. When the government discovered she possessed the aptitude to pilot a mech, her parents encouraged her to train her potential abilities. Although she lacked the talent and the drive to work hard, Irene nevertheless enjoyed so many tutoring sessions that she had reached the top 10% of her age group. Her parents' money and influence ensured she attended one of Rittersberg's elite mech academies, and she flourished under the high-pressure learning environment. In actual fact, she had become a little bored of the life of a potentate. She spent most of her time training for class or training according to the schedule made by her tutors. Irene hardly spent any time with her friends. Iron's spirit formed an important part of her training as the other simulators played like single-player games. No matter how sophisticated they tried to emulate human mech pilots, they always felt too robotic. The sheer chaos, genius and unpredictability of fighting against humans taught Irene to stay on her toes. People pulled off all kinds of crazy things. Since she lived a rather sheltered life among the cultured society of Rittersberg, she constantly got bullied around online. That all changed when she first saw an ad for the Lady Death's Heel. The distinctive-looking feminine mech appealed to her fashion senses. Its sharp and narrow profile along with its elegant and fashionable curves appealed to her aesthetic sense. Its highly distinctive fighting style sounded completely different from every other mech she had seen so far. She desperately wanted to stave off her boredom, and an interesting mech like the Heel sounded just about right. Without any further hesitation, she threw a bunch of credits at the store. "Now, you're mine." She went over the specs of her latest purchase and understood somewhat on how to use the mech. The Lady Death's Heel excelled against melee landbound mech. They couldn't retaliate against the aerial light mech when it started its descent. On the other hand, a bunch of rifleman mech will easily be able to chew this mech apart. Irene bit her lip. She decided to take the mech for a spin in a massive 200v200 war-torn instance. Even though the mech couldn't be run for very long, the war-torn instances offered plenty of opportunities to replenish spent supplies. It was more important for her to maximize the chance of encountering a landbound melee mech. In duels, it's a complete guess whether I'll face a melee mech or not. I can only pick the largest battle I can enter and find my own targets. After a short period of waiting, the matchmaking process finished and the players connected onto the hangar that brought all 200 mech in a single place. Irene ignored the bickering armchair generals trying to organize the players into following their chosen strategies. She had her own game plan in mind, and it did not entail working together with others. As soon as the hangar door opened, Irene engaged the Heel's flight system and flew out. The battlefield this time consisted of a half-frozen aquatic moon environment. This was both good and bad for aerial mech like the Heel. On one hand, a lack of air makes it difficult for the Heel to vent its heat while in the air. On the other hand, it can quickly dump its head onto the frozen ground as long as it lands. Other aerial mech that possessed a working pair of legs would find no trouble landing on the ground. I was a different case for the Lady Death's Heel, which could not even stand upright on the ground. It had to lay in an unladylike sprawl when it lost all of its power. Irene ignored this minor inconvenience and set out from the base. The instant she dove her consciousness deeper into her mech, she felt some kind of energy passing over her mind. She shuddered a bit as a previously latent desire to kill became a little more prominent. I really want to kill someone with this mech. Her desires became stoked and her bloodthirsty side started to gain strength. She boldly swept towards the enemy side of the battlefield and started to sweep her eyes over the light mech that occasionally flitted past. Even though she immediately wanted to make an attack run, she knew that light mech would not let themselves be caught. You've got to find a medium or heavy mech. After a few minutes of circling, the area became a little more crowded with enemy mech. She often had to swing her aerial mech away from the anti-air pointed in her direction. After she had been driven out to the periphery of the front lines, she happened to have encountered a juicy target. That's a medium knight. He's all alone. Knights almost never move alone. They always grouped up with at least a single ranged mech in order to cover situations just like this. Irene grinned, and she started to see red. Dive, my mech. The Lady Death's Heel hovered several kilometers in the air, but abruptly started descending. The lack of air resistance on the battlefield enabled the Heel to dive even faster. Despite this, The mech shook a little as its flight systems exerted its full effort into accelerating the fall. The night mech locality sensors finally alerted the pilot to a potential threat from the air. Its main head swiveled towards the air and found a tiny speck closing in. The pilot of the night started to panic. An aerial mech. Damn. I thought this route was safe. Due to a lack of better options, the night pilot controlled his machine to brace itself against the groan. It knelt down on one knee and braced the enormous kite shield against its arms at an angle facing upwards. The pilot didn't bother trying to dodge. His night mech was too slow, even if it barely fell into the medium weight classification. In the meantime, the more the Lady Death's heel dove down, the more her passion became stoked. Her heart beat faster as her anticipation ballooned to an unprecedented level. Her smile grew wider and crooked as various thoughts sprung to her mind. Within seconds, the heel reached the ground. The night mech put up a desperate struggle, not quite knowing what it faced. If it knew a little bit more about the heel, he might have chosen to dodge or find some kind of alcove in the frozen seas. Ha 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 ha. Death from above. The collision happened instantly. Irene underestimated the force her mech brought to bear. Even if she piloted a light mech, they still consisted of many tons of alloys and composites. Not even the thickest mech armor could withstand the power of a falling mech concentrated into a single point. The heel's pointed spike mounted on its lower body did its job. It pierced through the night mech shield as if it was paper, and proceeded to dump an incredible amount of kinetic energy in its chest. The penetrative qualities of the bottom spike had instantly bombed against the chest armor of the knight, which was one of its best protected portions. It lasted only milliseconds before the spike ran straight through the frontal armor. Still, the armor did lead off a decent amount of momentum, so while the spike had managed to pierce through the back, it ran out of steam at that point. This mech is fantastic," Irene exclaimed, but quickly halted her celebration when she found out the mech below her spike still showed signs of moving. It tried to grasp onto a sword that had fallen a bit away from its fingers. "Oh no you don't. Your time is finished here." This time, Irene remembered that her mech came with a light hammer. She raised the handle of the weapon and swung it down against the torso of the knight. She hadn't meant to aim at anything in particular. She just wanted to wreck the sitting duck apart. This time, the hammer just happened to fall in front of a very sensitive area to men. "Yuck. That hurt." The other pilot cried over the open channel. The neural connection between pilots and mech went both ways. If the pilot got hurt, the mech got hurt, and if the mech got hurt, the pilot received a little damage as well. In the game, this reciprocal connection was kept to a minimum in order to prevent the players from being overwhelmed by pain. It still felt awfully unpleasant for men to get hit down below. Irene grew a little interested at the man's extreme response. Her mech raised its hammer yet again and let it fall on the exact same spot. "My nuts. Stop it. Please have mercy on me." The woman grinned when she heard the pleas. Ordinarily, she should have finished off her opponent and find some other prey in order to tilt the battle in the favor of her team. Yet some kind of urge held her back from moving on. She wanted to derive more satisfaction against the mech that her mech had mercilessly impaled onto the ground. The hammer rose and fell for at least a dozen times. The torso area became more dented and broken with each swing of the hammer. The knight adopted a defensive build, so its waist enjoyed a lot of protection. A single light hammer wielded by a light mech wouldn't be able to break the shell with a couple of swings. Nevertheless, Irene didn't mind this at all. Instead, she began to get lost in her own world as the hammer kept banging against the mech lower waist. Even its engine module broke down from all of the stress and shocks. The knight could not be piloted anymore, and the entire mech turned into a grayed-out mech. That meant its mech pilot had forcibly logged out of the match. Anyone who left the match prematurely suffered a lot of penalties from the game. The knight pilot suffered so much redirected pain that he couldn't take it anymore. Ha 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 ha. Irene laughed in a deranged manner as her satisfaction broke through the roof. It felt good to hammer down a man. More. Her mech lifted up into the air with difficulty. The brutal collision damaged the spike to the point where it incurred a minor mind. The woman cared nothing for this, and sought out another prey with gusto. She eventually found an isolated medium swordsman mech and chose to impale it from the skies. This time, Her opponent reacted a little smarter and moved his mech into speeds. It darted along the frozen wastelands in order to make it hard for the heel to pin it down. Still, despite its best efforts, IRNL succeeded in predicting its final moments. The swordsman mech became impaled upon the frozen sea. The shock to the heel was immense, but it had been designed to withstand several of these kinds of shocks in quick succession. The mech wouldn't fall apart that easily. The swordsman mech impaled to the ground started to struggle. It had managed to keep hold of its sword, and began to slash apart the spike that nailed it onto the surface of the moon. Nuh-huh. You won't get away from me. The hammer banged down against the sword, flicking it out of the swordsman mech reach with a single blow. The subsequent hammer blows fell down onto the lower waist of the defenseless swordsman mech. Its pilot howled as IRNL went to town with his mech. The swordsman mech pilot quickly logged out as well, depriving her of her latest toy. Oh well, it's not like I can find a new toy to play with, she said to herself as she lifted her increasingly battered mech to the air. By the end of the match, she ruined 5 different mech. Her mech had become one of the most prominent ones on the battlefield, and everyone who took part in the war-torn instance got to see a quick highlight of her actions. Witnessing the mech demolish 5 mech in a row with the exact same brutish methods led to extreme indignation among the men. Whoever designed this mech is a devil. Chapter 376 Temporal Paradox. The emergence of the Lady Death's heel slightly disturbed the Bright Republic's virtual mech community. The controversial mech gained notoriety as more and more women flocked to the mech. Mech industry insiders with nothing better to do started to investigate Crazy War Criminal's background. His soul mech alone aroused a fair bit of attention due to its uneven design. The account's identity had quickly been traced back to a nobody called Rabbit Clearwater. According to the Bright Republic's own records, the man was a novice mech designer that had never joined an influence nor studied at a prestigious institution. This stumps those who checked his background. When mech designers studied the heel's design, they found that it contained a number of very profound traces that only very experienced journeymen and newly advanced seniors understood. This isn't the work of a novice mech designer. However, interspersed with pieces of profound design elements, most of the design adhered to the standard of a well-seasoned apprentice mech designer. The dichotomy of profoundness led the researchers to conclude that 2 different mech designers had worked on the design. The lead designer must be a newly advanced senior mech designer. He set the framework of the design and personally worked on detailing a number of key components. After that, his assistant performed most of the grunt work in a brief amount of time. There are too many traces of sloppiness in the design for it to be a deliberate project. Due to the lack of evidence, the people who investigated the design came up with an overly elaborate backstory. Crazy War Criminal was obviously a fake account that didn't even try too hard in obscuring its dubious status. No novice mech designer could design a mech of such a level. Instead, they considered the Lady Death's heel to be the product of a training exercise of some sorts. The senior laid down the groundwork while the apprentice had to complete the design as fast as possible. As for the reason why the pair decided to publish the aerial light mech design onto Iron Spirit, nobody knew. Anyone who tried to dig any further eventually reached a dead end as the people behind the account left very few traces. This mystery only formed a tiny interlude in the local mech community. Vez had no idea that people completely mistook second account's identity. Instead, he prepared himself for the upcoming ritual. Vez first took care of some routine matters. He took care of some overdue paperwork while issuing new instructions to his subordinates in the company. Ever since the LMC got the new Benson production lines to work, its production capacity almost tripled overnight. The mech nursery pumped out 3 silver label Blackbeaks every 2 days. Although the increasingly experienced mech technicians could speed up their rate of production, Vez opted to control the pace and increase the level of quality control. The third-party manufacturers may be able to play fast and loose with the rules, but the LMC could ill afford a scandal resulting from delivering faulty products. My men can do more, Chief Cyril argued when Vez paid a visit to the fabrication floor. If we slow down too much, the mech technicians will start to lose their edge. They won't feel challenged anymore. Vez looked sympathetic at that argument, but stuck to his course. Even if the men are willing, the machines won't be able to keep up. Neither the Dortmund or the Benson machines are optimized for speed. Pushing them harder than now will certainly lead to errors. They discussed a few other practical matters as well. Vez wanted to add another testing and quality control phase at the end of the fabrication process in order to ensure that each mech truly performed up to spec. Chief Cyril actually approved of that. It's about time the company implements something like that. Almost every medium mech manufacturer tests out their mech before they send it through their channels. It's going to delay our delivery for at least a day or two, but our products will carry a lot more assurance to our customers. Setting up this kind of procedure entailed a lot changes in the company's production cycle. Not only did they have to hire a bunch of test pilots to pilot the freshly fabricated black beaks, they also had to hire the supervisors and support crew. The LMC also needed to clear out a large area and erect an indoor-outdoor testing ground. Without the right facilities, the test pilots wouldn't be able to push the black beaks to their limits. The supervisors also needed a lot of equipment to measure the exact performance of the mech and catch any alarming deviations before they led to disaster. Vez threw the problem at Chief Cyril and Jake. Draw 300 million credits to build up a basic testing ground. We don't need anything too elaborate at the moment. With that taken care of, Vez wrapped up his work and prepared to go under for a few days. He returned to his private workshop floor and sealed it tight. Lucky followed him up until he reached his bed and lay down. I'm going to be experiencing another out-of-body experience for a few days, Lucky. Just keep an eye on my body and don't let anything come close. Meow. I'm sorry, you can't come with me. The system is already exerting a lot of its energy to transport my mind across space and time. I don't think it can spare the effort to bring you with me. Meow. Lucky huffed and turned his tail to Vez and flew through a wall. Vez sighed and turned his attention to his comm. He already possessed more than enough DP to purchase another mastery. Just the first tier alone cost 40,000 DP each. Vez did not even consider purchasing the second tier of masteries at this point. His DP income wouldn't be able to bear the expense. Alright, enough stalling. Let's get this over with. Vez activated the mech designer system and entered the skill tree. He navigated the all-encompassing trees until he reached the mastery section. Each mastery sub-skill offered Vez the precious opportunity to jump in the mind of a mech pilot. As someone who always prided his secrets, Vez did not feel very comfortable about sharing his mind with another person. When he acquired Night Mech Mastery last time, he happened to have clicked with Barley. They worked so well together that Vez looked forward to meeting the mech pilot again. Too bad he went missing about a decade ago. Vez sometimes tried to search for Barley's whereabouts but encountered nothing. He started to suspect the system about its choice of pilots. Of all the night pilots across time and space, why did it pick Barley of all people? Can it be that the system deliberately chooses someone who won't be around in this timeline? That sounded exactly what the system might do. It would neatly avoid all the inherent paradoxes that ensued whenever someone traveled back and forth in time. Even with his senior-level physics, Vez did not wish to touch the subject of time travel for even a second. The amount of headaches and arguments that ensued from that topic alone could fill an entire galactic library. For example, what if his mind traveled back in time to a Vision mech pilot who faced a Larkin son on the battlefield? And what if that Larkin son turned out to be his grandfather Benjamin when he was young? If the Vision mech pilot somehow vanquished over Benjamin and killed him off, what would happen to Vez in the future? Would his father and himself still be born? Would a parallel timeline ensue the moment the system brought him back in time, or would the main timeline automatically correct itself and wipe Vez who came from the future out of existence? Even with all of the wonders of the galaxy, time travel proved to be one of the most elusive phenomena. As far as Vez was aware of, no person, alien or machine successfully traveled back in time. That did not mean that it couldn't be done, but if some organization managed to do it, they certainly kept their mouths shut. Some conspiracy theorists spread out rumors that their current timeline had been skewed out of its original trajectory through the constant meddling of time-traveling agents. A lot of popular dramas revolved around this premise, but everyone dismissed the possibility out of hand. Vez did not know if he could dismiss the possibility as well. Unlike nearly everyone else, he knew that time travel was definitely possible. He experienced it himself. From his experience with barley alone, he knew that what he influenced in the past would definitely reverberate back to the future. Before Vez embarked on his next mastery, he thought about making use of this circumstance. After all, traveling back in time was an extremely rare opportunity to influence the past and correct someone's mistake. He thought about trying to send a message to himself when he was young. The one thing that Vez had always regretted that he fell into a rut once his mother ostensibly died. He turned into a living zombie who wasted his remaining youth and hardly applied himself in school. If he got some sort of reality check back then, he might have been able to focus on his studies well enough to attend an upscale institution such as the Lemur Institute of Technology. Even if it's possible, should I even do such a thing? What would happen to Vez if he induced a major change in his past? Would Vez still be the same Vez, or would he turn into another Vez? What happened when Vez returned to the present timeline? Would he remain the old Vez, or turn into the new Vez? What a headache. His senior-level physics taught him a lot about how to improve the components of a mech, but it taught him nothing about the fields that fell outside of this scope. He still didn't know how an FTL drive worked, let alone figuring out the secrets to time travel. The only way he could become proficient in those fields was to study them by himself. With his superhuman intelligence, it won't even take him very long to gain a shallow proficiency in those fields. Much of the galaxy revolves around starships. It's useful for me to understand some of the engineering related to these vessels. Vez always admired the interstellar craft that brought humanity to the stars. However, it always took an extreme amount of learning to become slightly familiar with their systems. In general, mech designers stayed out of the way of ship designers, and vice versa. Neither occupation spared enough energy to branch out in the other one. The time that Vez spent on studying starships could have been spent on deepening his knowledge on mech. In the end, it wasn't beneficial for Vez to allocate more than a couple of hours of spare time to become familiar with ships. I can do something about that later. Right now, I have another mastery to experience. Vez found the relevant subskill in the skill tree and tapped it with his finger to purchase it. The system instantly deducted 40,000 DP from his account. Rifleman Mech Mastery I. 5. The system counted down the time. Vez breathed deeply and tried to lay comfortably in his bed. His body would be undergoing stasis while his mind left his body, so Vez did not worry too much about his body's health. 4. Vez hoped the system would pick an entirely different type of mech pilot this time. Barley had been a rather stodgy night pilot who bought into the whole pomp and circumstance about nights. Vez hoped to experience a more daring pilot who thought offensively instead of defensively. 3. Hopefully the system won't pick a woman this time. While he had nothing against women, Vez did not wish to deal with a cranky host and make her feel uncomfortable about hosting a male mind. 2. On the other hand, experiencing a female's perspective on piloting mech would also enrich him in many other ways. Female mech pilots possessed different habits and concerns, and if Vez became familiar with their gripes, he could make his mech more compatible with women, who made up around 30% of all mech pilots. 1. A suction force pulled his consciousness from his head and carried it along an incomprehensible tunnel that warped through time and space. After an indeterminate moment of time, his consciousness forcefully entered the mind of a mech pilot at a different time and space. Thankfully or regretfully, Vez ended up in the mind of another man. The only problem was that the mech pilot currently fought against an overwhelming force of enemy mech. The entry of a new consciousness momentarily disrupted the mech pilot's concentration, and an explosive shell impacted against his rifleman mech, knocking down while heavily damaging its chest plate. Get up. Chapter 377 Sectarian Strife. Vez ended up in the middle of a battlefield on a terrestrial Earth-like planet. Vez looked around the view screens of the cockpit and noted that the battle took place at a fortified military base placed in some kind of mountainous region that made it difficult for landbound mech to approach. However, no terrain could truly stop a mech from ascending up a mountain. The enemy mech carried modular mountaineering equipment that allowed them to scale the mountains with a bit of effort. In addition to the threat from below, a large amount of aerial mech systematically harassed the base from the air. While the defenders possessed a lot of anti-air, the sheer numbers arrayed against them slowly overwhelmed these weapon emplacements. Get up. Vez mentally shouted at the consciousness of his current host. Alvin, your comrades are dying. The base is about to be overrun. Your god demands you to fight. That brought the man named Alvin Callisto out of his daze. A surge of duty, devotion and fury swelled in his mind as he dove back into his mech. The damaged rifleman mech climbed back up to its feet and resumed firing its laser rifle at the approaching waves of enemy mech. While Alvin got back on track, Vez took the opportunity to study his current circumstances. The battle took place on Realred, a planet ruled by the Holy Dominion of Apelix, a third-rate state from the Rolling Wind star sector. Vez had never heard of this particular star sector, but that wasn't anything strange, as the galaxy was divided into many millions of star sectors. The Rolling Wind star sector actually fell within the range of the galactic heartland. This meant that the level of development was a lot more prosperous than in the galactic rim. When Vez studied the mech around him, he realized their prowess surpassed the third-class mech used by states such as the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom. The mech actually fell within the range of second-class mech, which was nothing unusual for a third-rate state in the galactic heartland. There is so much wealth laying around here that any casual state can arm their mech forces with second-class mech. What was that? Alvin asked. Nothing. Keep fighting. Vez still had to figure out his own situation before he could offer any assistance to his temporary partner. Now that he got a sense of where this battle took place, he tried to figure out how far back in time he traveled. He quickly read the details from Alvin's mind. His metaphorical eyes widened as he realized he traveled 25 years ago. That was much closer to the present. This made it easier for Vez to apply his current knowledge, but it also made it harder for him to analyze the mech being used at this time period. Most of the mech used in this conflict consisted of machines from at least 2 generations back. Vez possessed a fair amount of experience with last-gen mech, but he did not study the generation before that too closely. Still, if nothing else, he could make up this deficiency along the way. When he dove into the background of the war in question, he found out that it was actually a civil war. The Holy Dominion of Apelix worshipped a god predictably called Apelix. The religion had been founded by a charismatic leader that founded the state more than a millennia ago. Naturally, a leader proclaimed himself and his progeny to be descended from Apelix. Thereby, his bloodline enjoyed a supreme status in the Dominion. To an outsider like Vez, the Dominion's history sounded like one giant scam. Inventing your own religion to justify your special privileges was the oldest trick in the book. A fair number of delusional founders turned to religion to solidify their rule. When Vez peeked at Alvin's mind, he found to his regret that the mech pilot was a full-throated Orthodox believer in the Church of Apelix. The man had been indoctrinated to believe in the divinity of Apelix to the point where outsiders like Vez would receive a punch in the face if they tried to tell them that they'd been lied to all their lives. This is a thorny problem. Even worse, Alvin fought on behalf of the increasingly corrupt Sunstar dynasty descended from the original founder of the state and church. Each subsequent generation took the power bestowed upon them by a mass of brainwashed sheep for granted. The Holy Dominion grew more oppressive over time. The current generation of the Sunstar dynasty regularly indulged in pleasure and often extorted the citizens of the Dominion of their wealth. Even if the citizens all believed in Apelix, they could only handle so much abuse. Tensions boiled over in the past couple of years and the church split into 2. The so-called reformers claimed to be the true believers of Apelix. The rebel leaders proclaimed that he received a divine mandate of their god to cleanse the Sunstar dynasty from the galaxy. No matter if they spoke the truth, their message resonated among the oppressed. More than half of the Dominion immediately swung over to the rebels, leaving the Sunstar dynasty in control of a couple of important star systems around the capital. The planet Realred formed a vital part of the loyalists to the dynasty. This planet contained a lot of advanced factories that produced a lot of mech each day. It was the non-port system equivalent of Bentheme, and whoever possessed it would gain a decisive advantage in this civil war. Alvin. Your mech is too damaged. You can't fight on. Don't distract me, Spirit. Alvin shook his head and tried to focus on the fight. His mech jerkily ran back and forth along the mechanized wall that surrounded the immense military base. The wall already started crumbling from the sheer weight of fire being thrown in its way. A group of heavy artillery mechs stationed behind a hill constantly shelled the base and its walls with high explosive shells. If one of those shells hit the Fire Runner mech that Alvin piloted, Vez could kiss his mastery experience goodbye. Still, the mech functioned pretty well even after having all of its chest armor stripped. As Vez studied its design, he became increasingly odd at its well-optimized design. This mech made full use of its materials and squeezed out every bit of performance hidden in the frame. As the name suggested, the Fire Runner excelled in speed and mobility. It possessed a fairly high top speed for a rifleman mech at the cost of not being able to change its course as fast. This was a normal trade-off, and Alvin already possessed sufficient training to modulate his speed according to the situation at hand. Currently, Alvin weaved the Fire Runner in a wave-like motion, dodging most of the fire sent in its way. The wall blocked most of the projectiles, allowing Alvin to face much fewer attacks than he should have. Still, the damage and stress sustained by the Fire Runner deeply worried Vez. Your mech is heavily damaged. The power reactor's compartment has been breached. I estimate this mech will only function without problems for about 10 minutes or less. You've got to pull back within that time. What nonsense are you speaking about, spirit? Get out of my head. I'm not some random spirit. I'm a mech designer. What fart are you good for? I'm from the future. Just read what's on my mind. I don't have time for this nonsense. The priest will expel you later. Vez faced a thorny issue. His host didn't care about his presence and wanted him to go. Obviously, Vez did not wish to leave so soon. He was constantly absorbing Alvin's experiences as he struggled to fend off the overwhelming waves of rebel mech. Even though he warned Alvin that the Fire Runner wouldn't last, the mech pilot seemed determined to fight to the end. Although Vez admired Alvin's determination to fight, he did not wish to go down with the ship. He turned his attention to the enemy mech that assaulted the base. Most of them consisted of rifleman mech. A handful of knights and other melee mech acted as their meat shields. The melee mech even put away their weapons in order to carry thick temporary shields meant for sieging. Alvin's laser rifle fared very poorly against these hastily fabricated slabs of alloys. Vez could tell that the temporary shields mostly consisted of a mix of mundane metals and junk exotics. They possessed no merit other than their thickness. This slowed down the mech that carried them to a crawl, but that hardly mattered up to this point. You're going at it the wrong way, Vez argued Alvin. Even at your rifle's highest power setting, you can hardly burn a hole through those alloys. It's too thick. Alvin let out a frustrated growl. Had been fighting against these shields over an hour, and pretty much all of his laser beams had been neutralized by this awesome defense. Then what do you suggest I do? Vez thought about it for a moment. It was easy to point out a mistake, but hard to come up with a solution. Still, Vez came up with something that stood a decent chance of working, but he needed Alvin's cooperation. Give me control over your body for a moment. I need to reprogram your laser rifle. What? Never. Begone, you demon. Go back to your pathetic rebellious masters. Vez wanted to curse this impenetrable fool. Couldn't he tell that Vez only wanted the best for Alvin? I'm not part of the rebellion and I'm not some kind of demon. I'm just a mech designer who happened to land within your mind. I never even heard about the Rolling Wind Star sector in my life. I don't have a stake in this fight. Don't bluster me with your lies, demon. I know what you are. Continue to spout your lies. It will do nothing to shake me from my faith. For the Sunstars. For Apelix. Alvin's lust for battle grew superheated and he started to take unreasonable risks to get around the heavy shields of his opponents. A couple of times, his Fire Runner narrowly escaped death in an attempt to take down the enemy mech behind the shield. The situation didn't look so good. The rebels eventually wore out their shields, but they brought out a lot of spares. This pretty much negated the defensive advantage of the defenders. Added with the numerical advantage of the attackers, Alvin's situation did not seem so good. 10 minutes eventually went by and the Fire Runner's system started issuing a lot of alarms. Your mech won't last another minute. Eject. No. My faith is strong. The sun stars shine upon me even now. I can feel it. Vez wanted to strangle this stubborn suicidal idiot. This religious nut threatened to cut his precious mastery experience short, effectively wasting much of his 40,000 EP. He couldn't afford to let Alvin die so soon. If persuasion didn't work, what about coercion? He never thought about using force against an uncooperative partner. He hit it off with Barley immediately last time, so he never thought about ending up in a situation like this. Vez started to think up some ideas on how to pressure Alvin into doing what he wanted. He took inspiration from the conflict between the images he regularly conjured up for his mech. He particularly took note of the fight between the Crystal Leader's spiritual remnant and the other two images arrayed against it. What mattered the most in that fight was that the remnant possessed a lot more strength than its opposition. Vez tried to compare his strength against Alvin's and found to his surprise that his mentality was a lot firmer than his host. I might be able to pull something off. He did not wish to kill Alvin, nor assimilate the mech pilot into his own mind. Vez only needed to threaten the obstinate pilot a couple of times to get it to do what he wanted. Since you're a religious nut, then don't blame me for using your beliefs against you. If Alvin believed that Vez was a demon, then he would act like a demon. Chapter 378 Mech Demon. Back in the present time, the body of Vez quietly slept on the bed inside the underground private workshop floor. Rather than describe it as sleeping, it had actually been put in a form of stasis, allowing the body to remain healthy even as it did nothing. Lucky whisked inside the bedroom after doing Hawk knew what. The cat missed his owner's touch and meowed softly at the sleeping body. Meow. It was as if Lucky asked when his owner would wake up and pet his head again. After receiving no response, the mechanical cat climbed next to Vez and looked down at his sleeping face. That face suddenly woke up and broke the stasis put on the body. The eyes whizzed and whirled back and forth before focusing on Lucky's extremely close head. Meow. That was fast. Why did his owner wake up so fast? Vez hacked open his mouth for a cough. And another. And another. A strange sound escaped from his mouth as he tried and failed to take control of voice. After a moment, he gave up and tried to move his limbs instead. He slowly climbed up to a seated position on his bed and jerkily moved his limbs before his eyes. Lucky stared at Vez and started to feel apprehensive. He bumped one of his paws against Vez, only to elicit not a single scratch or pet from Vez. Meow? After a moment of contemplation, Vez stood up and took a step forward, only to stumble and drop down on the floor in a painful heap. He hacked open his mouth and strange sounds escaped from his throat that vaguely sounded like frustrated cries. As Vez attempted to regain control of his faculties, Lucky stared at his body with bewilderment. After a moment, the cat's eyes narrowed into slits. This wasn't Vez. In truth, as the system sent the consciousness of Vez out of his body and back in time and space, something else remained inside his mind. Vez completely forgot about what would happen to the living image of the crystal golem in his absence. The system only brought Vez away, leaving the crystal golem inside the empty and defenseless castle of his body. After the crystal golem noticed the absence of Vez, it reached out in the empty mind and slowly took on the role of the main consciousness of the body. Its strong mind slowly connected to each and every bodily function until it had completely supplanted Vez as the primary mind of the body. Although a lot of incompatibility still existed, the crystal golem effectively possessed the body that had been begging to be taken over. Although the crystal golem lacked the experience to control a human body, it still possessed the capacity to learn. Over the course of several hours, the crystal golem became increasingly proficient at controlling the human body. It became satisfied once its movements rivaled a 4-year-old child. I am. Lucky kept a close eye on his unfamiliar owner atop a cabinet. The only reason why he hadn't attacked the stranger was because the body belonged to Vez. His tail swished predatorily behind his hind body. The cat would only attack if his owner's body attempted to harm itself or leave this floor. As for the crystal golem, it tried to recall its name, only to come up empty. Its original spiritual remnant had long forgotten the name of the entity it was part of. As for the crystal golem's current state, it was a completely new life form that only shared a loose relationship with its former identity. The crystal golem needed its own name. I am Ferrixneal. Somehow, the word rang true within the crystal golem's spirit. It was not the name of its former identity, but the word stood for something powerful for the alien race it used to be a part of. No matter the meaning of the name, Ferrixneal felt proud to carry this name. Ferrixneal explored the floor but didn't manage to unlock the security features that blocked its access to the elevators. The possessed body gave up on leaving the floor and stumbled towards the labs, where it found a number of incomplete crystals inside a couple of lab machines. The body's eyes gleamed as it beheld these crystals. Some part deep inside the crystal golem's consciousness thought they possessed a lot more potential. As Ferox Neil beheld the crystals, back at the Rolling Wind Star sector, Vez just ran out of patience with Alvin. Even if the mech pilot was ready to lay down his life for his beliefs, Vez still needed to experience more to make this trip worth the DP he invested in it. His consciousness began to take on a menacing aura before it nipped at Alvin's unsuspecting spirit. Vez immediately pierced through Alvin's feeble barriers and began to mess around. This caused the mech pilot to cry out in pain and instinctively pulled back with his mech. Your fire runner won't last much longer. Eject now. Never. Get out of my head, demon. Keep up your stubborn ways and I'll eat your entire spirit. Your soul will never be able to go back to Apelix when you die. That scared Alvin more than anything. He wasn't eager to die, but he believed he fought for a righteous cause. If the demon in his mind devoured his soul before it could return to the heavenly kingdom, then where would that leave him in his afterlife? You evil creature. He hissed and made a quick judgment. Even as the console of his mech blared in alarm, Alvin still hesitated on the decision to eject. His hand hovered over the lever that would pull the entire cockpit module away from the rest of the frame. Vez noticed his host's hesitation and lost patience. He attacked Alvin's spirit once again, but this time aimed to take control over his motor functions. He briefly took control over Alvin's arm and pulled a lever in the mech pilot's stead. Even though Alvin quickly regained control over his rebellious limb, he could do nothing about the fact that his cockpit lifted out of Fire Runner and flew back to the center of the base. Anti-air defenses swept the vulnerable cockpit but recognized it as a friendly. A short moment later, the cockpit reached a designated landing ground filled with dozens of discarded cockpits. Alvin gritted his teeth as he slammed open the upper hatch. He climbed out of his smoking cockpit and sprinted towards the nearest mech stables. Along the way, a couple of servicemen checked him over. Halt. Identify yourself. Alvin Callisto, of the Puritan Warriors. One of the guards checked his credentials and confirmed his identity. Here you go, pilot. Head over to Building 5A43. A spare mech is waiting for you there. Roger that. Alvin stepped on a small floating platform that swiftly crossed the courtyard and brought him out where he heard the rumbling of explosive shells and saw the flashes of frequent laser fire in the distance. Even as looked forward to getting back in the battle, his mind turned inward. Alvin regarded the alien presence that entered his mind with an extremely wary attitude. Why are you here, demon? Can't you possess someone else's mind? Vez chuckled and tried to act as demonic as possible. Since you saw through my facade, let me tell you what I am. I am a mech demon. A mech demon? Whatever Alvin thought of Vez, he had never heard of mech demons. Yes, a mech demon, but I'm not what you think. I'm summoned by the Sunstar Dynasty to help you resist the rebels. Alvin's eyes widened and he stumbled on top of the floating platform. You, the Sunstar Dynasty would never consort with demons. It is the truth. Do you really think you loyalists can insist against the overwhelming assault? Reinforcements are on the way. The base commander told us that we only had to hold out for a few more hours. Vez mentally shook his head. You dunce. Even Apelix himself won't believe those words. If reinforcements was on the way, the rebels would have been much more discreet. What I'm seeing so far is an enemy force that's so confident in their strength that they can batter every reinforcing troop into pieces. Although Vez made a good argument, Alvin shook off the words as an attempt to sway his will to fight. I will fight to defend the Sunstar Dynasty even if the entire galaxy is arrayed against me. Vez sensed the conviction in those words. This Alvin was a true believer through and through, which gave Vez very few options to prod Alvin to his desired course of action. All he wanted was to keep this idiot alive despite his wish to throw away his life. He kept himself mum as Alvin reached the mech stables. The structure sustained a fair amount of bombardment. A quarter of its stables had completely collapsed under the weight of fire, which gave the servicemen and mech technicians a lot of trouble keeping the remainder intact. Alvin reported for duty at the duty station, whereupon a frazzled officer assigned him another fire runner. You're a lucky man, Mr. Callisto. This is the last intact fire runner in our stables. It's a well-used mech, so keep in mind that it won't perform up to spec. That's not a problem, sir. As long as it can fight, I'm fine with anything. Once Alvin reached the fire runner, his platform lifted him up until he could jump inside the open cockpit. The mech pilot seated himself before bringing the mech online. The rifleman mech booted up within a minute. Once Alvin gained full control over the mech, he drove it out of the stables and went to a nearby weapon rack where it grabbed a random laser rifle. After that, Alvin received his next assignment. His job was to reinforce the southwestern wall where the fighting was the heaviest. The rebels enjoyed much more favorable terrain there. The large amounts of crags and hills gave them a lot of natural cover against direct fire. Even though Alvin hadn't entered battle again, Vez still soaked up the mech pilot's actions like a sponge. He only learned a fair bit about operating a rifleman mech in the earlier battle, but the situation back then had been too chaotic for him to make sense. This relatively uneventful transit provided him with a good baseline on what to expect. Vez already noted that Alvin wielded his laser rifle in a way that would let him bring it to bear really fast. A rifleman mech pilot was always ready to shoot. "I'm here," Alvin declared as his fire runner finally reached the broken and fragmented fortifications next to the crumbled southwestern walls. He wasn't the only mech to reinforce the position. A large amount of defending mech littered the walls, having tried and failed to hold back the rebels intent on conquering the base. "Hey, newbies! Cover us with your rifles." Alvin obeyed the nameless captain's words and moved to reinforce a heavily battered elite unit of mech. The rebels outnumbered the defenders at least 3-2, which meant that the mech pilot immediately landed himself in a precarious situation. Vez couldn't stay in the background and do nothing. He constantly observed the enemy mech as they continued to hide behind the thick shields held aloft by various melee mech. He knew that if he wanted this battle to turn out to be something else than a massacre, he had to figure out a solution against those incredibly sturdy shields. The entire Loyalist force failed to come up with a solution against those thick shields. While Vez knew how difficult it was to figure out a magic solution, he still had to try. He entered a deeply analytical state as he combined his visual observation with the scans taken by the fire runner. He approximated the shield's material composition and tried to dig through his extensive base of knowledge for a way to exploit these materials. "I got it. Those shields are brittle when subjected to extreme cold. No material was completely impervious to every type of damage. The shields used by the rebels consisted of a large amount of fairly cheap materials in order to mass-produce them to arm every melee mech that took part in this assault. With such low-quality materials, it was inevitable that a major flaw would persist in the alloy shields. Alvin. Find a cryo-weapon. Find a way to freeze the shields." Chapter 379. Bedeviled Alvin had no reason to respond to the demon. Why would he believe in the malignant demon's lies? "Begone with you, demon. My faith in Apelix is the only aid I need to beat these rebels." Vez truly tired of those perfunctory displays of faith. The worst thing about them was that Alvin wasn't hypocritical when he said those words. "Your faith is doing well so far, has it? I'm sure you can outfaith your opponents, but what does that matter if your side is outnumbered by at least 3-2? Short of an intervention by Apelix himself, the battle was as good as lost. Even a bystander like Vez could see that. He tried to broadcast his cold and brutal analysis of the situation to Alvin. The truth hurt much more than any threat spoken by a demon. Vez showed Alvin the dire state of the walls. He showed the pilot the dwindling number of defenders, a lack of reserves, and the excellent state of the attacking mech. "This can't be true," Alvin cried out. "The true Dominion never loses. If facts didn't work, perhaps another attack on his spirit worked better." Vez invaded Alvin's core and inflicted some mental damage. This caused Alvin to lose control of his fire runner, which almost caused it to hit a shell in the face. "I'll keep doing this until you listen." Alvin's resolve weakened a little. "What do I need to do?" The Dominion pilot hated listening to a demon, even though it pretended to help. Still, if the Sunstar dynasty summoned the demon themselves, then it probably wouldn't eat his soul. The defense at the southwestern wall started to falter as fewer reinforcements came to shore them up. The rebel mech had lost a fair amount of mech in their offensive push, but they were on the verge of creating a breach. Vez urged Alvin to pull back his mech and head towards the nearest supply point. The Fire Runner left the wall to the indignation of the Loyalists' officers, but neither Vez nor Alvin cared for their opinions. The Fire Runner navigated the debris and craters until it arrived at the closest depot. Grab a fire hose. The gray one. That's the cryoprojector. With all the complicated materials being used these days, some of them easily caught fire. Bases generally hosted different extinguishing solutions, one of which happened to be a cryoprojector that drastically lowered the temperature of any material. Cryoprojectors weren't available in the galactic rim. Even in the Heartland, cryoprojectors still used up too much bulk to be used as an independent weapon system for mech. Besides, most mech possessed strong resistance against frost due to the extreme environmental conditions they might be subjected to. This pretty much relegated these kinds of projectors solely for firefighting. Grab a hose and point it at an enemy shield formation. Though Alvin still held plenty of doubts, he did as he was asked and grabbed the projector. The hose automatically extended itself from a socket as Alvin ran back towards the half-collapsed walls. Which setting should I use? Use a concentrated stream. It will take a while for the temperature changes go set in. Aim for the middle of their shields. Alvin proceeded to approach the enemy lines and hose down the thickest concentration of mech. The rebel pilots momentarily panicked before getting back their senses. Why would their shields be vulnerable to being frozen? It hadn't failed them so far. It takes a while for the changes to settle in. Blast each shield for around 8 seconds. That should be sufficient to wreck them over time. Soon after, the frozen shields started to crack. As the remaining defenders shot their weapons at the enemy mech, only to be stopped by the oversized and incredibly thick shields, the slabs of alloy started to crack. One shield even caved in when shot by a railgun. Both sides quickly caught on what had happened. This is a miracle. Ha 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 ha. Apelix hasn't abandoned his children in their greatest crisis. Kill the mech with the cryoprojector. Protect Callisto's mech. 5th Squad. Pull back and grab more cryoprojectors. Elin formed command of what's happened. Alvin's actions started a remarkable change on the battlefield. Mech started grabbing every available cryoprojector in the base and began to how down the shields one by one. The aggressors faced an unexpected setback. The rebel mech designer in charge of fabricating the shield even slammed his table back at the rebels' main stronghold on Rilrid. The Loyalists still have a competent mech designer among them. I thought every senior and master has defected to us. Another mech designer standing next to him rubbed his chin. Interesting. All the other elder mech designers in the Dominion are accounted for. Maybe the Sunstar dynasty managed to hire a guest designer. HMPH. Whoever dares to intervene in our revolution will go down with the Sunstars. A single decent mech designer once saved their base from being conquered. The rebel-elegant mech designers did not speak nonsense. Even after neutralizing most of the shields, the Loyalists were still in a precarious situation. Vez privately made the same judgment as he piggybacked behind Alvin's mind as he frantically tried to freeze as many enemy shields as possible. Eventually, he realized that this base wouldn't last a day. Alvin had no chance of surviving past this day. Even if he did the unthinkable and surrendered, the rebels wouldn't take him prisoner. Wars between religious groups often turned out to be the bloodiest. The realities of this situation forced Vez to re-evaluate his strategy. He already harvested a little bit more of Alvin's experience in maneuvering his mech. He only missed out on the most important bit, which was observing him when he fired his laser rifle. After making a decision, Vez chose an opportune moment to interrupt Alvin by making another attempt at invading his spirit. Vez happened to have interrupted Alvin at the same time the attackers shot apart his cryoprojector. The damaged nozzle spewed out an uncontrollable spray of freezing liquids and gases before the connection forcefully shut off. Are you trying to kill me, demon? Oh wait, of course you are. Stop whining and get back to shooting. Since every other cryoprojector was in use, Alvin went back to wielding his laser rifle. Vez closely studied Alvin's thought processes and instincts as he dove from cover to cover, relying on his Fire Runner's mobility to avoid getting pinned down. The broken walls and the increasing accumulation of rubble, Mech wrecks and debris made it harder for the Fire Runner to take advantage of its relatively high top speed. It was not the most agile mech by far, and often Alvin had to rely on various tricks to get around an obstacle in the way. Still, the fluid manner in which Alvin navigated the increasingly crowded battlefield gave Vez a lot of insight on what really mattered to a rifleman mech. Alvin's proficient use of the Fire Runner illustrated that having a high level of agility was not necessary to avoid enemy attacks. Rather, running fast enough while performing minor changes in velocity and direction proved to be sufficient to throw off the aim of any enemy mech that targeted Alvin's mech. Of course, skill and fervor only brought him so far. His Fire Runner regularly got hit by glancing shots that Alvin failed to dodge in the nick of time. Vez mentally frowned again. At this rate, the Fire Runner would be chewed up before Alvin could reveal all of his piloting skill. Vez quickly analyzed the enemy mech and tried to figure out their weaknesses. Those red railgunners pack a punch, but they run out of projectiles rather fast. Just stay away from them while they focus their fire on you. The laser rifleman mech draw much of their power from the modular backpack module. If you can manage to damage the backpack's integrity, a lot of fail-safes will set in, disabling the extra power source entirely. Don't bother trying to wear down their knights. Those models are built to withstand lasers. Leave them to the railgunners. One major difference between the Galactic Heartland and the Galactic Rim was that railguns supplanted the role of ballistic rifles entirely. Though they lacked in versatility, they more than made up for it in sheer power. The ability to send out a huge kinetic impact was extremely useful in breaking apart the enemy's trotloshels. Alvin intensely disliked Vez. He outright ignored the sensible advice and stuck to his old ways. This frustrated Vez to no end and forced him to teach another lesson to Alvin's spirit. Ahhhh. That hurts. The forceful invasion unsettled Alvin and disrupted his fighting pattern. The Fire Runner stumbled again and attracted a lot of enemy firepower for a moment. Listen to me or suffer. Evil. You're pure evil. Vez needed to prod Alvin several times in order for him to follow his suggestions. His battle performance instantly improved by a significant margin. Despite this success, Alvin thought that Vez had performed some demonic witchcraft to accomplish such a result. Alvin became crazed from the pressure exerted by the demon. Somehow, Alvin became a rabid dog, and channeled nothing but his instincts and the core of his training to resist the relentless rebels that sought to overrun the southwestern walls. Much of the reason why Alvin fought so hard was because Vez learned how to manipulate his spirit. As he became more familiar with spiritual attacks, he realized he could do something else than inflict pain. It's much like a simulation, but instead of taking over his entire spirit, I can choose to affect a couple of aspects. Even though his attacks looked crude and did a lot more damage than necessary, Vez enjoyed a strong advantage over Alvin in terms of mental strength. This left the mech pilot helpless. If not for being in a position of control, Vez would have gotten spooked that such a thing was even possible, although he doubted a lot of humans could perform such an attack. Only through extremely special circumstances did Vez end up in Alvin's mind. Callisto. A loyalist officer barked over the comm. This is no time for heroics. You are disrupting our defensive lines. Fall back to the inner defense lines. The gratuitous mental damage inflicted by Vez caused Alvin to disregard the order. Vez had to prod Alvin yet again in order to turn around. Vez noticed that the more he intervened, the less Alvin became capable of thinking rationally. By now, he'd gone halfway feral. He fought on mostly through instinct and training. While that helped Vez understand the most important skills to rifleman mech pilots, he did not wish for Alvin to die so soon. He decided to do something drastic. He wanted to take over Alvin's mind entirely. The action came with a lot of risk, but as long as he did not completely assimilate Alvin's damaged mind, then the act would still be reversible. Vez had no intention of taking over a religious nut's mind. After deciding on his course of action, Vez practically swarmed over Alvin's mind. His previous attacks wore out the mech pilot's defenses, so he could offer no substantial opposition to the takeover. Alvin screamed and instinctively pulled back. His Fire Runner went from fighting a pitched battle to fleeing as fast as possible. The remaining loyalists all looked at Alvin's mech like it had gone mad, but they quickly turned their attention back to the attacking mech. If Vez had to describe his takeover, He would say that his mind turned into a blanket that covered Alvin's most essential elements of self. They represented his consciousness and formed the main control center of his body and mind. When Vez covered himself over those elements, Vez effectively captured Alvin's consciousness and hijacked its connection to Alvin's body and mind. For a brief period of time, Vez was Alvin. A flood of information streamed into his mind, but Vez blocked most of it, only letting the purest piloting instincts go through. Let's see if I can pilot a mech this way. When Vez gained sufficient control over the process, he attempted to interface with the Fire Runner. Aahhh. Alvin cried out in pain yet again, but this time it was Vez who suffered the brunt. The neural interface might have connected with Alvin's brains, but it was Vez who attempted to connect with the mech, not the original consciousness. Vez thought to circumvent his inability to pilot a mech by hijacking Alvin's body and mind, but it seemed that things weren't so simple. The pain caused Vez to eject from Alvin's spirit. His own spirit sustained a moderate amount of damage as well, and he was in no shape to make another attack. Not that it mattered, because Alvin's mind received so many shocks he effectively turned into an idiot. Without any active control, the Fire Runner collapsed. This turned it into a sitting duck and a magnet for enemy fire. Less than 30 seconds later, the mech blew up. Chapter 380 Crystal Cube. When the Fire Runner blew up, some force grabbed Vez's consciousness and pulled him back to his present time and space. His mind came back online in his own body, but he felt an enormous amount of fatigue. The brief but intense ordeal on Real had severely taxed his spirit. As he took a brief rest, he looked around and found to his alarm that his body hadn't woken up in his bed. Instead, his body somehow ended up in the lab. Vez jumped off the chair and looked around for anyone who could have moved his body here. "Hoss there. What did you do to me?" The only thing that greeted him was a bemused Lucky. The gem cat meowed at him as if he was relieved that Vez had returned to his senses. Vez looked back at the lab machine and found to his surprise that it looked a lot different from when he previously left it. The most important change was that a strange cube the size of his palm rested in the lab machine. Last he recalled, he only left a tiny crystal the size of a thumb in the machine. The clues painted a rather unsettling picture. Vez turned his attention inward and regarded the crystal golem that temporarily resided in his mind. "Did you take over my body?" The reconstructed spirit flashed some sort of emotion. Vez thought he sensed satisfaction from the imaginary entity. "You did, didn't you?" Even if he knew, it was not as if Vez could do anything about it. Despite the crystal golem's unorthodox birth, its strength of spirit was still incomparably pure. Vez wasn't sure he could overpower the spirit in a mental battle. He left the crystal golem alone and beheld the strange crystal cube. He tentatively picked it up and studied it from all sides. He detected nothing unique about the crystal, but the matter probably wasn't so simple. He whipped out his Vulcan eye and made a quick scan. The multiscanner spat out a bunch of dense readings. Vez only took a second to interpret the data. An enormous amount of miniature circuits had been packed inside the crystal cube. That almost caused Vez to drop the scanner. What had the crystal golem been up to? Why did he create this cube? What did the circuits do? He recalled the Crystal City's ability to harness light and briefly suspected the cube to be some sort of weapons interface. However, the circuits in the crystal cube did not match the circuits of the crystal spires. Seeing as the crystal cube was inert, Vez felt disinclined to study it further. "I'm severely behind schedule in designing my rifleman mech. I can't afford to waste any time on fanciful alien technology." His most recent mastery still stayed fresh on his memory. Vez wanted to leverage his experiences into elevating his second original design as fast as possible before the details became vague. Thus, after making a brief decision, Vez entered the elevator and went down to the restricted vault. He deposited the strange crystal cube in one of the lockboxes and left it there for later. After that, he returned to his private workshop floor and freshened up before putting himself in his best condition. He thought back on his experience with Alvin and found that it was a shame the experience ended too soon. "I don't know why the system chose to partner me up with an obstinate fellow like him. Even if he wasn't a religious nut, he was already doomed to die that day." He couldn't help but add a mental complaint to the system. Why put him in a hopeless situation where defeat was imminent? Couldn't it have given Vez more time to absorb some experiences? Fortunately for Vez, he already went through a mastery before. His time with Barley taught him a lot of general knowledge around piloting that was applicable to any kind of mech. Armed with this foreknowledge, Vez skipped much of the things he learned before and could devote his full effort into deciphering and understanding the experiences that specifically pertained to Rifleman mech. It's barely enough. To be honest, Vez truly felt he got the short end of the stick this time. Even leaving out the common elements, his harvest disappointed him somewhat. Still, he had to work with what he got. No matter what, I'm still a better mech designer than before. Just to make sure he hadn't hallucinated the entire trip, Vez looked up the Rolling Wind star sector on the galactic net. It actually exists. It also has the holy dominion of Apelix. He quickly browsed its recent history and found that the dominant religion had indeed undergone a schism some time ago. To his astonishment, the loyalists who served the founding Sunstar dynasty actually made a comeback late in the war. Long after Alvin perished on Realred, the loyalists obtained a lot of outside help that repelled the rebels from deposing the Sunstar dynasty and erect another holy leader to helm the Third Red State. In the end, Alvin got his wish, and the Sunstar dynasty still stood standing, although they paid a heavy price to hang on to their current position of power. Vez failed to uncover any traces of Alvin. Had been an average pilot before Vez entered the mech pilot's mind, and did not live long enough to make a lasting impact. Well, enough dilly-dallying around. No matter what I think of Alvin, he's long dead now. I don't have to worry about his vengeful ghost coming to haunt me in the coming days. The system's selection of Alvin Callisto prompted Vez to believe it definitely intended to pick only those marked for death as his mastery partners. Before, he considered the decision to be a detriment that deprived them of helpers. After finding out that he might be hitchhiking in the minds of uncooperative people, he drastically changed his opinion. It's better if my partners can't do any damage to me in the future. Unless they're as friendly as Barley, I should attempt to kill off my partners the next time I redeem another mastery. With no further barriers to designing his next mech, Vez proceeded to pick up his work again. Before he could do the actual designing, he first had to purchase a couple more licenses. He already set aside a handful of licenses and only held off on acquiring them if his newly acquired mastery offered no protest. These licenses still look good. There's no problem in snapping them all up. Vez proceeded to buy a number of small components meant to improve a mech ability to wield a laser rifle. They consisted of components that improved precision, various targeting aids and an advanced processor specialized in parsing all of the data. Vez remembered that he drew a sensor system from a golden lottery ticket a while ago. He briefly inspected it and found out that it was a long-ranged mech sensor primarily used by light mech. Although he could implement it in his current design, it wouldn't be able to reach its maximum theoretical range due to all the interference from his mech other systems. It's also too expensive to mass-produce right now. He frowned when he checked the raw materials needed to build a sensor module. Despite taking up a small amount of space, the module alone might cost up to 20 million credits to fabricate. That was way too much for a single secondary component. The main reason why the price jacked up so much was because the license made use of exotics that Vez had to import from another star sector. Vez decided to purchase a native sensor system instead, one that seamlessly integrated with the targeting system he recently acquired. After finishing his purchases, the company account decreased by about 800 million credits, which was a hefty amount, but a necessary investment nonetheless. Different from last time, it took a lot of effort for the LMC's financial department to release the funds. Along with the company's growth, its financial controls had tightened up as well. Vez could no longer draw on the account directly, but had to submit a lot of forms in order to obtain the necessary funds. Even though it took a couple of hours for the financial department to release the funds, Vez didn't begrudge the accountants for taking their time. It's good that they're checking where the money flows. We can't have a scammer trying to pretend he's me and swindle my company out of all of our liquid funds. After all of the paperwork went through, the LMC gained a couple more licenses for Vez to use in his designs. At this point, Vez met all of the conditions to complete his next design. He breathed deeply and began to channel the crystal golem. He connected with its spirit and invited it to share his senses and take part in the design process. The crystal golem eagerly accepted the invitation and melded closer to Vez. Unlike his own attempts at smothering Alvin's spirit, the crystal golem faced a willing human. Both of them mutually intertwined themselves, causing Vez to enter a supremely elevated state where two minds instead of one was at work. A small part inside him believed that this state would engender a much stronger X factor for his design. It might even be possible to breach past his bottleneck this time. Let's get to work. Vez called up a design program and loaded in his draft design before fleshing it out. Vez already set a vision for his rifleman mech to be a consummate rune engineer. Borrowing from Alvin's experiences, he tweaked the draft design to enable it to reach a slightly higher top speed in exchange for a bit less agility. He also planned in other deviations from the original draft. These mostly consisted of minor tweaks and changes in configuration that rifleman mech pilots appreciated. Once he finished modifying his draft, he went on to design the actual mech. As usual, he started from the interior of his mech and worked his way outwards. He defined the internal frame of the mech and planned the placement of the various core components of the mech such as the engine, cockpit and power reactor. The rifleman mech envisioned by Vez would be a fairly slimmed-down medium mech, so he wouldn't have a lot of room to work with. This presented a lot of challenges to Vez, as he had to stuff all kinds of components inside his mech without any of it spilling out. He had to make some sacrifices in order to obtain sufficient room. After a few minutes of contemplation, he made his choice. I can cut back on the redundancy since it's not supposed to be a damage sponge. I still need to implement sufficient compartmentalization considering that this mech remaining space will be stuffed with energy cells. Many rifleman mech models often skipped out on redundancy. This weakened the mech in the event of sustaining crippling damage. The loss of a vital component would severely impact the battle readiness of the mech. Vez accepted the trade-off because it was the least bad choice available to him. He considered expanding the bulk of the mech to be unacceptable as it would severely impact his design's mobility. His experience with Alvin taught him that rifleman mech needed as much mobility as possible. While Vez faced a lot of limits on speed and agility with his decision to stick to the medium weight class, his design could at least withstand a decent amount of enemy fire. While it sounded as if Vez made a lot of compromises, Vez strongly believed the end product would still perform to a decent standard. The nature of designing anything involved making a lot of trade-offs. The key factor that distinguished good designers from the bad was the ability to make the most favorable exchanges possible. This minimized the loss in performance and kept the overall specs of their designs close to their most optimal ideal state. His current vision for his mech hinged on providing a lot of mobility, a decent amount of firepower and just enough armor to grant it a couple of extra lives. Of course, Vez also hoped his gimmick would play a role in increasing the value of his design. He'll have to arrange an entirely different internal structure to accommodate the center crystal. Just because Vez intended to make use of large laser propagator based on alien technology did not mean he could slot it in the chest of his design like any other component. Chapter 381 Looming Threats. Time flowed by as Vez fully immersed himself into designing the rifleman mech. The crystal golem in his mind frequently added its own input on the design as well, leading to frequent changes that turned the design's appearance into something unique. The most drastic change entailed hunching over the posture of his design. Vez went short of imitating the extreme angle of the crystal golem's original race, but even then the change looked obvious. Vez even figured that the hunch would make his mech more distinctive, although it also made it harder for the mech to turn its head to the rear. The change in posture shifted the balance of his design and forced him to perform a lot of extra calculations in order to prevent his mech from tipping over. He spent most of the first month into fleshing out his design's internal architecture. While the crystal propagator installed in the center of the chest introduced a lot of complications, Vez possessed enough competence to adapt to the situation at hand. This wasn't his first rodeo, and nothing could top the internal complexity of the Caesar Augustus design. After working extensively with Jason Kozlowski's debut design, Vez ceased to be impressed with mech that only hosted two different weapon systems. It's not that hard to accommodate another weapon system on a rifleman mech design. Vez merely had to ration his weight and space allowances carefully. The internal architecture that he came up with for his rifleman mech design reflected his earlier priorities. He added as much compartmentalization as possible, but cut short the level of redundancy. In any case, Vez put his faith on the armor to prevent the worst from coming to pass. It would still take a decent amount of effort to get past his design's compressed armor. Since Vez recycled most of the component licenses he acquired for the Blackbeak design, Vez did not have to puzzle over how to integrate them into his second design. He already knew how all of the parts performed and what kind of conditions they demanded. The power reactor, the Trailblazer engine, the cockpit and a lot of other components that Vez previously implemented in the Blackbeak design smoothly integrated in his rifleman mech design. Vez only faced some challenges when he attempted to slim down the components in order to free up a bit more weight and space. Modifying third-party components came with a lot of risks, and almost no apprentice mech designer would attempt such an action. Vez only went through with this move because he possessed enough knowledge to understand some of the inner workings of these components. Still, most of the components already went through countless optimizations, so Vez did not free up that much capacity. Some of his modifications came paired with minor losses in performance. Vez already took into account that a lighter mech had to sacrifice some capability in order to increase its mobility. Even if he used the same components as the Blackbeak, his first and second designs fulfill different roles, thereby necessitating a lot of adjustments. He finished up the work in 3 weeks, which was fairly fast by his reckoning. Vez spent the next 2 weeks on simulating the performance of the internal structure and tweaking it to eliminate any faults. The tests and simulations revealed a lot of substandard implementations that unnecessarily lowered the performance of his mech. Vez spent a lot of time to correct these mistakes and smoothed over the performance of his mech internal design. That should wrap it up. Vez said at the end of the first part of the design phase. The hardest part is over now. Vez accomplished a lot of work, including getting the central laser propagator to work. Still, Vez only came up with an untested application. It remained to be seen if the gimmick performed as expected. Starting from the second month, Vez worked on the exterior of his mech, including the armor system and the laser rifle. Before he started work on them both, Vez took the time to take a day off and check in with his company. He left his private workshop floor with Lucky in tow and visited the different departments. Everything appeared to go on track, although the sales of bronze label Blackbeaks had dropped to its lowest level. Demand for the bronze label Blackbeaks are stagnating because the third-party manufacturers have met the immediate demand for this specific design. Gavin answered Vez when he visited the marketing department. Elemental Mech Engineering is particularly worse off since it primarily serves the domestic market. You have to understand that the Blackbeak, while fairly popular, is a premium offensive knight. I understand. Vez nodded. Both its type and price segment limit the popularity of the Blackbeak. It's never meant to take over the market for knights. By now, EM only devoted a single production line to producing the Blackbeak. While they still sold some Blackbeaks every week, the sales volume was a far cry from when the design still enjoyed a lot of hype. What about Vaughn? How are they faring trying to push the Blackbeak across the border? It's the same as EM, but multiplied a couple of times. While they've never been able to conquer a lot of market share in any of the foreign markets, they're making plenty of sales when you add up the modest demands of more than a dozen different states. They're currently exporting the Blackbeak to 12 states and counting. All of that adds up. This benefited the LMC as well, since Vaughn Industrial paid 3.5 million credits per mech. Currently, it was difficult to predict how many Blackbeaks Vaughn would be able to sell each month, but Gavin spent a lot of time on analyzing the foreign markets. Right now, Vaughn is in a good place. They're easily able to export more than 100 Blackbeaks a month. It will be tough to push more mech than that. This means that at a minimum, the LMC can expect to receive at least 350 million credits in licensing fees. Naturally, like any income stream, these earnings didn't take into account the various overhead costs and other expenses of the company. In particular, the loan the company took to finance the Benson production line significantly increased the company's interest burden. Still, the LMC's financials looked good enough to Vez. We're making far more money than we spend, even with all of our recent expansions. That's true, but there's still a war going on. Jake replied after he went over the financials with Vez. There's a recent spate of destructive going on in the Bentham region. It's only a matter of time before the Bentham system itself will get hit, and Cloudy Curtain might get swept up in the chaos as well. What are you saying? I'm saying we should prepare for the worst. Vez turned serious at those words. I know there's a possibility the Visions decide to raid our planet, but we've already made as much preparations as possible. We've upgraded our contract with Senile Ablin Security Services and have even set up the avatars of Myth, although they're still in infancy. However, our main source of security is our relationship with Walter's Whalers. If the Visions decided to raid Cloudy Curtain, the Whalers couldn't sit by and let the Visions run amok on their home planet. Gangs enjoyed a complicated relationship with states. Any gang that claimed a planet but failed to defend it against foreign aggression would be pushed from their position of power. Even though such a measure would be costly, the Mech Corps had swept up these kinds of cowardly gangs enough times to demonstrate their point. Every citizen of the Bright Republic must defend their homes if able. Still, just because the Whalers possessed the obligation to defend Cloudy Curtain didn't mean it had to defend every location. In practice, gangs mainly held on to their core territories while letting the invaders lay waste to infrastructure that no one except the Republic cared about. The Whalers are our friends, and they know how much benefits the LMC brings to this planet. They'll definitely lend a hand if the Visions want to raid the Mech Nursery. Jake looked a bit skeptical at Vez. As a former retainer of the Larkin Sons, he was no stranger to partnering up with the less respectable parts of society. Still, the gang culture in Rittersburg was nowhere nearly as intense as the gang culture of the Bentham region. If you say so, I'll believe you, but it's better to prepare too much than prepare too little. What is your suggestion? His COO put forth a bold proposal. I suggest we hire a mercenary corps for a couple of months. We need a lot more mech to fend off even a minor Vision raiding party. I don't know if you haven't heard yet, but there's word that the 3rd Imidris Legion is circling around the Mech Corps in order to reach the Bentham region. All hell will break loose if they succeed. Vez frowned deeply at that information. Even Vez hadn't heard anything about the Vision sending an entire legion deep into Republican space. However, if Jake mentioned it to Vez, then the news must be true. The Larkin Sun estate must have informed the man. I see. In that case, the risk of hiring a couple of bad apples don't look so bad. He replied after considering the matter. You have my permission to hire a mercenary corps. Just one. I don't want any complications. Make sure they're trustworthy. I don't mind paying above the market rate in order to ensure their quality. Just don't set a lengthy contract term. A defense contract under these circumstances costs a lot of money, although they charge a lot less than dedicated security companies such as Senile Ablin. The costs still added up to an unreasonable burden after a year. By then, the avatars of Myth could take over the duties previously performed by the mercenaries. Even though it cost a lot of money to set up his own personal force, the running costs looked a lot more reasonable than paying mercenaries to do the same job. Mercenaries existed and thrived on fulfilling temporary needs for wealthy clients. Vez personally did not think much about them even as he sold his products to them, but he did not dismiss their worth entirely. In these dangerous times, he could use all the help he could get. After taking care of impactful decisions like that, Vez returned to his private workshop floor and resumed his design work. All that's left is the exterior and a round of simulations before I can fabricate the first prototype. The most important part about the exterior was that Vez had to apply the Veltrex armor system without overburdening his mech. As an armor system optimized for knights, it functioned perfectly when the 3 layers were thick enough to express their unique strengths. Vez knew that he performed a misdemeanor by applying the same system to a skinny medium rifleman mech, but the nature of the compressed armor still ensured the armor remained strong. Although the thin plates of armor did not live up to their potential, they enormously improved the survivability of his second original design. It's not a knight, but it doesn't have to be. Sometimes, Vez had to thin out the armor plating so much that their effective defense barely exceeded the standard of uncompressed armor. In those cases, Vez substituted the expensive materials with the much cheaper HRF armor system that Vez had last applied to the Mark Antony line of mech. He laughed to himself when he drew on the old license he obtained from the system as a reward for completing an early mission. I never thought I would go back to using this low-quality formula. If it worked, it worked. Vez ensured that the Veltrex armor system covered most of the essential sections of his design while covering some of the joints and other tricky areas with a much less demanding HRF armor system. It's not what I envisioned, but it mostly gets the job done. The use of two different armor systems led to a slightly unique appearance for his rifleman mech. Chapter 382 Laser Rifle. If Vez had to describe a second original mech appearance, then he would describe it as fast. Every curve and line evoked a sense of impatience and flightiness, as if it hated to stand still. The permanently hunched posture made the mech look like it was permanently on the prowl. Everyone who looked at its appearance would have the misconception that it hunted for a living. Even though Vez had not yet designed a customized laser rifle for the mech, everyone could easily imagine the threat it kept contained within its speedy frame. This was a mech that hunted other mech for a living. His artistic sense prompted him to code his design with a mottled brown pattern. Although camouflage was pretty much useless in this age, the darker tones and subdued coloration brought a sense of understated class to the premium priced mech. Vez added a slightly brighter yellow starburst pattern around the center crystal embedded in the chest. This would draw enemy fire towards the crystal laser propagator, which was very resilient against lasers and most types of thermal weaponry. The chest also boasted the thickest application of Veltrex armor plating, so even if the enemy missed, his mech would still be fine. Mostly. The double armor systems contrasted strongly even if Vez tried his best to obscure the different materials. The areas around the joints, neck and anywhere with minimal armor looked noticeably thinner, and adopted a slightly different texture that Vez couldn't remove without using special and expensive coating. I can't do anything about the weaknesses inherent with the HRF armor plating. At the very least, I've got most of my design clad in compressed armor. It's going to be very hard for its opponents to aim for those weak points as long as it keeps moving. The main reason why he couldn't apply thicker armor to the joints was because adding more would cripple his design's mobility. By prioritizing mobility over armor, Vez ensured his mech retained a decent amount of agility and a fair amount of top speed. It also accelerated swiftly as well, which would help with abrupt changes in direction. After subjecting the design to various simulations, the design met most of its promised performance levels. The only areas of concern seemed to be armor coverage, power supply and heat management. Every mech design constantly juggled the latter two concerns. Compared to other rifleman mech designs, his current work did not seem so cumbersome. Power supply formed the most complex issue. Vez planned to employ a laser rifle that drew its power from external battery packs instead of the mech internal armor. Most often, mech of the Republic carried spare battery packs inside a small, well-armored backpack module. These widely available backpacks slotted into the Bright Republic's modular fitting standard which Vez had installed on the back of his design. This separated the weapon's power usage from the power usage of his mech. Some saw it as an advantage, as rifleman mech could happily drain their external batteries without worrying about draining their mech dry. Mech could also carry a lot more energy in total, leading to longer deployments in the field without worrying about resupply. On the other hand, bringing along a backpack module adds to the weight and makes the mech vulnerable to attacks from the rear. It's not a pleasant thing if the backpack module explodes along with all of those energetic batteries. The explosions won't be as violent as the overcharged energy cells on the glowing planet, but the force of it could still cripple a mech. In effect, his choice of relying on external battery packs introduced a vulnerability in his design that contrasted sharply with his design's durable exterior. It was like building an impenetrable fort but leaving the front gates exposed. Still, those battery packs contained numerous safeguards to prevent such a disaster. Packs rarely exploded these days. Many other rifleman mech utilized external batteries as well, as many mech pilots hated the limits imposed by relying solely on internal energy cells. With regards to the mech itself, its power supply should last it a very long while. Due to using the same components as the Black Beak, his rifleman mech design could go on for ages before needing to resupply its internal energy cells. This capability comes at the cost of peak performance, although rifleman mech don't particularly need it unless they want a quick burst of speed. In this regard, the weapon type determined the staying power of a rifleman mech. Ballistic rifleman mech and railgunner mech generally lasted as long as they still possessed ammunition. In a pitched battle, it would take less than an hour to run dry. Due to these limitations, mech that relied on projectiles generally focused on maximizing their performance in the limited time they remained combat effective. Their peak performance could reach very high levels, although these mech tend to wear out quickly as well. Still, laser rifleman mech are the kings of attrition. The ease at which forces could replenish energy cells and batteries made laser rifleman mech the favorite type of mech in larger battles and longer campaigns. Lasers dealt a lot of damage, but they took time to really take effect. This made them less deadly in short bursts of combat. Laser rifles also tended to grow hot really fast, so mech pilots had to pace their shots over an extended period of time. These traits tended to push mech that used laser weapons into high-endurance configurations that lasted for a long time. Mercenaries tended to prefer the burst lethality offered by ballistic weapons, while armies and larger outfits leaned towards laser weapons for their ease of supply and their staying power. Naturally, this would only be possible if the weapon did not draw on the mech internal power. Those mech ran out of power faster, but offered even higher levels of mobility as they weighed the least out of all rifleman mech. Still, all of these tendencies are merely guidelines. It's not set in stone that all armies only use laser weapons and all mercenaries stick to ballistic weapons. Vez opted to design a laser rifleman mech in order to provide Melker with a mech that allowed him to bring out his full strength. The private market still hungered for rifleman mech of all kinds, including those designed to wield laser weapons, so Vez did not worry about a lack of demand. He only needed to convince the market that his mech was worth purchasing over the competition. That's what the gimmicks are for. You've already integrated an untested laser crystal in the chest. All that's left is designing the rifle. He already bought a standard 10-year license for a basic but proven laser rifle design. Its robust and durable qualities along with the lack of frills made it an excellent base for modifications despite its generic and forgettable nature. Only 1.5 months already went by. Vez planned to finish the laser rifle in 2 weeks before devoting another month for testing and iteration. A lot of time has already gone by. Anything can happen at this point. The sooner I finish this design, the better off the LMC will be once I'm called for other duties. Meow. Floating above his head, Lucky materialized and landed atop his head. The mechanical cat's bone-like exterior made it uncomfortable for Vez to offer his head as a perch. Get off my head. Vez tried to grab hold of Lucky in order to move him from the top of his head, but Lucky quickly turned intangible once his hands went up. Meow. Lucky excitedly meowed as he avoided the hands and hovered back and forth in the isolated design room. I'm sorry for not spending enough time with you, but I really need to get this work done. Meow. I know. I'll make it up to you later. Meow. Yeah, I'll order another batch of yummy minerals soon, however, don't think of getting anything better than junk exotics. Meow meow. You'll bankrupt me if you insist on dining on the best stuff. I don't have a glowing planet hiding in my pockets, you know. Times like these reminded him that he shouldered an excessive burden. His entire company and hundreds of workers relied on the functioning of a single lead designer. When mech manufacturers grew past the point where they would be called small, they rightly expanded from a single designer to a team of designers. This wasn't the first time Vez thought about expanding the LMC's retinue of designers. The only problem he faced was one of trust. Vez carried too many secrets, any of which could ruin his life and career if others found them out. The problem was that if he kept those secrets to himself, others wouldn't be able to understand his design philosophy. Subsequently, their work would never match his exacting standards. Either Vez had to keep loose on his standard, or he had to resign himself to working by himself. After I finish this project, assuming I don't have any other obligations, I should try to cultivate Carlos as the LMC's second designer. Even though Carlos fell short of what the LMC demanded, Vez still trusted his friend over any other mech designer who would wish to apply to work in his company. His average background and relatively poor talent meant that no one else got to him yet. As his first benefactor, Carlos would trust Vez unconditionally. This is for later. I still have a rifle to finish. Vez took the existing design of a laser rifle and separated its components. After categorizing each component, Vez designed a laser crystal that would fit inside a rifle before determining which components could be left out. He puzzled over the issue for several days. He tried to strip out as many components as possible to slim down the rifle. Vez subsequently filled up a void by shrinking the rifle or allocated the extra capacity for larger battery packs and heat sinks. When Vez previously designed the weapon for the Tainted Sun, he added heat rods to the Grazer rifle. His current weapon project did not call for the same, as conventional lasers used up much less energy compared to a highly energetic gamma laser. While Vez had always channeled the spirit of the crystal golem during his design work, it was only once he started work on the laser rifle that it emerged from dormancy. You probably know a lot more about these laser crystals than me. If you have anything to suggest, I'm willing to listen. The crystal golem's second opinion proved to be highly useful in trying to integrate the alien technology in a conventional human weapon design. It helped a lot with integrating the crystal with the remaining weapon components left inside the rifle design. In the end, Vez cut about 40 to 50% of the components utilized in the laser rifle design. Vez could have squeezed more performance savings out of the weapon if he went even further, but he was loath to do so. Once he started taking out the really essential stuff, the rifle would suffer a large degradation in performance. It was not worth it to take these essential components out. Actually getting the entire monstrosity to work according to spec was a lot harder than creating a proof of concept. Vez needed to maintain the laser rifle's level of performance compared to the base. Even though he possessed some experience in designing a laser rifle, he still lacked in comprehensive experience. In the end, I'm not a weapon designer. While he found it interesting to work on a laser rifle, it only became possible for him to do so due to all of the extra skills and sub-skills he picked up along the way. It would be cumbersome to branch out much further. If not for the necessity of trying to stand out from the competition, Vez would never waste his time with designing a custom laser rifle. It took a little longer to finalize the laser rifle. The extra time allowed him to work away the imperfections and increase the efficiency of his weapon until it matched the performance of the original weapon license, but only taking up half the weight and a lot less space. At this point, Vez was almost ready to fabricate his prototype. He only needed to polish the appearance of his mech and optimize its design for a couple of weeks. That reminds me. I still haven't integrated the festive cloud generator in my mech. Chapter 383 Personal Kingdom. Vez derived a fair amount of the technology used in his design from studying the remains of the crystal builders. His design's appearance and hunched posture faintly echoed the long-dead race's appearance. It was clear that the design formed something of an homage to the alien race. He did not do so because he worshipped the aliens, but because he wanted to please the crystal golem. The spirit inside his head had always nudged his design choices in this direction, and Vez found it best to accommodate its wishes in order to maximize the chances of strengthening the X factor of his design. A thrilling sense of anticipation ran through his body as he thought about the end product. Besides its specs and its technical aspects, his design also excelled in the spiritual sense. It could in fact be one of its strongest points. Vez couldn't wait to complete his design and experience its X factor in full force. The Blackbeak may be better put together as a mech, but its X factor simply can't compare against this rifleman mech design. Still, the success of his design in terms of X factor depended on the mood of the crystal golem. Vez attempted to please it in any way he could without setting back the performance of his mech. As for the festive cloud generator, Vez decided to integrate it into the head of his design. He hesitated on the exact appearance of the head, but in the end chose to imitate the crystal builder's strange head shape. Just like the alien race which inspired this mech, Vez designed the head to be a roughly humanoid shape but without any defined eyes, ears, nostrils or mouths. Instead, he spread a random amount of pin-shaped holes throughout the front, sides and back of the head. He only filled a couple of them with sensors, leaving the rest of the holes plugged at the very end. The head looked unsettling, and added to the threatening nature of his rifleman mech. Due to the strange shape of the head, Vez found it to be the perfect outlet for the festive cloud generator. He integrated the module inside the neck and connected it to the holes in the head via dedicated channels. As for the color of the vapor, Vez decided to use the same understated brownish color as the exterior coating for his mech. My black beak either releases black or red phoenix flames, depending on the edition. In order to add some flair to those who requested it, Vez added in a soul blue shade as an alternative. This would turn the head into some kind of horrific entity that resembled a skeleton that came back to life. Vez thought this would give his design a much better visual impact compared to vapor dyed in earthen tones. I don't think many people will go for this option though, Vez considered. Rifleman mech pilots aren't eager to call out attention for themselves. If the heads of their mech suddenly burn in bright blue, they are liable to attract a lot more enemy fire. The Blackbeak could afford to be focused on by enemy mech, but his rifleman mech fared poorly if put in the center of attention. Even though both mech shared the same armor system, one had been designed as a damage sponge and the other had been designed to dish out the damage. After adding in the cloud generator, Vez essentially finished iterating his design. After this, he would no longer add new features and functionalities to his mech. From now on, he would proceed to optimize his design and smooth out its flaws until he ended up with a polished rifleman mech that wouldn't shame itself on the battlefield. "I'm almost finished," he celebrated to himself, though the only one who heard his words was a bored Lucky who lounged around above his head. Getting these laser crystals to work is a bit of a pain, but it's well worth the effort. These gimmicks did not change the game entirely, but they provided a substantial amount of benefits, so long as Vez could actually turn them into reality. That was still in question, as Vez had never fabricated crystals up to this scale. The hardest part was already over. After completing his rough and polished design, Vez no longer needed to strain his mind on making difficult design choices. All that remained was correcting any inefficiencies that Vez had inadvertently introduced in the design. Vez proceeded to throw his design in a large number of elaborate simulations. Through the use of complicated mathematical models, Vez crunched the numbers and tested whether the armor coverage contained any hidden weaknesses or how many times the laser rifle could fire in quick succession before it malfunctioned or blew up. All of this was relatively boring work. Any results the simulation spat out prompted Vez to make minor tweaks such as thickening a plate of armor by a couple of millimeters or shifting one component to the left by a similar margin. This was precision that entailed a lot of repetition. The bigger design teams have dedicated analysts to process these simulations. It was a waste of time for mech designers to concern themselves with this kind of work. While it demanded a high understanding of mathematics and physics, it also involved relatively little design judgment, so the work didn't have to be done by a mech designer. If I work alone, I can finish a decently optimized design in a little over 3 months. If I have an entire team to back me up, I can either shorten the time by half, or get much more work done in the same amount of time. The tedium of taking care of every single detail brought a great burden to Vez, and it would only get worse over time. As his designs grew more complex, the amount of details that needed to be taken care of increased as well. Eventually, it was a lot more efficient to offload the less essential tasks to assistants. They don't need to be as good as me in terms of design ability or mathematical understanding. They only have to be good at their assigned task. Many larger mech companies as well as the state-backed militaries relied on the works of design teams. The work of a single person always took longer to complete. The lack of involvement of others also made the mech designed by a single person very insular in nature. This meant that such mech possessed very pronounced strengths and weaknesses. This didn't sound so bad, but sometimes a mech designer was so myopic that he overlooked a critical weakness in his design that would instantly plummet its value once revealed. Vez was not so conceited to think he could keep track of everything, including the things he didn't know. It seems like it's inevitable for the LMC to become more professional. Vez would always treat the LMC as his own personal kingdom. He merely considered the act of expanding his design team akin to hiring a couple of court wizards. As long as Vez kept a tight leash on them, they would be unable to pose a threat to him and his kingdom. Still, just because he resolved to create a design team didn't mean he could gather a number of people with a snap of his finger. Hiring a number of competent assistants is easier than done. The best people are claimed by the major players when they are a long way from graduation. He needed to cultivate talent from the ranks. In that regard, calling any of his employees talented would be stretching it. The only way he could cut short the arduously long training process was to utilize the advantages of the system. Before I design my third mech, I better stuff Carlos with a bunch of intelligence attribute candies and see what happens. Vez doubted that Carlos possessed more intelligence than the average among humans. If his intelligence attribute happened to have shot up straight to 2.0, that was a different story entirely. His friend would experience a sea of change, and would be able to digest every textbook that Vez had gathered in a matter of days. While Vez daydreamed about cultivating Carlos, an alarm suddenly interrupted his thoughts. A red light flashed for several seconds, long enough for the seriousness of it to set in. Vez forcefully halted his isolation and raced towards the terminal that connected to the outside world. He quickly called up Jake. "What's going on outside?" "It's bad. The visions have come." That was all Vez needed to know. His jaw dropped and his heart skipped a beat. Even though he made a lot of preparations for their possible arrival, Vez secretly hoped they never decided to come to the Cloudy Curtain system. Out of all the rural systems around Bentham, Cloudy Curtain was one of the poorest and least developed economies in the neighborhood. Despite the rising importance of the LMC to the planet, agriculture still remained the dominant export of this planet. Even if the Visions wanted to starve Bentham of their food, the most a couple of mech could do was burn some fields and destroy some processing plants. It would be impossible for an entire legion to scour the entire planet of all crops within a month. And when they left, the farming consortiums could simply clean up the wreckage and plant another batch of crops. No, the Visions hadn't come to raid some farms. Their goal should be more than clear. Vez looked grimly at Jake's projection. "They're coming for us, aren't they?" Sanal Aplin thinks that's likely the case. The Third Imidris Legion is out in force and they're simultaneously heading over 20 different planets at once. All of the targeted planets in question are hosting some kind of industry related to megaships. In other words, the Visions definitely targeted is mech nursery. How many mech are they bringing along? If you take into account the historical patterns as well as their usual modus operandi, they are likely bringing in one company of spaceborne mech and two companies of landbound mech. Mind you, these are full-strength companies. They can't compare against the mech and people employed by the private sector. Leaving out the spaceborne mech, Cloudy Curtain had to withstand the fury of more than 80 military spec mech. Can the mech nursery withstand such a force? It's doubtful. Jake replied, revealing his own apprehension at the nearing fleet of combat carriers. The defenses of the mech nursery can't even withstand a single company of Legion mech. Two companies can absolutely overrun our base, although that doesn't take into account our mobile defenses. The mech nursery still possessed a way to survive the Vision fury by relying on their allied mech. Talk to me about our mech disposition. We've just discovered the Visions, so it's not clear how many mech we can call up. Right now, Sanal Ablin has promised 24 high-quality mech to our defense. These are top-of-the-line third-class mech, so they'll be able to punch above their weight against the Visions. Vez nodded in understanding. Sanal Ablin Security Services was a subsidiary of the Kansu clan. As a partner of a second-rate state, the Kansu clan was more than capable of maintaining such an expensive force of mech in the standard of third-rate states. Still, even with the LMC's current earning levels, they could ill afford to expand their already hefty contract with Sanal Ablin. They couldn't rely on more than 24 mech from the security company to defend their manufacturing complex. As for the avatars of myth, you should know more about them than me, seeing that they're under your sole command. As far as I'm aware of, your cousin Milker has been drilling them non-stop in their current service mech. Although they only bring 9 mech to the table if you include your cousin, their capabilities should be on par with the average Vision squad. That brought their side to a third of the amount of mech the Visions would bring to bear. They were still horribly outnumbered, but if they fought cleverly, they still stood a chance of repelling the raiding force. What about Walter's Whalers? Have they gotten in touch yet? They have, but... Jake hesitated a little. They aren't exactly eager to come to blows with the Visions. They'll do their part for sure, if only to meet their obligations, but we can't force them to hold their ground. That's a problem. Vez frowned deeply. If the Whalers chickened out, where did that leave him? How about the mercenaries? Please tell me they're prepared to face the visions. Chapter 384 Black Mark. About that, Jake sounded like he swallowed a sour lemon. I think it's best to switch you over to Melker. He's been coordinating the Mech Nursery's defenses. Vez waited for the comm channel to switch to Melker. Vez? I've been meaning to speak to you. I just heard the short version. Tell me about the readiness of the mercenaries. Who did you hire and what kind of issues do they have? Melker sighed on the other side of the channel. It's complicated. First, do you know what mercenaries do during times of war? Some of them join the Mech Corps or get conscripted by them, right? Yes, and it's always the best of them that get snapped up one way or another. Usually, mercenaries prize their freedom and identity, so the Mech Corps usually contracts them to defend less important places that still need to be protected. So right off the bat, the best mercenaries have disappeared, leaving the hiring market with the non-elites and the small to medium-sized mercenary corps who aren't worthy of notice. Vez added on to Melker's explanation. He could predict where his cousin was going with this story from his own understanding of how the market worked. Since this is a time of war, plenty of companies are shivering in their pants. They can't bolster their security forces fast enough, so they've immediately hired the leftovers who are still worth a damn. The latest war between the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom already raged on for a couple of months. The most far-sighted companies already made their moves long ago. When you tasked us some time ago to hire some mercenaries as well, the outfits that were still available at that time are like the last kids you'd pick to join your team. They all come with various amounts of baggage. The only good thing about them is that they know their records look bad, so they've all been setting reasonable prices. Did you hire a cheap group then? Not exactly. Melker shook his head. Those guys are liable to cut and run when the going gets tough. I'm not stupid enough to put my faith on those types. Besides, none of these cowards indicated that they wanted to take on an assignment that would force them to fight directly against the Vision frontline forces. Vez snorted. Good luck with that. I don't think those mercenaries can afford to be picky. They'll probably go bankrupt very soon. It's better to be bankrupt than dead. Melker shrugged. In any case, there aren't that many mercenary corps who are willing to accept a high-risk defense assignment, which is what's applicable to our situation. I've had to spend days negotiating with various outfits available for hire. And the result? Well, after discussing it with the LMC's upper management, we've settled on a medium-sized group called the Udis Mud Riders. Charming name. The name of the outfit alone did not inspire much confidence in Vez. The Mud Riders specialize in extended patrols, wilderness reconnaissance and other missions of that nature. They're really good at what they do, so we've decided to contract them even if they don't specialize in defense. His cousin must have a good reason to do so. Then what's the problem with the Mud Riders? There's no way in putting it gently, so we'll just say it. The Mud Riders have a black mark on their record. Vez instantly turned serious. Really? And you hired them anyway? What was a black mark? In the mercenary circles, the Mercenary Association kept track of each mercenary outfit's performance and whether they fulfill their obligations. They were much like the Mech Trade Association in that regard, though they did not wield any real power or maintain their own defense force. In short, they acted solely as neutral arbiters. In their record-keeping, they frequently had to deal with mercenaries that failed to do their jobs for some reason or another. The MA would often be called to investigate the circumstances if the mercenaries and their employers failed to come to an agreement. Either the mercenaries would be acquitted, or they'd receive a red or black mark on their records. A red mark signified a warning sign. It meant that the mercenary corps in question had fudged their job somehow. These marks instantly lowered the valuation of the corps, but fortunately for them the MA offered plenty of options to redeem themselves, usually through demonstrating good behavior in the next handful of missions. It was a different case with a black mark. The mercenary corps had to do a completely unforgivable act in order to acquire a black mark. This usually entailed actions short of becoming a full pirate, but still looked pretty bad. Most often, this consisted of destroying something that they'd been assigned to protect, fleeing too early in battle, or getting caught doing something wildly illegal. Many mercenary corps gave up on the spot once they received a black mark sadly, The mech pilots wouldn't be able to get away with it either, as the black mark persisted in their personal records as well. Many pilots therefore chose to retire from the mercenary business entirely. To those who for some reason or another desperately wanted to stay in the business, the MA offered a couple of ways out. The most popular one would be to redeem themselves through completing a number of missions with exemplary behavior. Unlike with red marks though, the mercenaries wouldn't be able to remove their black marks with a string of boring and safeguard or patrol duties in the middle of nowhere. They specifically had to demonstrate their valor through completing high-risk assignments. This is the first high-risk assignment for the Mud Riders. Melker continued to explain. They received their black marks at the outbreak of the war when they were contracted to defend a lucrative natural preserve planet. For some reason, they did not prepare for the war and got caught with their pants down when a deep-ranking raiding party entered the system. You can guess what happened next. These Mud Riders already sounded like idiots to Vez, who didn't know that a war was imminent back then. Okay, so their peacetime contract obliged them to defend the operations on the natural preserve, but they never actually expected to face the fangs of the Mech Legion. Did they run immediately or did they at least pretend to put up a fight? It's actually both. They used to be a fairly large mercenary corps with over 70 mech. Half of them mutinied against the mercenary commander and fled the system just hours after the arrival of the Visions. The other half became so demoralized that even if the commander wanted to make a stand, the circumstances forced him to pull back as well, hence the black mark. While Vez felt a lot of sympathy for the mercenary commander, that did not mean he appreciated the commander's leadership abilities. Right, and now we're the ones they're tasked with defending. How many mech do they have? There's only 24 left. The good thing is that most of them are advanced mech. The Mud Riders who piloted the frontline mech didn't hold much loyalty to the corps and don't possess strong wills. What's left are the true core of the Mud Riders. 24 mech, most of them on par with the mech of the avatars of myth. That sounded a bit better. This brought the defending mech to at least half the strength of what the Visions might bring to bear. It was still short of ensuring victory, but Vez could not afford to be picky at the moment. Melker proceeded to tell Vez a few other details about the Mud Riders that he should know before suggesting that he should meet with the mercenary commander in person. The Mud Riders are based in the mech stables next to ours. You should really speak with the commander and try to convince him that the mech nursery can hold as long as they are committed to the fight. Vez nodded. He knew how important it was to prop up the mercenaries after suffering an enormous spout of bad luck. I'll go do that. He cut the comm channel and proceeded to leave the underground portion of the mech nursery with Lucky in tow. As he briefly glanced at the various floor, he noticed that the manufacturing complex had gone into full crisis mode. His people halted every non-essential operation such as fabricating mech and began to stow away every loose component and material laying around in the open. Under the leadership of Chief Cyril, the mech technicians also started to tidy up the production lines and began to wrap them up with makeshift armor plating in order to protect them against collateral damage. Out of everything in the mech nursery, the LMC could not afford to lose its 3 production lines. As the most valuable physical assets of his company, the Vision raiding force would definitely do their utmost to pound the expensive machines into scrap. Once he reached the surface, he saw that most of the office buildings had actually been retracted underneath the ground. While that didn't guarantee they would escape unscathed, it at least made them less of an obvious target. As for the mech stables, for various reasons these structures couldn't be moved, but their sturdy construction could take a fair amount of blows before they succumbed. Vez and Lucky moved to the largest structure which had been assigned to the Udis Mud Riders. Upon reaching the entrance, the Mud Riders must have gotten prior word of his arrival because their mech pilots and support personnel all stood at attention in front. Vez got the sense that a fair amount of pilots used to serve in the mech corps. It stood to reason that they stuck to the Mud Riders when everyone else left the group. An older man stood in front and approached Vez. "Welcome to the Udis Mud Riders. I am Commander Marin Hewson, the man in charge of these bunch." "Isn't that right?" the Mud Riders shouted in unison. The discipline of those who remained still appeared to be strong. The display quietly allayed some of the concerns that Vez still held. At least the Mud Riders hadn't been left with the dregs. Once Commander Houston dismissed his men and women, he led Vez to an office that he appropriated for his use. "I appreciate you coming to pay us a visit. You don't seem like the corporate types who let their underlings do all of the work." How was Vez supposed to respond to such a remark? "Your Mud Riders form a vital part of our defense, so I can't afford to remain hands-off. Now, I'm aware of your outfit's recent history. It doesn't look good." Houston let out a deprecating smile. "It is not a secret that my Mud Riders are much diminished. In truth, we've had it too easy in the last decade. We've expanded too fast and brought in strangers to fight alongside us. We trusted them to watch our hides, but at the critical moment, they turned their own backs to us and left. Can you guarantee that it won't happen again? We truly need your commitment to this coming fight. I will stake my mercenary honor on this task. I would rather die than to see the mercenary corps that I've built out of my own flesh and tears dissolve due to another act of dishonor." That sounded great, but Commander Houston did not speak for his entire crew. Even though his men showed an encouraging display of unity, who knew if any of them held second thoughts? Once a single mech pilot ran away, his departure might lead to a cascade of defections, especially in the heat of battle. Vez crossed his arms. "Actions speak louder than words. I'll reserve my judgment until the visions actually come." "That's fair." Houston nodded. "All I can tell you is that we'll do our best to defend these premises, but if you want to employ us at our best, then you must grant us the autonomy to operate according to our strengths." "What does that mean?" "You've been arguing with the man you've assigned to coordinate your defenses, and we have a disagreement on how my Mud Riders should be employed." "And you haven't resolved your argument?" "No." The robust mercenary commander shook his head. "We're trained to fight on the run. We are a skirmishing force, not a frontline unit. Standing behind the walls and letting the enemy come to us isn't what we do." It turned out that Commander Houston wanted the Mud Riders to be deployed outside the mech nursery. Instead of defending the walls, the Mud Riders would harass the incoming raiding force from the flanks and force them to split up their focus. The idea sounded good, but the problem was that nothing held the Mud Riders back from running away if they chose to do so. Vez understood why Melker was hesitant in granting them so much leeway. They already possessed one black mark in their record. "Let me speak to my cousin about it before I make a decision." Chapter 385 Defense Plans. After leaving the mech stables occupied by the Mud Riders, Vez paid a visit to the facility that held the avatars of myth. Melker already used the budget provided by Vez to good use. The mech stables looked like a bunker that could withstand a lot more punishment than the one he visited before. It had also been built on top of a collapsible tunnel that led to an underground network. "Vez." Melker greeted him as he arrived. "I believe you have met the Odys Mud Riders? They look like they have something to prove. You can't trust what you see. They purposely put their best foot forward." Melker admonished him as he let him past the mech of his own personal force. They all looked decent, but the two gold-label Blackbeaks took the crown. The two offensive knights radiated a subtle flavor that spoke of bloodthirst and anticipation. Vez mentally nodded in satisfaction. Their X-factor should enhance the two mech by a small but noticeable margin. After finishing the small tour, Melker led Vez to an underground command center of some sorts. A dozen or so new hires staffed the various workstations in the highly secure chamber. Vez recognized them as part of his own personal force due to the temporary uniforms they wore that matched Melker's own. His cousin seemed to have opted for a sober black uniform of stiff high-quality fabric along with touches of blue. The uniform gave those who wore them a lot of stature, and Vez approved of the look. Perhaps he would instruct Melker to turn permanent. "This is our first command center. Here, we will coordinate our surface defense. There are other command centers underground, but it's not necessary to use them yet. The chances that the visions are bringing tunneling machines are very low." In the middle of the command center hovered a projection of the star system and the mech nursery's vicinity. "From our latest observations, the Vision combat carriers are making swift progress to the inner system. They'll arrive in orbit in about 11 hours. That's very short, and we don't have enough time to bolster our defenses." Vez studied the space plot and traced the trajectory of the Vision ships. "Is there any way to threaten their ships?" "No. We've already made some inquiries and it's impossible for us to damage them. They're very well guarded by an entire company of spaceborne mech. As you know, the Mech Corps isn't maintaining any garrisons in this star system. Instead, the job of defending the system and planet is left to Walter's whalers. I see. Even with their recent windfalls, it took time for the whalers to train competent mech pilots and acquire new mech. This raid happened way too soon for the whalers to put a strong resistance. Vez did not forget that they lost a lot of mech pilots in the Glowing Planet campaign. Vez also had a first-hand look at how they operated back then. Typical for gangs, battles in space was not their strong suit. They much preferred to operate on land, as that was more intuitive and required less brain power to understand. In order to excel in space like a true spaceborne fighting force, the whalers would need to hire a lot of ship captains and mech officers who understood orbital mechanics and other highly technical knowledge. Let alone orbital mechanics, Vez doubted that the average gang member learned how to count past 10. Okay, it's hopeless to contest the visions in space, but the whalers are much better off on the ground, right? Melker nodded. That's one thing that's gone right. Dietrich has been in touch with us and they've promised to defend Freslin and the mech nursery, depending on where the visions plan to strike. However, he did warn us that while the mech are much better than what they used to have, the mech pilots are mostly green and untested. They won't be able to stand their ground in a pitched battle. That meant instead of relying on the whalers to be the main force that blunted the vision's spearhead, they could only be employed to perform less critical roles. Vez let out a grunt in frustration. Seems like everyone is doing their best to shirk responsibility for the most arduous task. Will Sanal Ablin do their jobs at least? They've informed me that they are committed to fulfill their contracts, and for once, I believe them. The credibility of SAS as a whole is on the line here. That meant that the mech nursery could at least depend on a core of 24 very capable mech to hold the line. At least the LMC got their money's worth in that regard. The defense picture started to become clear to Vez. He looked at the map that showed the mech nursery and its surroundings. Vez chose to plant the highly defensible manufacturing complex in a complex forest environment tens of kilometers away from Freslin. This was near enough for his employees to live in the second largest city of Cloudy Curtain and commute to the mech nursery every day. It was also far enough away from the city that attack on the mech nursery would not pull in innocent bystanders. Melker swiped his finger at the star-shaped walls of the mech nursery. The visions have come to raid our location, so they won't be wasting time on whittling us down. Standard vision doctrine calls for concentrating their force and breaching our defense line in a single powerful push. This strategy works well enough against most companion premises. Inside the complex, Sanal Ablin's mech and weapon emplacements formed a stiff defense, especially against missiles and aerial threats. We've got a lot of turrets. Don't depend on them to repel two entire companies of Vision mech. They're mostly employed for anti-air duty. If the Visions are stupid enough to fly a mech over our heads, every turret will be able to draw a bead on such an exposed target. It was a little more problematic for the turrets to target landbound mech. In addition, they made for very obvious targets. Their complete lack of mobility easily turned them into punching bags for agile mech that could dodge the incoming turret fire. Well, the Visions won't drop down on top of us at the very least. Vez consoled himself. So if I'm reading this map correctly, the SAS mech will hold the wall while the whaler reinforcements will wait at the outskirts of Freslin? That's correct. The whalers are obliged to defend their citizens first in case the Visions split. If the raiding force doesn't decide to hit Freslin, then the whaler mech will be departing in our direction and hit the Visions from the flanks. That sounded identical to what the Odysmud riders requested. The difference was that Vez knew that the quality of the mech pilots from the whalers precluded them from being employed in the most difficult position. I see. That's why you're so adamant that the Odysmud riders join the Sanal Ablin mech on the walls. We don't have too many front-facing resistance otherwise. Melker nodded his head but let out a breath in concern. Really Vez, you could have spent more time and resources on bolstering your defenses. Rushing the construction of the mech nursery helped a lot, but the base builders haven't completely finished building all of the systems that makes this complex defensible. Well, I can't help the timing of the 3rd Imidris Legion. Who is leading that unit? A descendant of the Duchess of Imidris named Lady Amalia. She's young and way down the line of suggestion, so she's certainly set out to make a name for herself. That sounded really bad for Cloudy Curtain and the rest of the Bentham region. Two types of leaders typically took charge of the Vision Legions. The most common type would be career officers, who mostly inherited the position from their parents. They were much like the Larkin sons in that they possessed a strong military heritage. It was the other type of leader that posed a huge threat to the LMC. Mech legions led by ambitious heirs often did whatever it took to earn military merits. At the highest level of non-royal nobility, the fight to inherit a dukedom often led to lots of tears. Okay, if it's someone like Lady Amalia, then we can expect the Vision raiding force won't be cowed by our defenses. Vez recalled the few instances where he witnessed the Visions in battle. One particular moment stood out. It was when the fleets of the Mech Legion and Mech Corps temporarily banded together to escape the glowing planet. Once they shook off the pirates, their fleeting reticence quickly dissolved, and both sides started slinging punches at each other without any regard for caution. Melker laid down the most pressing issue. 24 Mech from Senile Ablin will hold the walls. The squad of Mech under my command will stay back as a reserve. The 30 Mech sent by the whalers will approach the Visions from the direction of Freslin once they've committed to the assault. That amounted to 6 to 3 Mech, which sounded deceptively impressive. In truth, Vez would be a fool to assume they would all be completely willing to commit to the fight. The whaler Mech especially formed the most unstable element. They could only be used as a distraction as best. The Visions definitely wouldn't expose any weaknesses for them to exploit. While their nobles often fought among themselves, their individual unit cohesion was extremely high. Therefore, a linchpin of the defense of the Mech nursery rested on the role of the Udis Mud Riders. Will the Udis Mud Riders really be useful if they stand the line? Definitely. Don't mistake them for being only good for skirmishing maneuvers. A mercenary corps of that caliber won't leave any gaps in the training of their Mech pilots. Besides, the Mech nursery's premises are large enough that they can still run around as much as they want to inside our defensive perimeter. Alright, so they'll definitely be useful if they defend the Mech nursery from the inside. But won't they be more effective if we accept Commander Hewson's request to let them range outside the perimeter? Melker conceded that point. That's true, but this isn't a situation where everyone gets what they want. The Visions are upon us in less than half a standard day, and we only have so many Mech to go around. You have to realize that the Visions will attempt to breach the walls in a single go with all they got. It's vitally important we contain that initial push, and that requires a lot more than the 24 Mech than what Senile Ablin is offering. Well, we've also got the avatars of myth. Vez, don't tell me what to do. Melker curtly rebuked Vez. Even though the Visions are likely to employ the direct approach, there's always the chance they'll sneak around or pull of something else. A reserve is always needed to provide against contingencies, and they also need to be some of our best and most reliable people. No one else but my avatars can fulfill this role. This left a fairly bleak picture for the Mech nursery's defense. Melker truly convinced him of the necessity to leash the Mud Riders to the walls. Commander Hewson and the rest of the mercenaries wouldn't be glad to hear that, but the mercenary contract they signed with the LMC didn't leave them many options for refusal. Seeing as you've failed to convince them, I guess I'll go ahead and talk to Commander Hewson myself. Vez replied and turned to leave the command center. Do you have any suggestions on how to handle the Mud Riders? They're a disgraced mercenary corps. Those who remained care a lot about their own honor. As career mercenaries, the thing they hate the most is retiring in ignominy with a permanent black mark on their records. Maybe you can use their honor against them. I'm not the most silver-tongued person, so I haven't been able to do that myself. I hope you have better luck. Huh? Vez smirked. As if I'm any better. It's more like my mouth is made of wood. Chapter 386 Divided Opinions. The appearance of a Vision raiding force into the quiet star system of Cloudy Curtain sparked an enormous panic. The only inhabited planet of the system turned into a beehive of activity. With a population of less than 20 million, the people of Cloudy Curtain never really paid attention to what went on in the stars. The planet was content to ignore the galaxy, and the galaxy in turn left it alone. Its status as an agricultural backwater always caused others to overlook Cloudy Curtain as a place of importance. In the previous wars between the Republic and the Kingdom, the aggressive Visions always seemed to overlook this tiny planet in favor of the much more attention-grabbing Bentheme system. In any case, if the Visions ever succeeded in conquering the Bentheme system, the peripheral star systems around this core location would automatically fall in the Vision hands without another shot. Therefore, the sudden appearance of the Republic's eternal boogeyman in the Cloudy Curtain system of all places caused an enormous ripple effect among the populace. Many sleepy citizens didn't even know what to do in the event of an emergency, which was something unthinkable in a crisis-ridden place like Bentheme. With millions of people running around like headless chickens, a number of influential organizations forcefully took charge. The Planetary Assembly was not among them. During a crisis of life and death, no one paid attention to the local politicians. In recent times, the ruling coalition had taken a large hit in popularity. Their stranglehold on local politics was a thing of the past. Nevertheless, the Greens and the White Doves never relented in their public criticism of the pioneers, the LMC and VEZ. The White Doves in particular rightfully argued that they had warned the people for years. I told you so. What was Mr. Larkinson thinking for setting up a giant mech plant on our peaceful planet? Say no to mech. Tell the LMC to blow up their entire factory before the Visions land. Don't give them a reason to lay waste to our cities. The war has nothing to do with us. Brighter, Vision, I don't care what I call myself. Just leave us alone. The immigration authorities lied to us. I thought this was one of the safest planets in the Komodo star sector. I wanted a quiet retirement, not a first-class seat to a mech battle. Most of these voices came from the capital planet of Orinoco, which in recent times became a bulwark for the previous status quo. The businesses and influential people who congregated there purposefully amplified the voices of the discontent. On the other side of the planet, Freslin, which had become a lively city of mech enthusiasts, fought back with their own words. You freaking cowards. The Republic should have you shot for your treasonous words. Newsflash, dumbasses, mech are prevalent in every corner in the galaxy. No matter how hard you try to bury your head in the sands, there is no way you can avoid bumping into mech. Millions of Republican mech pilots have fought and bled to preserve your freedom, and you want us to roll over and destroy our own mech builders on our own accord? You should be ashamed of yourselves. I don't know about you, but the Visions are the enemy, not one of our own. If you're so eager to lend them a hand, then go tumble out of the bright Republic this instant. The raucous debate grew superheated even as the Vision combat carriers neared the divided planet. For some reason, the Republican commissioner remained mum and did not face the public in order to advocate for common solidarity. With the critical absence of the only figure on the planet that could unite both sides, the contradictions between the two sides widened to an extreme. In the middle of this debate, the response of Walter's Whalers revealed their stance on this issue. As the only organization on the planet with a substantial amount of mech, they had a responsibility to defend the citizens against unbridled Vision slaughter. According to the social compact between the Republic and the gangs, the latter would only be obligated to fight if the Visions ran out of control and unscrupulously harmed civilian targets. As a mech manufacturer, the LMC fell outside of this consideration, as every business of this nature was by definition a military target. This meant that nothing forced the Whalers to defend the LMC's new partially underground mega complex. However, Walter himself released a statement professing friendship and support to the local mech company. They decreased the amount of mech stationed around Orinoco, stating somewhat correctly that Orinoco did not hold anything worth destroying by the Visions. Naturally, all of the pampered politicians and magnates in Orinoco howled loudly at the Whalers, to no avail. The Whalers operated mostly outside the jurisdiction of the local government, so they had absolutely no reason to listen to the instructions of a bunch of self-absorbed fat cats. Along with the Whalers, the pioneers also provided the crucial amount of leadership and support in these trying times. They mobilized thousands of volunteers to reassure the inhabitants of Freslin and stem the outbreak of panic and hysteria. Hold together, people. We are not alone. Hold yourself together and don't forget that we are part of the Republic. Once the initial confusion subsided, the citizens of Cloudy Curtain began to make their preparations. Several emergency services came together and formed coordinated response plans. They also wiped the dust from the almost forgotten emergency shelters that had been built just after the founding of the planet. Even though many of the systems had rusted away or fallen into disrepair, the emergency services brought them back to minimal functionality and opened them up to the public to take shelter. Many more inspiring moments occurred in the hours leading up to the Vision arrival. Doom mingled with hope in equal measure as Cloudy Curtain faced its first true test against adversity in centuries. At ground zero of this event, Vez just stepped out of the bunker and thought of something great. He abruptly turned his body and regarded a floating Lucky with a gleam in his eyes. "Hey Lucky, you can turn intangible whenever you want, right? Meow? So why not do me a favor and wipe out the raiding force? You can pass straight into their cockpits and kill the vulnerable pilots with ease." Meow. Meow. Lucky very avidly shook his head, which caused Vez to frown. What was the problem? The plan sounded perfect. "You can't, or you won't? Meow. Why can't you do what I just described? What's limiting you?" Meow meow meow. It was times like these that Vez wished the gem cat came with a human vocalizer. Many artificial pets possessed the ability to speak in a human language. It helped a lot with kids. However, Lucky somehow lacked this function. Vez spent over 5 minutes trying to communicate with his pet. So not only does it take a lot of energy to pass through mech armor, you can't maintain your intangible state if subjected to extreme amounts of kinetic or thermal energy? Meow. Versus always thought that Lucky could maintain his intangible state without limits, but even that turned out to be too good to be true. Lucky always expended a certain amount of energy and processing power to maintain the state. Both of them spiked whenever the cat faced a major disturbance, such as getting shot at by projectiles and lasers. This wouldn't be too bad if Lucky got shot at by infantry weapons. Guns of that scale only led to minor stress. Mech-ailed weapons were a different matter entirely. They unleashed so much energy that Lucky could only last a few seconds if targeted directly by such an awesome amount of firepower. Once Vez found out about these limitations, he changed his mind about pushing Lucky in a direct combat role. Instead, he wanted Lucky to stick close to him until the Visions arrived. After they begin their attack, try and see if you can sneak inside a vulnerable mech in the periphery and pick off its pilot. Meow meow meow. Lucky made it clear that it took a lot of effort to do such a thing, as Lucky found it very difficult to pass through the armor and working systems of an active mech. He could only take care of 3 or 4 mech in this manner before needing replenishment. 3 or 4 mech are enough. We can use all the help we can get. Besides Lucky, Vez also planned to go into action once the Visions breached the walls and attempted to smash through the tunnels that led to the underground floors. With a clever application of his full stealth augment, he might be able to unleash a full-powered laser beam from the Amistandira. It's better if Melker wields the Amistandira, but he can do more with a mech than with a pistol. Vez did not trust any of the security officers who worked for Senile Ablin with a precious laser pistol. Thus, for lack of a better alternative, he planned to keep hold of the Amistandira and use it himself if he found the right opportunity. The recent shooting practice he got when he played the lottery at the Crystal City refined his handling of the pistol. Though his marksmanship could not be compared with a professional soldier, he could at least shoot straight at a stationary target or a giant moving mech. After taking stock of his own situation, Vez resumed his journey towards the Mud Riders. When he arrived at their mech stables, Commander Hewson took him aside again and looked at him with a hopeful expression. Vez did not have good news for him. Melker has apprised me of the situation. While I'm not an expert in these matters, I trust his judgment. We need more mech at the front. If your mech can bolster the mech of Senile Ablin, we can blunt the Vision charge and force them to reconsider the merits of attacking the mech nursery. This is a gross misuse of the Mud Riders. Hewson instantly protested. Let us range outside, and I'll promise you that you won't regret it. Unspoken in the mercenary commander's words was that if Vez insisted otherwise, that he might regret his decision. Vez took note of the commander's tone but remained firm. You signed a defense contract with us. I schemed over it along the way and it states quite clearly that while you have operational command over your forces, you still have to deploy them according to the needs of your employer. Now, as your employer, I'm telling you that you are needed at the walls, not away from them. I won't brook any further argument on this issue. Although Commander Houston was at least twice as old as Vez and experienced countless of conflicts, he still felt the sliver of a threat from the mech designer's tone. The mercenary leader turned grim. The contract also states that the Mud Riders still reserve the right to refuse any unlawful or suicidal orders. Don't kid yourself. This isn't a suicidal act. We aren't facing the full might of the 3rd Imidris Legion. They just threw 2 companies of mech at us as an afterthought. Their raid on our facility is just an afterthought. As long as you work together with us, I'm sure we can succeed in fending off the Visions. We can't. Houston shouted back at Vez. The Mud Riders have been through hell and back, and we've changed beyond recognition. One more trip back to hell will break our men. I'm not sure there will be anything left of the Mud Riders if I announce your plan to my mech pilots. Vez stood silently in front of the mercenary commander with a grim expression. He could not afford any further compromises. Not when it concerned the well-being of his company. Are you a mercenary or a crybaby? I'm not so sure, because you sound a lot like the latter. Commander Houston looked indignant at Vez. He tightly gripped his fists. The two fell into an impasse. The fate of the LMC and the Udis Mud Riders both rested on who yielded first. Chapter 387. 3 Mech. The two argued back and forth, but they largely repeated the same arguments. Vez hadn't been able to come up with a compelling argument to convince the Mud Riders to partake in the defense with all their heart, so Vez simply chose to be firm and unyielding. Certainly, he felt a little bad about the Udis Mud Riders, but compared to his own benefits, why should he care about the well-being of some random mercenaries? Are you not a mercenary? Vez pressed, having just reminded himself of Melker's advice. Do you still wish for the Udis Mud Riders to exist after this assignment? If the mech nursery falls, your mercenary corps is ruined. You'll lose every opportunity to clear your records of your black marks. Commander Houston frowned. Is the alternative any better? You're throwing us to the meat grinder. That's because you signed up for this job. You wanted to prove your valor, right? Then do so. Proving your courage means you should stand up to adversity when everyone else tells you to run away. It's disgraceful of you to hear you try so hard to shirk your duty. Do you need a reminder on what a high-risk assignment entails? It's not a walk in the park, for heaven's sake. Even if you're right, you are going too far with this. You are not our commanding officer. Your word isn't law. Don't think that I won't dare to pull my forces out of this death trap of a complex if I think you're about to throw away our lives. If the Mech Corps hears about your words, they'll scoff at them. The nature of combat doesn't allow us the privilege of choosing our battles. The Visions are spoiling for a fight. So what? Countless pilots of the Mech Corps are doing their duties right now without any complaint. If they can step up, why don't you? That's because the Mech Corps enjoy the best training and the best equipment. Their mech are all top-notch machines while my Mud Riders are working with 5 to 10-year-old mech. Boo-hoo. You've seen your mech. You can't fool a mech designer's eyes. Your mech models are all robust designs. They've got plenty of life in them yet. And we'll risk losing most of them before the end of the week if we cash head-in against the Mech Legion. Obviously, Vez did not manage to shake Commander Houston's position. After a brief moment of silence, Vez decided to resort to the carrot rather than the stick. If the Mud Riders do this for I won't skimp on the rewards. We're already entitled to the highest class of hazard pay as well as compensation for any damage we might incur. Still, no matter how much money you throw at us, it won't make the dead come back to life. I'm not talking about more money. How about receiving a couple of exclusive mech in exchange? Are you kidding me? Houston began to turn his back to Vez. Wait a minute. These aren't your average mech. Vez quickly followed up on his statement. You must have heard about the LMC and its latest model, right? The Blackbeak's characteristics fits perfectly with the Mud Riders. It's mobile, resilient and doesn't require a frequent resupply. I'll personally fabricate 2 top-tier gold-label Blackbeaks for your mercenary corps. Although it sounded ridiculous that Vez attempted to bribe Houston with a couple of mech, the mercenary commander couldn't help but halt in his tracks. He knew about the renown of the Blackbeaks. They were excellent mech models and their quality surpassed the machines that the Mud Riders currently employed. 2 mech might not sound like much, But the rarity and status of any gold label mech from the LMC could not be belittled. Vez worked hard to elevate the value of his handcrafted mech exactly for moments like this. Commander Hewson knew what kind of treasure that Vez was offering. He'll also add in one of the first copies of the laser rifleman mech that's currently in development. I can't say too much about the design, except that it shares most of the traits of the Black Beacon, will certainly outclass any of your current rifleman mech. As much as Commander Hewson acted tough, every mercenary was a mech geek at some level. They passionately slobbered over mech and could talk in detail about them to their fellow mercenaries. They favored different brands and followed the exploits of various famous mech designers. As an up-and-coming mech designer, Vez hadn't managed to build a huge following outside of Cloudy Curtain, but his talent was more than evident from the meteoric rise of the LMC. This might not be so important to Hewson personally, but he did not think about his own benefits. Rather, he thought about how owning 3 prestigious mech would affect the renown of the Udis Mud Riders. Outfits that owned and flaunted rare and valuable mech attracted a lot of attention, for good and ill, but mostly the former. Hewson fell silent as he thought about how he could use the gold label mech as an opportunity to revive the Mud Riders after surviving this assignment. He could already see it now. With the surge of interest from the possession of the exclusive mech, the Mud Riders could easily replenish its ranks even if most of the new hires would never be able to pilot the valuable machines. In effect, their combat effectiveness only played a secondary role compared to their fame. It was enough to treat them as mascots. Hewson looked at Vez with a speculative look, but the mech designer kept his expression neutral and composed. Vez did not open his mouth again because he did not want to fall into a trap. It did not cost the company a lot of resources to fabricate those mech for the Mud Riders. That did not mean that Vez was eager to fall into a omen bidding war and be forced to raise his offer to a ludicrous level. 3 mech was enough. He did not know what Hewson was thinking about, but the man offered up his hand for a shake. Deal. After Vez left the mech stables, he silently sighed in relief. He only went out on a limb there. Although he could have raised the price if Hewson remained stubborn, even he had his limits. It was an extremely unpleasant experience to be blackmailed by the mercenaries that you had already hired. The Mercenary Association heavily frowned upon what happened just then, although exchanges that happened under the table always took place anyway. This was one thing that no rule or regulation could abolish. In any case, while Commander Hewson placed a lot of importance on those 3 mech, the bureaucrats of the Mercenary Association would likely swipe away the report within the blink of an eye. After all, it was just 3 mech. Vez might as well offer a fruit basket instead. Just after Vez left the mech stables of the Mud Riders, a lot of shouting and movement erupted from the place. Even if Commander Hewson let himself be persuaded by Vez, it was another challenge entirely to convince the rest of his men to go along with Melker's defense plans. Vez left them to it and returned to the command center. Men and women dutifully labored to bring the mech nursery's defensive measures up to full readiness. While San Al-Ablin controlled most of the defensive systems, a handful of other functions remained in control of Vez and his forces. Melker looked up from a projection of an intricate battle simulation. It showed a large amount of miniature vision mech punch through the outnumbered mech from San Al-Ablin and begin to divide and surround each separate group of mech. Meanwhile, the mech outside the base that represented the Whalers and the Mud Riders stood in place, well away from the fight. They never moved forward for a single instant during the entire battle. The simulation painted a very grim picture of what would happen. Vez. Melker raised his head with a hopeful expression. How did your talks go with Commander Hewson? Did he relent on his stance? It took some convincing, and I also had to throw in an incentive, but he finally agreed to station his mech at the front. Thank you. You've been a lifesaver for me. That's just what I needed. With the tentative cooperation of the Udis Mud Riders, the defenses at the wall stood a much better chance of surviving the initial push. Melker showed Vez of how the battle might play out. If the Visions stick to the most convenient strategy in their playbook, although I have to mention that there's no guarantee they'll stick at it, then our job will be to put up enough of a fight to make them reconsider. Vez picked up on the distinction between Melker's words. You don't think there's any hope we can defeat the Visions? Impossible. All the evidence we've gathered suggests that the 3rd Imidris Legion is a standard Vision Legion. That means that their mech are designed and built to military standards and their mech pilots went through strict, systematic training. There's no way they'll expose any flaws for us to exploit. We have to beat them fair and square. The problem with beating them fair and square was that the Mech Legion specialized in those kinds of fights much more than irregular mech outfits. So if we can't defeat them, we just try to bleed them as much as we can in the hope they get scared of all the blood they'll lose. Essentially, that's the plan. Melker nodded without shame. It's a different story if the Mech Corps is stationed here, but all we have are a handful of disparate mech forces, and we're still outnumbered to boot as well. The only factor that's in our favor is that the Visions won't be setting out for a fight to the death. They only want to do a quick smash and run attack. Vez nodded. We're not important enough to force them to sustain massive losses. Now that I think about it, it's already generous for the Visions to send out 2 mech companies to destroy only 3 mech production lines. In their eyes, we are targets of opportunity. Exactly so. The 3rd Imidris Legion is hitting over 20 star systems at a time. They aren't necessarily out to inflict massive damage to our industries. They are attempting to put a dilemma on the Mech Corps forces stationed in the Bentheme system. Will they move out to reinforce the besieged star systems? Will they split up to help each system at once, and risk getting ambushed, or will they choose to abandon some systems in favor of more strategic ones? All of them posed very interesting questions, but Vez left the problem for the higher-ups of the Mech Corps to come up with a response. Vez knew well enough that Cloudy Curtain ranked at the bottom of their priorities. He could not count on the Mech Corps to provide any timely assistance. Vez studied the simulation along with Melker. With the help of the Mud Riders, the Vision's mech had a much harder time trying to penetrate inside the complex. However, the simulation turned a little fuzzy then, which indicated that the AIS found it difficult to predict what would happen next. Melker slammed his fist against the tabletop. This buggy system. Even if the AIS could make up their minds, we can't rely on their results, Melker. It's all up to fate right now. You're right. He sighed. I predict that the Visions have to sustain up to 20% losses to make them reconsider their raid. They won't shy away before then, because they're trained to accept adverse losses in the course of their duties. Their willpower can't be shaken. We can only hope their commander is rational enough to weigh the risk of further losses just to smash a single manufacturing complex. With those words, Vez left Melker with the final planning. Vez did not have much to bring to the table. Before the Visions made their landing and revealed their mech, Vez could not even use his expertise as a mech designer to identify any potential weak points. Vez returned to his office and helped coordinate the evacuation of personnel and the buttoning down of various valuable equipment. Everyone moved to prepare for the incoming raid. Over 10 hours went by in relative quiet, only to be broken when the planet's perennial cloud cover momentarily parted to make room for a large number of mech transports. The Visions descended from orbit. Chapter 388 Self-Harm. The combat carriers possessed the capability to descend from orbit and land on any planet with a standard amount of gravity. That did not mean they did it all the time. Any ship that landed on a planet became a sitting duck. Therefore, the Vision combat carriers remained in orbit and instead sent out smaller transport ships that conveyed the mech to the surface. One peculiar nature about Cloudy Curtain was its ever-present cloud cover. The clouds not only blocked vision, but various other signals as well, so the Visions wouldn't be able to coordinate between their space and ground forces very well. However, this did not hinder their operations too much, as Cloudy Curtain itself hosted numerous quantum entanglement nodes that maintained contact with the wider galaxy, which could all be hacked in many ways. The Visions also deployed floating combuoys to maintain secure lines of communication. Most of the transports predictably flew towards Freslin. However, 2 transports deviated from the rest and headed towards Orinoco. How many mech do these transports carry? Vez asked as he stood beside Melker in the command center. His cousin carefully studied the models and also looked up the details on the galactic net. This particular model normally carries 6 mech. The Visions apparently don't think much of us if they feel confident enough to hit 2 targets at the same time. Both of them found the Vision decision to be an unexpected gift. Their odds of withstanding the Vision push drastically increased with the absence of those 12 or so enemy mech. Will the Visions wait for those mech to finish up in Orinoco before attacking the mech nursery? They shouldn't be. Melker mused. You have to be aware that the Vision raiding force has already entered the system for more than half a day. The Mech Corps already knows about them and will free up a response force sooner or later. The Visions don't want to stick around for too long. I predict they will only stay for 2 or 3 days at most. Raiding forces only came equipped to attack rear echelon facilities. Neither their mech or pilots could compare to the best of what the 3rd Imidris Legion had to offer. Furthermore, they also lacked the supplies to fight an extended drawn-out engagement. Their plan was to get in and out as fast as possible, doing as much damage along the way as they could. As a detachment of the Vision Raiders flew towards Orinoco, the citizens of the capital city panicked. Walter's whalers practically left the city undefended, and only a handful of influential organizations maintained a loose collection of mech. These mech would not be able to pose a threat at all. The strong pacifist tradition among the old elite discouraged any meaningful investment into forming a proper standing force of mech. Some mech even looked severely outdated to the point where only grandfathers and grandmothers could identify their exact model on sight. The impending arrival of the Visions at Orinoco led to a fierce discussion among the upper echelon. Representatives of the ruling coalition, the local businesses and the farming consortiums all gathered together to discuss potential countermeasures. I don't see why the 2 biggest consortiums are content to look on from afar. I know you guys have built up a secret force of mech. This should be the best time to make use of them. Those are slanderous rumors. We are peaceful farming consortiums. The war has nothing to do with us. It is categorically impossible for us to send out any mech, because we don't have any in the first place. Why are we arguing among ourselves when we don't even have any mech to send out? Why do we not meet with the whalers and attempt a reconciliation? Are you kidding? They'll rob us blind if we attempt to negotiate with those thugs and brutes. Let us announce a widespread evacuation and hide out in the wilderness. The Visions may be able to do an enormous amount of material damage, but we can always rebuild after they leave. My businesses will be ruined if the Visions have free reign in Orinoco. As the different interest groups in Orinoco tried and failed to come to a consensus, a series of thunderous explosions happened outside. The force of the explosions shook the floor and even unsettled the footing of the people in the conference room. A door slammed open as a security officer hastily entered the gathering. Sirs, massive explosions have destroyed the spaceport, the planetary assembly building, various storage yards and the headquarters of the 5 biggest companies in Orinoco. An anonymous message has only given the occupants 2 minutes of time to evacuate before the bomb set off. Several people looked at each other with a stricken expression. Awful. The sudden chaos plunged the capital city in a full-blown pandemonium. People panicked and ran in every direction. The Visions spotted the destruction as well. Seeing that most of their strategic targets blew up on their own accord, the 2 transport ships that previously headed to Orinoco changed course and joined the main raiding force to Freslin instead. Just this act alone revealed the motives of the explosions. By destroying the most valuable structures in and around the capital city ahead of time, the Visions had no more reason to stop by. Who is responsible for those bombs? Don't they know what they've done? This is naked treason. Whoever destroyed my headquarters will pay. The consequences of such an act was very severe, but whoever bombed those places managed to accomplish their goal of diverting the Visions away from their city. After all, if they didn't persuade the enemy transports to change course, the Imidris mech may have decided to destroy a lot of other infrastructure as well. While certain people in Orinoco sighed in relief, others in Freslin looked furious. In the command center, Vez looked grim. I knew it was too good to be true. It looks like we'll be facing the full force of the Visions after all. Unlike Vez, Melker couldn't accept what had happened. As a bona fide Larkin son and a former cadet of the Mech Corps, he found the self-sabotaging actions of the bombers to be a profound betrayal of what it meant to be a citizen of the Bright Republic. The Mech Corps won't take this lying down. They'll certainly investigate the bombings after this is over. I know you're angry, Melker, but this isn't the time to focus your attention on those bastards hiding in Orinoco. We have to get ready to meet the Visions. The two lagging transports that previously headed towards Orinoco caught up to the main formation that flew towards Freslin. A tense hour went by as the transports reached a flat and uninhabited plain well outside Freslin. The Visions deployed jammers at that moment, making detailed observation impossible with the equipment at hand. They've set down around 40 kilometers away from our base, Melker noted as he changed the center projection to a plot of the local terrain. After their mech embark from the transports, there is a chance they will stop by Freslin first. However, it doesn't have anything in particular worth destroying, so it's likely they'll go for the mech nursery as soon as they are deployed. It did not take long for the Vision's mech to move. After a brief period of organization, over 85 mechs set off in the direction of the mech nursery. Long-ranged sensors hidden in the forests around the mech nursery caught the broad strokes of the Vision movements, but lacked the power and sophistication to observe any detailed information such as the type and models of the individual mech. 85 mech is more formidable than we thought. Vez frowned as all of the readings tentatively concluded there was definitely more than 80 mech on the move. The numbers are never exact. The amount of mech in a standard Vision company always fluctuates for some reason or another. 40 mech is just a guideline. The addition of 5 additional mech mattered a lot to the defenders. It meant that they might have to beat at least 5 mech more in order to make the Vision commander lose heart in his raid. If some unknown organization hadn't decided to blow up Orinoco ahead of time, then the mech nursery wouldn't have faced more than 75 mech. Melker couldn't help but boil up inside at the thought. Still, he finally managed to get a grip. He adjusted his visor on his head, which maintained a blue glow for now. He started to issue some commands, directing most of the mech from Senile Ablin and the Mud Riders to man the section of walls that faced the incoming threat. The projected plot showed several dots moving into place. Most of them congregated at or behind the walls in spread-out patterns several lines deep. Other mechs stationed themselves in the center or on the other sides of the walls. "What's going on right now?" Vez asked. "Before the Visions come into range, they'll definitely try to soften us up." It didn't take too long for Melker's prediction to arrive. A swarm of missiles approached the mech nursery from a great distance. The Visions had staggered the launches of the missiles so they would all arrive at their target at roughly the same instant. "How many missiles?" Melker barked to a sensor operator working behind a nearby console. 5,000 missiles, sir. They are all of a light design." Both Vez and Melker relaxed a little. Light missiles packed the least amount of punch. That was not to say that they didn't feel threatened by the swarm of missiles, but at least it did not match their worst fears. "Inform Senile Ablin and every rifleman mech to intercept the missiles." "Done, sir," though Senile Ablin says they've already moved. Even though Melker acted like a base commander, the truth was that none of the forces defending the mech nursery answered to him. Except for the avatars of myth, every other outfit involved in the defense listened to their own commanders. That was why Vez considered Melker to be a coordinator instead of a commander in this battle. He could only make suggestions that others might not follow up upon if they thought they knew better or if it harmed their interests. "The upcoming battle hinges on the Mud Riders," Melker explained. "The mech pilots of Senile Ablin are professional enough to do their duty, but your friends from the Whalers need a lot of encouragement in order to convince them to attack the Visions from their flank. If the Mud Riders can't hold off the initial push, everything else will fall apart. I'm confident Commander Hewson knows what's best for his mercenary corps, but I'm not sure if all of his mech pilots follow suit." Last I heard, a big argument erupted at their mech stables. They no longer had any time to do anything about it. With the Visions about to arrive at their doorsteps, they needed to trust in the measures they already prepared. At this time, the high-flying missiles finally arced into view of the mech nursery. At this time, the manufacturing complex had retracted almost all of the non-essential structures underneath the ground. The only structures that remained above ground consisted of defense measures. The turrets grabbed the most attention. Over 100 different turrets installed and controlled by Senile Ablin automatically swiveled towards the incoming swarm of missiles before unleashing a rain of lasers and projectiles. The anti-air fire struck a lot of missiles, but plenty more made it past the initial volleys. Even as the missile swarm visibly decreased, too much had been sent their way. Less than 1,000 made it through and began to impact the entire surface of the inner perimeter. Vez didn't look too worried at the explosions happening above his head. Most of the missiles landed on empty soil or impacted the walls and reinforcement enclosures that sheltered the defending mech. San Al-Ablan's ECM is top-notch. Melker nodded in satisfaction. Over 90% of the missiles have been led astray, as expected of a subsidiary of a faction from a second-rate state. Perhaps the Visions hadn't expected the missiles to end up damaging barriers and clumps of dirt, because the 8-5 Vision mech suddenly slowed down their pace. They're beginning to realize we might not be the pushovers they thought we were. Melker guessed what went on in the enemy's minds. After all, hardly any company invests so much of their resources into fortifying their manufacturing complexes. The two Larkin sons waited with bated breath at what the Visions would do next. Chapter 389 Prudence. The Vision mech force unexpectedly paused in their approach. Neither Vez nor Melker knew why, but they could make a guess. Haven't the Visions gathered intelligence about the mech nursery? Vez asked with a puzzled tone. Surely they must have known what they were about to face? They might not have done their due diligence. In their eyes, the LMC is just a regular up-and-coming mech manufacturer with only 2 years of history at most. Can you say that every mech manufacturer is able to erect such a massive defensive installation as the mech nursery in such a brief amount of time? Definitely not. Anyone who casually read his background would know that Vez only possesses a distant backer. Being a nominal disciple to a master mech designer did not afford him a lot of protection regarding these situations. Some masters even apprenticed thousands of mech designers at once and only instructed them casually if they spared a time for them in the first place. In any case, the amount of growth he experienced in recent times was very much out of the norm for an apprentice mech designer of his age and background. Now that the Visions became aware that they faced something other than a pushover, they must have paused to reassess their plans. It's too bad their commander is prudent enough to interrupt their approach. Melker shook his head. I would have preferred if whoever is leading them is overconfident. That way, it's easier to spring them into our traps. We can't have everything. At least we've increased their apprehension to us. Not really. The Visions still won't think much of us once they find out how many mech are defending this place. They still outnumbered us by a comfortable margin. It only took about 10 minutes for the Visions to make their move. This time, the main formation of mech remained in place while over 20 mech started to sweep forward in different directions. Damn. They're being especially careful now. The maneuver revealed that the commander of the Imidris raiding force wanted to scout out their target before they made their next moves. It was the safest and most considerate action to take, and it did not take that much time to gather intel as the mech nursery was only so large. Just as they stared at the plot which kept track of the approaching enemy scouts, Melker suddenly received a comm request. He accepted it, causing a projection of Houston's face to appear next to the central projector. The Visions have sent out their scouts. Let us out of the walls, and we'll hunt them down. We're fast enough to catch at least a third of them off guard. No. Melker immediately replied. Remain in place. The Visions may be dangling some bait in order to draw us out. Let them come to us. Understood. Vez scratched his head. Isn't it better to deal with the scouts now that they've separated from the main body? This is a good opportunity to whittle down their numbers. Do you think the Visions are that easy to fool? Don't trust what the sensors are telling you. I bet this stationary group of mech here have already started moving elsewhere. And those dots that depict solitary mech might be accompanied by 4 or 5 more mech each. Vez realized Melker's point. The Visions might have already been aware of the sensors placed in their surroundings. If they knew that others spied on their mech, they would have deployed their own countermeasures. But how will we know where they are if we can't trust this plot? We wait until they arrive. As long as we don't take the bait, they'll eventually give up on their tricks and resort to the direct approach. A tense hour passed as the Imidris Legion scouts came into visual view of the mech nursery. The high walls blocked most of their direct vision, but that hardly halted their attempts to observe the defensive measures of the base as most of their sensors did not need line of sight to work. Merely getting close enough was sufficient. Melker tasked a couple of marksmen to shoot at the scouts whenever they thought they could pull off a shot. While most of them missed, they successfully curbed the brazenness of the scouts. Not once did Melker command anyone to go out and hunt down the scouts. Sanal Ablin's mech consisted of medium-weight models that specialized in defense. They could never catch up to the light mech. Only the Otis Mud Riders might have been able to do so, considering that a fair chunk of their forces consisted of light mech. In truth, these light mech did not make for good defenders, but Melker was deeply unwilling to pull them away from their walls. Their light firepower might mean the difference between victory or defeat. After the scouting phase ended and the light mech pulled back, the Visions arrived just beyond the maximum engagement range without any attempt to obfuscate their approach. They stopped short of coming into rifle range. Instead, they spread out and guarded every approached. Moments later, it became apparent why they did so. A dozen or so artillery mech began to shell the walls. The explosions ruptured the surface of the walls made out of a blend of junk exotics and various bulk materials. Although they looked extremely firm and thick, they couldn't withstand the concentrated artillery barrage. Melker gritted his teeth. The Visions usually don't bother to shell an industrial target. Their commander appears to be an exception. He's treating us like a serious target. None of the mech or turrets possessed the capability to retaliate against the distant artillery mech. The most they could do was shoot at the incoming shells as they arced into the walls. More than 2/3 of the incoming shells never reached the mech nursery, but the remainder that got through slowly broke down the targeted section of walls. Minutes passed by as the cracks turned into a hole, before widening up into a breach. After the last shells landed, the breach had become so wide that it could fit 2 mech walking side by side. That's not good, Vez noted. The artillery mech then shifted their aim towards the turrets spread throughout the surface of the mech nursery. The weaknesses of the turrets hammered home with each shell that got through the intercepting fire. Their complete lack of mobility turned them into stationary targets that would get destroyed sooner or later. If the Vision artillery mech hadn't managed to destroy their target in their current salvo, they just sent out another one until the turret finally stopped working. This went on for over 2 hours until the artillery mech expended all of their shells. By then, over 70% of the turrets that Sanal Ablin had previously erected turned into hollowed-out ruins. Fortunately, no one lost their lives, as nobody manned the turrets. Their operators worked at a SAS-controlled command center deep underground. By now, the mech nursery hardly hosted any people. The only people who remained consisted of those who played a role in the defense of the facility. As for the civilian employees, Vezal sent them back to Freslin where they lived. Even if the Visions managed to breach through their lines and massacre everyone within, at least Vez wouldn't have too much guilt on his conscience. What will they do next, now that they've destroyed most of our turrets? They've spent several hours on the surface already. Melker replied. The Visions should be looking to wrap this up. The longer they stay on the surface, the higher the chance they'll encounter the reinforcements from Bentham. No matter how careful the enemy commander wants to be, he can't fall behind schedule. Every defender tersely waited for the Visions to make their next move. Evidently, they had enough of paying around, because they shifted their formation in favor breaching through a defensive line. Surprisingly enough, the Visions suddenly put forth 2 heavy knights. Damn. They brought out heavy knights. They'll be leading the charge. Vez did not need to hear an explanation to realize how bad the situation turned against them. If the Visions only brought their medium mech, then they stood a decent chance at fending off the incoming Visions. Now though, the appearance of the heavy knights changed everything. Even the most basic models of heavy knights withstood at least 4 times as much damage as a medium knight. In effect, the 2 heavy knights possessed as much as an impact on the battle as 8 extra medium knights. In general, only military forces employed heavy mech. Not even Sanal Ablin fielded a single heavy mech despite having the resources and capacity to do so if they borrowed their backers' help. The appearance of the heavy mech alone caused everyone's morale to drop. Every mech pilot from SAS and the Mud Riders knew how tough these mech could be. The odds of killing them fast enough was minute. Vez. Conventional forces will take too much time to bring down those heavies. By the time they can be repelled, every other Vision mech will have free reign inside the perimeter. We have to take those heavy mech out early. Why are you looking at me like that? Because you frequently pull a miracle out of their butt. If you're hiding a secret weapon, then this is the time to employ it. Well, you've got the Amistandira. Will that be enough? Melker shook his head. You've already considered it. While it's a devastating weapon against people, it won't do too much damage against mech. A beam at maximum power is probably capable of piercing through the armor of light mech while dealing heavy damage to medium mech, but it will just bounce off if pointed at a heavy mech. That was really bad news, but Vez already expected something along those lines. The Amistandira granted its wielder near absolute superiority against any kind of human-scale battles. Sadly, it did not change the paradigm that humans would be able to defeat a mech in an even fight. A group of 2 heavy knights accompanied by 30 mechs started to form into an assault formation. The melee mech stood in front while the ranged mech stood at the rear. It's going to be too late to do anything soon. Vez. Tell me you've got something. Vez panicked a little. He did not possess any other deadly weapons like the Amistandira. Neither would he be able to purchase any other solutions from the system as he recently drained most of his DP on his second mastery. Only until Lucky lazily flew past his vision did he remind himself that he might have one last resort. Lucky. The cat halted in its flight and turned its head at Vez. Meow? He pointed at the projection of the heavy knights readying themselves for a charge. Can you take care of these 2 heavy mech? You have to assassinate the pilots and destroy some controls or essential components. Can you do that? Meow. Lucky did not meow in a reassuring way. The cat looked at the 2 heavy mech with their thick plating of armor with very visible dread. It would be tough for his intangible form to burrow through all of that compressed armor. The cat tapped the air a couple of times. Vez communicated frequently enough with his pet to understand Lucky's vague meaning. So you say you can definitely take out one mech, but you're not sure if you have the energy to take out the other? Meow. One heavy mech taken out is better than none. Melker told him from the side. He's right, Lucky. If you can do it, then go for it. Lucky hastily floated out of the command center in a zip. None of the sensors showed his position, which worried Vez a little, but at least the visions wouldn't have any warning either. He hated sending out Lucky so early in this battle. Vez wanted to save up Lucky as a trump card or employ him as an assassin that would quietly take out a couple of enemy mechs stationed furthest from the main battle. Instead, the appearance of the heavy mech forced Vez to play this card ahead of time. The battle hadn't even entered its most crucial phase and Vez already started running out of cards to play. As Vez waited for Lucky to make his move, Melker turned to leave the command center as well. There's nothing more I can do here. You'll be boarding my mech before I join up with the rest of the avatars. Stay here and keep me informed, Vez. Will do. At least Melker could fight the visions personally. As a mech designer, Vez enjoyed no such privilege. Chapter 390 Pressure. Besides the 2 heavy knights that attracted most of the attention of the defenders, the other Imidris mech looked well built as well. Vez forcefully shook off his fear and began to focus on what he could do to help. As a mech designer, I can still be of use. Out of all the defenders, he knew more about mech than everyone else put together. In battles like these, mech designers sometimes assisted frontline units by analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy mech. They also kept their eye out for weak points generated by battle damage. Vez kept his eyes trained on the projections that showed the approaching vision formation. The enemy finished their preparations and began to set out towards the broken gap in the wall. Now that the enemy came into range of the mech nursery, their jamming failed to block its powerful sensors. Detailed telemetry poured into the command center in rapid tempo, swamping the support personnel. They tried their best to help the processors identify the mech models. Report. Vez barked. Sir? The enemy regiments have been identified. One company comes from the 5th Favulanchoisers and the other company is detached from the 1st Meandering Monkeys. Additional projections popped up that provided a brief overview of the 2 regiments of the 3rd Imidris Legion. The mech 1st Meandering Monkeys all took on a mottled brown-green coating, and predominantly consisted of light and medium mech. Much like the Udas Mudriders, the monkeys excelled in long-range wilderness operations, and would usually be deployed in wild, untamed planets. The 5th Favulanchoisers on the other hand consisted largely of frontline mech coated in gray and pale blue to better blend into an urban environment. They eschewed light mech entirely and based their full force around medium melee mech and a fair amount of medium frontline mech, the latter of which replaced their humanoid arms with ballistic cannons or laser cannons. Vez understood the enemy composition. The meandering monkeys only made up the numbers and didn't form that much of a threat. The true threats lay in the Vavulan Chaucers, whose formidable mech had been designed to break through enemy defenses. Their allocation of 2 heavy knights to this minor raid further underscored their power. Right now, they couldn't withstand 2 heavy knights at once. It was not that the heavy knights possessed the means to run down every mech and kill them in a single blow. Their true threats lay in their ability to act as immovable obstacles that absorbed everything the defenders dished out. Having just come off a mastery experience where the attacking force cleverly used disposable heavy shields as a means of approach, Vez knew the value of an impenetrable defense. So long as those heavy knights remained operational, a large portion of the mech from senile Applin and Mudge Riders would have to divert their firepower to hold back their inexorable march. At this time, the Vision mech entered into range of the defending mech rifles. Open fire. Almost every rifleman mech among the defenders proceeded to open fire behind the walls. The initial volley of fire largely hit their marks, only to be stopped by 2 enormous tower shields. The Visions have sustained minimal damage. The Visions cleverly arranged their assault formation into a column of 2 ranks. With the 2 heavy knights in front, the more vulnerable mech at the rear had little to worry about. Occasionally, some of the fire slipped around or above the shields, but the rest of the Vision mech only sustained glancing damage. Despite enduring a rain of fire, the Vision mech remained in formation and continued to march forward. The only downside to their formation was that they moved at a snail's pace in terms of mech speeds. Heavy knights carried an immense amount of high-quality armor, and their shields weighed as much as an entire light mech or more, so it was a given that they moved as fast as an elderly person. Their relatively slow pace meant that the defenders slowly managed to chew up the shields. Nevertheless, these shields did their job as they forced the defenders to expend a large amount of munitions that might have otherwise been targeted at the lighter mech. As the formation of Chaucers neared the walls, the mech of the meandering monkeys started to branch out and pressure the sides of the mech nursery. Their diversion forced Melker to request the Mud Riders to split some mech away from the center and deter the flanking mech from breaching an undefended part of the wall. Fire on the mech behind the knights. Melker ordered in the central command channel. Once the enemy mech entered a certain range, it became possible for some of the defending mech stationed in the far left or right of the walls to target the sides of the incoming column. This time, they achieved some solid hits, although the frontline mech quickly turned their cannon and retaliated in kind. Most of their fire splashed against the walls that the defending mech hid behind, but the intense barrage succeeded in suppressing them. At this moment, the inevitable collision became imminent. The Chaucer showed movement that indicated that they were about to bypass their heavy knights and breach the defensive line. Open fire. Ignore the knights. Focus on the frontline mech. The melee mech of the Chaucers carried a substantial amount of armor. The frontline mech on the other hand had been built to scale, so their individual quality left much to be desired. Their deadliness came not from their superior equipment, but from the training and coordination of their mech pilots. Even though their basic level pilots would never be able to advance to advanced pilots, as long as they gathered in a sufficient amount of numbers, they would be able to suppress any enemy formation, which was what they did right now. Their twin cannon barrels outputted at least twice as much firepower as a rifleman mech. What they lacked in flexibility and close combat effectiveness, they more than made it up in the sheer amount of firepower they could unleash in a short amount of time. Of course, they also overheated very quickly and expended their energy or munitions rather fast, but in a short raid like this, endurance didn't matter too much. The only reason why the defenders maintained their ground was because the cheap construction of the frontline mech also made it easy to take them out. Plenty of mech turned inoperable after sustained concentrated fire, but the Chaucers continued unabated. They had already steeled themselves for some losses. To the Mech Legion, losing a couple of frontline mech was nothing, as each of them came with a unit price of around 10 million credits or less. Their mech pilots mostly managed to eject well in time, so the Visions actually hadn't lost any lives at this point in time. Watch your fire. Don't aim too high. We can't afford to hit their cockpits when they eject. The Mud Riders and the senile Aplin mech purposefully avoided targeting the cockpits of the Vision mech. Neither groups wanted to incur any more enmity than necessary. If news came out that they excessively slaughtered too many enemy pilots, then they would certainly be hunted down by the 3rd Imidris Legion. The Mech Legion on the other hand held no such scruples. If they saw an opportunity to eliminate an enemy pilot, they would gladly do so in order to damage the Bright Republic's vitality. At this time, imposing manner of the Visions reached an oppressive level. Many of the mech pilots stationed on the wall started to vacillate. Why did they even need to resist the Visions in the first place? Neither the quality nor the quantity of their mech could match the combined force of the Chaucers and the monkeys. Melker tried his best to firm up their side's resolve, but everyone knew that the battle might take a turn for the worst once the enemy melee mech came into play. To the Chaucers, their frontline mech only played a side role. The regiment invested most of its resources in cultivating their melee mech. Vez quietly stood in front of the central projector of the command center and balled his fingers into fists. "Come on, buddy. Make your move before it's too late." Just as the Visions were about to make their final sprint, one of their heavy knights suddenly halted. Even though the mech shield had almost been chewed apart from withstanding all of the enemy fire, the frame itself only suffered a couple of scuffs. The mech still possessed a lot of fight, and shouldn't have halted too suddenly. The momentary halt of that mech caused the entire column of Chaucers to come to an uneven halt. Many of their pilots turned their attention to their halted comrade, unsure why the mech turned into a statue. Moments later, fumes started to leak from the frame. Small explosions erupted deep within the frame that destroyed vital components. The heavy knight abruptly powered down and fell over face down like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Everyone was taken aback, including the defenders. What had happened to that seemingly invincible mech? Moments later, a tiny blur escaped from the chest of the fallen heavy mech. It darted towards the next heavy knight, only to be met with a barrage of fire from a couple of quick-thinking mech. The fire went straight through the tiny blur, forcing it away from its original course. In order to escape the fury of the Chaucers, the blur instead changed course and dove deep underground. "I knew you could do it, Lucky." His pet managed to succeed in taking out a heavy knight. Even though his sneak attack only worked once, the consequences for the Visions were dire. With the takedown of one heavy mech, the remaining one now became the focus of the defending mech. They all diverted their firepower to that heavy, blasting apart its shield in short succession and started working away at the mech heavy armor plating. While the Vivulan Chaucers fell into a brief bout of confusion, to their credit they regained their senses extraordinarily quickly. They all became enraged at the strange attack and switched tack almost immediately. Their mech all charged forward at their full speed, leaving the defending melee mech scrambling to meet the charge. "Hold the line. Set off the traps." The ground before the Vision mech briefly exploded as mines hidden just below their feet became armed. Although the explosions all hit multiple mech, their power left much to be desired. In order to hide them from the Vision scanners, they only came in relatively small packages. Still, even if the mines mostly failed to breach the armor of the stricken mech, they did succeed in slowing their charge. Ultimately, this caused the Chaucers to clash against the defensive line with less than perfect force. Still, the line almost buckled then and there as the handful of knights failed to withstand the impact of the charging mech. For a moment, both sides recovered from the charge, but then the true melee began. Hold them back. Don't let them through the gap. The previous artillery bombardment opened up a wide gap in the defensive walls that the defending mech struggled to stop up. However, the intensity in which the Chaucers pressed down upon them indicated that they wouldn't be able to hold for long. Vez frantically studied the mech of the Chaucers, but found to his disappointment that they'd been too well designed to expose any obvious weak points. Only upon sustaining damage would vulnerabilities begin to show, but that was easier said than done as the Visions constantly rotated the mech that faced the front. As soon as the mech sustained a heavy blow, it pulled back and another mech of the Chaucers filled its place. This spread out the damage and prevented the Chaucers from suffering a loss in combat effectiveness. This way, they managed to maintain a constant level of pressure to the defenders, who all lacked the numbers to pull off the same tricks. The mech of the Otis Mud Riders suffered the most out of this exchange. They possessed relatively few medium mech, and most of them hadn't been designed for a stand-up battle. Several of their mechs succumbed in quick succession, prompting Melker to make his move ahead of time. Chapter 391 Rallying Cry Mud Riders. Pull back from the front and go to the flanks. Contain the meandering monkeys and prevent them from breaching our flanks. Commander Hewson eagerly pulled back all of his surviving mech. In their place, the avatars of Myth finally committed to the battle. Although the defensive line instantly stabilized at their arrival, neither Vez nor Melker smiled, because according to their plans, they should have kept the avatars in reserve for a longer time. Still, the avatars fought valiantly, proving that Melker did an excellent job in hiring the initial cadre. Led by Melker himself, their ranged mech laid down accurate support fire from an elevated position on the walls. They mainly trained their firepower on the frontline mech hanging back from the melee. Knights, pin down that incoming heavy mech. Don't let it shoulder its way inside. The melee mech led by the two gold label Blackbeaks crashed against the Vision mech with uncharacteristic fury. The two mech pilots of the Blackbeak got caught up in the fervor and fought back with ferocity. They pushed aside the enemy medium mech and approached the sole surviving heavy knight from two different directions. Out of the way, you puny mech. The brash and angry mech pilot of the heavy knight broadcasted. The Blackbeaks purposefully ignored the warning and began their awe-inspiring clash with the heavy knight. While the Blackbeaks quickly showed that they couldn't withstand a frontal clash against the heavy knight, their superior mobility allowed them to circle around their lumbering opponent and pressure its vulnerable back. This forcefully halted the forward momentum of the heavy knight, because it could ill afford to let an enemy pester its slightly weaker rear armor. Annoying gnats. Stand still for me. The heavy knight continued make wide horizontal sweeps with its large broadsword, only for the nimble Blackbeaks to jump back well before the blade reached their former position. The two elegantly styled mech continued their dance around the heavy knight. The red vapor leaking from their red-eyed relief-studded shoulder pauldrons caused the area around the heavy knight to be partially obscured in bloody mist. Vez estimated the cost of the heavy mech to be around 300 million credits. To be held back by a pair of mech with a fair market price of around 100 million credits was very impressive. As the heavy mech became more flustered, Vez became more familiar with its design. He opened a channel to the two pilots of the Blackbeak and issued some advice. The knight you're facing is very top-heavy. Its legs look sturdy, but they're actually strained to their limits. Focus on the rear knee joints, it's the weakest part of its legs. The sword it's wielding is large and heavy, but the arms are burdened by an excessive amount of armor. Forget about trying to chip away at the arms, it's actually a trap. Its left side is its former shield side. The heavy knight is balanced only when it wields its tower shield. Now that it's gone, its balance is out of whack. Press its left side to further destabilize its footing. The vulnerabilities he pointed out did not lead to an instant defeat, but they successfully enabled the pilots of the Blackbeaks to keep the heavy knight on its back footing. Not even the Visions expected for their heavy knight to be pinned down by a pair of knights. The rest of the chasseurs began to move to help out their beleaguered comrade, only to be stalled by the rest of the avatars and senile Aplin mech. The front line fell into a momentary stalemate, but that would only last 10 minutes as most. The mech from senile Aplin had the edge in quality, but they were hard-pressed to hold back the superior numbers of the chasseurs, especially since they didn't attack as a horde but instead utilized rigid coordination. Vez knew that grueling grinds like these tested each side's resolve and depth. On both accounts, he favored the Visions over the defenders. None of them besides the avatars truly wished to stand their ground. The LMC was just a client to them. Once the battle turned ugly for them, Vez had no doubt their will to battle would plummet. Every minute, another mech succumbed, mostly on the defending side. A couple of pilots died or sustained heavy wounds, but most decided to eject early rather than risk their lives. This hastened the attrition of the defending side, and despite the valiant efforts of the avatars of Myth, they could not halt the overall trend. Damn it, where is Dietrich and his mech? Vez wondered. Due to all of the enemy jamming, Vez lost contact with the whalers stationed outside of Freslin. On the flanks, the situation didn't look much better. The meandering monkeys took advantage of the mech nursery's lack of numbers to defend its perimeter and spread out to pressure the walls from multiple directions. The turrets that survived the previous artillery bombardment suppressed them from climbing over the walls for now, but the monkeys constantly whittled them down with their ranged weapons. They jumped and ran around with such fleeting grace that the turret operators hardly managed to land any hits. The situation on the flanks alleviated a little bit when the surviving Mud Rider mech moved to face the flanking monkeys. This curbed their daring actions, but only for a limited time. The Mud Riders were outnumbered at least twice, and the turrets would only last long against the full might of the light mech company. As Vez bit his lips, a crackling comm channel came to life. "Vez. Dietrich, you're here." Vez responded with a much-relieved tone. This entire battle revealed the precarious nature of the defenders. With any help, Vez predicted that the Visions would have no trouble breaking through the perimeter. The timely arrival of 30 friendly mech breathed a lot of life into Vez. "Where are you right now? Are you in a position to hit the Visions?" "We're 2 minutes out. We can already see the flashes and hear the noise from here. Fata and I are leading our rookies forward as we speak, but don't put your hopes up on our mech. They're rookies for a reason. You don't have to hammer the Visions. As long as you can divert their attention and split them up, it's enough." Vez filled Dietrich in on the current tactical situation. While Dietrich wanted to turn the whalers towards the first meandering monkeys, Vez argued otherwise. The monkeys are a distraction. Defeating them while they're all dispersed will take too much time. By then, the 5th Favulan chasseurs will have succeeded in breaking through. We can't let that happen. As long as they stalled the chasseurs and inflicted increasingly severe losses, the Visions would finally begin to realize it wasn't so easy to break into the mech nursery. At that point, their commander had no choice but consider the gains and losses of continuing the raid. However, in order to reach that point, the combined defensive force had to inflict enough casualties to make the Visions second-guess their actions. Vez proceeded to watch on as the loose collection of whaler mech approached the sides of the main engagement. They met a couple of scouts from the monkeys, which lost them the element of surprise, not that they counted upon it in the first place. Instantly, the Visions adjusted their maneuvers. Some of the flanking monkeys pulled back from trading pot shots at the Mud Riders and moved in the direction of the incoming reinforcements. As for the chasseurs, they did not let up their forward assault, but instead turned most of their frontline mech around to face the whalers. "Damn it, careful Dietrich. They're sending out all of their frontline mech along with a number of light mech in your direction. Those frontline mech might not be clad in a lot of armor, but they possessed a lot of firepower and could run at a decent speed as well." As the two sides clashed, the whaler mech instantly became entangled in a messy firefight. Although they utilized much better mech than before, their young mech pilots proved incapable of drawing out their strengths. Compared to the old guard who largely perished in the Glowing Planet campaign, the fresh-faced recruits lacked a lot of hands-on battle experience. Facing an even number of light and frontline mech, the mech commanded by Dietrich couldn't help but falter in their steps. Dietrich, Fata and a handful of veteran pilots did all they could to shepherd the rookies, but they already had their hands full trying to resist the elites among the Vision mech. Even though the arrival of the reinforcements from Walter's whalers failed to make a big of an impact as Vez had hoped, at least they successfully diverted a large portion of the enemy mech. The main engagement at the gap of the wall still proceeded frigidly. San Al-Aplin failed to persist when they still drew the attention of an entire company of chasseurs. A handful of their mech had steadily fallen in the last couple of minutes. With each single casualty, the battle turned further and further out of their favor. To be frank, even with the successful diversion of the frontline mech, the remaining defender still fell into an awkward situation. Just as Vez contemplated doing something drastic, the battle between the three knights finally came to a conclusion. One of the Blackbeaks retracted the sword that had punched through the ragged-looking rear armor of the heavy knight. The weighty mech quickly collapsed while the two Blackbeaks banged their swords against their battered shields before raising them into the sky. "Avatars!" they shouted into the open. The pure exultation in their voice along with their traumatic victory couldn't help but lessen the inevitable air of victory around the chasseurs. The Visions grew indignant, and quickly diverted some of their mech to take out the Blackbeaks. "Come. Let us see if you have what it takes to take down a myth. The two night pilots brazenly taunted the chasseurs. If Vez didn't suspect them of doing so spontaneously, he would have thought it was a deliberate ploy to lower the morale of their opponents. In any case, their actions succeeded in changing the overall pattern of the most crucial portion of the battle. The battle at the gap in the walls turned into a muddled mess as the chasseurs tried to vent their fury on the two Blackbeaks. However, the gold label mech proved difficult to pin down. Unlike the lumbering heavy mech, their lighter and more balanced construction allowed them to dance aside most attacks. Those that landed on their shield or armor only dented them a bit or created shallow cuts. Compressed armor was no joke, and without exerting enough force, the mech of the chasseurs wouldn't have much success in punching through the layers. "We can do it," Vez faintly hoped. The valor displayed by the two Blackbeaks astounded everyone. Much of that came from the skilled handling of their mech pilots. Melker had indeed picked up a pair of treasures on Bentham. However, these pilots only felt free to act this way because they piloted an excellent pair of mech. These two particular gold label mech had been the latest copies of their line. Vez improved much in recent times, and he managed to pass on some of these benefits to his latest handcrafted mech. Although the physical performance of the mech hadn't received much of a bump, they still boasted superior agility due to the gems that Vez had secretly implanted in them. In addition, their X-factor came out a bit stronger than before, as Vez invested a substantial amount of mind energy into their construction. Both of these factors boosted the performance of the Blackbeaks to an unheard-of level. Just as Vez thought that the battle had taken a turn for the better, another mech from the chasseurs appeared from the rear. Vez instantly felt his joy bleeding away at the sight of the incoming mech. The quality of this mech stood out starkly. This must be the commander of the raiding force, and by the looks of his fancy mech, he must be a noble as well. Chapter 392 Personal Intervention. The nobility enjoyed an exalted status in the Vija Kingdom. They stood above the vast majority of commoners in each single aspect. Even the non-hereditary knights who earned their titles through merits also operated within the kingdom with impunity. Wealth, power, status and more became within reach if one acquired a noble rank. As a citizen of the more egalitarian Bright Republic, Vez and the rest of his state simply couldn't wrap their heads around why the Vesians accepted the rigid caste-like division of society. When the experts spoke about the noble phenomenon, they simply shrugged their shoulders and explained it was a matter of culture. In other words, every citizen of a kingdom state had been brainwashed from birth to accept such a backward-sounding structure. After all, with the continued advance of science and technology, the ancient justifications such as the mandate of heaven, the divine right of kings, superior bloodlines and other such excuses had been debunked as pure excuses. The various states set up as feudal monarchies simply couched their privileges in more modern terms. Most of the times, the various kingdoms justified their right to rule by pointing out their investment in terraforming the planets and establishing the colonies. Once the initial population accepted the rulership structure, it slowly became a given that their state would always be ruled by so-called royals and the aristocracy. Humans possessed the capacity to accept all kinds of absurdities as long as everyone else around them believed them as well. Right now, the entire battle for the mech nursery entered a brief pause at the sudden entrance of the Vision commander. Vez zoomed in on the projection and studied the mech in more detail. It was definitely a mech that surpassed the typical premium price point. The abundance of jewels and decorative alloys alone must have cost as much as a Blackbeak, but they only made up a portion of the exterior of this flamboyant-looking mech. Vez peered at the epaulette on the left shoulder of the mech. It depicted a hand holding aloft a notched sword being shone upon by a single golden star. So it's a knight. That meant the noble certainly earned his knighthood through his own efforts. Vez would have rather faced a baron than a knight, because the latter often turned out to be mediocre descendants of brilliant mech pilots. Sir Ravnak. The chasseurs broadcasted in the open. Their morale instantly surged while the morale of the defenders plummeted. This Sir Ravnak calmly stepped forward as if he was approaching a picnic instead of a battle. His mech consisted of a mace-wielding medium melee mech. It carried a heavy two-handed mace that looked heavy enough to crunch the armor of any unmech. Only comics such as the Blackbeaks appeared to be sturdy enough to withstand a direct hit. The more Vez studied its design, the more his expression soured. This mech is too high class. He should have anticipated that the raiding force would be led by a noble who piloted a powerful mech. His machine alone could wipe out every defending mech with ease as long as the rest of the chasseurs and the monkeys tied them down. Vez knew he had to intervene in person. He turned away from the central projectors and moved to exit the command center. Tell Melker to stall the noble as long as he can. As he ran through the halls and reached the surface, he stepped on a small but swift floater platform and commanded it to convey him right towards the breach. The speed of the platform caused the wind to whip against his form, but the floater platform's sophisticated anti-grav modules and inertial dampeners allowed him to comfortably remain on his feet. Even as he traveled to the front, Vez kept his eye on his comm, which projected what happened once the noble reached the battle. Melker tried to approach and drag out the fight by engaging in a conversation with Thinkit, but Sir Ravignac did not brook any further delays. Enough. Press the attack. Wipe out these Republican dogs and smash this entire factory into pieces. The chasseurs resumed their fight with twice as much vigor now that their noble commander personally took charge. The mech from Senile Aplin had almost reached their breaking point, and this sudden push only accelerated their inevitable defeat. Even with the avatars of myth backing them up, they won't last very long. Sir Ravignacs' mass-wielding mech entered the fray as well. Melker quickly decided to command his 2 night mech pilots to divert the noble as long as possible. The 2 Blackbeaks moved to stall Sir Ravignacs' mech. Unlike before where they faced a sluggish heavy mech, Sir Ravignac possessed a much better balance between power, speed and armor. Sir Ravignacs' abundant experience also allowed him to maneuver around the chaotic battlefield in a way that prevented the Blackbeaks from pincering it from 2 different directions. While the chasseurs led by their commander almost overran the defenders, the battle at the flanks fared no better for the defenders. Dietrich, Fata and the handful of veterans failed to stiffen the backs of their rookie pilots. The quick and agile mech of the meandering monkeys constantly played tricks on the newly recruited whalers. In every area short of weight class, the mech of the whalers fell short compared to the Vision machines. Sorry Vez. Dietrich sent out as his aerial marksman supported his rookies from a low altitude. If he flew any higher, he risked being shot from the air by the frontline mech that supported the light mech from the rear. We can't get rid of these Vision light mech. It's taking all we can to preserve our mech. With no further hope for reinforcements, the mech nursery was about to be broken through. Without a cohesive force of mech to stop the raiding force, the Visions would easily be able to penetrate past the gates and wreak havoc inside the underground floors. The various defenses and barriers integrated in the tunnels would only slow down the Visions up to a point. Only mech could defeat other mech. That was the ironclad rule in these kinds of war. When Vez finally reached the gap in the walls, the avatars of myth and the Senile Aplin mech already started pulling out. The chasseurs succeeded in pushing through the gap, though they paid for their aggression with the loss of a couple more mech. Vez controlled the floater platform and manually controlled its flight path to climb on top of the walls. At this point, no one paid attention to a single person, but Vez knew this would change very soon. With one hand, he activated his full stealth module, and with his other hand he drew the Amistendera from his pocket, which unfolded into an elegant-looking laser pistol. Once the Amistendera came online, he dialed its output to the highest setting possible. When facing mech, he could not skimp out on power. I've only got 10 shots. I have to make the most of what I have. At the highest power setting, the Amistendera would only be able to pump out 10 high-powered beams before it forcefully entered a lengthy cooldown cycle. It was a heavy price, but a worthy one as well. The setting was meant to pose a threat to mech, however slightly. With this pistol's maximum output combined with my aim, it's probably futile for me to try and take out Sir Ravignacs' mech. The Amistendera still possessed enough power to threaten a mech clad in compressed armor, but he'd have to be precise enough to hit a weak point. Melker might be able to pull that off, but Vez held no such confidence. After weighing the matter back and forth, Vez decided to strike the tightly packed formation of chasseurs. Right now, they attempted to press forth through the gap in the walls. This granted Vez with a unique opportunity. No matter where he aimed at, he was guaranteed to hit an enemy mech. His lackluster marksmanship wouldn't be much of a detriment in this target-rich environment. No, the only thing he had to be careful of was the inevitable retaliation. From the way their ranged mech quickly trained their fire on Lucky when he flew out of the first heavy mech, Vez expected instant retaliation after he fired the first shot. One of his hands briefly brushed on his stomach where his trusty old shield generator rested. If his stealth augment couldn't save him, he at least trusted the shield generator to protect him long enough to get away. Now that he entered stealth, he had to move quickly in order to take advantage of its short duration. He commanded the floater platform to climb up high in order to obtain a commanding view of the battle. Once he became satisfied with his position, he extended the Amistendera and gripped it carefully in a two-handed grip. He carefully took the time to aim his weapon before he unleashed the first shot. The sheer amount of energy passing through the bubble of stealth caused it to fluctuate. The powerful white-hot laser beam immediately caused the mech of the chasseurs to bleed out in alarm as the beam struck the back of a swordsman mech trying to press forward. The beam vaporized the relatively thin layer of uncompressed armor and continued to burn through to strike the mech power reactor. The component instantly failed, causing the rest of the mech to shut down. Vez quickly adjusted his aim and raked the singular powerful beam from the Amistender through the rear armor of a bunch more mech. Although he failed to take down another mech, he did manage to startle the chasseurs into a momentary halt. The handful of frontline mech that supported the main push quickly turned around and bombarded the air where his floater platform previously hovered. However, their response was just a tad bit too slow. Vez wasn't an idiot. As soon as the first shot subsided, he stomped on the floater platform, causing it to initiate an emergency descent. As the invisible bubble of stealth restored around his form, he barely managed to evade the furious volley of fire flying over his head. The chasseurs didn't know what they were dealing with. Vez probably figured they thought they faced some kind of powerful stealth bot. Just as they figured they took down the stealth bot, Vez opened fire yet again from another position. This time, the powerful beam passed through the rear armor of another mech, but failed to hit anything critical. However, the power behind the beam was so strong that it wrecked a lot of internals, to the point where the strength of the mech suddenly dropped by at least a half. For the subsequent shots, Vez kept the floater platform moving as he fired the Amistendera. While this severely affected his accuracy, the sheer damage and chaos that ensued from his action successfully turned around the battle. Only after he shot his 8 laser beam did the chasseurs manage to hit him directly. His shield generator flared up, protecting his body from the explosive shells that detonated against his form. He yelled in pain from the energies bleeding through the near-impenetrable shield. A wash of heat and force flung him away from the floater platform which the chasseurs quickly shot into pieces. Vez tentatively managed to regain control over his altitude with the help of his antigrav clothing. With the loss of the floater platform, he won't be able to fly as fast as before, but at the very least he managed to preserve his life. He quickly checked the charge of his shield generator. Its charge dropped from 80% to a dismal 47%. Damn it, I can't afford to get hit another time. Even until now, Vez hadn't been able to recharge his ultra-compact shield generator. This piece of wondrous technology was completely beyond his present capacities. He figured that the only way he could recharge the shield generator was to go back to Lemur, something which he wasn't keen to do before he advanced to journeyman mech designer. The shield generator is a lifeline. What will Master Olsen think if I come back so soon with a depleted charge? Vez could only fire 2 more full-powered beams, but the damage he caused had reserved the entire trend. He managed to fell 5 mech and heavily wound a couple more. The chasseurs completely lost their imposing manner, while the defenders thought that Vez had deployed some secret trump card. Now, the only variable that mattered was Sir Ravnak. Would the knight insist on pushing forward, or would he finally decide to pull back? Chapter 393 Unseen 3 What the 5th Favulan chasseurs didn't know was that Vez almost expended all of his means. His stealth augment almost ran out of power while his pistol could only unleash 2 more powerful beams. Vez hoped to fool Sir Ravnak into thinking that he could continue to harass the chasseurs from the dark. Now that they had just succeeded in hitting Vez, it was important for him to demonstrate that he could continue to pose a threat to their rear. My stealth charge has almost run out. You've got to finish this quickly. He positioned himself at a different angle and elevation and proceeded to fire at the uncertain chasseurs yet again. This time, The mech had put up their guards and oriented some mech to the front. His ninth shot managed to carve through the shield of a knight mech, but failed to inflict significant harm on the mech itself. Even as he unleashed his shot, his form dove down quickly, allowing him to dodge most of the counterattack, although a volley of rapid-fire laser beams managed to clip his left side, causing the shield generator to whine in protest. 38% charge. His stealth field was also on the verge of giving up. Without any further thought, Vez snapped his Amistendera for the last time. This time, he chose to shoot Sir Ravennak's mech despite knowing that it wouldn't have much of an effect. His aim was a little off, and the beam streaked above the fancy mech head. Vez quickly corrected his aim and slashed the beam downwards until it hit the mech shoulder blades. Unfortunately, rear armor or not, the Amistendera's full-powered laser beam only left a shallow furrow inside the plating of compressed armor. The only thing his final shot managed to accomplish was to pull Sir Ravhennak away from his fight against the Blackbeaks. Both Knight mech looked like they had gone through a giant tumbler. One mech lost its shield and had its entire left arm smashed, while the other mech had its beak flattened while suffering a severely dented leg. Ultimately, the two offensive knights highlighted the shortcomings of their type, which was that they lacked the true resilience of a defensive knight. Now, will you decide to pull away or not? Vez frowned. Whatever the case, he did not have the luxury to hang around. He quickly dove back behind the wall just before his stealth augment ran out of power. Without any concern for his dignity, Vez quickly dropped down to the ground and ran towards the nearest underground access point. As Vez sought refuge underground, the battle in the gap had turned into an awkward state. Neither the chasseurs nor the defenders fought with all of their might. The latter had almost run out of steam while the former kept up their guard for further sneak attacks. The power exerted by Vez and the difficulty in pinning him down had truly struck a nerve in the minds of the Visions. They quickly lost a bunch of mech, which robbed the attackers of much of their energy. Even though they would still be able to break through the defenses, the amount of casualties they'd suffer along the way might quickly reach an unacceptable point. Even as Sir Ravhennak agonized over the decision, the two battered Blackbeaks did not show signs of giving up. Their pilots continued to press on the mass-wielding mech, preventing its pilot from considering the situation with a sober mind. With much of his raiding force stalled, who knew how many mech he would lose at the end of this raid? It would be a joke to suffer more losses than their targets. These Briters are too stubborn. Why did they fight so hard to preserve a single facility? The losses that the chasseurs already sustained put the noble in a difficult spot. He already lost a number of mech. If he did not achieve any results, his superiors would scorch him over a fire. Yet if he recklessly continued the assault, the cost would become so unbearable that he might get sanctioned over the disaster. Perhaps the pressure had been too much for him, because Sir Ravhennak eventually gave in to his fears. Pull back. In his consideration, it was better to retreat and claim that the intelligence officers screwed up by underestimating the defenses of the facility they were supposed to destroy. At worst, he'd receive a reprimand. He could always regain his honor in subsequent battles. If he instead pressed on with the attack, he might be able to break the defenders, but he might also lead his unit to a bad end. In that case, the consequences would be much more dire. Losing his knighthood was the worst thing that could happen to him. Once he lost the protection of his elevated status, his enemies among the Legion would certainly pounce on him. He'd lose everything he'd worked for these past couple of decades. The chasseurs slowly receded from the gap. The defenders didn't follow, as they weren't in a state to pursue. Only a third of their mech still possessed the strength to fight back, which was way too little to pose a significant threat to the diminished chasseurs. In order to guard against any further sneak attacks, Sir Ravennak's mech joined the most intact mech at the rear guard. As the chasseurs gradually quickened their pace, the defenders realized that they successfully repelled the Visions. We did it. They're gone. What the hell? Where did those laser beams come from? As the mech at the wall celebrated their success, both the Otis Mud Riders and Walter's Whalers experienced the same thing. The meandering monkeys completely gave up on their harassment and pulled back to escort the deflated chasseurs back to their transport ships. Almost no one could believe they pulled it off. Even as they celebrated their success, they still held a lot of doubts. All right men, knock it off. The Visions may still change their minds. Start policing the battlefield and make sure to replenish your supplies. The different outfits quickly went into action. They retrieved their fallen mech and pushed aside the hollow wrecks of the Vision mech. All of their pilots managed to eject to safety long ago, so the defenders had no scruples about moving them away. In actuality, the mech held a lot of value. After handing them over to repair shops, the mech could be brought back to working condition. The defenders already started contemplating their salvage rights. This was one of their rights, and while other employers might quibble over how to distribute or retain the wrecks, Vez could care less where they ended up. After a few detours, Vez wearily returned to the command center and watched the center projection for the latest movements. Where are the Visions? The first meandering monkeys and the fifth Favulan chasseurs are in the process of boarding their transports, sir. Someone reported. Have they left any mech behind? Not as far as we are aware of, sir. Vez worriedly waited for the Visions to make a move. The worst part about it was that due to the jamming, they couldn't get any detailed or reliable readings of their movements. For all they knew, the Visions managed to pull the wool over their eyes and maneuvered around for another attack. Detecting ship movements. The transports are lifting off. Fortunately, some things couldn't be hidden, and the massive amount of power needed to lift a number of transports carrying lots of mech could be observed from dozens of kilometers away. The Vision mech are being brought back to orbit. Only after the transports climbed past the perennial cloud cover did everyone truly begin to relax. Most of the defending mech stood down in order to recover from the brief but intense battle. Out of all the different outfits that took part in the defense, the Odis Mud Riders actually suffered the least. Though they lost a number of mech at the start, they stopped suffering any major losses once Melker diverted them to hold the flanks. The meandering monkeys never made a serious push. Both Vez and Melker scoffed when they heard about how the Mud Riders got off light. San Al-Ablin suffered the most. Out of their 24 mech, only 7 of them are still in fighting condition. 5 of their pilots lost their lives as well. And the avatars? My men did well enough. Melker grunted with some amount of satisfaction. I'm sorry to say that most of our brand new mech got wrecked. Some of them can still be salvaged, but the others are a total loss. I'm glad we haven't lost any pilots. As for the whalers, Dietrich mentioned that their rookies had flat out performed dismally. The enemy frontline mech chewed at least a third of their largely uncoordinated force of mech. It appeared that the whalers required a lot more time and training in order to become an effective fighting force again. With victory came the spoils. In the evening, Vez held a brief celebration over barbecue. Mech pilots from every participating outfit mingled together and sang drunken songs. As the rank and file forgot about the horror they faced in the afternoon, the leaders gathered together in a quiet conference room, both to debrief them all and to distribute the rewards. San Al-Ablin, your sacrifice has been noted. Please inform your branch office that I'm ready to transfer the money that you are owed. Vez nodded to the grizzled mech commander that hailed from the security company. Next time, beef up your defenses. The commander grumbled. The bills from SAS would certainly be steep. Vez had pushed them into a position where they had to fight against a military force that outnumbered them by a fair margin. The commander could have easily have decided to give up on defending the mech nursery, but his professional pride called him to stand his ground. Vez respected and appreciated the sacrifice the commander made. Of course, all of the extra money that the LMC owed to the security company would certainly be painful. After Vez and SAS exchanged their words, Melker turned to Commander Hewson. Your Mud Riders fared well, but you didn't play that much of a role. Hey! We managed to pin down most of the meandering monkeys. Just because they're light mech doesn't mean they pose no threat. You didn't adjust your deployment once the monkeys pulled out much of their mech to face our incoming reinforcements. The meandering monkeys managed to pin down your entire mercenary corps while outnumbered Twatoon. Melker's observation put Commander Hewson in a tight spot while Vez quietly sighed. For all their earlier agreements, Hewson still found a way to shirk his duties. While Vez respected the losses they sustained in the initial push, they failed to make any contributions in the rest of the engagement. Enough, Melker. Vez stretched out a hand and intervened. The Odis Mud Riders haven't contributed as much as we hoped, but we can defer to the terms in the contract in that case. Their final remuneration will certainly take a hit once we run through the compensation formulas. Though Melker didn't look like he was done, he deferred to Vez and took a step back. Fine. They quickly discussed the performance of the avatars and the whalers before carving out the loot. All of those wrecked Vision mech became prizes for the taking. Without any suspense, Sanal Aplin received the lion's share of the loot. The whalers received a modest amount of what remained while the Mudriders only received a handful of the most ruined hulks. As for the avatars of myth, considering that they worked directly for Vez, they had no need to fight over scraps. Tomorrow, we'll continue this discussion. By then, the processors will have finished their calculation. We can come to a final agreement on your compensation at that point. Everyone nodded and left the conference room, leaving Vez alone with Melker. Where's your pet? He hasn't shown up. Vez replied with concern. I'm not even sure if he's even intact. Maybe it just needs some time to recover. That strange cat of yours has a lot of tricks in store. I don't believe it's gone for good. As Melker turned to leave the room, Vez scratched his cheek. The LMC managed to survive the raid, though it had reached the brink during the battle. If not for his personal intervention, he wouldn't have managed to bluff the commander into cutting his losses. This isn't supposed to happen. Lucky and I can't keep intervening to save my hide. Vez already planned to enact a lot of changes. First and foremost, he intended to elevate the avatars of myth and bolster their numbers to a full company. The time for training and adjustment is past. It's time they become a worthy personal force of mine. Chapter 394 Silver lining. The local press called a third Imidris Legion's failed attempt to raid the mech nursery the battle for Cloudy Curtain. They certainly had a flair for the dramatic, as the name suggested that the Visions had been on the cusp of conquering the planet. Just as everyone thought that the Visions would stomp the LMC flat, the Apand-combing mech company surprisingly held them off. Although the outfits hired by the LMC sustained a lot of losses, it became a fact that they actually repelled two Vision mech companies. Every citizen in the Freslin area swelled with pride. Their tiny rural planet actually contributed to the war in a splendid war. A company founded by one of their own citizens hadn't flinched against the invaders but instead fought back with endless ferocity. Ha ha ha. Cloudy Curtain still has some teeth. We're more than a bunch of farmers who only know how to cultivate cloud rice. Who said that people from Cloudy Curtain can't fight? We've smacked the Visions right in the face. Compared to the jubilation of the citizens in Freslin, the mood turned much grimmer over at the other side of the planet. Orinoco suffered a substantial loss. Worst of all, it had likely been done by their own side. The spaceport, the planetary assembly building, all those company headquarters and all kinds of infrastructure turned into hollow craters and fields of debris. Many of the pieces that erupted from the blasts even went on to damage the surrounding structures. Tragedy swept the entire capital city as emergency services worked day and night to rescue those buried underneath the wreckage. Although the occupants of the buildings had been warned of the bombs, they only had 2 minutes of time to evacuate their workplaces, which was much too short for most of them. The only reason why the casualties hadn't surpassed 1,000 was because most workers stayed away from work due to the raid. Blame and recrimination hadn't started flying yet, but the undercurrent already started surging. The political and economic alliance that dominated Cloudy Curtain for so many years started fraying apart as each side blamed the other for setting off the bombs. I don't know why you have the shame to show yourself in public. Instead of risking your own lives to fight the Visions, you blew up your own structures and killed your fellow citizens. If I didn't know any better, you're likely working for the Visions. Don't point your fingers at me. Our company has suffered the worst of all. What about you? Your company headquarters somehow got away unscathed. Don't think we're clueless about your ambitions. You've always wanted to supplant us over the years. The Vision raid was the perfect excuse to do us in. Throughout the Bright Republic, the 3rd Imidris Legion's shocking raids unsettled the entire Bentheme region. The simultaneous raids strained the Mech Corps, which had to choose where to send their forces quickly and in enough numbers to make an impact. The Mech Corps largely failed. The raiding forces went in and out as quickly as possible while inflicting as much damage as they could. They mostly struck smaller star systems with barely any defenses. While that meant they only caused a marginal amount of damage, The damage to everyone's morale was enormous. The 3rd Imidris Legion basically terrorized the entire periphery around the Bentheme system while suffering very few losses. This changed the aspect of the current war, as the citizens of the various rural systems finally realized that even they couldn't escape its horrors. The Bright Republic moved quickly to support the stricken star systems. Cloudy Curtain was no exception, as a handful of ships arrived from Bentheme to support the disaster relief and begin to rebuild some of the infrastructure on Orinoco. However, alongside the aid, the Republic also sent out investigators. The self-sabotage incident in Orinoco had become famous throughout the entire state overnight. The power brokers over at the capital city huddled like rats and kept their heads down in front of the ongoing investigation. When Vez heard about the news, he shook his head. Whoever set those bombs aren't stupid enough to leave any traces. Those investigators will probably spend a few weeks in Orinoco before they compile a meaningless report and go back to their fancy offices in Bentheme. It doesn't change the fact that our political opposition is completely discredited in front of the Republic. Gavin responded. While everyone mourned for the dead and started preparing for HTE funerals, Gavin and the rest of the marketing department already started slobbering over the golden opportunity presented to the LMC. It doesn't matter who is ultimately responsible, they're all made from the same cloth. The ruling coalition is finished. Vez nodded. Right now, the White Doves caught the most flack of all. The raid exposed their ideology as an unrealistic fantasy that did not fit at all in the brutal age of Mech. Many citizens of Cloudy Curtain also fingered the pacifists as the group that was most likely responsible for setting off the bombs. It's all well and good to celebrate over their misfortune, but do you have to publicly lionize our own battle so much? Vez had changed his Antigrav clothes into a dark, formal suit in order to attend an upcoming funeral. Over a dozen Mech pilots died to defend the Mech nursery, and he owed it to them to pay his respects. Thus, he found the contrast between the solemnity between the funerals and the exuberant publicizing of their success in the media to be jarring. It was as if the LMC danced on the graves of the fallen Mech pilots in order to score some points from the public. Boss, don't let the losses think we've lost. In actual fact, we won. Think of how rare that is. Almost every other raid succeeded in overrunning the other rural star systems and inflicted tens of billions of credits in economic damage. The Bentheme region is bleeding, and they need to be shown a victory to prove they hadn't let the Visions beat them black and blue. What's being spread on the galactic net is too slanted. Right now, the LMC in cooperation with the Bright Republic's propaganda office enthusiastically spread out footage of the battle at the walls. In particular, the marketing department edited the footage they released in a way that made the 2 gold label blackbeaks of the avatars of Myth the main stars of the show. Although their performance had been above and beyond, Vez found the manipulative editing to be a little too much. Their increased prominence came at the cost of recognizing the sacrifices of the other participants in the battle. Boss, right now, nobody cares about the dead. Gavin heartlessly replied. You just have to switch to another news portal to see, here I'll read about all the tragedies Imidris has caused. In the midst of all that doom and gloom, the public needs something to cheer about. I don't see why we can't promote our Blackbeak models along the way as well. Vez eventually relented on the issue. He saw the advantages as well as anybody. Interest in the Blackbeaks exploded once again. The third-party manufacturers received an influx of new orders and the waiting list for the silver label Blackbeaks practically doubled in a matter of days. In the next week, Vez spent his full time on processing the aftermath of the battle. He attended the solemn funeral. He issued the payments owed to Senile Aplin and the rest. He also approved plans to repair and strengthen the Mech nursery's defenses. All of that flushed down the LMC's liquidity down the toilet. The company spent almost all of its cash to afford. It was a good thing that the Blackbeaks gained prominence again. With the increased sales that resulted from the impromptu marketing campaign, Vez did not worry too much about the company's financial health. In the end, this was what made the Mech nursery worth defending. By continuing its operation unabated, they contributed to the war effort in their own way. Its loss would have weakened the Republic, and its preservation represented a rare ray of sunshine in the middle of the doom and gloom that followed the 3rd Imidris Legion's daring raids. What is Imidris up to now? While the raids had been an astonishing success for the intrepid Legion, it hadn't actually inflicted any significant material losses. The Bright Republic's ability to wage war hadn't been impacted at all. Right now, everyone in the Bentham region dreaded Lady Amelia. The aggressive heiress was like a poisonous snake who slithered in the back garden of their house. Any attempts to root out her presence failed. She could be hiding anywhere. It was a good thing that Vez had nothing to do with it. He left the Hidetchi issue to the Mech Corps and resumed his normal operations. Construction teams swarmed the Mech nursery and started patching up the gap in the walls. They also filled in all the craters and restored much of the turrets that got destroyed. People started coming back to work, and offices started to get lively again. Down in the manufacturing floor, the Mech technicians quickly restored all of the production lines and resumed their normal production. Vez even paid a visit to the floor and took some time to fabricate 2 more gold-label Blackbeaks. After an expedited testing process, Vez quickly had them delivered to the Udis Mud Riders. Even though their performance fell a bit short in the previous battle, Vez still honored the unofficial agreement he made with Commander Hewson. Even though the Mud Riders could fall into a black hole for all he cared, Vez would catch a lot of flack if word went out that he stiffed a mercenary corps. Mercenaries did not take kindly to anyone who withheld their payment. Once he took care of all of those chores, Vez left his subordinates to process the remaining issues and went back down to his private workshop floor. He still had a design to complete. As he stepped back inside his private workshop, he looked around but failed to spot Lucky's presence. He contacted security every day, but none of them had managed to find out where he holed up. "I hope you're still alright, Lucky. His cat should still be okay." His entire body incorporated a substantial amount of high-grade Rorech bone. Its main trait allowed it to repair any broken or missing parts by itself. It did so by siphoning any available energy. This was a very inefficient process though, so it might take months for Lucky to become whole again. Vez sighed and turned back to his design. He activated a projector that displayed the progress he made so far. While he finished designing every aspect of the mech, it still looked very rough in his eyes. He still needed to optimize this design. Let's get to work. He put his rifleman mech into a variety of mathematical models and let the processors simulate the outcome of different events. The results revealed various weak points and imperfections that Vez hadn't been aware of when he first drew up the design. The simulations revealed a lot of problems about the laser rifle. Vez designed it in a small and compact package by incorporating an alien crystal. The interaction between the crystal and the rest of the body of the rifle did not go very smoothly. At the heart of it, the compatibility issues reveal that Vez did not fully understand the alien tech he incorporated into his design. Vez did not give up on this matter. "I can still make this work." Several weeks went by as he continuously iterated on his design. The rifleman mech became more polished every day, and while the problems with the crystals embedded into the chest and rifle of the mech persisted, Vez inched closer and closer to a solution. Sometimes, he took a break in order to get a status update on what was happening up above. Much of it sounded mundane and routine. The Bright Republic moved quickly to shore up the mood of the public, and the Third Imidris Legion appeared to have made themselves scarce for the time being. "There's one thing you should know about, boss," Gavin said after he finished reciting the latest report. "Someone recently licensed your Blackbeak design." "What?" Chapter 395 Licensed. Ever since Vez debuted the Blackbeak BPA-01, no one showed any interest in licensing the design. The MTA valued its licensing cost at a whopping 3 billion credits. For the same amount of money, a mech manufacturer would be able to afford another mech production line. Therefore, no company casually licensed someone else's design. "Who licensed my design?" "A medium mech manufacturer called Arcadis Mech Design and Production. It's founded by Jillian Arcadis, a 20-year-old veteran in the business." "A woman?" "Yeah, and she's an apprentice mech designer as well, just like you." Some of the analysts in the business are really perplexed at her decision. She's a proven mech designer who graduated from the Ansel University of Mech Design, is more than capable of coming up with her own designs that are substantially more polished than your own work. A graduate of the AUMD meant she was a true insider in the Bentley mech industry. She won't lack for connections to obtain a favorable licensing agreement from her fellow mentors and alumni. Vez had been in the business long enough to know that the mech designers connected to the AUMD consider themselves to be the most foremost mech designers of the Republic. They often treated anyone who graduated from inferior institutions as second-class mech designers. They also regarded mech designers who became fortunate enough to study at a more prestigious foreign institution with a lot of wariness and apprehension. Many mech designers who originally came from the Bright Republic had forsaken their old home in favor of trying to make it big in the prosperous Friday Coalition. Vez happened to enjoy the rare distinction of falling into both of the aforementioned categories. Someone like him was something of a pariah in their circles. So it came as a huge surprise that an AUMD graduate like Mrs. Arcadis decided to license his latest commercial design. "Send me what you've gathered so far of Arcadis and her company." Gavin transferred a bunch of files to Vez, who quickly schemed them over. He did not find anything unusual, but neither did he see any compelling reason why Arcadis would want to work with his Blackbeak. "All of her products so far are light mech," Vez noted with emphasis. "She designs a large variety of landbound and aerial light mech, but none of them have anything to do with the Blackbeak, which falls into the medium weight class." Has her company shown any indications of gearing its production lines into producing the base model? As far as we know, Arcadis Mech is still in the process of delivering a major order to a large client. Even if they wanted to begin production immediately, they still have to work on their current backlog. So we won't know what she's doing with my design until at least a couple of months have passed. All in all, both Vez and Gavin could only scratch their heads. Vez figured that Mrs. Arcadis might have noticed the charm inherent in the Blackbeak design and wanted to figure out its secrets by working with the license. "Do you think she's trying to reverse engineer your secret sauce?" All Vez could respond to that was "wish her luck." Without any insight into the X factor, she had no chance of replicating his work. "If it's so easy to copy my work, Elemental Mech Engineering would have already released a striker variant of the Blackbeak." Vez did not forget about EAM, which entered into a special licensing agreement with the LMC to produce the bronze label Blackbeaks. Vez always had a sense that Ender Neverland, the founder and chief designer of EAM, wanted to do the same. So far, the EAM hasn't released anything of the sort even after many months of producing the bronze label mech. This indicated that Mr. Neverland achieved nothing that was good enough to go public. Keep an eye on Mrs. Arcadis and her company. It might be that she only licensed my design on behalf of someone else. Try to find out if anyone else is connected with this event. "Will do, boss." Vez hung up after that and leaned back on his chair. No matter what, the fact that someone licensed his design under normal conditions meant that his prestige enhanced once again. Many mech designers constantly pumped out new designs every couple of months in the hopes that others picked them up. Entire design studios lived off this kind of business model. The better the designs, the more they earned. The beauty about running a mech design studio was that it cost almost nothing to design a mech. Sure, the studios had to invest in a lot of infrastructure, but the cost of setting a design studio paled in comparison to setting up a mech production plant. That 3 billion credits will come in handy. Currently, Vez published the Blackbeak under his own name, so all of that money went into his personal accounts. Added on with the money that he already earned from other sources, Vez actually owned a lot more cash than his own company. Vez had plans for his money, but that could wait until he finished his current project. He hadn't forgotten his main vocation. "I shouldn't get too distracted by all the money flying around. It's great that someone licensed one of my designs, but I can earn a lot more if I sell the mech myself." He dove back into his work on optimizing his design. He had become very proficient at this work, so he constantly improved on his design with each subsequent iteration. At a certain point, every improvement only increased the performance of his rifleman mech by a fraction of a percentage point. The extra work put into further optimization wasn't worth his time anymore, although many other mech designers disagreed. "I can only continue to perfect my design if I have a lot more manpower and processing capacity at my disposal." The LMC expanded a lot in terms of production capacity, but its research and development capabilities hadn't progressed beyond a one-man show. The limitations of this approach really started to grate on Vez. Only the gimmick still showed some problems. While Vez succeeded in stabilizing the operation of the chest crystal, the one embedded into the laser rifle turned out to be a lot more finicky. It took him an entire week to get the laser rifle to perform up to standard. Vez spent way more time on fixing all of the bugs in his design, but it had all been worth the extra effort. His rifleman mech looked fast and lethal, exactly the way he liked it. Vez caught all of the major flaws that he knew of. If he wanted to, he could publish his design right now. He'd be a fool to do so, though. I still have to fabricate a prototype. Even though he subjected his rifleman mech to millions of simulations, all of the modeling couldn't compare to a single physical test. After making sure his design required no further tweaks as of yet, he saved its latest state and left his private workshop floor. He first returned to his private office above the ground to handle the paperwork that piled up in his absence. Much of it seemed routine, so Vez quickly processed the documents before calling over Jake to talk business. "How is the LMC? It's still growing strong," the old man replied. "Our production is bottlenecked by our lack of production lines. I recently became informed that a fellow colleague of yours licensed the Blackbeak design." It was obvious what he wanted to say. Vez forestalled his words. "You want me to spend my money on another production line, is that it? The company will grow a lot faster with even one additional Benson production line. Lately, there's a lot of demand for these machines. It takes a lot of manual labor to make some of the equipment, so there's a waiting line of several months for their products. If you can lay down an order now, it will save us a lot of time down the road." His argument had a lot of merit, but Vez quickly declined the request. "I already have plans for my personal funds. For now, the LMC can fund its expansion by reinvesting its profits." Jake looked disappointed, but he did not have any rights to any money earned by Vez in the first place. He knew it was something of a long shot to peel money away from his boss. "There is another matter that needs to be discussed. The board of directors wants to convene soon to decide on a couple of important matters. Chief among them is the topic of issuing dividends." Vez abruptly turned his full attention on Jake. "Dividends, you say?" "Correct. The Larkin Sons and much of the board believe that the Living Mech Corporation is past its initial growth phase. Due to the bottleneck in production and sales, our profits have stabilized as well. Short of investing in more production lines, there isn't any other compelling reason to reinvest all of the company's profits back into itself." Vez could argue the point. Just because the company's growth had slowed didn't mean it stopped entirely. All of the profits it saved up would eventually be spent on things that would accelerate the company's growth. Still, Vez knew without Jake needing to say that the Larkin Sons hungered for money. With the war going on, they needed as much as they could get in order to support the careers of the Larkin Sons in active duty. As a Larkin Son himself, Vez was sympathetic to their demands. He did not oppose the act of issuing dividends in principle, but Vez did not wish for the other shareholders to be too greedy about the matter. "Tell the board that I'll be present when it next convenes." Vez nodded to Jake. "Tell them that I'm not against this suggestion, but they can forget about it if they want the LMC to hand out most of its profits to its shareholders. If the LMC stopped investing in new production lines and instead gave away its profits to its shareholders, then the company would become stagnant, eventually reach a dead end." As the majority shareholder, Vez stood to earn most of the dividends, but the last thing he needed was more cash. After discussing these matters, Vez left his office and went back underground. This time, he entered the fabrication floor and approached Chief Cyril. "Chief, please schedule the Dortmund production line for my own use. I'm almost ready to fabricate the prototype of my next design." The chief whistled in appreciation. "You're truly ready to move on to this stage? Do you think it's too late? Or too soon?" "There is no sense of late or soon in the mech business. You're done when you're done. No one else can make that decision for you. Certainly, in a perfect universe, mech designers have access to an unlimited amount of resources to polish their design until it shines like a sun. But we don't live in that universe." Vez agreed. "I hate to say it, but sometimes we can only make do with good enough. I don't have the resources to go much further at this point." They proceeded to prepare for the upcoming fabrication project. Each new design brought its own challenges. In order to minimize the chances of failure, Vez had to spend at least a couple of days of simulating the fabrication process to see whether he could nail all of the critical parts. He didn't spend these extra days in vain, because Vez also had to order a substantial amount of resources unique to his second original design. Once the new shipment of raw materials arrived at the mech nursery, Vez readied himself to reproduce the design of his dreams. I hope it works. I know it can work. It has to work. Chapter 396 Engineering Challenge. Why can't I get it to work? Vez stood stumps in front of the 3D printer as he halted his fabrication efforts. The other mech technicians who watched from the sidelines couldn't help him either. Initially, fabricating the components for the prototype went smoothly. Vez already practiced fabricating the most tricky parts, and much of the components used familiar materials employed in his other designs. The HRF armor plating posed no difficulty at all, although Vez found its lengthy fabrication time to be a drag. It couldn't be helped, as the formula key draw was to refine a lot of cheap materials into effective armor plating. Transforming all of those raw materials took time that even the best machines couldn't hurry up. As for the now familiar Veltrix formula, Vez knew all of its nuances inside and out. Parts which other mech technicians might struggle with came out of the Dortmund production line with ease. To be sure of their integrity, Vez scanned each and every part with his Vulcan scanner. Even a deviation of 0.1% led him to scrap the entire part entirely and force him to fabricate another copy. Mech could tolerate a lot of deviances, but just because Vez could clunk some sloppy parts together didn't mean it would fly in the market. The MTA strictly certified every mech sold in the open market because they disapproved of the practice. Vez stuck to a higher standard, so he was even stricter to himself than the MTA. The only unforeseen problem came when he fabricated the two light crystals. As the gimmicks of his second original design, the crystals needed to be attention-grabbing and unique. In order to amplify their performance, Vez stretched their physical attributes to the limit of what he could make. The smaller crystal posed fewer problems. The main challenge with this smaller sample came when Vez tried to assemble the laser rifle. Even though it was scaled to the size of a mech, some portions required extreme precision, and that was exactly the case with the smaller crystal. Still, anyone can assemble this rifle with enough practice. He determined after he fumbled around until he got the rifle to take on its intended form. The big crystal rested on the chest of his hunched mech. Though the mech posture made the crystal a bit less prominent than he originally intended, it would still be able to mitigate energy attacks from the front. Any laser beams that strayed close to the chest would partially lose their efficacy in the vicinity of this crystal. The problem with this big one was that it was extremely hard to reproduce. It required a perfect environment and a flawless machine in order to recreate a large enough crystal. It always worked when Vez practiced its fabrication in a virtual environment. He worked under perfect conditions back then. Right now, Vez already ruined his fourth big crystal. He looked in dismay as the Dortmund printer spat out a huge crystal that was larger than his body but displayed a very large crack on its surface. This is why you need to test out your designs for real, Chief Cyril said as he stepped forward until he stood next to Vez. More complex mechs sometimes come with hundreds of tiny issues that aren't apparent during the modeling phases. Especially with weird stuff like these crystals. This is alien technology, right? Those fancy models of yours probably can't wrap their math around its attributes. You have a point, Vez conceded. The smaller crystal is close enough to what I've reproduced in my lab to work. This bigger one is a different story. He never physically fabricated a crystal of this size before. He vastly underestimated the actual difficulty involved in creating such a monstrosity. He thought it wouldn't be so troublesome to scale up a crystal according to his current understanding of the alien crystal technology. Vez discreetly turned his attention inward. Can you do anything to help? The spirit of the crystal golem barely communicated back. Even though it was a complete spirit, it did not retain too much knowledge from its predecessor. It retained a lot of knowledge in some fields, but possessed huge gaps in many other areas. Do you think it's a problem with my design or a problem with the working environment? The chief scratched his head. I'm not sure, but my gut tells me that reproducing the crystal is pushing beyond the limits of the capabilities of the Dortmund printer. It's like trying to cook a traditional meal without a kitchen. The manufacturing of mech and its components always centered around the design, the materials and the hardware. All three of these points needed to be satisfied in order to produce a good mech. Right now, Vez encountered a shortcoming in the one area which he had never really worried about before. The formidable Dortmund printer which Vez relied on to produce his mech for the next generation started to reach its limits. Now that they recognized the problem, they could work on coming up with a solution. Maybe you should scale back your ambitious design. Do you really have to include such a huge crystal? Vez pursed his lips. I can make some compromises on its size for the bronze and silver label variants, but the gold label mech is my poster model for this product line. It can't underdeliver on its promises. That's the trouble with gimmicks. It all sounds well and good, but when you try to turn them into reality, you begin to realize that they're called gimmicks for a reason. Anything that's good enough to be included in a standard design don't come with so many issues. He basically faced two options right now. Either he could scale back his gimmick, or he could try to find a workaround for his problems. There shouldn't be a problem with the concept. It's only our hardware that's failing us. Vez summed up. Problems with engineering can be solved with engineering. Cyril snorted. That's easier said than done. What do you want to do? Improve the Dortmund printer? You don't understand a thing about how it works. That's true. I'm thinking about using an entirely different approach to create the crystals. When you think about it, using a 3D printer to fabricate a crystal is like using a feather to hammer a nail. It's the wrong tool for the job. The insights provided by the crystal golem revealed that his former race utilized an entirely different method to make their crystals. Human fabrication technology predominantly pieced the crystals together at an extremely microscopic level, while the extinct aliens essentially grew the crystals in a more organic manner. Vez could go on and on about the technical details, but the basic solution would be to imitate the alien race's method of production by creating a customized, homebrew synthesizer. Instead of making our own machines, why not buy an existing one? They won't be tuned to create the kind of crystals I want. Vez shook his head. I already looked it up in case I can simplify the production of the crystals. There's no easy solution out there. The machines that met his standard could only be obtained from second-rate states such as the Friday Coalition. He could get his hands on a basic machine that fit his needs for the ludicrous price of 100 merits. He would rather make his own machine than to cough up that much merits at once. Do you even know how to make your own machine? I've never made one before, but I already have a framework in mind. With my understanding of alien technology, I can probably kludge something together that works. Even if Vez specialized in designing mech, he possessed a broad breadth of knowledge that would not lose out to any of the engineers working at equipment manufacturers like Benson Industrial Machinery. He only lacked practice and familiarity with industry-specific methods, but Vez had become somewhat familiar with the makeup of these kinds of machines. He personally worked on reconstructing the Dortmund printer by hand, so he wasn't working from scratch. How much time and effort will this take, though? Chief Cyril asked a very pertinent question. If it takes a couple of months or more to design a tailor-made synthesizer, aren't you better off with an off-the-shelf machine? Vez faced a lot of time pressure as well. With everything that happened so far, the war between the two states risked becoming superheated at any moment. Vez really wanted to finish his current design project before that happened. He tried to estimate how much time and effort he needed to put in the design and creation of the crystal synthesizer. Most of the technology involved is readily available. I only need to fabricate some custom modules in order to accommodate the alien technology. It's going to take some time, but not that much. Most importantly, Vez did not intend to work by himself this time. In a project like this that fell out of his expertise, he figured that soliciting everyone's advice couldn't hurt. The entire production department led by the chief and Carlos started rotating in different shifts. They looked on as Vez designed a crystal synthesizer in front of their eyes. He already had a good idea on how it should look like, but he felt much less certain about some of the details. He couldn't hope for the mech technicians to understand the entire machine, but their puzzlement guided Vez into a deeper understanding of what he did. Sometimes, they pointed out a couple of faults that Vez had overlooked, which saved him a lot of time down the road. 5 days went by as this open process continued. Both Vez and the mech technicians gained a lot out of this exchange. On the 6th day, Vez felt the crystal synthesizer's design looked good enough to reproduce. I don't fully understand how it works, but even I can see it doesn't come cheap. Chief Cyril spoke as he inspected the final design for anything else they overlooked. Unlike with mech, you can't put it in a simulation and see whether it works. Vez and the LMC lacked the right mathematical models to do so. As a company that mainly produced mech, it had no business with designing and producing its own production equipment. Vez would have to sacrifice a lot to get his hands on the right models. He would rather save himself the trouble and create the synthesizer on the spot. It was sloppy, but it worked. I think the cost of the raw materials alone will amount to about 250 million credits. That was not a light sum, but the LMC could handle the cost. Vez only needed one of them in order to enable the LMC to mass-produce the crystals necessary for his design. Vez used the Dortmund printer to fabricate the components. He then moved on to the assembler to piece the synthesizer together. Naturally, he did not fully rely on the machines to do all the work. For some of the more delicate components, he put them together by hand. At each step, he verified the assembly by scanning his work with his Vulcan eye. Any deviations from his design could prove costly, so Vez was very meticulous about the assembly. A couple of days later, a crystal synthesizer half the size of a massive industrial printer rested in the corner of the Dortmund hall. After an extensive round of checks, Vez fed the synthesizer with the necessary materials to produce a big crystal. After a couple of hours of work, the machine spat out a crystal with the multiple cracks on its surface. Vez, Carlos and Chief Cyril looked at each other in dismay. Maybe it's just some teething troubles. They put the synthesizer to the test and let it grow more than 10 crystals in a row. 5 of them came with enormous cracks. 3 of them looked fine to the naked eye, but when they scanned the crystals, they discovered numerous micro-fractures. Only 2 of the crystals met the standard. What now? Chapter 397 Recovery and 18% success rate doesn't sound so bad. Carlos remarked from behind. How much does it cost to grow one of these crystals? Vez quickly estimated the costs. A couple of million credits due to all of the exotics. This specific composition is meant to be cheaper than the original substance. Can we recycle the failed products? They quickly investigated the failures and it turned out that salvagers could recover much of the value. It required special processes only available to professionals, so the LMC would lose a fair bit of money in the exchange. However, at least they wouldn't lose tens of millions of credits on this entire endeavor. To Vez, that was good enough. I don't have the time to perfect the synthesizer. We'll just have to make do with what we have. Right now, he wanted to move past this obstacle and finish assembling the prototype. The importance of finishing his rifleman mech design trumped any other considerations. He could always work on the synthesizer later. He sent one of the flawless crystals into the only remaining cavity inside the mostly assembled prototype. After making all of the connections, the crystal appeared to be functional, but whether it truly worked remained to be seen. With the installation of the central crystal, Vez only needed to wrap up a couple of matters to finish the prototype. When Vez stepped back from his completed work, he began to admire the vision he brought to life, if only partially. Its hunched humanoid form and mottled green-brown coating gave it a sense that it thrived out of the spotlight. It functioned great on its own, but it showed its true value when employed alongside other mech. The entire frame looked sleek and slim for a medium mech, and the smaller-than-average laser rifle only reinforced that impression. The only sacrifice to this form factor was its backpack module, which Vez had included by default. Without it, his rifleman mech wouldn't be able to change its external body. The entire production department ruled over the prototype. They knew what a monumental work it represented, and what kind of effort Vez had put into its design. Although the final design might look a bit different from this early copy, they already started imagining this mech on the field. How would it perform? What kind of mech pilots did this mech appeal to? Will it sell any hotter than the Blackbeak? It looks like an alien. That's because it's based on a dead race. The thing that creeped the mech technicians out the most was the weird head. It was basically a ball with holes spread evenly onto its surface. While that didn't do any favors to its structural integrity, Its unsettling appearance emanated a faint psychological pressure. Combined with the incomplete X factor, and anyone who gazed upon the mech would be taken aback. Sometime later, Chief Cyril asked Vez where he wanted to put the prototype to its paces. We recently worked on setting up our own testing grounds. The recent raid has pushed its completion back, but we imported enough equipment to perform at least basic tests. I think it's best if we do the testing in-house rather than send it to the APMTG like last time. Sending it to a dedicated testing grounds would make sure that Vez gathered the most extensive amount of data. However, the same data might also get leaked. I'm not sure the prototype even works as expected, Vez said with a sigh. Before we proceed to the most demanding tests, we should first find out if the mech works at all. Basic testing will do for now. There's no need to put it on a ship-to-ban theme. Designing a rifleman mech differed a lot from designing a knight. When Vez designed the Black Beak, he benefited from the fact that the type was one of the most mechanically simplistic mech types in existence. It featured relatively few complex systems and did not demand too much precision. A knight only needed to be tough and durable in order to work. Rifleman mech made use of a lot more systems, all of which needed to mesh well with each other. A fault in one system might result in a knock-in effect on adjacent systems and so on. In the worst-case scenario, a catastrophic fault might even lock up the entire mech in the middle of a battle. Therefore, Vez already readied himself for a more extensive testing phase. He planned to fabricate at least one more prototype in order to make sure his changes hadn't proven detrimental to the design. Alright, let's bring out to the testing grounds. Vez did not personally plan to attend the entire test this time. He offloaded the work to the LMC and only made sure they measured the things he wanted to know, such as the performance of the two crystals. Who shall be its test pilot? Vez was tempted to call up Melker, but figured that it might be a bit too premature for him to get familiar with his latest design. Instead, he ordered someone else from the Avatars of Myth to take up that duty instead. A professional testing ground employed specially trained test pilots who knew how to push their mech to the limit without breaking them. The LMC's testing grounds enjoyed no such luxury, but everyone made do with what they got. In the meantime, Vez took a rare break from his work and tried to locate Lucky. His cat hadn't shown up at all since the raid, causing him to fret over the health of his feline companion many times. He figured that Lucky hadn't gone very far from the mech nursery, so walked the entire perimeter with his Vulcan eye pointing down at the ground. Although it didn't specialize in it, the multiscanner offered him the ability to sweep a wide area for specific signals. Vez programmed in the attributes of Rorschach's bone and began to walk back and forth along the grounds. Although the scanner wouldn't be able to penetrate more than a couple of kilometers underground, its current reach was much better than every other scanner in his possession. After half a day of searching the area close to the former gap in the walls, the Vulcan eye let out a loud beep. Found you. The scanner's readout revealed a very strong signal that matched the profile of high-grade Rorschach's bone more than 1 kilometer underground. Vez marked the spot and called up a digging team from the security garrison. The people of Senile Aplin came equipped with a person-sized digger module. It started to drill through the ground by itself under the supervision of a security tech. 20 minutes later, the digger module reached Lucky's presumed location. Once the digger module climbed back up to the tunnel, it carried a very sad-looking Lucky. Meow. The cat had seen better days. His formerly milky white body took on a gray and lifeless shade. His back had a nasty hole that only just started closing up with the help of the self-repairing properties of Rorschach's bone. Lucky. Vez picked up Lucky and hugged him against his chest. You don't have to repair your body by yourself. Let me help. Vez quickly brought Lucky's damaged body back and tried several ways to hurry up the repair process. He fed Lucky with a bunch of exotics and attempted to transfer energy directly to his body. It didn't work as well as he hoped. Somehow, Lucky couldn't take on energy directly. He ran on something different than normal, and the only way to get it was by digesting high-value minerals. Feeding Lucky worked better, but the cat didn't display much of an appetite this time. It was as if his stomach could only digest so much in his damaged state. Rest well, Lucky. I hope you get back up. Meow. Lucky risked his life to save the mech nursery from destruction. Though the price was heavy, They eventually came out on top. Lucky would recover, which was more than he could save for his shield generator. With less than 50% charge left, Vez could ill afford another risky move. Thinking about the money piled up in his bank account, Vez finally decided to expand the avatars of Myth. He tracked down Melker at the mech stables of the avatars. Melker had just wrapped up a training session with his subordinates and was about to turn in for the day until he spotted Vez. It's time. Time for what? Time to turn the avatars into a full-blown fighting force. Is your cadre ready? Melker had been waiting for this day. We still need to work on our team tactics, but we got the basic coordination down. It's a good thing we haven't lost any pilots from the previous battle. Fighting the Vision's head-to-head has instead boosted our esprit de corps. The men and women under my command already developed a sense of purpose and belonging. That sounds great. Vez replied. The more his mech pilots felt like they belonged, the more they were willing to risk their lives for him. Loyalty always took a lot of effort to foster. In the next half year, I want the avatars to scale up to a companized force. I want at least 40 mech and a matching amount of ships. It's not that easy to get our hands on some ships, and we need a no-nonsense captain to keep them under our thumb. I already have a captain in mind. Don't worry about that. I'd like to hear your opinions on what kind of ships we need to buy. Although I'm flush with cash right now, I can't afford to splurge on a combat carrier. Melker looked disappointed at that. It was the dream of every mech force to be brought from star to star with a purpose-built combat vessel. Naturally, both of them would never dream of acquiring a fleet carrier. Only entire states could afford to procure or construct such massive ships. Let alone the construction costs, Vez couldn't even bear the running costs of owning a capital ship. The amount money spent on fuel, supplies, salaries and more would bankrupt him within a couple of years. Even the more modestly sized combat carriers fell out of consideration. At this stage, Vez reluctantly let go of trying to own a well-armored ship and started to consider more modest ships. With our current budget, we can consider two possible options. Melker spoke up after some thought. We can either go cheap and snap up a couple of old cargo haulers that have been converted to mech carriers, or we can spend a lot more to buy carriers that have been built for this purpose from the start. A step down from combat carriers would be the so-called light carriers. This used to be an informal designation for any private sector vessel that had been designed to convey mech for mercenaries and the like. They largely featured the same civilian-grade armor as the cargo haulers, but with thicker layers. They also featured much more reinforced structure and more hardened ship components. All in all, light carriers formed the best choice of conveyance among the stars for a personal force like the avatars of Myth. The only problem was price. Those ships don't come cheap. Even a basic one can cost 1 billion credits. Vez replied. He already did his research beforehand. Compared to a beat-up cargo hauler that some shipyard rearranged into a carrier, the costs are much more generous. A fully functional one can be bought for 200 million credits, while a less reliable one can be had for 50 million credits or less. Prices varied wildly in terms of age, quality, model, size and more. The smallest mercenary corps often couldn't be picky, and chose to traverse the stars with dubious-looking rust buckets akin to the happy jelly owned by the whalers. Thinking about that old and decaying ship prompted Vez to wince. He did not wish his avatars to ride on such awful carriers. Let's go for the light carriers. I can afford the expense, if only barely. It's worth the investment. After making their choice, they started picking the right model of ships. Chapter 398 Light Carrier. Vez felt as if he turned back to 3 and looked at a catalog of model starships. Even though Vez developed a love for mech early on, he also enjoyed other marvels. What kind of kid didn't fantasize about gallivanting across the galaxy in a modern and fully crewed starship? As the owner of the Barracuda, Vez enjoyed owning the sleek Corvette, even if he hadn't traveled on it all that much. It was the thought that counted. He could always rely on a quick getaway as long as he owned his own vessel. Many others couldn't say the same. From the age of stars, humanity became increasingly more dependent on starships to run their entire society. A single planet could never fulfill the needs of its citizen on its own. Not in the long run. During the Age of Conquest, Humanity aggressively developed bigger and better starships. The states that emerged during this time measured their military might against the aliens and each other by the size of their navies. Armed warships began to become more prolific during this time. With the development and proliferation of capital warships, weapons scaled to become more destructive as well. With some cannons capable of cracking entire moons, warships increasingly lost their allure and turned into objects fear. By the time the age of Mech came to pass, the Common Fleet Alliance worked hard to remove the dread and stigma associated with warships. They disappeared from the public eye, whereupon weaponless starships began to make a comeback. With the ascendancy of Mech, a demand emerged for starships equipped to accommodate Mech instead of general heavy equipment. Mech packed into standardized containers still fit fine in all sorts of cargo haulers and transports, but Mech forces couldn't be bothered with packing and unpacking their Mech in the middle of a war zone. We need ships that can launch and retrieve Mech immediately. Mech carriers emerged from two different strains. Ship designers modified the classic assault carrier designs that used to convey infantry or tank units from planet to planet. Mech required a lot more vertical space in the hangar and launch bays, so the first combat carriers quickly became very expensive. Since such expensive vessels was out of reach for most private sector outfits, many clever ship designers started taking old, decommissioned hulls and converted them into improvised Mech carriers. These carriers converted from old cargo haulers and all kinds of other starships with large cargo bays didn't seem very reliable, but they did the job without breaking the bank, and that was what mattered the most. Of course, Vez would not consider buying these rust buckets. He could afford something much better. In between converted carriers and combat carriers existed a special ship classification called light carriers. It basically took the best of the two former classes and combined them into an economic but somewhat capable ship class that was the favorite of medium and large-sized outfits everywhere. Ship designers utilized thick plates, cheap civilian-grade ship armor and a highly reinforced internal structure and hull. This gave the light carriers a lot more resilience in direct battle, though they would never be able to withstand the amount of punishment that combat carriers could endure. More importantly to Vez, light carriers utilized their internal volume much more efficiently compared to converted carriers. The former had been designed from the ground up to accommodate Mech, while the latter only tacked on that feature afterwards. "We're going to need 2 big ones or 3 smaller ones," Melker stated as they sat behind a console and stared at a projection of commercial starships. "With 40 Mech, give or take a few, it's very difficult to find a good ship that can fit 20 Mech at once." Vez nodded next to him as he navigated through the virtual portal. He narrowed down the selection of the catalog to light carriers that fell within his budget. Every light carrier that fit 20 Mech cost at least more than 2 billion credits. Even if Vez could afford such hardware, he almost had a heart attack when he saw the prices. These prices ramp up really fast. A light carrier that fits 15 Mech only costs a bit more than 1.3 million credits right now. This meant that Vez would be better off buying 3 smaller carriers than 2 bigger ones. He would have to spend at least 4 billion credits to accommodate 40 Mech, but he could also pay 3.9 billion credits to fit 4 to 5 Mech instead. The latter seemed like a better deal overall until he realized that he needed to pay for the upkeep of 3 ships instead of 2. 3 ships allow us to bring more spare Mech or supplies, but it's going to be difficult finding good crew for all of them at this time. Melker noted. "You're the boss, Vez. I'm fine with whatever you decide." It depended on what Vez demanded from the avatars of myth. He initially established them because he wanted to stop relying on other forces for protection. He wanted to command over his own force of Mech that he could rely on to accompany him through these tumultuous times. Vez weighed the matter and came to a decision. "I think it's best to stick with 2 light carriers for now. Right now, it's a bit too troublesome to get 3 new ships up and running in a short amount of time. These larger carriers may be bigger and more expensive, but they bring more benefits as well." The bigger ships not only carried more Mech, but they also offered larger workshops and cargo holds. The extra storage would especially come in handy in expeditions that involved resource extraction. In order to drive down the cost, the smaller carriers squeezed as much space for Mech as possible, leaving very little room for other cargo. It's a good choice in the long run. Melker nodded. Look at this model. The L Aquitaine Shipyard's Asperion Mark IX. The Asperion Mark IX cost 2.3 billion credits, but for a ship that carried 20 mech, it came with additional bonuses above the bare models. The Asperion in particular came with powerful thrusters seemed geared for quick landings and takeoffs. It's a very good ship model when you want to deploy in an active war zone, but it's not what I'm looking for. All of that performance comes with awful fuel economy and shorter range. It's a good ship for warmongering mercenary corps, but I'm looking for something with more reach. Vez wanted a ship model that could match the extensive ship range of the Barracuda. This would help a lot if Vez ever wanted to go on a distant expedition. The pair browsed the catalog a little more and found another noteworthy ship model. Melker zoomed in on the Consolidated Starship Design and Assembly's latest light carrier, the Remar Martis ICG-7F. This Remar Martis has the best range out of the list. It's incredibly fuel efficient and comes with larger fuel tanks as well. While it won't be able to match the Barracuda's reach completely, it definitely comes close. Vez mused as he inspected the specs. The range is good, but I can't say the same for everything else. You're right. I won't bring the Remar Martis anywhere near a fight. The ship designers working for CSDA prioritized range and fuel economy over protection and cargo space. That might not sound so bad, but the ship cost 2.7 billion credits, which was way too overpriced in his eyes. As a mech designer by profession, he could recognize when he was being ripped off. CSDA marketed the Remar Martis for its range and fuel economy, but in truth it didn't cost that much to produce this model. Just with mech, armor cost the most of all. No matter how sophisticated the engine and other internal components, they didn't cost nearly as much as an extra layer of armor plating. Let's look for ships with balanced specs. I think every aspect is important. He wasn't stupid enough to pick a perfectly balanced ship. Boring ship models like that compromised on anything. Vez still sought a ship with more extensive range, but not at the cost of everything else. After an hour of scouring through the catalog, they came across an uncommon ship model from an obscure foreign shipyard that exported its products to the Republic. The KSG Naval Works Trieste RLC 343 fit all of their criteria. The model possessed a generous range while managing to avoid skimping on armor and cargo space. However, a light carrier was a little larger than most, and came with a pretty high price tag of $2.6 billion each. Vez fell in love with the Trieste designs. The smooth curved contours of the ship complemented the sleek Barracuda, and the ship came with the biggest workshop compartment he had ever seen. The cost is a little much, but I can afford them if I want to. What do you think, Melker? I'm fine if you want something cheaper. The capabilities of the TRLC 343 look very good, but we can still opt for 3 smaller carriers if you want to save on money. Vez shook his head. This is an investment for the future. I think it's a mistake to skimp out on something as good as this. Let's make this our first choice. The Trieste seemed really good, but a couple of other models came close while demanding a bit less money. With a selection of 5 different ship models, Vez decided to make his selection and place an order later. Let me first send this list to Captain Silvestra. As a ship captain herself, she might be able to point out shortcomings that we haven't spotted. It would be a mistake to base a major purchase on the spec sheets alone. As Vez very well knew, many qualities of a product simply couldn't be fit into a set of numbers. After he sent a brief to the captain of the Barracuda, Vez and Melker moved on to expanding their roster of mech. If I decide to place an order for 2 Trieste-class light carriers, I won't have enough money left to acquire 3rd Tyone mech at once. Not if I want to leave some room for upkeep. Even with his recent windfalls, Vez did not earn all that much in a personal capacity. He drew practically no salary from the LMC as the founder, CEO and chairman of his own company, mainly because he never bothered to do anything about it. Even if he decided to open the dividend spigot in the next board meeting, Vez still came up short. Melker showed his understanding. The avatars of Mythos need 40 mech at once. It will take time to find some promising recruits and train them to a level where they can be of use. I would much prefer it if you place an order for those carriers as soon as possible, because shipyards tend to take a long time to assemble and deliver them to their customers if they're made to order. You're right. The Trieste is made to order. Right now, KSG Naval Works has a waiting list of 4 months. Vez held a lot of money, but it seemed that he always found himself penniless after another bout of spending. That's the price of power in this galaxy, Melker said. His lips curled up in a rueful smile. Small figures like me can't even dream about spending this kind of cash. I really envy you, Vez. Between piloting mech and designing them, I would have gone for the latter if I knew you could earn this much money. Ha 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 ha. Vez couldn't control himself and laughed. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. I used to dream about becoming nothing more than a mech pilot. Both of them chuckled at each other. They both knew that they weren't entirely serious. Vez achieved much more as a mech designer than he would ever achieve as a mech pilot. Melker was a true Larkin son who could keep a cool head on the battlefield, but won't know what to do in the workshop or behind the counter of a store. I have a good feeling about the Trieste. They're pricey, but they're also beasts. It's best to invest in them early in order to get them ready for anything that can happen in the future. You're the one who's paying, Vez. Just keep in mind that most outfits don't spend nearly as much money on a pair of ships. Chapter 399 3 Problems. Vez returned to his penthouse office after finishing his discussions on expanding the avatars of myth. Considering the vast nature of their current expansion, it wasn't possible to expand their fighting strength to 40 mech within 6 months. It will probably take a year, if not more. He guessed. These things take time. If he wanted to, he could hire a mercenary corps instead, but that would be a huge mistake. They only ever cared about themselves. By establishing his own outfit, Vez would be certain that its power belonged to him and no one. He threw himself back to his work. With the prototype still undergoing tests at the nearby testing grounds, Vez wanted to take care of any other matters that he neglected as of late. He turned on his terminal and went through the recent reports sent in his direction. Local politics, bah? The self-pimping incident of Orinoco provoked an enormous amount of outrage. If the citizens of Cloudy Curtain seemed mad, then the rest of the Republic were absolutely head over heels about this incident. If not for the valiant defense at the mech nursery, the reputation of the entire planet would have already plummeted to the bottom. Vez briefly schemed the recent events. The investigators from Bentheme hadn't found any proof that led to the ones responsible for the devastation, but that didn't help the White Doves very much. Everyone pretty much assumed they did it because it fit their ideology the best. Naturally, the spokespersons of the pacifists vehemently denied the accusations, but even their strongest supporters started to waver. The White Doves went into full crisis mode in order to stem the bleeding. Whether they would survive at the end of the day or not, nobody knew. They survived this far without any problem. I don't believe they can be felled by a single crisis. Many citizens still wanted nothing to do with the war and the wider galaxy. The recent horrors taught some people that they couldn't bury their heads in the sand, but it prompted even more people to bury their heads even deeper. In her report, Qualcy predicted that the White Doves would eventually find their footing with the radicals among their circle. What this meant for Cloudy Curtain as a whole, neither Vez nor Qualcy didn't dare to make any predictions. One thing was for sure. The LMC's influence had reached new heights. On both an economic and societal level, the company became a steady fixture in the minds of everyone who lived on the rural planet. That wasn't too shabby for a company founded around 2 years ago. Vez turned back to his paperwork and went through all the other reports. The company's financial picture looked better than before. All of the recent spending put the company's financial health in a dangerous position for a time, but the LMC quickly climbed out of the hole with the help of increased demand for bronze label Blackpeaks. People bought them because they admired the battle footage of the 2 gold label Blackpeaks. The marketing department's excessive promotion seemed to be in poor taste to Vez, but the public couldn't get enough. Since gold and silver label Blackpeaks were hard to get, buyers turned instead to the third-party manufacturers to get a quick fix. EAM even instituted a waiting list again as they received an unanticipated influx of orders. Von Industrial also enjoyed a small boost in sales, though the effect was much less pronounced. Foreigners didn't care too much about the Bright Visa Wars. Anyone watching the generational conflict from the sidelines thought that nothing substantial happened during these wars because the border between the two states never shifted very much after the end of each war. Countless mech are destroyed and hundreds of thousands of mech pilots die in each and every war. The stars will be dyed with blood by the time this latest war will end. When Vez read the reports, he spotted signs of an impending mobilization order. The Bright Republic had only switched to half a war footing right now. They hadn't mobilized nearly as much manpower and assets as they could have because it took time to organize everything. So instead, the Bright Republic stretched out the process in multiple steps. Right now, the report suggested that the Mech Corps had almost finished mobilizing what could be brought to bear within the short term. In the first wave, they would certainly call up a large number of reservists, including many mech designers. Many of them would move on to supporting the Mech Corps in the rear but close to the front lines. Vez believed that a mech designer like him escaped that fate. Someone of his stature would probably be called up the second wave, which would happen a little later but was not too long away. I have to publish my rifleman mech design before that happens. Even among mech designers, there's a large difference between those who published a single commercially successful design compared to those who published more. Publishing multiple successful designs enhanced his prestige, which improved his odds of landing a cozy assignment. It could mean the difference between mindless number crunching to actual design work. Vez tentatively resolved to complete his design within a month, which actually shortened his time to a few weeks because his design also had to go through the MTA's validation process. There's barely enough time for me to squeeze in another prototype. He already had to hurry up the process and cut some corners in order to finish his second design in a reasonable time frame. Several days went by as Vez reacquainted himself with his company. Besides holing up in his office, he also held meetings with the heads of each department. Vez got a much better picture of the current state of the LMC after listening to the people in charge of its various aspects. All of them made some early preparations for the coming release of the company's second product line. The market for rifleman mech was very competitive, so the marketing department carried the heaviest burden of all. "Are you confident you can drum up demand for my second design?" Vez asked Gavin. "Oh, it's dead easy as long as your design performs within expectation. We can sell a dead rat as long as it has some good points." Gavin's words reminded Vez that his design might not match the expectations placed upon it. Even as he fabricated the prototype, Vez got a sense that the mech had been a little discordant. At the end of the testing period, the results finally came in. Vez received an extensive written report along with countless logs and a lot of recordings. Carlos, who had been supervising the test, visited Vez in his office in person. "I can already tell on the look on your face that the news isn't good. The prototype is largely sound, except for one annoying aspect. Let me guess. It's the gimmicks, right?" "Exactly so," Carlos confirmed as he manipulated the projector to display a recording of a couple of firing tests. "As you can see here, we got the rifle to work after a bit of kludging. We rearranged some of its internal components to get it to work, but we can get the weapon to work." Vez nodded. "I'll be sure to study the modifications you've done to make it work. How did the big crystal fare?" "The center crystal is a bust," his old friend bluntly stated. "Oh, don't misunderstand, we got some things to work, such as the ability to draw in energy. It's the discharge that's the issue." "Lay it out on me, Carlos. I can take it." "There are three major problems with the big crystal. First, its output isn't steady. Sometimes it released a trickle, other times it dumps its entire capacity at once. So the control module if attached to the crystal doesn't work. It might as well be a piece of scrap. Its existence doesn't make any difference." "Noted. What else is wrong?" "Well, our next problem with the chest crystal is we can't aim the light beam at all. The firing angle changes with each discharge. Sometimes, the beam goes high. Sometimes, it goes sideways. Other times, it goes low. Only rarely does the beam go straight and parallel to the ground." Vez began to frown. "This is something else that the control module is supposed to take care of. Have you checked whether it worked at all?" "We inspected it more than 20 times. All of the hardware works. It's just that the crystal outfit ignores its signals for some reason." "Okay. The third problem then. What else is there?" "Well, the final issue is a fundamental design flaw more than a mechanical problem. You see, if the crystal released the beam at a straight angle, The hunch of the frame makes it difficult to aim it forward or upwards. The mech has to bend its upper body backwards in order to discharge the beam anywhere else but the ground. The test pilot told us that it's a huge tell that largely defeats the purpose of having a center crystal. Vez already understood that point when he made those design choices. Even though his vision for his mech had changed to imitate the posture of the crystal builders, he didn't regret the choice. This also ties in with the control module. If it worked as it's supposed to, it allows the mech to fire a beam from the chest at the right angle. While that doesn't help too much if the mech pilot wants to shoot at something in the air, it should be fine on level terrain. All of these major problems came down to the control module. For some reason, it didn't work the way it was supposed to. Vez scratched his head and tried to figure out why. It wasn't anything complex and Vez triple-checked each part that made up the control module, so he hadn't screwed it up. There was something more fundamental in play. Vez found it strange that the control module worked perfectly in the simulations, but did nothing when he reproduced a physical copy. Carlos continued to fill in Vez of all the pertinent information. Besides the malfunctioning gimmicks, the rest of the mech moved fast and smooth. According to the test pilot, it was the most comfortable rifleman mech he had ever piloted in his career. "I don't get it," he said. "Your rifleman mech is mechanically sound and strong on its own if you leave out the gimmicks. That modified laser rifle of yours isn't really necessary either. Sure, it cuts down on total weight, but it's much easier to grab a readily available laser rifle than to supply a custom-built one for this model. Why bother with these crystals at all?" That was a difficult question, especially in light of all the difficulties Vez faced in trying to get it to work. Vez knocked his fist against the table. "No matter how troublesome it can be to integrate the gimmicks in my mech, the end product should be worth it. Mech design isn't all about the basics. The market expects more from us. Sure, I can publish a rifleman mech design without any bells and whistles right now if I wanted to, but what will that get me? Nothing. The performance of your mech isn't that bad. It's not good enough. Not if we compare it to the best on the market. That gimmick that you find so troublesome is our secret weapon and our only hopes of obtaining a share of the market." Carlos sighed and crossed his arms. "You're too emotionally committed to this idea of including this toy into your mech. I know what's going on. You stumbled upon some fancy alien technology one day, and the first thing you do is try to find a way to add it to your next design. That's fine if you can get it to work, but who can tell if you are wasting countless of hours on a feature that will never meet our expectations?" He laid out a very important question. In his eyes, Vez fell into the sunk cost fallacy. He was like a gambler who lost an early bet, but kept making bad bets one after another in order to recoup his earlier losses. Chapter 400 Pairing unforeseen problems always popped up during a design process. Vez previously did his best to minimize inexplicable conundrums by never working with technology beyond his means. For his first original design, he deliberately chose to start with a night mech because it was one of the most mechanically simple type of mech available. Stepping up to a rifleman mech which featured a lot more systems interacting with each other meant that the chances of something going wrong went up. "I'm not going to draw back because of a single setback," Vez responded to Carlos. "Sure, I can make do without the gimmicks and publish the as's with a couple of touch-ups. But what does that say about me and my approach to designing mech? That you're safe. Safe is boring. Safe doesn't drive any sales. The strongest maxim in the mech industry is that it's better to publish a mech with flaws but is extremely good at some aspect than to publish an all-round mech with nothing that stands out. This is different than that, Vez. You're not talking about a flaw that can be worked around, but an outright failure of a core feature. What are you going to do with a crystal that's a dud?" Vez faced a lot of pressure to discard the gimmick, but he believed it would be a mistake to do so. It was better not to publish his design at all than to leave it out. The crystal formed a core part of its identity since Vez initially set out his vision for his design. Certainly, the huge amount of time he spent on incorporating this feature also played a factor. He spent so much time on it already that it would be an awful shame to discard his previous work. Just like gamblers who threw away good money after bad, Vez maintained his confidence that he could overcome this setback in time. He was honest enough to know that he might be digging a deeper hole for himself, but he just couldn't stop at this point. Vez waited for the prototype to return to be shipped to the private workshop, upon which he scoured its entire frame. Almost every part held in place and performed within expectations. Even the control module appeared to be in working order. It just didn't work. Why not? Vez scratched his head while furrowing his brows. In order to test out his suspicions, he removed the control module from the prototype and began to connect it to some of the smaller crystals he hosted in his labs. After adjusting some of the settings in the control module, the connected crystal responded perfectly according to the commands that Vez sent out. That's strange. The control module worked with smaller crystals but not the bigger one. From what he determined so far, the problem didn't lie in the control module, but instead the bigger crystal. Maybe it's defective as well? Vez brought in the second large crystal that his homebrew synthesizer produced without flaws and tested out the same connection. Again, it didn't work. Both of these crystals are flawless. They shouldn't differ from the crystals in the simulations at all. So what went wrong with these crystals? He started to perform numerous tests, and found a clue when he observed what happened to the signal being sent out by the control module. The signal seemed to disappear into nowhere once it entered the big crystals. I see what's going on. These alien crystals reacted strangely to certain input, and it must have treated the incoming signal as an energy source. The crystal subsequently absorbed the signal, preventing it from issuing commands. Still, how can I solve this problem? Vez didn't understand why the smaller crystals properly recognized the signal while the bigger ones treated it as an energy source. He must have overlooked something very substantial when he initially scaled up the crystals through extrapolation. Maybe I need to scale up the properties of the signal as well. He proceeded to tinker with the control module and set it to send out a variety of different signals. He increased and decreased its frequency, amplitude, duration and etc., only to come up with the same fruitless result. There's something about this supersized crystal that turns it into something completely different than its smaller varieties. Experimenting with signals hadn't brought him any closer to a solution, so Vez took a step back and tried to approach the problem from a different angle. Right now, a major discrepancy existed between simulation and reality. A mathematical model that tried to approach reality could never imitate all of its facets. Vez knew that. He suspected that some obscure effect not baked in the models played a key role in the inability for the crystal to process the signals. Vez proceeded to compare the data from reality and simulation and tried to spot all of the differences. There's too many differences. The datasets differ too drastically for him to make any sense where the problem lied. Vez had to manually comb through each discrepancy. It was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. The work bored him a lot, and Vez hadn't been able to pin down the reasons why these differences appeared. He knew too little about how reality worked. Not even a master mech designer dared to claim something similar. This might not be the right approach. Maybe he should turn to help. There wasn't anything preventing him from calling someone knowledgeable to help him out of this fix. Vez considered sending a message to Master Olson or Horatio, her assistant. What will they do for their impression of me if I walk up to them like a child who lost his toy? Vez felt very reluctant to call for help for something he should be capable of solving on his own. To do otherwise was to admit that he had overreached. He turned to the crystal golem whose spirit lingered in his mind. The crystal golem largely stayed quiet these last few days. Can you help me out? What does your understanding of crystals tell you? The crystal golem responded lethargically, as if it didn't have much of a clue either. However, it did take the initiative to send out an impression of a crystal cube to Vez. The crystal cube. Vez remembered that the crystal golem had taken over his body and used its control over it to synthesize a strange crystal cube. He couldn't figure out its purpose, so he put it in the vault. What is the cube supposed to do? The crystal golem released the mental equivalent of a shrug. Its body memory didn't cover that area. All the spirit knew was that the crystal cube was a very important device to the crystal builders. Curious, Vez decided to retrieve the strange object. He left the labs and entered a highly secure elevator that brought him down to the vault floor. After going through an extensive round of checks, he entered the vault and opened up the safe that held the cube. As he pulled it out, he stared at its transparent shape under the light. Is this a weapon? A processor? Or something else? The crystal golem built it for a reason, and Vez believed that it played a very important role somehow. He spent the next couple of hours trying to get it to reveal its secrets. He connected it to all kinds of devices and sent all kinds of signals at it, only to come up with nothing. Even knocking at it with physical force failed to elicit a response. The cube behaved similar to the bigger crystal, but it proved to be even more inscrutable. After trying every trick in the book, Vez placed the cube against the surface of the big crystal on a whim. Things suddenly started happening. Both crystals started lightening up from the inside. Vez almost dropped the cube, but he kept his hold on it as it interacted with the other crystal. From the sensor readouts, Vez quickly figured out that the circuits embedded into the structure of the crystals had become active for some reason. The entire process took about 3 minutes to fizzle out. Both crystals turned inert and nothing Vez tried out could replicate the process. Maybe it works with other crystals as well? When Vez pressed the cube against the other big crystal, the pair started lightening up as well. They remained active for the exact amount of time before turning back to an inert state. Curious. Vez proceeded to push the crystal cube against the smaller crystals as well. This caused the pair to light up, but for a much briefer amount of time. When Vez plotted the data, the formula was relatively straightforward. The larger the volume, the more time the process dragged on. This is all very interesting, but what has happened? He noticed an immediate difference when he resumed his basic tests. The big crystal no longer ate up incoming signals, but began to process them properly. Its internal circuits appeared to be following different instructions this time that made them compatible to this control method. More than that, many other parameters improved as well, though not more than 10% in any single area. This held true for each crystal no matter the size. By now, Vez slowly understood the purpose of the crystal cube, if only one of them. This is a key. It's a catalyst that unlocks the true potential of the crystals. It had to do with the circuits embedded in the structure. From the scans he made, Vez noticed that the crystals hadn't changed, but the energy running through the circuits followed different paths. In truth, there was much about the circuits that Vez did not understand. Even now, only a fraction of the total circuits ever did anything. I think I solved my problem now. Vez set out to resolve the problem with the chest crystals and succeeded in coming up with a solution. While Vez did not prefer to become dependent on a single object, he had no other alternatives for the time being. The crystal cube was unique and formed the key in getting the most important gimmick to work. From another perspective, its uniqueness was a good thing. It meant that others wouldn't be able to replicate his gimmicks without creating something similar to the unique cube. Good luck with that. The advantages became more clear to Vez, and he grinned when he realized he possessed a monopoly on something. Only my gold label rifleman mech will enjoy these extravagantly-sized crystals. Every other variant will have to make do without this capability. The bronze and silver label versions would only hold crystals only half as large or smaller. Vez hadn't determined the threshold where the control module's signals ceased to work on a crystal. With a clear direction in front of him, Vez wrapped up his experiments and embedded the big crystal back in its socket on the chest of the prototype. He also took aside the laser rifle and partially disassembled it in order to activate it with the crystal cube as well. After that, he spent a couple of days making minor adjustments to the rest of the frame. Vez hadn't let the problems with the gimmicks distract him from the other shortcomings. In order to save some time, Vez decided not to fabricate a second prototype, but make his modifications on the design on the spot. While it was a bit more troublesome to change the shape and configuration of an existing mech, he still managed to accomplish most of what he wanted to do. As for the rest, Vez went back to the Dortmund production line to fabricate the remaining replacement parts. After a brief assembly, the minutely improved prototype was ready to be sent to the testing grounds again. Chief Cyril and Carlos looked perplexed when Vez informed them that he solved the problem with the chest crystal. You still don't understand anything about these crystals. Is it really safe to go through with using them? Carlos asked. I think the risks are manageable. Vez confidently replied. I've tried almost everything to get those inactive circuits to work, but nothing happened. While there's a risk they'll activate in the middle of a battle and do something strange, I don't think it will happen very often. Although it sounded as if he was content to include a ticking time bomb in his design, Vez believed it would take an extraordinary impulse to elicit a strange reaction. In those conditions, the rest of the mech might already be trashed before the crystal could do something strange. Let's get through the tests as fast as possible so I can make my final tweaks on my design.